I look forward to this event every year, and all I got to say is you won't want to miss it. Come bike, run, or walk with any of your favorite Eagles players. Let's work together to transform the lives of individuals affected by autism. Register today at eaglesautismchallenge.org. I'll see you there.
WIP guests prepare for their segments in the Xfinity Mobile Lounge. Xfinity Mobile customers now get exclusive access to Wi-Fi speeds up to 1 gig in millions of locations nationwide.
From D.C. to CBP, the Phils welcome the Nats to South Philly on Tuesday, April 29th, Wednesday, April 30th, and Thursday, May 1st, all at 6:45. Don't miss the action and get tickets now at Phillies.com. Join us as we turn the lights up at the bank on Friday, May 2nd at 6:45 when the Diamondbacks visit Philly and the Phils City Connect jersey returns. Order tickets now at Phillies.com.
Since we have lawyers in all 50 states, I see and hear lots of lawyer ads. It seems that most are bragging on what they got their clients. But be careful. If you heard that someone sold their car for $500,000, you would be impressed. But if you later learned that it was a rare $10 million Ferrari, would you say that person got screwed? And that's before you even know if it's true. Who is fact-checking? And how much went to medical bills and lawyers' fees? If you want to get an idea what your case may be really worth, visit forthepeople.com and go to settlements and verdicts. You will see what a law firm like ours is capable of. And fact-check for yourself. All that glitters is not gold. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason. We won big, a lot. At Morgan & Morgan, we represent consumers. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
DeFino Law Associates at 2541 South Broad Street with decades of legal experience and the results to prove it. Call 215-551-9099.
Now at Verizon, we have some big news for your peace of mind. For all our customers, existing and new, we're locking in low prices for 3 years guaranteed on My Plan and My Home. That's future you peace of mind. And everyone can save on a brand new phone on My Plan when you trade in any phone from one of our top brands. That's new phone peace of mind. Because at Verizon, whether you're already a customer or you're just joining us, we got you. Visit Verizon today. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply for all offers.
We've got trade wars, rising costs, global chaos, and a skyrocketing national debt. It's no wonder gold keeps hitting record highs. With everything going on in the world, thousands of hardworking Americans are looking to help diversify their savings with precious metals like gold and silver. And they're turning to the top-rated gold company, Goldco. Right now, Goldco is offering you a free 2025 gold and silver kit. Plus, you could get an unlimited instant match and bonus silver if you qualify. Find out how you can diversify your savings, tax and penalty-free today. Call 855-969-GOLD. That's 855-969-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Ego, Power Beyond Belief. Women's sports was the major theme at the NFL owners' meetings in Palm Springs, headlined by a panel discussion that featured Serena Williams and Caitlin Clark. Roger Goodell and his 32 bosses feel that flag football, an Olympic sport in 2028, has the potential to grow the NFL audience, and they're now looking to organize a professional flag football league. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
What's going on, everyone? Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie. It is 94 WIP. Great to be with you, off and rolling on this Friday morning. Dare I call it a football Friday? We usually only do that in, the football season, but damn it, it is a football season because it's Howie season. And he struck again. We strike today from Borgata. Good morning. Hope you had a great night last night. Pretty exciting, I think. We'll find out what people think, obviously. 215-592-9494. It's clear from the reports Howie certainly got one of his main targets in this draft. He tried to get way higher up to get him. Couldn't. And then had to move up only one pick to get him, give up a fifth-rounder. Eagles get Jihaad Campbell, linebacker from Alabama. We'll talk about it extensively today. You'll hear audio of Jihaad Campbell after the draft last night. Howie and Nick, what they said, what some of the NFL draft experts said after the pick. All of that today throughout the show. Phil's Cubs later today. Obviously, we'll mix that in. But heavy on the draft as we broadcast from Borgata. And, of course, we want your reaction to the move. 215-592-9494. Your chance to weigh in, Richie. Rich.
Hello, Joe.
Hello there, Johnny. Good morning.
The winters of 1911 and 1932 were so cold that Niagara Falls froze.
I had heard that. I didn't know it was those years. I had heard that occurred.
That's cold.
I like that.
That's a cold, more than a cold snap.
Yeah. You know what I also like? That Giants new quarterback, Jihaad Campbell, almost took his head off in a game. I like that a lot. Yeah, that's how you do. All right. So here's the deal, guys. Want to hear from you. I think it's exciting. Look, here's it, John. When the Eagles were picking, which was, of course, at 31, not 32, but even as it was approaching 32, they had about 5 different options that we had talked extensively about, by the way, at all sorts of different positions. So I thought the draft was breaking the Eagles' way from the standpoint that a lot of options were there that we thought would intrigue Howie Roseman. What did you think of the selection of Jihaad Campbell, John, as compared to obviously some others that were available when the Eagles picked the 31? What are your thoughts?
Look, I thought Jihaad Campbell, we didn't talk about him as much when we discussed the draft because it seemed like he was gone in the first, 2/3 of the round in every round you looked at.
It was more in the last week when it came into focus. By the way, credit to Mel Kiper and Daniel Jeremiah. Both nailed it and said the Eagles would get Jihaad Campbell. Now, they had to move up one spot to do it. But because, John,
did they?
Yeah, they both said it. Final prediction from both Mel and Jeremiah.
I'm saying
he's saying would the Chiefs have actually taken Jihaad Campbell or would they have traded to someone else or whatever? He's saying did they actually have to move up?
Right.
Oh,
and I can't.
Well, it could be from another team, just to be clear.
Right.
Someone else could have jumped up.
I can't second guess the decision to trade up. I just thought that was unusual. I thought that was, hey, he's giving Brett Veach, he's doing Brett Veach a solid. That is a really important pick if someone wants to draft Shedeur Sanders and have a 5th year on him.
Yeah,
that's a powerful piece that he just traded away, because the teams can sit there and think about it and they can pull the trigger on that last pick. Rather, you got 10 minutes to figure out whether you want to make that pick or not. That does matter in the grand scheme of things if you get a quarterback for an extra year.
Yeah. Look, clearly the league doesn't value Shedeur Sanders
well,
that
that's
much.
The thing.
That's obvious.
Jackson Dart, they value him more than
for
Shedeur.
Sure.
Yeah. All right, John, what do you think of Campbell?
I think he is an incredible talent. I think, lo and behold, you've got sort of someone who reminds you of what Zach Bond can do, bigger in size than the current crop of speed only linebackers, which I really appreciate. I mean, you look at Jihaad Campbell and he's got the size, the mass to him that sort of reminiscent of linebackers of yore, like a guy who's 6'3", 240 pounds instead of 6 foot 220, instead of 5'11" and a half.
It's more than that Carlos
219,
Emmons, right? Carlos Emmons.
Well, this is a guy who can hold up. It just feels like a guy who wants to hold up against the run a little bit better than those only speed guys. But clearly, he can run as well. He's a 4.5 in the 40, sideline to sideline, wearing that number. The wide receiver number in college, looking like the number 11s of the current crop of number 11s everywhere. It's pretty crazy when you look at them, the low numbers on linebackers running around making plays. But this is sort of what linebackers are growing into, I guess, guys who can do it all. And look, I know that they're saying Nico Dean, hey, this isn't about Nico Dean. Yeah. This is about Nico Dean
1,000%.
To some degree. If I'm Nico Dean, you can't tell me, hey, don't worry about your job. Yeah. This guy plays the same position, I think, inside linebacker. Maybe that's the thing. This guy plays many positions.
Yeah, but he's probably going to be inside.
I expect when you got Zach Bond and Jihaad Campbell next to one another, you've got so much flexibility with what you can do with both.
Yeah, I'm very excited. Let me just say that. I want to hear from you.
He's a top 10 talent that we got at 31, which is crazy when you think
215-592-9494. So I am legit excited. I think the Eagles got a heck of a player. Mel had him ranked 21 on his big board. Would have had him a lot higher, as John just said, potentially a top 10 guy if not injured.
He said, Mel Kiper said, if not for the injury, he'd be taken from 12 to 15.
Yeah.
We heard from Howie that he's top 10 guy on their board. how can you resist
Yeah,
that
so
when you're
look,
sitting at 30?
Yeah, so 215-592-9494. I'm psyched. Now, the two negatives. One, you obviously hope the shoulder issues aren't problematic. We've seen in times where those things are, and sometimes they're not.
I am not.
Sidney
concerned.
Brown did not work out. Landon Dickerson did. Like
Sidney Jones.
Sidney
Yeah.
Jones.
Keep
Sidney
doing
Jones.
that.
I do keep doing that. When a guy comes in with an injury. So hopefully this is in the positive side moving forward, we'll say. The other negative I'll say, though, and it's just for me, and I think for a lot of us probably as Eagles fans on a personal level, because we became attached to them. Hate to say it, but this is probably, beginning of the end for Nico Dean. And on two fronts. One, my guess is Jihaad Campbell starts this year. Two, this does fit the narrative that was discussed by Zach Berman that Howie also drafts for a year from now. Remember, guys, Nico only has 1 year left on his deal. So even if Nico is a stalwart this year defensively, and that seems, pretty iffy given his injury situation, it feels to me like the baton is going to be passed, certainly 12 months from now, probably sooner.
Jihaad Campbell can do so much more.
And that's the thing. So I do feel bad for Nico, really bad, because I loved him. He was a quality Eagle, but the injury struck completely changed the equation. We'll never know if the Eagles would have made this pick if Nico hadn't gotten hurt. We know he got hurt. They made the pick. I think they got a heck of a player. Now, for more analysis, let's listen to the ESPN crew. Right after the pick was made last night, Mel Kiper, Booger, Louis Riddick, they went right into analysis mode. Here's what they said.
21 on the big board. Gritty would have been gone a lot higher had it not been for the shoulder injury. He played great all year for Alabama. 117 tackles, team high 11.5 tackles for loss. 5 of those were sacks. Think about this football team, the way Hall of Fame GM Howie Roseman has constructed it. Half the starters, half the 22 are from the SEC. Mm-hmm. Like those proven entities, those guys who played for the big powers in the SEC. And Jihaad Campbell did, as I said, guys, he would have gone much higher had it not been for the shoulder injury.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, you think about what Philadelphia is doing, and you think that they re-signed Zach Bond, but a guy who they got off the street last year, who had an all-pro season and deserved a new contract, and now you bring in Jihaad Campbell. It's an athlete, it's another weapon they can add to their defense, which lost some guys up front. They lost Milton Williams. They lost those guys. So now you add an athlete on the back end, a guy that can roam and make plays in space. It's something to go along with Zach Bond to give them a dynamic duo on the back end.
Yeah, he's a great athlete now. And he can fly sideline to sideline. He can play 3-4 outside backer if you need him to, just like he's doing right here. Although this is just a 4-man front, and he's just rushing in their sub package. But he's got nice high side dip and bend and close on the quarterback. You can see why on some of the tape when he was playing off ball, right? And he's coming downhill and he's taking on linemen. You can see the shoulder issues because he didn't have that same pop and been able to get off and get people off of him. But you figure this, if he's healthy and both of those, those shoulders are straight, this is a hell of an athlete. I mean, he just looks great. He's kind of hyped, too. He knows he's on a very good football team.
And they can wait. This is one organization, one football team can wait on John.
That's right.
Get healthy. You don't have to rush that. They drafted Cooper DeJean, who they stole in the second round.
Sure.
Why? Because he was coming off an injury.
Yeah.
They waited it out, and he was an impactful all year and was a key guy in the Super Bowl, right?
Yeah.
So, again, Howie Roseman, I say Hall of Fame without question, GM. I mean, nobody does it better. Now, to get a Jihaad Campbell, who, like I said, I had him at 21, had not been for the injury, he would have been probably around 12 to 15. And like I said, they can wait till he's complete. It's not one shoulder, it's two.
Right, exactly.
Shoulder.
Exactly.
Wait till he's completely healthy. Shoulders are 100% before you get him back on the field, and they can wait it out.
Well, you can tell those guys from an Eagles standpoint are psyched. They think Howie nailed it. Look, we'll ask you at 215-592-9494. What do you make of the whole deal? The player, the maneuvering, obviously moving up one spot, giving up a 5th rounder. I don't think it was as much about the Chiefs probably as other teams that could have gotten up there, including, by the way, for someone like Shedeur Sanders. But obviously, if someone had taken Shedeur Sanders, Eagles could have sat at 32 and waited it out. But look, we know this. We know this because it was reported last night by both Rappaport and Schefter. The Eagles very much wanted Jihaad Campbell, and Howie was trying to trade up in the early 20s to get it done. Couldn't, with repeated phone calls to general managers, couldn't pull off the trade. So when it's there at 31, you got the shot for a 5th rounder. Howie pounced on it. I got no problem with that at all. All right, 215-592-9494. We're from Borgata. Your reaction, the reaction of people like Brian Baldinger and other draft experts, what they said, what Campbell said after the pick last night, it's all up ahead from Borgata on 94 WIP.
Imagine a home that's consistently comfortable no matter the weather outside. With energy-efficient windows from Window Nation, that dream can become a reality. Say goodbye to those cold, drafty spots because Window Nation builds their windows with top quality insulation and seals, making them some of the best insulated options available. I can tell you personally, I have 3 new windows, 1 in each of my kids' rooms. I can feel a difference in my room. The house is cozier, period. Plus, I cannot wait to see how much I save on my heating and cooling bills coming up here. I guarantee it's going to be a lot, but don't just take my word for it. Window Nation has a 96% customer satisfaction rating and over 20,000 5-star reviews, so you know you're in good hands. And get this, right now, they have a buy 4, get 4 free sale. Plus, you could get 0 interest and 0 payments until 2027. And if you get windows for your whole house, they'll even give you a free entry door. Wow. This amazing sale ends April 30th, so don't delay. Schedule your fast free estimate today. And by the way, that is so fast too. I called it myself, 866-90-NATION. I called the number. They were out at my house in a flash. It was so fast. It was so easy. 866-90-NATION, or you can visit windownation.com.
The Phillies play here today. Phillies, Cubs. Leading off starts at 1:20. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. First pitch is a 2:20. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
To the track, at the wall, it is gone.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
No matter what car repair I need, there's only one name I trust. Well, really 2. One is Meineke, and the other is Bob, the owner of my local Meineke. Bob has been taking care of my car for years. It's nice to take your car to someone you trust and someone who is part of the neighborhood. And being a single mom, sometimes money's a little tight. So Meineke makes it easy with flexible payment solutions where I can pay over time. Having a safe, reliable vehicle for my family is important, and that's why I trust Bob and why I trust Meineke. Meineke, doing car care right.
Are you ready? Yeah. Let's go.
Critics are calling The Accountant 2 undeniably awesome.
Is your brother up to speed on the case?
Braxton, thank you for coming. I'm really glad you're here.
Did you say that?
Yeah. Unbelievable.
Ben Affleck and John Bernthal have electric chemistry.
That's my big brother up there.
It's better than the original in every way.
Anything else?
I think we gotta go get drunk.
And it's one of the most entertaining movies of the year.
I think so too.
The Accountant 2, rated R, under 17.9mm without tear. Now playing only in theaters.
Hey, navigation? Take me to Kia of CherryHill.com.
Kia of CherryHill.com is offering super low lease payments on Telluride, Carnival, Sportage, Sorrento, and the all-new K4. Kia of CherryHill.com is home to over 300 new Kias available for immediate delivery. Kia of CherryHill.com has a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Available 24/7 at Kia of CherryHill.com.
Experience the action of the Sport of Kings with the Naira Bets horse racing app. Bet the Kentucky Derby. It's fast, easy, and secure. Get your free $25 Derby bet plus a $200 deposit match for new members at NairaBets.com/Philly25.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed cracks in your drywall, chimney, or exterior walls? I hope not, because if you have, they could be indications that you've got a much bigger problem with your foundation. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to stabilize your foundation. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at NissanUSA.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak high. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Today, partly sunny and warm with a high around 80.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Car Czar from Colonial Hyundai. As part of our grand reopening sales event, Hyundai has shipped us a special selection of additional brand new vehicles. Right now is your opportunity to purchase any new Hyundai in stock at the lowest possible price. No games, no hassle, just the best possible price on any new Hyundai. These vehicles with locked-in savings are available on a first-come, first-served basis. Here at Colonial, we want to prevent you from paying more than you have to. So now, through April 30th, don't miss out on the best financing in the business and drive off with 0% financing. Our brand new state-of-the-art dealership is built for savings, built for service. And every new Hyundai comes with 3-year complimentary maintenance and America's Best Warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Tax and tags additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires April 30th, 2025.
94 WIP Sports Update.
With the 31st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Jihaad Campbell, linebacker, Alabama.
This sports update brought to you by Lexus of Cherry Hill, family owned and operated. Visit lexusofcherryhill.com. After a trade with Kansas City, the Eagles take the first off-ball linebacker in the first round since 1979. Jihaad Campbell led Alabama in tackles with 117, 11.5 tackles for loss and 5 sacks last season. The South Jersey native fell to 31 due to shoulder surgery, but Howie Roseman says he doesn't expect long-term health issues. Weather sponsored by PDQ Signature Systems, cloudy with a high of 76. It's currently 52 degrees. If you're in the restaurant, hospitality, or casino business, you need a PDQ POS system. With PDQ POS, you'll sell more, earn more, and work less. If you want the best, trust PDQ POS. Visit pdqpos.com. Join us for a special one-night-only event with Eagles legend Brandon Graham. Get your tickets to BG Live on 5/5 right now on 94WIP.com.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. The best part of waking up is Richie in your cup.
I will crush your face.
Back to the morning show with Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Well, what we're looking for is Jihaad Campbell to, bust up Dak Prescott's face. Seltzer, true or false? Jihaad Campbell will be in the NFC East longer than Dak Prescott.
True, Joe.
I think so.
True.
You excited?
I'm thrilled, man. Honestly, I understand the injury stuff and all that, but it doesn't seem with labrums like this is a long-term concern. And it seems like they got a top 10 to 15 player in the draft at 31, and they got it at a position of need. The guy's versatile. It almost feels like they saw what Zach Bond did for Fangio, and Fangio's like, get me another one of those guys who can do all kinds of different things in that spot. It just feels like this defense is going to be so versatile. They're going to fly around. And also, I'm a big sports are supposed to be fun thing. It's fun to watch an awesome linebacker run around the field and make plays and do a bunch of different things. So I just think it's an awesome pick. It's a fun pick. It's a good pick. It hits everything for me.
Yeah, no, I like that a lot. Devin, what do you think? Jihaad Campbell.
So I honestly didn't know what to expect with this 32nd overall pick at the time, heading into the first round. I feel like this draft didn't have a ton of juice because the Eagles just won the Super Bowl. And, Howie Roseman, I know we always talk about his magic and in Howie we trust, but I genuinely just didn't know what magic he'd be able to work with the 32nd pick. I mean, I knew he had a ton of draft picks to try to trade with, whether it was up or back. I was kind of expecting just like an underwhelming, maybe an offensive lineman, maybe someone in the trenches who would be, role player, but no one like groundbreaking. So this has exceeded my expectations. I think Howie Roseman has done it once again. I can't believe that he was available at 31. I know the injury, made Jihaad Campbell fall to that point, but Howie knew who he wanted. He went out and got him, and the rich just got richer. I'm really curious to see how they use him.
Yeah.
As soon as they read his name, my first thought was, oh, they're going to use him as an edge rusher. But then the more I read about him and look into him, the more I do think that they will just continue to use him, as an off-ball linebacker. That seems to be where he's best. But Vic Fangio clearly, saw stuff he liked, and so did Howie Roseman. I love it.
Yeah, I think this is a continuation of the evolution of the Eagles franchise from we did this because we thought this to we do other stuff now. I mean, the Saquon signing was so out of the box. The money to Zach Bond was so out of the box. This feels like the next step.
It's not out of the box when you look at the rest of the league and you see everything looks very similar and that certain things work.
Yeah, but it's out of the way out of the Eagles box. Out of the Eagles box.
It's out of the Eagles box, but Vic Fangio brought this in.
No, I agree with you.
It worked so well. We won a Super Bowl with it.
I'm with
that,
you, man.
Vic Fangio and his open-mindedness to play Zach Bond in a different way, like an off-ball inside linebacker who could also give you some pass rush pressure if need be. Like Zach Bond was only an edge rusher previously. Vic, we all know the story. Rick swapped him over, which is incredible. I'd never heard of that sort of thing happening and a guy doing it successfully because it's just such a different skill set. But now they've identified another player with such a vast skill set that he was so high on their board that we weren't really even talking about him. Like his skill set is so beyond impeccable, aside from the shoulders, that he was like too high for us to evaluate as just talk show.
It only came into
folks.
Focus in recent weeks.
It's crazy to me that once again, this is now 2 years in a row, but now this year it happened, and we're the Super Bowl champions. That a stud fell and we got him.
Well,
stud fell to us, and Howie snatched him up, and he's going to play right away, and he's going to dominate. And I hope, I expect. And I hope I'm not spoiled now because of the success that we had last year.
Well, we want your reaction on the phone lines. 215-592-9494. Coming to you on the phone lines. Reaction on Jihaad Campbell as the pick in 1 minute. What you've got to say.
It's grilling season. It's time to fire up those grills and enjoy some mouth-watering steaks, incredible burgers, and perfectly seasoned chicken from Wild Fork Foods. Whether you're tailgating, hosting a backyard bash, or just hungry for something real, Wild Fork has you covered. Stock up on the 2-pack of ribeye steaks, only $10.98 a pound, or chicken thighs, antibiotic-free, only $2.40 per pound. How about some juicy Angus beef sliders, 15 pieces, only $12. You can even get the brioche slider buns at Wild Fork, 12-pack, only $5. If you haven't checked out Wild Fork Foods yet, what are you waiting for? Wild Fork has premium quality meats, seafood, and chef-ready meals, all flash frozen to lock in flavor and freshness at prices that just can't be beat. Visit their Neshaminy store located right across the street from the mall, or one of their other Greater Philadelphia locations, or shop online for same-day delivery straight to your door. Visit wildforkfoods.com today.
All right, we asked you today's Twitter poll question of the day, brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. What's the Armin difference? It's simple. It's Armin's people, well-trained, friendly, and caring. Together, let's drive. Visit arminchevy.com. Do you like what Howie did last night? He trades a 5th rounder to move up from 32 to 31, selects linebacker Jihaad Campbell from Alabama. Do you like it? A, yes. B, no. You can vote at Sports Radio WIP on Twitter and obviously weigh in on the phone lines. That's what Jeff has done. Jeff, good morning.
Good morning, everybody. Long time no talk since the Birds Town Hall. Hope everybody's good.
We're good, buddy. Good to have you on the program again.
Oh, yeah, it's just, little things here and there. Hey, John, real quick, did you get your truck squared away we were talking about that day? Hopefully you got it fixed for you.
Yeah, it's much better. I'm rolling. I'm good.
Good.
Thank you.
He's roll tide right now.
We all are. Yeah.
Although I got to tell you, we got to figure out Jihaad Campbell or like Jihad? Because
I don't know.
I'm hearing John say Jihad.
I think it's Jihad. I think it's
Jihad
I'm
too.
almost positive
John,
it's
just
Jihad.
know you are rolling out Jihad today.
Yeah, I wouldn't
No,
go.
I don't know.
There are other connotations there. I don't know if I'd go that way.
I don't know.
Oh, God, no.
The commissioner said Jihad, so I think it's probably Jihad. But
only you, Joe. Only you.
Well, I actually noticed other people saying it last night, too.
No, I was actually going to ask for the updates. I'm like, I'm just going to go with Jihad.
One of the
Goodell said.
One of the reporters in the press conference with Howie and Nick rolled out a Jihad. By the way, we're going to play the Howie and Nick press conference coming up in about 15 minutes. All right, what do you got, Jeff? What do you think, buddy?
This just shows you how good he is, how good Howie Roseman is. He's playing chess where everybody else is playing tiddlywinks, and he just gets away with this all the time. And now the fun part really begins because where he dominates in the second and third round, where he picks up, I'll never forget the man for getting Cooper DeJean in the second round. And I went into that draft last year wanting Cooper DeJean after watching all his highlight reels and just seeing how much of a stud this kid's going to be. And look how that turned out. So, it's amazing that they actually drafted a linebacker for the first time since, 79?
79, Jerry Robinson. Yeah. That's if you don't count Marcus Smith, who was an edge linebacker.
We don't count Marcus. We
no,
don't
we don't.
talk about Marcus. We don't even talk about that. That's just horrible stuff there. But, it's just enjoyable, and like Devin was saying, I didn't know what to think going in because, sort of a Super Bowl high still, you're still coming off of it, and you just didn't see, you didn't have like the prospects in it. There were so many variables they could go. You didn't have like one guy they were locking in on. And this guy, what they say, he was supposed to go, if he wasn't injured, he would have gone top 15 easy if he didn't have the injury issue. So God bless you, Howie Roseman. You're the man. Obviously that beer can didn't do anything to your noggin there other than putting a little scar there, which is, something to tell the grandkids down the road. But, he's the best GM in the league, and this is just going to be another.
Look, I'll say this, Jeff. I think it's pretty clear. Howie Roseman and Paul Owens, and I'm going back 50 years ago, two best executives probably in the history of Philly sports. I mean, I can't speak to everyone in the 1940s. What do I know? But certainly in the last 50 years, I think it's
Connie
clear.
Mack.
Yeah, the only problem with Connie Mack is he traded away a lot of his great players.
No, he did. You're right.
Because they had financial issues.
It takes real discipline to do what Howie and his scouting department did last night. But really, it's simple. You sit back and you wait, and you hope that guy or some guy starts to slip through the cracks because other teams evaluate it differently, and they pick guys that. It's crazy where they land, where your draft board says those guys belong, and they just went in the first round. So your guys are moving up, your guys are falling. Jihaad Campbell, a top 10 pick, is still available at the end of the first round. This is unparalleled.
But hold on, can't ignore the injury reality. We can't act like it's not there. That's why he dropped.
And I'm telling you, every linebacker who ever played has shoulder stuff going on. But this guy's I'm not worried about that.
All right, so look,
you're clearly the Eagles are not either, and they know so much more than anyone.
Reaction on the pick. By the way, what Howie and Nick said, we're going to play that press conference. I'm guessing a lot of people listening right now did not hear it. It was extremely late last night, like this morning, actually. What Howie and Nick said after the pick was made. We'll play that audio for you, phone calls on all of it, plus your chance to win Phillies tickets today from Borgata, Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie. It's 94 WIP.
It's BG Live on 5-5.
This is such a fairy tale ending, man.
Join 94 WIP and Brandon Graham in a candid conversation. Some stories you know.
Brady back again. Brady fumbles the football and the Eagles have it.
Some stories you don't.
We're going to be in your dreams tonight, I promise you.
Hear it all at BG Live on 5-5 at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. Get your tickets for BG Live at 94WIP.com.
I just want to thank everybody.
Presented by Ashley Furniture. Feels good to be home. And sponsored by Mid-Penn Bank. Supporting local communities since 1868.
Want to stream all your favorite entertainment from the comfort of your couch? Switch to Fios TV Plus to watch the latest movies, binge your favorite shows, and game the night away with their fast, reliable, 100% fiber optic network. Enjoy 4K clarity and stream with a voice-activated remote. And when you get lightning-fast Fios home internet, you can binge, game, and work in every room of your home. Plus, there are no annual contracts, and for a limited time, get a $200 Verizon gift card when you switch to most Fios TV and get a Samsung 43-inch Class TV with Fios 1 gig or 2 gig internet plans. Pick the package that works for you and connect all your devices at once at the speed you need. Visit a Verizon store today to learn more. For Verizon gift card, must maintain most Fios TV plan in good standing for 65 days and then register gift card within 60 days or by 6/6/25, whichever is first. Samsung free TV offer valid through 4/30/25 while supplies last. Additional terms apply. See store for details.
As America's leading business lender, Bank of America is on your corner and in your corner, right here in Greater Philadelphia. With $215 billion in business loans and over 3,700 business specialists across the nation, we help businesses thrive so communities prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Copyright 2025 Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Right now, only at CJ's Tire. Take advantage of big everyday savings on tires and service, like up to $100 back on select Dynapro, Ion, and Ventus hand-cooked tires. CJ's Tire and Auto.
Hey pretzel fans, National Pretzel Day is coming up on April 26th, and Philly Pretzel Factory is giving away 1 free pretzel per customer. No purchase necessary while supplies last. That's not all. Make any purchase and earn double rewards for even more pretzel perks. It's the perfect time to treat yourself. Download the Philly Pretzel Factory app today to start earning rewards and join the celebration. Come celebrate National Pretzel Day with Philly Pretzel Factory.
Dell Chevrolet continues to hit it out of the park. Buy with no money down and 0% financing every day at Dell Chevrolet.
Jack, sell them for less.
Attention kingdom-seeking business professionals, entrepreneurs, and investors in Philadelphia. Are you ready to experience a life-changing event that will elevate your faith, finances, and future in 2025? Then you won't want to miss this. Join us for Life Search featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center for an extraordinary one-day event that will empower you to transform every area of your life through the power of faith. Be prepared to be inspired by an incredible lineup of champions, including National Football champions Saquon Barkley and Cooper DeJean, National Football champion head coach Nick Sirianni, Hall of Fame legend Brian Dawkins, best-selling author and coach John C. Maxwell, and more. These champions have experienced firsthand how faith transforms lives, and they'll join Life Search to share their powerful stories and insights on how to integrate faith into your business, finances, and every aspect of your journey. Seats are selling fast for this unforgettable event, so don't wait. Head to lifesurge.com now to secure your tickets before they're gone. Life Search featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center. Don't miss out. Your transformation begins here. Visit lifesurge.com today.
Employee pricing just hatched at Robin Ford. 5% under factory invoice on a brand new Ford. Online at robinford.com.
Prices are going up everywhere. Tariffs may drive up costs across the country, but not at Legacy Box.
Why? Because we're proudly 100% American made. Every tape, film reel, and photo you send stays right here in the USA, digitized by skilled technicians who know your memories are priceless.
Introducing the Legacy Box All-American Sale. Just $9 per tape. Not $15, not $12, just $9.
We're the nation's #1 digitizer, trusted by over 1 million families because we've made it simple. Just fill your Legacy Box with old tapes, film reels, and photos. We'll digitize them by hand and return everything, plus digital copies on the cloud you can relive and share forever.
With Legacy Box, your memories are safe from tariffs and safe from time. Heat, humidity, and age are already destroying your family's history, so take advantage of our limited time $9 tape sale.
Visit legacybox.com/value to lock in savings today. That's legacybox.com/value. Legacy Box, American made, trusted by families.
Catchy tune, right? But don't let the urge to sing along distract you from the truck drifting towards your lane or that lane-splitting biker creeping up beside you. Fortunately, every Hyundai offers advanced safety features that can alert you to potential dangers around you. And Hyundai has over 130 IIHS Top Safety Awards since 2006. Because Hyundai is always working to ensure the road doesn't. IIHS Top Safety Awards include Top Safety Pick and Top Safety Pick Plus awards to Hyundai vehicles from 2006 to 2025.
Here's comedians and Skechers getting comfortable, presented by hands-free Skechers slip-ins.
Hey, I'm Bobby Slayton, and I'm here with my pal, comedian, and Skechers ambassador, Mr. Howie Mandel.
Why did it take so long to invent something as amazing as slip-ins? I know it seems simple, but it took Skechers to invent a better pair of shoes.
Yep, with Skechers slip-ins, you just step it and go. You don't have to touch your shoes. And by the way, slip-ins are for the whole family, men, women, and kids, in all your favorite Skechers styles. Find Skechers slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Hey, Pennsylvania, it's time to step up to the plate for another thrilling season with the Fightin' Phils. And now, every time the Phillies strike out 10 or more batters in a home game, you score. That's right. When they whiff double-digit batters at the bank, you'll get a $5 casino bonus to play Philadelphia Phillies Slingo. Exclusively on BetMGM. The best part, you can claim this bonus once per week, every Monday through Sunday throughout the baseball season. So keep watching the Phils, cheer on those strikeouts, and get ready to take your thrills to the next level. BetMGM is a proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies and an official gambling partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus to wager. PA only. All promotions are subject to qualification and eligibility requirements. Rewards issued as non-withdrawable site credit. Bonus bets unless otherwise provided in the applicable terms. Rewards subject to expiry. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 94 WIP Sports Update.
With the 31st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Jihaad Campbell, linebacker, Alabama.
Brought to you by American Airlines. Howie Roseman and the Eagles have done it again, trading up one spot in the first round to nab the first off-ball linebacker taken that early since 1979. Campbell led Alabama with 117 tackles, 11.5 tackles for loss, and 5 sacks in 2024. The South Jersey native fell to 31 due to a shoulder surgery, but Howie Roseman says he doesn't expect long-term health issues. Phillies back in action today against a red-hot Chicago Cubs team. They kick off their 3-game series in Chicago at 2:20 this afternoon. This summer, American Airlines is flying nonstop from Philadelphia International Airport to Edinburgh and Milan. Book your flight today at aa.com. Weather today, cloudy with a high of 76. It's currently 52 degrees. Join us for a special one-night-only event with Eagles legend Brandon Graham. Get your tickets to BG Live on 5-5 right now on 94WIP.com.
Sports Update on 94 WIP.
From Borgata on this Friday morning with Jihaad Campbell as the newest Eagle. We'll see who they add later on today. Obviously, draft day 2 coverage and then 3 tomorrow, all here on WIP. Let's go to the phones. Your reaction to the move. And by the way, what Howie and Nick said afterwards, we're going to play the full press conference coming up here in about 2 or 3 minutes. Let's get to Mike right now. Mike, good morning.
How you guys doing? Good morning, everybody.
Pumped up, Mike.
Morning, Mike.
Excited.
Man, all I did was watch Jihaad Campbell highlights right after we got him. I mean, I'm so excited right now. I kind of was in shock to believe that he was even there.
Right.
And I have no problem with Howie jumping up
No.
that one spot to get him. I mean,
That's the advantage of having 20 picks in 2 drafts. You get to do that.
Well, you're right. And, I mean, for a top 10 pick to stay there, somebody could have jumped them to get him. So
Absolutely.
Sure. Absolutely.
I mean,
that's why you do it.
He only had one talk with them once. I don't even think he was a top 30 visit to them. And so, I mean, that to me, that tells me something. I mean, I'm an SEC guy. I live in Florida, but I used to, live in Philly. So, I'm 4 for 4 and all of that. But, I watch a lot of SEC down here. And, I mean, that kid, the shoulder doesn't bother me. He's 21 years old. When you're 21, I mean, you recover from stuff. I'm almost at a loss for words. I can't even talk right now.
I
I'm
can
so
tell,
excited
Mike.
about it.
All right, Mike, excellent phone call, bud. Appreciate it. 215-592-9494. Coming up in 1 minute, what Howie and Nick said after the pick was made last night, their press conference, You're going to hear that in a minute.
If you've spent time building the right roster and earned the fans, then you need the best technology to back it up. Get rid of those flimsy tablets and slow computers and step up to the game changer in point-of-sale solutions for restaurants and bars, PDQ POS. Imagine a seamless and lightning-fast checkout experience for your customers that saves you money by cutting out those costly fees. Their state-of-the-art technology ensures that transactions are swift, secure, and hassle-free, but that's not all. PDQ Signature Systems is not just a POS system, it's a complete business management solution. Keep track of your inventory, easily manage your staff, and use real-time analytics to optimize your sales. Their user-friendly interface makes it simple for anyone to navigate. Join the thousands of companies that have already made the switch and upgrade to PDQ Signature Systems. Whether you have one restaurant or hundreds, PDQ will customize a POS solution for your specific needs. Upgrade to the professional point of sale. Visit pdqpos.com. That's pdqpos.com.
All right, Howie and Nick, obviously going to address the media after a pick is made. They did last night late, maybe 12:30 a.m., something like that. Obviously, most questions to Howie, some to Nick. Let's listen to what was said.
We picked Jihaad Campbell. We made a small trade up just to ensure that we could get him. There were a lot of trades in the 20s, and so we just want to make sure that someone didn't jump ahead of us. Excited to have him. Really excited to have him. Wasn't really something we anticipated. Understand some of the other teams may have reasons for taking other players, but for us, this is a really easy pick. Really explosive player. He can play inside. He can be an edge rusher. Just really feel fortunate to bring him home back to Philly.
Howie, there were reports that you were trying to trade up a little bit earlier. Was that for Jihaad?
It was. Again, this was a top 10 player on our board. We do not have any long-term concerns with his health. We have we look at the draft as a long-term opportunity for our team. We have a lot of confidence this guy's going to be here and play at a really high level for a long time. And so when you're in a draft and you're picking at the end of the first round, you have an opportunity to get a top 10 player at your board, a guy who can affect the quarterback, a guy who can affect the passing game. For us, it was a no-brainer. Local kid, great character. So we were really excited to have him.
Nick, I heard Howie say that he has the pass rush ability as well. How do you view him and how he can be used in the defense?
Yeah, I think we think he's a versatile player who can do a lot of different things. Obviously, the main thing that you see is the energy that he plays with, the speed that he plays with, and that when you're playing and relentless effort that he plays with, and that fits on defense.
Far enough in his rehab that he could be ready, do you think, for training camp or opening day?
Yeah, we'll get all into that when we bring him in here. Obviously our guys had an opportunity to see him at the combine and the rechecks. And, we're very excited about what he's going to bring to the team. From our perspective, all that stuff will be sorted out. But again, we're looking at this wasn't a need pick. This was, for us, a player we had tremendous passion about, and somebody when we started the process and continued through the process was very high on our boards. And, we got to look at the draft that way. Obviously, there were other players we liked at the spot we were picking, but this stood out to us, and very excited to get him, and we didn't want to lose him.
Howie, how would you describe what you're like when you see a player falling and you're trying to trade for him? How would you describe your mannerisms, your mood?
I don't know.
Maybe asking you better, Nick.
Yeah, I don't know.
You answer.
I mean, persistent, determined. Would that be fair?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you think that he was like falling, or that this is where you thought?
I think we get enough information before the draft that we started to feel like it was a possibility in the last few days. And so we had gone through scenarios where he was going to fall. We knew that there was probably a sweet spot that we could try to get up at. And we had done a lot of planning about that. So we understood kind of some of the questions that were going on him. We spent a lot of time with our doctors and our medical staff, ensuring that we were all seeing it the same way. And again, we have a lot of confidence in our edge rushers on this team, and our inside linebackers on this team. But for us, this we thought was one of the best players in the draft.
The next question is he going to start off with Washburn or with Bobby
Yeah, I think we'll go through that here. But this is a guy who was recruited from IMG at Alabama as an edge rusher, hand and dirt edge rusher. They had some injuries at Alabama. They played him off the ball. You see his explosiveness and his speed, and really, it's kind of interesting, and we talked about this a lot. You see it. You see Penn State give them a lot of credit for what they've done. They've had guys off the ball move to edge rushers. Obviously, their last two guys who've been drafted really high, they started off the ball and they moved to edge rushers. Vic does a tremendous job with getting guys who have pass rush ability to be versatile players like that. And I think what's really fun is that those guys who have that versatility, who can go out on the edge and get pressure as a rusher, and he's got speed, he's got power as an edge rusher. He was trained as an edge rusher, and then he's got the versatility to play off the ball and blitz from depth and play in space, in pass coverage, as an off-ball linebacker. And so the things that you can do and keep all these players on the field. So for us, it's just, we always want to improve the front seven, and we view him as a front seven player who's got incredible versatility and a skill set to do both those things. And the appeal is that he's got this rush skill set, and he's 21 years old. He turned 21 on February 24th. So like he's got upside to grow and get bigger, and his frame is such that he can put on more weight and more strength. And so, as you can tell, excited about the player.
What were the conversations like with Vic Fangio in the pre-draft process about how he might fit in the defense and how that versatility might be able to be an asset for the defense?
Yeah, tremendous respect for Coach Fangio and the accomplishments he has and what he sees in defensive players. And so, I think for us, we're having those conversations with every member of our coaching staff and certainly our coordinators. And obviously Vic, with the success that he's had, those conversations go deep. And so, understanding that he's got a vision for the player, but we've seen what he can do with guys with this kind of skill set. And you just look around the league, the teams that we have to get through to get where we want to go. They have fast, explosive quarterbacks, players in their backfield that we got to bring down at all levels of our defense. And we need a tremendous amount of front seven players to contain those guys. And so it's always been a priority. For us, this doesn't deviate what we believe. We believe in affecting the passing game on offense and defense, and this guy can affect the passing game on defense.
There's been guys here before, local guys from this area, who struggled with kind of being a pro near home, just the demands on them, having their friends in the same town and stuff, and ticket requests and all that. Is that something that is I don't know, do you look into that at all? Is that something you kind of consider with a local kid?
Yeah, I rely on Dom. To get to know these kids, and he knows all these kids and the background that they come from. And, I think that I don't know necessarily who you're talking about. I could probably think of one that wasn't as high a pick. But I don't have any doubt about this player's character, this player's work ethic, this player's desire to win.
You mentioned Vic. How much has he expanded your view of what an off-ball linebacker could do in terms of value for a defense?
Yeah, I don't want to put this player in that box. That's what I'm saying. This guy can grow into anything you want. And what I'm saying is Vic has done a tremendous job with kind of educating me on the way that he looks at things and the way I look at things. And we have a lot of these conversations about it. And obviously, those are great conversations. For me, I'm continuing to learn every day. That's a beautiful part about the job that we have. And but at the end of the day, like, you see it and what's going on in the league. And Zach Bond's a great example. I mean, these guys, they can rush from the edge, they can play in space, they can affect the quarterback from depth, from the edge, and that's what we're looking for. We're looking for guys like that. And the league has changed. And I think the league it's a speed game. And when you have guys with those kind of explosive qualities, and you want to get as many as you can.
Does Nakobe's injury timeline affect his projection at whatever position?
No, we have a lot of confidence in Nico Dean, and this has nothing to do with Nakobe. This had to do with the fact that we had a top 10 talent on our board, who we love the player and we love the versatility. And, for us, that was it. That was really it. It wasn't about we start drafting for need or we start turning down top 10 players when we're picking in the 30s. it's not going to be good for our football team.
You mentioned how other team you thought that he may drop a little bit just based upon the injury concerns, and you trust your doctors. And what is it from your team's evaluations of him medically that you think that he's going to be?
Well, Jeff, when we do our medical meetings, we share medical grades with other teams. So obviously they all go to the combine. So I don't want it to be like we're the only team that had certain was confident with him medically. I'm not going to go into the medical stuff because I don't do that with any of our players. But I would say for us, we look at this as a long-term investment, and we think this guy's going to be playing a long time for the Philadelphia Eagles.
Press conference last week, you spoke about how player comps come up in those meetings. What player comps came up with Campbell?
Yeah, again,
They're trying to get you.
Yeah.
They're trying to get you.
Go ahead, you want to take it?
Well, no, because it's funny because we were watching on the NFL Network, and the first few guys are like Hall of Famer comps, and so it's like we're looking at that, we're going, whoa, those are big shoes to fill. So I think for us, those are conversations we have with our staff, and that puts coach in a bad spot. So I'm stepping in front.
Are you sensing any reluctance from other general managers around the league to do deals with you, given your recent run of success and the draft and with trades?
I wasn't. I didn't feel that way. Again, we're all in the business of making our teams better, and so I think that when we find opportunities to make our team better, we'll do the trade. When other teams find the opportunity to make their team better, they do the trade. I think we just traded with the team we played in the Super Bowl. We moved up one pick and gave them some value. So I think at all the conversations we're having, what happened in this draft was the trade started to pick up and the value of the trade started to pick up. So that always makes it different. Once one trade goes down, the market kind of changes. So you got to adjust with that, but feel fortunate that we got him.
That's Howie Roseman last night. Howie and obviously a little bit of Nick mixed in. I was trying to figure out who was the local player that might have gotten off course based on being local. I don't know.
Well, Jihaad Campbell is local.
No, I know. There was a question in there, and you could tell Howie was indicating with the Reuben Frank exchange that there was a player in the past who was like at one peak, for instance, Corey Clement. He did a great job here. But they referenced some local kid.
Could be Hassan Reddick because he played well, but then,
But Howie also said he wasn't drafted as high, and the Eagles didn't draft Reddick. I don't know. It struck me like a draft pick by the Eagles. I don't know. I just trying to figure out who that is. All right, so you can react to Howie and Nick and what they said. Obviously, even more important, the pick itself, what you make of Jihaad Campbell as an Eagle, 215-592-9494, as we broadcast this morning from Borgata. Also, when you call in, your chance to win a pair of tickets to see the Phils. Tuesday of next week, we're giving away tickets today on the show for the Tuesday game, Phils in Washington at Citizens Bank Park. It's a Hatfield Franks buy one, get one free night regarding hot dogs. You get two for the price of one. For tickets to this or any Phillies game, get yourself to Phillies.com. Here's how you can win the tickets today. The Eagles drafted, and we've referenced it a couple times now, a linebacker, primarily off ball. We'll see how they use them, but primarily off ball. First time since 1979, they've gone with a more traditional linebacker, not an edge rusher kind of guy. In honor of something that has not happened in a long time, we ask you at 215-592-9494, what has not happened in a long time? Now, one stipulation. We're going to make this since 1900. I don't need anyone to say the Roman Empire. I get it. It's 2,000 years ago. We all get it. Thereabout. 1,600 years ago, something like that. Like in more modern times, what hasn't happened in a while, we will judge length of how long it's been, but also, coolness of answer. Like we haven't put a person on the moon, I don't know, maybe 40 years?
72.
72. That's
54 years. Yeah, 53
Yeah, that's
years.
a notable thing. We haven't put someone on the moon in 53 years.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Since 1900, John, what's something we haven't done in a long time?
We haven't. This is a little bit weird. We haven't added more numbers to our phone numbers. Remember back in 1996 when everyone had to start using your area code for everything?
Oh, yeah.
Like when I grew up, my number was 697-0264.
Yeah, mine was 517-9444. That was my number.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, that was it. It was 697-0264. And then all of a sudden in 1996, if you didn't dial 717 first,
you're right.
You couldn't get anywhere. Like all of a sudden there were 10 numbers you had to dial instead of 7. And also ever since 1996, we haven't added more numbers. But I think it has to happen again soon, doesn't it?
Well, at some point. That's when we went to the 610 thing as well. And then eventually 484 got in there. All right.
Yeah.
Seltzer, give me an answer for a thing that hasn't happened in a while.
It's funny because mine is the exact same time range as John Ritchie. With the Eagles winning the Super Bowl this year, drafting at the end of the draft last night, because of it, feels like a good morning to say it's been a long time since the Dallas Cowboys have made an NFC championship.
Oh, hit that thing.
Oh, wow.
Hit that thing. There you go. That's how you do. Or if you're the Cowboys, not how you do. Devin, what hasn't happened in a while?
I was actually going to use that one as well because I felt like it needed to be taken off the board. I'll go sports. Flyers Stanley Cup Championship.
Yeah.
It's been quite some time.
So you're kind of taking
It's been longer.
Taking a
since
shot
the
at Jonesy
Cowboys.
right there. See what you just did.
Okay, well,
no, you're not
I
wrong.
mean to make it personal.
You are not wrong. Amazingly, it's been 20 more years for the Flyers and the Cowboys. Think about that. That's not
crazy.
good. All right, what hasn't happened in a while? Keep it since 1900. Make it a good, fun, creative answer. Best answer is going to win the Phil's ticket. Speaking of answers, some of what Jihaad Campbell said after getting picked by the Eagles last night. We'll play that audio, and we're going to rock a lot of calls in the 7 o'clock hour. Your phone calls on the pick and what you think it means for the Birds. 215-592-9494 from Borgata on 94 WIP.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
The Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning-fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're mashing our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound.
Of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet cable required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Breaking news! Newsflash! Just announced! TurnersvilleJeep.com is celebrating massive savings all month long with their employee pricing for all event. Take advantage of true employee pricing this month only on a huge selection of Jeep Grand Cherokees, Jeep Wranglers, Ram 1500 trucks, Dodge Durangos, and more. Don't miss your opportunity to save thousands this month at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Just minutes from all bridges. Drive a little, save a lot at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Summer begins with Marvel Studios.
Thunderbolts!
What? Thunderbolts. Delinquents.
Thunderbolts! Scorpion Deal!
Thunderbolts. Bad guys. How cute. You formed a team.
On May 2nd,
Let's do this.
the world will know their name.
Thunderbolts?
It's cool name. Marvel Studios Thunderbolts. Get tickets now. Rated PG-13. Some material may be inappropriate for children under 13.
Hey, it's Show to Camera. April showers bring May flowers, but bald tires, well, that brings trouble on slick spring roads. Worn out tread means longer stops, less control, and way more risk. Don't chance it. Roll into United Tire and Service for a free tire inspection and serious deals on top brands, including an extra $50 off any Ford tires. United Tire and Service, locally owned and operated. Find the location nearest you at UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
If you're serious about what's under your hood, then you need the highest octane on the market. New 94 Octane, available exclusively at Sunoco. Nothing else will match it. Go to Sunoco.com to find a participating station near you.
Natural Lawn of America gives your lawn the natural care it deserves. With organic fertilizers and safer, eco-friendly weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn ensures your lawn thrives year after year. Act now and get free seeding every year. Time is running out. Call 800-FREE-SEED today.
It's your weekly O'Reilly Auto Parts checkup. Have a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on your dash? Get an O'Reilly Veriscan. This free service provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
I love this song. I love nachos.
Loving everything? You might be buzzed.
You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
When you buy a new house,
You might say,
Shut the front door.
winning,
No, seriously, shut the front door. We own this house now.
but you actually need to say,
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
that's right. The local State Farm agent is there to help you choose the coverage you need.
Welcome to my crib. No one says that anymore, but I don't care.
So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million+ products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed mold, mildew, bowing walls, or water in your basement? I hope not, but if you have, your basement is losing the war against groundwater. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
The Reading Fighting Phils have been the AA affiliate of the Philadelphia Phillies since 1967 and played America's classic ballpark in nearby Reading, PA. An our Phils game is like a trip back in time. Free parking, affordable tickets, and food. Take your family to an our Phils game and see Phillies' top prospects like Aiden Miller play in Reading. The our Phils return home April 29th through May 4th. Friday, May 2nd and Saturday, May 3rd both feature fireworks. Sunday, May 4th, all fans run the bases. Tickets online at ourphils.com.
Drafting the perfect roster means getting the right balance of power and performance. Season after season, Ego Outdoor Power Equipment has drafted a truly innovative lineup of cordless tools that has the power of gas without the noise, fuss, or fumes. Plus, the same battery powers all Ego essentials, from mowers and blowers to chainsaws and trimmers. It's all power, zero compromise. Check out the Ego lineup of spring must-have tools at egopowerplus.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loaner Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Deposit required for Loaner Tool. Restrictions apply.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. A couple of surprises in last night's opening round of the NFL Draft. The Giants took Penn State stud pass rusher Abdul Carter at number 3 like they should have, despite speculation they might have tapped a quarterback there. And then, lo and behold, they did trade back into the first round to select a QB from Ole Miss. His name is Jackson Dart. They didn't pick Colorado Shedeur Sanders, who will now be someone's second rounder, which isn't all that bad, as yours truly knows. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Powered by the Tasty Cake Studio. This is Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. Every Phillies game.
And it is gone.
Just listen to 94 WIP on the free Odyssey app.
Well, Howie certainly got one of the main guys he really did want to target. Reasonably. You can't get a top 5 guy when you're picking 32 initially, but he got someone he wanted. That's obvious. Not just because he moved up a spot, but because Schefter and Rappaport are saying he was trying to move up like 10 spots. Unbelievable. Let me give you the write-up from Mel Kiper on Jihaad Campbell, and then right back to the phone lines, your reaction as we broadcast this Friday morning from Borgata. Good morning to you. All right, Jihaad Campbell, here's what Mel Kiper said prior to the draft regarding Jihaad Campbell. By the way, stats are outstanding, 112 tackles, 5 sacks, 11.5 tackles for losses, 16 pressures, 12 run stops, an interception, 4 pass breakups, and 2 forced fumbles. Put another way, the guy
productive
and
versatile.
Yes.
Wow.
A lot going on there. All right, here's what Mel specifically wrote. Simply put, Campbell is a complete football player. He does everything that an NFL defensive coordinator wants from an off-ball linebacker. He has impressive speed, getting to the football against the run, 4.52 second 40. along with the instincts and explosion to make plays in pass coverage. Campbell jumps off the Alabama tape. His 10-foot, 7-inch broad jump was second at the position at the combine, and his 32.5-inch arms will help him wrap up ball carriers in the pros. That was Mel's write-up before the pick. Obviously, the Eagles getting pretty high grades on the selection. Your reaction. 215-592-9494. Let's get to Rick right now. Rick, good morning.
Great pick. Great pick on so many fronts. When the Giants picked Abdul Carter, I said, when are we going to get our Parsons? When are we going to get our Abdul Carter? We're going to have those two guys chasing us around for the next God knows how many years. But on another front, you got another SEC player. Not only that, Alabama, they have that winning culture. I've talked about it for the last 2 years. That winning culture, meaning they expect to win. They don't hope to win.
Yeah.
And he had those numbers in the SEC, guys. I mean, it's just incredible. But here's the one thing that no one said yet. This kid's never played with Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis, Nolan Smith on the same line with him. Zach Baum next to him on plays, with Cooper DeJean and Quinyon Mitchell behind him. This kid could pin his ears back whenever the defense wants to. Fangio can dial up so many things with him. That's what makes this pick so special.
Yeah, I would say this, Rick. One thing that's unusual, I think, with this one is the Eagles. John, tell me if you think I'm wrong. I don't think I am. Typically don't have a linebacker historically that's this versatile. Now, Zach Baum obviously has versatility, but
it's like a new concept,
right?
That inside guys can line up and give you production coming off an edge.
Seth Joyner had it. Now, to be clear, Seth was an outside linebacker in a 4-3, not an edge rusher in the modern sense, but a 4-3 linebacker who could play the run. He could pass defend clearly, got interceptions, and also could go hunt the quarterback. So I would say Seth might be the most versatile I've ever seen the Eagles have. This guy Campbell's got real versatility, and that's one of the things Howie Roseman highlighted last night.
And, Joe, when did we ever have a linebacker room like this?
Well, listen, maybe – well,
like
obviously
Trotter and Emmons and like back then maybe.
And then obviously Seth. Listen, the best of my lifetime from a grouping that I can think of was Seth, Willie T, and Byron Evans.
By far, yeah.
Really strong. Trot and Carlos Emmons together with whoever the other guy was well above average. And
Caldwell, was it?
Who?
Was it Caldwell then?
Well, it switched up a
few times, yeah.
And then you go back to some of the Vermeil years when they would play a 3-4 and they needed many linebackers. Berge being the main one, but Bunting and others in there as well.
The thing that's so exciting about what we've got now is we're in a nickel. We're in a nickel 4-2-5 all the time. I like 95% of the time. And so what we're talking about now is Cooper DeJean. Basically, our linebackers are going to be Cooper DeJean, Jihaad Campbell, and Zach Baum, all standing next to one another. Guys who, like, one tougher than the next. Like, who can you throw on? They can all give you crazy plays from every which direction. They're going to hawk you down no matter where you run. They can give you like pass rush moves off the either edge. It's so exciting and so like new age.
It is
linebacker.
For the Eagles,
John,
it's very different.
And John, you got Nolan Smith on one side. You have this kid on the other side. He can pin his ears back because we have those shutdown corners.
Yeah, Rick, it's a big advantage. Give me an answer. What hasn't happened in a long time since
For my answer, can we go to a 5-minute clock, putting these teams on the clock instead of a 10-minute clock so we don't have a 5-hour round on the first round?
You got it. Yeah, the shorter first round. I kind of like it the way it is because I want the commentary. Obviously, they got to slide some commercials in there at times.
Didn't they move it down to, wasn't it? Didn't go all the way up to 15 at one point, and then they brought it back to 10. Am I crazy? Yeah.
I believe that is correct. Yep. All right, let's listen to Jihaad Campbell. After getting picked last night, he talked to the local media about a lot of things, one of which was getting the call.
The phone call, what was that like? What did they say on the phone? And you're someone who would know what a 215 number is. So that 215 number pops up.
Once I see the number, I'm like, pretty interesting. Okay. So I answered it, and it was Howie, but he was like, you know what this is? You know what this is? I'm like, nah. And then that's when he's like, it's Howie Roseman. I was about to break down, man, because I mean, it was just a surreal moment, for me and my family. Like, my grandfather, like I'm talking way back in Randall Cunningham days, he always watched the Eagles and he always loved the Eagles. My pops, my mom, my two brothers, my uncle, like my whole family, so it was definitely a special moment, for me and my family.
Really cool stuff. I want to play another piece of audio. James, I want to play Campbell too. James and I usually coordinate off the air, but in this case, right on the air, because there's another piece of audio where he talked more about growing up as an Eagles fan, which he clearly is and was, which is awesome, and his favorite Eagles through the years. Listen to Campbell last night.
What have been some of your favorite Eagles memories over the years and some of your favorite players to watch?
Man, there's a lot. I want to say like Shady, when Darren Sproles was there, I definitely like him. Brandon Graham. Who else? Obviously Michael Vick, got to go with Deshaun Jackson. Another great one was Jeremy Maclin, when he was doing very great at Philly.
So we know what era of football Jihaad Campbell grew up with.
Well, you know what James, you know what it strikes me as, honestly? It's almost like that was before he had to start working out all the time.
Yes, when he was young. It's a great call, Joe. It's a great
in high
call.
School and college, you got to handle your own business.
Yeah.
It's true. You lose track. No, seriously. You lose track for a period right before, you're paying attention to your team and the teams that you're playing in your, like college division and stuff like that. And then you're focused on combine and, training, and that's it. And working out for teams that show up.
Sundays in college football, John, are you in the facility rehabbing your body and meeting with the coaches, like not watching NFL games? Because if you play on a Saturday, on the Sunday, is that right back to the grind with the team?
I'm thinking back. My gosh. Sundays, you're going in, you're getting treatment, you're running, you're doing work.
So it's not like the rest of us sitting around on our asses watching NFL football for 11 hours.
No, you definitely are playing catch up. I remember being very jealous, of some of the kids that I knew that didn't have to go and be at practice at 5:30 a.m.
Got to be psyched for Jihaad Campbell. And I think from an Eagles standpoint, too. Mel Kiper had him as the 21st ranked player on the board. Obviously would have been even higher if not for the injury. And Howie gets him at 31. All right, your reaction to it all. 215-592-9494. Coming up, what Ian Rappaport said about what Howie was doing to try to get Campbell even earlier in the draft. Plus Nick Sabin, who coached Campbell for a couple years till he left Bama. Sabin on the pick. Baldy loves him. Wait till you hear what Baldy said. Plus more of Jihaad Campbell's audio himself last night after the pick. Phone calls on all of it. Jihaad Campbell, the newest. By the way, they're going to add someone else later today. We're covering it all with you from Borgata. On the plus Beat the Hammer coming up on 94 WIP.
It's BG Live on 5-5.
This is such a fairy tale ending now.
Join 94 WIP and Brandon Graham in a candid conversation. Some stories you know.
Brady back again. Brady fumbles the football and the Eagles have it.
Some stories you don't.
We're going to be in your dreams tonight, I promise you.
Hear it all at BG Live on 5-5 at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. Get your tickets for BG Live at 94WIP.com.
I just want to thank everybody.
Presented by Ashley Furniture. Feels good to be home. And sponsored by Miller Lite. Cheers, BG. It's Miller time. Celebrate responsibly.
This is Rhea Hughes here to talk to you about my good friends at Lexus of Cherry Hill. I've been working with them for years, and there are a lot of good reasons why. They are an elite of Lexus dealer for 2024. It's the great people and service you will receive when you enter the dealership. 2025 Lexus models, they're in, they are moving fast, and Lexus of Cherry Hill is now a 7-time certified J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence winner for the customer sales experience. You will see the Lexus of Cherry Hill difference when you stop in, visit Tony Labello and his team. They'll help guide you to the Lexus of your dreams. With over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles in stock. Another thing I really love is Lexus of Cherry Hill is a veteran-owned and operated business. Face it, you deserve a Lexus, and you deserve award-winning customer service. Start your journey today at Lexus of Cherry Hill in Mount Laurel or online at lexusofcherryhill.com. Lexus of Cherry Hill, family owned and operated.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Wawa's new $2 for $6 menu is here. Craft the order you want and save big while you're at it with your favorite options now priced at $2, $4, and $6. Grab a $4 smoothie and $6 classic turkey hoagie, or a $2 iced coffee and $4 roasted chicken sandwich. From built-to-order hoagies to snacks, drinks, and more, pick one deal or try them all. Wawa's $2, $4, $6 menu. Available now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
At CJ's Tire and Auto, we're driven to keep you and your car moving. Right now, only at CJ's Tire. Take advantage of big everyday savings on tires and service, like up to $100 back on select DynaPro, Ion, and Ventus hand-cooked tires. And at CJ's, we're more than just tires. We're looking out for your whole ride, from routine maintenance to major repairs under the hood. CJ's Tire and Auto has kept our customers moving for over 53 years with integrity, safety, and expert service. Now through April 30th, save 15% off instantly on a spring maintenance package and make sure your car is road trip ready. With 18 locations and over 100,000 tires, including hand-cooked tires at cjtire.com, CJ's makes tire shopping easy and your ride smoother than ever. Don't let worn-out tires slow you down. Roll into your local CJ's Tire and Auto today and get up to $100 back on a set of hand-cooked tires. cjtire.com. CJ's Tire and Auto. We keep things moving.
Offers valid through May 31st, 2025. Offers cannot be combined with other promotions. Get $100 back on a set of DynaPro, HD2, and Evo AS tires. See store.
I can't believe you scored tickets para Nati Natasha.
After saving so much at T-Mobile, I thought, ¿por qué no darnos un gusto?
There she is.
Nati, can we get a picture?
Claro que sí. Wow, that's a nice picture.
The S25 takes awesome selfies.
Tag me and I'll follow you.
Get a new Samsung Galaxy S25 phone with Galaxy AI at T-Mobile and 4 lines for $25 a line.
With autopay discount plus taxes and fees. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See details at T-Mobile.com.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Are you ready? Yeah. Let's go.
Critics are calling The Accountant 2 undeniably awesome.
Is your brother up to speed on the case?
Braxton, thank you for coming. I'm really glad you're here. Did you say that? Yeah. Unbelievable.
Ben Affleck and John Bernthal have electric chemistry.
That's my big brother up there!
It's better than the original in every way.
Anything else? I think we gotta go get drunk.
And it's one of the most entertaining movies of the year.
I think so too.
The Accountant 2, rated R, under 17 nanometer without parent. Now playing only in theaters.
Is today the day? The day you try something beyond your usual at Wawa? The day you decide to live a little closer to the edge? The day you put dill pickle ranch on your crispy chicken sandwich? Or your panini? Or your pizza? We dare you. We dill pickle dare you. Try Wawa's new lineup with dill pickle ranch and crispy pickles. Now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
Lowe's knows that your deadlines don't change, even when your job does. But with Lowe's Buy Online, Pick Up in Store, we'll help you adjust on the fly. And when you absolutely can't leave the project, we can deliver to your job site as soon as same day. Lowe's knows pros. We help, you save. Valid on eligible in-stock orders and select zip codes placed by 2 p.m. for same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Fees vary based on purchase. More terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
Okay, everyone, what did you think of the chocolate bar?
It's too chewy.
Feels kind of chalky.
Too much nougat.
I need to go brush my teeth.
Business is booming for Steph's small marketing research firm.
After all these focus groups, there's only one conclusion. I need more researchers.
And she's way too busy researching
Does it have peanuts?
to waste time researching resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
You know how you always want to know about everyone else's money? On the podcast, What We Spend, guests will, for 1 week, tell us everything they spend their money on.
My son slammed $6 worth of blueberries in 5 minutes.
And everything that makes them feel.
I want to own a house. I want to have a child. But this morning, I really wanted a coffee.
Because at the end of the day, money is always about more than your balance. Listen to and follow What We Spend, an Odyssey original podcast. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business, powering possibilities.
Now through May 4th, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change.
94 WIP Sports Update.
With the 31st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Jihaad Campbell, linebacker, Alabama.
Sponsored by PDQ Signature Systems. After a trade with the Kansas City Chiefs, the Eagles take the first off-ball linebacker in the first round since 1979. Campbell led Alabama in tackles for loss, sacks, and forced fumbles, and led the SEC in pass rush productivity this past season. Phillies back in action tonight against a red-hot Chicago Cubs team. They kick off their 3-game series in Chicago at 2:20 this afternoon on 94 WIP. Taiwan Walker will be on the mound. If you're in the restaurant, hospitality, or casino business, you need a PDQ POS system. With PDQ POS, you'll sell more, earn more, and work less. If you want the best, trust PDQ POS. Visit pdqpos.com. Weather today, cloudy with a high of 76. It's currently 52 degrees. Join us for a special one-night-only event with Eagles legend Brandon Graham. Get your tickets to BG Live on 5/5 right now on 94WIP.com.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. This is the WIP Morning Show with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Yeah, Jihaad Campbell. Come on down, bud. You're the next dude on the Philadelphia Eagles. Congratulations. A lot of high marks for the Eagles with this pick. Now, an unfortunate reality is it probably signals the end of Nico Dean, 12 months from now, and probably as a starter as soon as this year. So I do feel bad for Nico. By the way, we broadcast from Borgata today. Good morning to you. It's got to be a blow to Nico.
Think about Nicobe's situation.
Oh, it's a shame.
His injury is a massive, an awful injury. It's not an ACL. It's a patellar tendon, and it happened, I think, January. Second week in January, as late as you can have an injury.
And he would have been eligible, and still is, but isn't going to get it, for a contract extension last month. And he was just about to maybe get paid, not $50 million, but, maybe $25 million.
And we know.
And it just got ripped away from him.
Well,
what a shame.
Last season, he showed the promise. He showed actually the payoff for some of, like the expectations. Oh, yeah. And he's a leader, and guys gravitate toward him. And the way that he plays, he really is an outstanding, always around the ball type guy, but has not been able to stay healthy at all. And I'm sorry, if I'm Nico Dean, I am devastated today.
I agree, John.
I am hurting. And I know that Howie's saying the right thing. Hey, this is not about Nico Dean. But, man, if you're Nico Dean, you're sitting there like, I just tore it. It's not an ACL. It's a patellar tendon. Joe, I don't know. I'm not an expert, clearly, but I remember the guys who I played with who had the patellar tendon. Right. It was a different category than an ACL. When I tore my ACL, Carell Buckhalter also right around the same time, he tore his patellar tendon, and we all knew in that training room his path was a lot more difficult than mine.
What a shame. What a shame.
It really sucks.
But look, I mean, Campbell, this is the business of sports. If someone gets injured, you got to get someone else. And the other thing for Nico that's tough is Campbell's obviously going to be here for a while. Zach Bonsign's going to be here for a while. So I would think, Nakobe's not going to be on the team 2 seasons from now and will probably be a backup if he's even able to play this upcoming year. It is what it is, but we want to point out the reality of the Nakobe impact. But high marks from a lot of people for how we did last night. You can weigh in on the Twitter poll question of the day. It's brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Armin has the new 2025 Chevy Trax in stock now, starting at only $21,495. Together, let's drive. See Armin's inventory at arminchevy.com. Poll question, do you like the pick last night? Do you like what Howie did? Trades up 1 spot, gives up a fifth-round pick to move from 32 to 31 to get Jihaad Campbell. Do you like it? A, yes, B, no. You can vote at Sports Radio WIP on Twitter. One other quick thing before we go right back to the phones, because I thought of this last night right before going to bed. James, we're in a good mood today, right?
Yeah, big time.
Really good mood, right?
Yeah, I'm in a great mood.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to bring people down. Just want.
What are we doing here?
Proceeds to bring us down.
I need to prepare people for a possibility. Okay?
God.
All right? Because last night they beat Jokic.
What's the opposite of waiting with bated breath?
James, wait till I tell you what is possible in a month and a half. Are we, ladies and gentlemen, emotionally prepared for the possibility that James Harden and Ben Simmons together could win an NBA championship? They both play for the same team.
Yeah.
They won again last night.
I know.
Barkley said recently he thinks they're the second best team in the West.
I mean, Kawhi's healthy and playing great.
Kawhi
man.
is freaking bringing it.
So, no, Joe, no, we're not
ready.
Ladies
and gentlemen, just know that you got something major to root against in the next month and a half. But
what
Ben,
what do we do if it's Celtics Clippers? Like, just
oh my God,
shut
Ben
it down.
and James on the same team? Are you kidding me?
I know it's all. It's
John,
so
did you even know
ridiculous.
they're on the same team? Because I think a lot of people probably don't even know what team Ben Simmons played for.
It's easy to lose track because he
Is
just
he
doesn't really play.
Played about 10
I've not
minutes.
been paying
Played about
attention.
10 minutes last night.
Okay.
But like he is,
He's there.
He's there.
He's there. His presence is there.
All right,
I don't like it.
So we don't like that, but a lot of people love this Jihaad Campbell pick. What Nick Sabin said, we'll get to that shortly. He obviously coached Campbell for a couple years until he retired last year. To the phones, Chuck right now. Chuck, good morning.
Yo, good morning. Hey, listen, Joe, we still hoping and praying on the prayer of Joel Embiid while those two guys are going to win the championship. Ain't that about something?
Listen, I really was only planning on talking about that for 30 seconds, but you've dragged me back in. I hear you. I get your angst.
Hey, listen, I love the pick, man. The pick was a great pick. Howie Roseman is willing and dealing again, and I trust every move that he makes. He's the best GM to come in Philadelphia ever. You know what I'm saying to you? He's a future Hall of Famer.
Sure is.
And the guy is it's just getting started. We're going to be the team, that everybody's going to look at and say, "Oh, they're in the Super Bowl again."
Yeah.
Oh man, we're tired of them.
You're right.
In the Super Bowl, winning championships, and I'm loving every minute of it.
Yes.
Every minute of it, because we suffered as fans for many years as Eagles fans.
You're right.
Now the brighter days are ahead. This guy, Jihaad Campbell, I wanted him. I lied to you not. I was looking at the guy before the draft, and I wanted him because, like I said, he's a stud linebacker. The dude can do everything, and you had to know that Vic Fangio had to be a part of this pick. And if Vic Fangio was comfortable picking him and told Howie to get him, I feel comfortable with having him here because Vic is just a mastermind when it comes to defense. So can you guys say one word for me? Repeat. Because that's what's going to happen. Back-to-back Super Bowl champions, the Fluff Eagles, are going this year.
Yes.
Maybe.
No, I hit the wrong button. I'm setting up for Hammer. That's my bad. My bad. There we go. I'll do it again.
Repeat. All right, there we go. I was about to say, come on, Self. I know ain't got
That was all on me.
Well, it's also a little bit on John. He gives him a maybe. What are we doing here? It's a guarantee. Right? Guarantee with the capital G.
Guaranteed. Listen,
no, I'm playing around. Hey, Chuck, give me an answer, man. What hasn't happened in a while?
Well, we just got finished talking about this bum of a player who's helped this franchise back for many years, Joel Embiid. So I'm going to say the 76ers not winning a championship.
Yeah, you're right. Or put another way, winning a championship. Not winning a championship happened this year.
Every year.
But I know what you mean. Not winning a title. Very well said. All right, Nick Sabin won a lot of titles at Alabama. A lot. Hit a lot of great players. One of them, of course, was Jihaad Campbell. What Nick Sabin said about his former player. We'll get to that after the pick last night. We'll get to that coming up in 1 minute.
You know you want lawn care service that provides better results and is safer for your family and pets. That's why I choose Natural Lawn of America. That's my lawn care company. At Natural Lawn, they believe in growing greener, healthier lawns without the harsh chemicals. They use environmentally friendly products to keep your lawn lush and green while protecting the safety of your family and pets. And by using organic fertilizers for safer weed and insect controls, they make sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. With Natural Lawn, I know my family's getting a beautiful lawn that we can all love. Switch to Natural Lawn's safer services and start enjoying a beautiful, eco-friendly lawn you can be proud of. And schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program today. You'll get free seeding every year. This has helped my lawn so much. If you want a greener, healthier lawn plus free seeding, call Natural Lawn at 800-FREE-SEED. That's 800-FREE-SEED. Choose my lawn care company, the locally owned and family-operated Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
All right, Jihaad Campbell, the pick last night at 31. Howie moves up a spot, gives up a fifth-rounder. Nick Sabin coached him for a couple years at Alabama, obviously recruited him to Bama, and after the pick was made, Nick Sabin weighing in on this selection.
There he is, the guy you brought to Tuscaloosa, now another first-round draft pick.
Yeah, well, this guy's a great person. I mean, you know, what people have to understand about Jihaad, he played with his hand in the dirt in high school, went to, IMG, came out, was an outside backer, moved to inside backer, and got better and better and better, and I thought had a fantastic year this year. He has tremendous range, speed. He can play in or out. He never played behind the line before we moved him 2 years ago because of injuries, but he's developed into a first-round inside guy. He could be an edge rusher. This guy, I just love this pick. I really do. I mean, this guy lit it up at the combine. Yeah. I know some people, the only reason they're getting him here is because people had some injury questions because of shoulder surgery, might not be ready for camp. But if you're the Philadelphia Eagles, what do you care?
Right.
You're going to pick a guy that's going to be there maybe for the next 10 years for you and be a really, really good player. And when he does get healthy, he's going to have pass rush for him.
That was obviously Sabin last night, part of draft coverage. So, John, big marks, and we're all happy. But let me just throw this question at you, because the Eagles did have an unusual grouping of available players for them at 31 when they picked. And they include, Will Johnson, who a corner. I thought that was a possibility going corner. They could have gone offensive lineman. Josh Simmons was still on the board. Could have gone with the safety, Eamon Ware. How do we say that? Eamon Ware? Mike Green, who Ray absolutely loved. Now, doesn't love the off-the-field stuff, but loved him, potentially the best edge rusher available, was still available at that point. And the BC kid was available. Do you think, John, at 31, because we were talking about this last year when the Eagles picked Quinyon, Howie picked Quinyon, there was that other corner, and it kind of could have gone either way. Do you think Howie picked the right guy last night, John?
I sure do. I mean, I do like Donovan I'm not sure how to even say his last name, but the kid from Boston College. I
believe it's Ezeracco.
Local kid.
Right.
Yeah, Ezeracco.
It was an unusual collection of guys we talked about, all available. Like, you had all these guys. And I didn't really. No, but I didn't expect so many at 31, 32. I really didn't. I thought more of them would be off the board.
Well, I didn't feel the same way. Okay. I felt like at 16, I was a little like it sort of knocked the wind out of me when Nolan went as high as he did. I sort of had my heart set on him. I don't know if you felt the same way at the time.
Well, sure.
I couldn't believe he went as high as he did. I felt like it was a little jumbled compared to what we expected. I am absolutely floored by the fact that we got Jihaad, that he was still there.
Well, especially considering how he wanted to move up. Let's listen to Ian Rappaport. Yeah. Listen to this report. Ian Rappaport, and Schefter said just about the same thing, but listen to Ian Rappaport after the pick was made with intel on what Howie had been trying to do for the past hour and a half. This is pretty unbelievable. Rappaport late last night.
Rich, here's how badly Eagles general manager Howie Roseman wanted Jihaad Campbell. When the Chargers were on the clock at 22, he was working the phones trying to get a trade. They thought they had a trade, thought it was done. The Chargers ended up picking, tried to get at 23, again at 24. Now get Campbell at 31.
Pretty wild. I mean, that's
wild.
That's something, man.
But again, it's a statement about the patience and willingness to sit and wait in case, like, it wasn't the end of the world if you didn't get him, if you didn't get Jihaad.
Well, you had these other
they were
options.
trying, but I do think that they have to feel great. They have to feel like they got a value for where they picked an unbelievable value just after last year, where you got a starter fresh out the gates with your first round pick, and then your second round with Cooper DeJean, and maybe one of the best values we've seen in the last decade.
No question.
Now, hopefully, with Jihaad, if he can get out there and play right, early as a rookie. Now, there's no guarantee on that, because as his coach was mentioning, the Eagles, they're saying we don't have any sort of time frame where we have to get him on the field. But
they might if Nakobe can't play, they might have to.
Well, it would be helpful if he can play as soon as possible. I'm telling you, it's a brutal journey back from a labral repair, but linebackers deal with all sorts of shoulder hindrances every day.
Absolutely.
They're used to it.
So I thought last night Howie was genuinely excited. And what I mean by that is, obviously, when a pick gets made in a GM speak, he's never going to say, I don't like this pick, right? Never going to say that. Even after Marcus Smith got picked, there was a presentation of why it's good. But I think a lot of times you can kind of discern, if you really listen carefully and look at the facial expression, what does the GM really think? And I thought, let's listen to Howie Roseman. I thought he was genuinely pumped up last night to get Jihaad Campbell. Here's Howie last night talking about the maneuvering, the strategy, and landing Campbell.
Howie, there were reports that you were trying to trade up a little bit earlier. Was that for Jihaad?
It was. Again, this was a top 10 player on our board. We do not have any long-term concerns with his health. We have, we look at the draft as a long-term opportunity for our team. We have a lot of confidence this guy's going to be here and play at a really high level for a long time. And so when you're in a draft and you're picking at the end of the first round, you have an opportunity to get a top 10 player on your board. A guy who can affect the quarterback, a guy who can affect the passing game. For us, it was a no-brainer. A local kid, great character. So we were really excited to add him.
Top 10 player on their board at 31. Now, listen, it doesn't always work out. Sometimes teams misidentify these things. That happens. It's going to happen again to Howie. He's not going to bat 1,000 the rest of his career. But he was pretty psyched last night. And obviously, a lot of people wake up this morning psyched as well. 215-592-9494. That full Howie and Nick Sirianni press conference, which was very late last night, we'll play it in its entirety coming up at 8:25. I'm guessing most people did not hear it. At some point, you got to go to bed. You got to get up and go to work. Howie and Nick talked really late last night. We'll play that coming up at 8:25 today. Also, Elliot later in the program. We look forward to talking to him, get his perspective. Your phone calls, reaction, 215-592-9494. Plus Beat the Hammer coming up in about 10 minutes. Let's go to Ed. Go ahead, John.
One last thing. Donovan Ezeraku, the guy from Boston College. We do have to start thinking about, like, the Eagles on the stick tonight, that there are some guys left, like you were saying, who we were talking about.
How about the tight end?
Jason Taylor's son,
Yeah.
Mason. Man, it's exciting to think about the trade up possibilities. The Ezeraku guy, I don't know how the Eagles have him graded out and all that, but again, these are guys who were first round grades, still available, and at positions where we could really use some help. I do expect a trade up.
Yeah, I do too, John. Eagles picking in the 60s, but if you can get into the late 40s, early 50s, someone's kind of sliding towards you.
Again, like this, the same concept. Wouldn't it be something like with Jihaad Campbell, when a guy keeps sliding, one of these names will be doing that, and we can grab them.
Very possible. Really,
that's how he rolls.
Let's get to Ed in Phoenixville as we broadcast this Friday morning from Borgata. Good morning, Ed.
Oh, I'm loving the pick. And I think it's a great situation for Jihaad Campbell. It was absolutely a hedge against Nakobe Dean not coming back. That was part of the reason. But I think it's great because, one of the main reasons why Zach Bond had such a successful year, he was playing behind Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter. I mean, he probably had the cleanest jersey of any off-ball linebacker I've ever seen. Like, blockers just weren't getting to him. So, I mean, Jihad's going to be able to just run around, make plays, and just sort of identify, kind of like Parsons does, which gap is the weakest on this line. And I just think his versatility is going to be a huge boost to this defense. I think I'm loving the pick.
I agree. I mean, it is such a seismic shift for the Eagles in the last 12 months, from the acquisition of Saquon, big money running back, to the Bond, big money, to, a first-round pick inside linebacker. I applaud Howie for moving with the times, or being ahead of the times. And, some teams were doing this. Some teams were not. Obviously, the Eagles were not. And it helped them win a Super Bowl last year. Ironically, last year they spent almost no resources on the inside, meaning Nakobe was the third-round pick and Bond was about as cheap as a veteran can be. Now they're pumping resources into it. First-round pick, $50 million contract, which will make it harder elsewhere. But it's obviously how Fangio likes to build a defense, and it's going to be a new era of Eagles defense. Clearly.
Think about the growth potential too. I didn't realize that he just turned 21.
Young guy.
Jihaad Campbell just turned 21. And I mentioned at the start of the show, I love the fact that he's an off-ball inside linebacker who is tall. He's got reach. These are the tweener traits that allow a guy to be an edge rusher. If he's got a little more length and can bend,
sure.
That helps so much. But man, the bigger linebacker, it's all coming back, Joe. The run game, the bigger head. He's a 230, 240 pound guy. He's 6'3". Remember, and Nakobe Dean, remember when we first met him, we thought, man,
he's small,
not a towering presence,
but to
he's
Nakobe's
a 5'11" guy, 6 foot guy, 225 pound guy,
no doubt.
And things that the game is slowly growing with the run game. Linebackers are getting bigger.
When
I was playing linebackers, the guys that a guy like a Junior Seau, 6'3", 265 pounds. A lot of those inside backers were 260, 265, 250, 255. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. That's almost unheard of now. I mean, you had Levon Kirkland back then. He was 315.
3 bills.
And then you had every, span the gamut between 315 all the way down to 240, but you didn't dip much lower than that.
And then you had Matt McCoy, small in any area.
Uh-huh.
Hey, Ed, give me an answer, my man. In honor of the Eagles drafting a linebacker, first time since 79. What hasn't happened in a while?
It hasn't happened since 1978. Somebody with a 40-game hitting streak. Pete Rose was the last one that did it with 44 games.
It's a good answer.
Wow.
That's right. Paul Mauder
1978.
39, I think, right? Mauder got to.
Paul Mauder got to 39 and 87. That's the one thing I got to tell you. I that's what I'm waiting for. I think that would be such a cool thing.
Me too, Joe.
Because you know why also, James? The home run thing, it's hard to know if a guy's juiced or not. I mean, how do you know? Right? So it's hard to know whether you can feel the wonderment with the home run that we used to feel, the awe.
Well,
but the hitting streak would be
isn't the
awe.
pitching
it's also
making it impossible?
Makes it harder.
Yeah, there's a reason there hasn't been a 40-game hitting streak since 1978.
It's just too good.
But Jimmy and Chase both got to the mid-30s.
Yeah, I think it was 36 and 38 or something like 36 and 35, something like that.
Crazy accomplishment.
Oh, yeah.
But that's the thing. It's unrealistic to even expect 30s. That's
so
crazy.
Rare. It's very rare.
So crazy.
Very,
outside
very
the
rare.
realm of rationality.
All right, so Beat the Hammer coming up in 5 minutes. We'll take the 5th caller on the contest line. Caller number 5, Beat the Hammer, 215-988-1258. Caller 5, you will compete in Beat the Hammer coming up in 5 minutes. All right, let's listen to Jihaad Campbell. He is, of course, the newest Eagle. He talked last night after being drafted. One of the things, obviously, is the shoulder. If not for the shoulder injuries, and meaning both sides, he probably would not have been available then in the Eagles' range. But he was. The shoulder thing is a reality. He talked last night about it. Didn't exactly want to give you a timeline. Here's what Jihaad Campbell said.
I'm sorry. I don't know if you answered specifically about the shoulder. You expect to be back by when? Do you know when you'll be cleared?
I mean, I'm I'm just taking this process day by day. I ain't even really looking, like too far ahead or anything like that. I'm really just, trying to focus on like tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? I got to go up to the Eagles, but I'm gonna definitely give me a nice little workout in the morning, so I can maximize my strengths and, just getting my shoulder back right. So that's what I'm most worried about.
All right, so non-committal answer there. Look, time will tell. I mean, he's obviously going to play at some point. Hopefully he's ready for the start of the season. Hopefully long before that. Time will tell. Let's listen to more of Campbell because, right after being picked, he was interviewed on ESPN, obviously pumped up, excited. Here's Jihaad Campbell.
Jihaad, the defending Super Bowl champs just traded up for you. How will you repay their belief in you?
I'm going to give them 110%, everything I got in me. The richer just got rich.
You told me that this week felt like an out-of-body experience. What is it like standing up here as the newest member of the Philadelphia Eagles?
Best team in the nation. I mean, what can I say? E-A-G-L-E-S. There we go.
From the area, Jihaad Campbell, who grew up a Birds fan. All right, so when he walks out last night, and he didn't have the hair the way he had it, a lot longer earlier in the when he played and some of the pictures he was in, I thought of a celeb. I thought he looks like a young celeb lookalike. Now, I might be off base, but I'm going to go for it. Tell me if this works at all for you. Does he look a little bit like Busta Rhymes? That's what I saw. I saw last night a 20-year-old Busta Rhymes.
I would have to Google what a 20-year-old Busta Rhymes looks like.
I can see it a little bit. A little bit.
It's just the face, the shape of the head. Just
he does look familiar.
Busta Rhymes.
But I don't know if Busta Rhymes
That's who it is.
was the name I was.
Eagles drafted Busta Rhymes last night. Let's go to the phones. All right, Pete the Hammer coming up shortly. Mark in Delaware right now. Mark, what's going on, man?
Not much, bud. I absolutely love this pick by the Eagles.
Yeah. Well, it's an amazing the fact that he was available, man.
Wait,
Yeah.
Mark, wait till you hear how much Baldy loves him. Holy mackerel. We'll play this after Pete the Hammer. Baldy loves the pick.
Yeah, I was texting with my brother-in-law yesterday. They actually live in Georgia and have season tickets to the University of Georgia. So I was asking them, who may be the next young Thundercat for the Philadelphia Bulldogs. And, the name that actually he threw at me, not being a Georgia guy, was Campbell. So he said, just watch out for this kid. He's great. So,
well, I'll tell you this, Mark. I got a text right after the pick last night from someone who's got ties to the Alabama football program, and I'm using that loosely. He's never worked there, but he knows people there. And he follows college football about 100 times closer than me, and he thinks this is a flat-out steal. And the last time, and I've talked about this on the air, the last time he sent me that kind of text message, 3 or 4 years ago, whatever year it was, when they picked Landon Dickerson in the second round, who also had injury medical issues. And he said, I'm telling you, Joe, if this guy's body is healthy, flat out freaking steal. And he basically said the same thing last night about Campbell.
Cool. Well,
yeah.
Sounds
like that.
great.
Don't hate hearing that.
Yeah, exactly. Mark, give me a big answer, pal, for like a linebacker by the Eagles. What hasn't happened in a while?
I'd say any of us using a payphone.
Oh, that's a good answer.
Very good.
That is a good answer.
Devin, did you ever use a payphone?
No.
Doesn't
Wow. Never in your life.
I don't think so.
You've never
Not
put
that
a
I can
quarter
recall.
into a phone?
No.
I
Well,
would
it used
bet
to be
most.
I mean,
dime
maybe like in
once upon a
London, I
time.
don't think you use it, but like their payphones are there as
You
like
take a photograph.
props. Yeah.
Take
But no, I don't think I've used a payphone.
I would think most mid-30s and under probably have not.
Mm-mm.
And I would think most
Man.
40s and younger probably haven't used a rotary phone.
I used to ride my bike to a payphone outside Mr. Donut to call
Mr. Donut.
to call my girlfriend in 8th grade because it was long distance and it was too expensive to call
Sure.
from my house.
Look at you, young Casanova.
guess
8th
so.
grade girlfriend. Look at you, Richie. Richie did.
Uh-huh.
I did grow up in the era of like the landline. Like
Sure.
I think I was like, I don't know, 12 when cell phones.
Did
really became
you
a thing.
dial 10 numbers or 7?
I don't remember. 7? No, 10.
Yeah.
10.
10 for you, probably.
Yeah, 10.
For us growing
it
up,
was always
7.
10.
And it's so I could still remember like my best friend's family's
And did
landline
you
numbers.
dial her area code when you dialed her number every
Yeah.
time? Wow.
610.
Yeah, that changed mid-90s. All right, Beat the Hammer. It's something we do every single Friday. And listen, Twitter poll question of the day. Who's better at their job? Howie Roseman or the Hammer?
Probably Howie Roseman.
Let's play a little game we call Beat the Hammer.
Beat the Hammer. It's time for Beat the Hammer on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Now that, ladies and gentlemen, that would be a poll question. We don't actually officially have that as a poll because we know obviously the Hammer would win that. But we love Howie. We don't want to embarrass him. We love him a lot. All right. Beat the Hammer is brought to us by a great event we've got coming up here at WIP, and that is BG Live. By the way, coming up soon, May 5th. Tickets are still available, but there are not many left. Get yourself tickets for this special one-night-only event where you'll not only hear from Brandon Graham, but you get to show him the love. The standing ovations that night, I expect multiple standing ovations for the great BG. Get your tickets for BG Live, which is happening on May 5th. I really encourage you. Get them soon. 94WIP.com. That is where you can get the tickets. All right. Our contestant today in Beat the Hammer is playing for a Philadelphia Eagles hat. Apropos on the day after the day after the first round of the draft. I was going to say the day after the draft. Au contraire. It continues today and tomorrow, the 3-day spectacular that is the NFL draft. Our contestant today comes in. His name is Sean. He hails from Bensalem. He may be very good at sports trivia. He's not the Hammer who's got 282 wins. Good morning, Sean.
Good morning.
Sean, do you feel like the other general managers when being in the presence of Howie Roseman, like it's hard to measure up? Because that's how you got to feel right now, right?
Can't say that I do. Howie's pretty special.
No. There's no doubt about that. But the Hammer, Sean. I mean, I'm no Jerry Jones as a GM over here. You see what I'm saying? Like, I'm the Hammer. All right, Sean, do you know sports?
I do.
All right, my man. Understated, and I think very confident. Sean, I'm going to step away as we broadcast.
Oh, we're not going to. You're off today. How about let's play a little game we call Beat the Hammer?
Beat the Hammer. It's time for Beat the Hammer on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Whoops. Did we do that like 30 seconds ago?
No,
you didn't
we didn't play the open yet. No. No,
Right.
You're off today. I love this.
What is going
Love
on?
where you're headed.
James, I was up till like 2 a.m. last night
Me
watching
too,
press
pal.
conferences.
This
Preparing
is-
for the show.
Prepare to lose, Joe
This is
DeCamera.
great. Sean, this is
Going
good
down
stuff
in
here.
flames.
By the way, reminder to everyone listening, 8:25 today, we're going to air that Howie and Nick full press conference because it happened really late. We know most people did not hear it. But you'll hear Howie and Nick full press conference coming up 8:25. All right, Sean, good
Now
luck
you
to
can
buddy.
leave. Now get out of
I'm
here.
out. I'm done.
Scram.
I'll
Skedaddle.
be back ready to kick ass.
Yeah. Well, you're off today. It's a great start.
Run
the
a-
history
run.
when he's
I was
off
wearing
is
shorts
flee.
today. I didn't even realize that.
Yeah, and it's gross.
Showing calf. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait,
He
what is he
just-
doing? He just played
If you're
to
on the YouTube stream, you probably
like
just
the
saw
little video cameras
Yeah.
that are now set up for
Mm.
YouTube purposes. And he tried to run again. Does it look like he might be sore? And that's why he's limpingly
No,
running.
He always walks like
Ugh.
that. Please, as if he'd work out hard enough.
I don't
All
think
right,
he
is
should
he,
wear
is
shorts.
he safely ensconced?
Yes.
All right. Sean, you ready to play a little game we call Beat the Hammer?
I'm ready, James.
Love it. All right. Our category for the week, sometimes they're predictable. We're doing a little Eagles draft trivia today. Sean, the clock will start as soon as the first question is asked. 55 seconds. Are you ready to roll, my friend?
I'm ready.
Here we go. Clock will start as soon as the first question is asked. Here we go. Question number 1. Prior to last night, the only other time the Eagles selected at 31st overall was in 2005 when they selected this defensive tackle. Name him.
Pass.
Who was the last tight end drafted by the Eagles?
Dallas Goddard.
The Eagles have only made 2 first-round picks since 2018 who are no longer on the team. Name them.
Carson. Pass.
The last time the Eagles drafted a player who made first-team All-Pro in his rookie season was in 1998 when they took 1988 when they took this player. Name him.
Randall.
Name 2 players the Eagles have drafted in the second round who have made 3+ Pro Bowls as an Eagle.
Yeah, man, this is harder when you're on the air.
It is.
Yeah, I got nothing, man. I'm sorry.
Sean, probably not going to get it done. You never know. We have had zeros before. I would doubt it. We're going to put you on hold. We'll wave the hammer back in. Yeah, as he makes his way in. Slowly, I'm sure.
He's kind of running, and something just fell in the distance. Like a table toppled.
He's toppling tables?
A standard fell in the distance, and everyone's now
He did not
looking
have
at
anything to do with that one, unfortunately.
Yeah, and everyone's
We're gonna say he
paying
did.
more attention to the table that fell than Joe, who
Shaggy!
just ran by them.
Shaggy! It wasn't me. Is that where you're going?
Wasn't me. But someone else is going to have to pay a fine around here. I'll tell you that. I don't know what the hell you did. That was really loud.
It was super loud.
I don't know what it was, but it was
like a table fell apart right as you jogged by it.
it was really loud.
Just deconstructed.
All right.
Pow.
This Sean guy from Ben Salem. How'd he do?
You're ready to roll here. You're breaking stuff down there. You forget to play the open. I don't know if you are ready.
Well, I don't know if I am either. But
Let's
we're gonna
roll.
find out. Yeah.
All right, category for the week. We're doing a little Eagles draft trivia. 55 seconds. Clock will start as soon as the first question is asked. Here we go.
I
Question.
think there's going to be a Jeremy Macklin answer.
Question number 1.
Okay.
Prior to last night, the only other time the Eagles selected 31st overall was in 2005 when they selected this defensive tackle. Name him.
I think it's Mike Patterson.
Who was the last tight end drafted by the Eagles?
I'll come back.
The Eagles have only made 2 first-round picks since 2018 who are no longer on the team. Name them.
Since 2018.
Correct.
So that would have to be Rager and Dillard.
The last time the Eagles drafted a player who made first-team All-Pro in his rookie season was in 1988 when they took this player. Name him.
Keith Jackson.
Name 2 players the Eagles have drafted in the second round who have made 3+ Pro Bowls as an Eagle.
Say it again.
Name 2 players the Eagles have drafted in the second round who have made 3+ Pro Bowls as an Eagle.
Well, Brian Dawkins for sure. And then second round, 3+ Pro Bowls?
Correct.
I'll say Eric Allen. All right. And the tight end, I'm going to say is Calcaterra. Bang! Why listen, it'd be like if Howie Roseman called up all the other GMs and told them they're fools. I'm not even going to do it. I'm not even going to do it because I did my business already. I am the hammer and no one else is other than Dave Schultz. Sean, how did he do?
I'm just dying. One of these times I want it to be a 5 and you go nuts. It was a 5-0, easy 5-0 victory, but I'm dying. One of these times you go crazy on 5 and the guy's like, well, it's 5-5.
And I don't want anyone complaining, oh, Sean stunk. Yeah, I know Sean stunk. I know sometimes the contestants stink. Doesn't matter.
Sometimes.
Hammer! Louder than that table breaking, by the way. It's just what I do. I don't know what to tell you guys. Victor 283, Howie and Jordan and the Hammer and Einstein. Greatness recognizes greatness. I expect a phone call from Howie later today congratulating me. Sean, what happened to you? What happened?
Yeah, it's tougher on the air when you're doing it at home. I'm not gonna lie to that.
Unless you're the Hammer. I mean, I also am on the air.
You played the game a lot of times.
No, Sean.
You also talk on the air for a living. No big deal.
So, Sean, do you feel shame?
No, it was cool. I listened every week to try to call in stuff. You know,
Sean, the first time's always the hardest, buddy.
You remind me of Theon Greyjoy halfway through.
Yo, buddy, rein it the hell in.
Joe.
What are we doing here?
Joe.
Oh my God.
That might have been a little much.
You might have.
All right, Sean, I'm giving you the Eagles
Yeah,
hat.
give him the prize, please.
I called you Reek.
He earned it by having to deal with you right now.
All right, Reek, you get the Eagles
so
hat.
Messed up, man.
That is like so messed up.
That
might be the most messed up thing you've said to a contestant. It might be number one.
Legitimately might be.
Sean, if you don't know Game of Thrones, don't watch it because you're going to hunt me down.
Never.
All right, Sean. All jokes aside, buddy, and I really am kidding. Well, not sure about that. Sean, thank you for playing Beat the Hammer. Thank you, sir, for listening to our show. With Victory 283, we put you on hold so you can get the prize you really don't deserve, but I shamed myself into giving it to you because I was over the line. And with that, Victory 283, we shut it down.
Beat the Hammer on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
James, I know it was like 20 years ago, shock and awe, when we went after Iraq, but you got to admit, this is the real shock and awe.
Yeah, I'll give you credit. Very good.
I mean,
no sleep, the whole thing.
The
Good
only
work.
thing is, it's really not that shocking. It is like Howie. You just expect It's like Jordan on a February Tuesday night, back in 1996. I mean, where you getting?
I think we need to get some real competition up in here.
I just don't understand. Like, is this why you think you're good at sports?
No, I'm good at sports because I was good as a kid, and then I started tapering off, but I still got skills. Here's the thing about Fritz. It dawned on me last night. If I could assign a word to Fritz, what I see in his athletic abilities, which is lack thereof, he's like the power forward in basketball that's an oaf. Like the guy that's like.
And what are you?
Skilled.
You're.
Yeah, I'm not out on the court because I got size. I'm out on the court because I got.
So you're the two. I
got skill and heart. Point guard or shooting guard. Yeah, I can stroke it. Let's go to the phones. 215-592-9494. Hey, wait till you hear what Baldy said. Baldy loves the pick at Jihaad Campbell. We'll get to that shortly. And obviously, if you want to call in and praise the Hammer for that performance, please do. I really better stop.
Please don't.
I'm going to get kicked off the radio here soon. All right. I'm joking around, guys. Eagles got Jihaad Campbell. We're all pretty pumped up. 215-592-9494. What do you make of it? Joe and Yaden. Joe, you pumped up?
Hi, good morning. How you doing?
Good, buddy.
Hi, Joe.
Two quick things. First of all, regarding the
thank you for that. Congratulations, by the way. I appreciate that.
Oh, well, you earned it. I'll give you credit. I'll give you a lot of credit.
Thank
regarding the draft, I'm very,
Don't
very
give
happy
him that
with
much.
who they picked up. Very, very happy with that. I thought they would drop. I'm sorry, draft down. But
trade into the second round. I know what you mean.
Yes, and so I'm very happy with that. And here's a good guy off the field, which is a plus. And also, I must say that the old lineman that got drafted last night who started crying, that was pretty cool.
Dude, I thought there were like 10 great moments. I mean, I thought Genty seemed really cool. I'm kind of forgetting a few of them right now, but I thought there were a bunch of guys that just seemed like good dudes. And I mean, John, they were some of those guys, man, including our guy, Jihaad Campbell, coming out there, and he was all pumped up. And by the way, he almost went after the Cowboys logo. And I
was just going to say, I saw your post. That would have been epic if you went after
John,
it.
about 10 minutes before the Eagles pick, I said $1,000 to an Eagles draft pick if they ripped down the Cowboys logo. And then Jihaad Campbell actually was moving toward it, but the Eagles one was right after it. And so he touched the Eagles logo, but it did look like
that was cool too.
It looked like he was about to rip the Cowboys logo. I'm like, all right, I guess I'm going to owe the guy $1,000. By the way, it's only a matter of time till someone does that. If they keep all those logos, I mean, talk about a boss move. I mean, it took Kelsey 7 or 8 years to get the title and become a legend with the parade speech.
Instant legend.
Instant legend.
Instant legend.
Instant legend if you rip down the Cowboys logo on the way up to the stage. It was pretty cool last night. Hey, Joe, give me a great answer, my man, for something that hasn't happened in a long while.
Well, one quick thing regarding the gentleman who had the cancer. Cancer, that was pretty inspiring too.
Sure was.
And also too, real quick before my pick, the U2 thing. You hear your voices. I kind of like picture what you look like, right? And I was way off base. I knew what John Ritchie looked like. It was like, he's my number one Eagle. And
whoa.
And also too,
hey, you might need to reevaluate that list, though.
No offense, Joe.
I appreciate
no
it.
offense. You earned it.
Good man.
You look a little like Harry Anderson from Night Court, the judge.
I could take that. He's hanging around Marky Post. Not bad for me. It works for me.
My pick would be Haley's Comet.
I'm sorry. What's your pick, Joe?
Haley's Comet.
Wait, you think Joe looks like who?
Yeah, with the Night Court.
The Night Court judge?
A little bit. Who was also Harry the Hat in Cheers. Remember that his name? Harry the Hat, I believe. Haley's Comet, not bad. I think that was in 87, I think. And it happens, what is it, every 80-something years?
Because I wasn't born in 87, and I feel like I remember seeing a Haley's Comet.
I think I was at Norwood. 86? I was either at Norwood or Penn Charter, and it's about every 80 years or so. It's not a bad answer.
1986.
Yeah, I think I was.
Why do I think that I saw Haley's Comet? What am I remembering?
You're remembering.
Is there another comet? I don't know.
We start talking up there. John's going to start talking about Star Wars. It's only a matter of time.
What is the deal with Haley's Comet?
Just goes around and every 80-something years.
But I do remember a lot of people talking about it a lot.
Yeah, because
through the years.
Well, more back then because it happened, and then it doesn't for a while.
I
Hey, Seltzer, you pumped up? By the way, 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia on this tremendous Friday morning as we broadcast away from the Tasty Cake Studio. We're at Borgata. James, you pumped up with the draft pick from last night?
He's so pumped
James
he left.
James left. Supposed to leave at 8:10. All right, James has an event. Supposed to leave at 8:10. And apparently
Oh,
he skipped out
Okay,
early.
he big timed us.
Yeah, look
He's
at
got
that.
an event.
Devin, you pumped?
Dip down.
He's supposed to leave at 8:10 for some function. He leaves at 8 o'clock.
Well,
Does beat the hammer and
Well,
just leaves? Is that
just
nonsense?
Pieces out. All right. Well,
Look at
I'm
that.
pumped.
Devin,
I'm
talk
pumped.
to us. What do you think of the pick?
I love it. I mean, it has exceeded my expectations. Obviously, Howie Roseman is renowned for his abilities to draft great players, but picking at 32 and even moving up to 31, not that I expected them to draft a bad player, but not someone who would be this impactful. I mean, I think the fact that he was even there in person tells you a lot of what you need to know about where he expected himself to go. I know a lot of experts had him going top 15, some even in the top 10, and how he just continues to outdo himself.
But we got to acknowledge, guys, he did fall because of an injury, and
He did.
sometimes the guy does not either give you year one what you want or ever get back on track. It happens sometimes. So we can't ignore that. But Baldy loves him. Let's listen to Brian Baldinger. This might have been the most praise after the pick from anybody. Baldy, 2 different pieces of audio of Baldy talking about Campbell. Let's start with Baldy last night.
The best linebacker in this draft is Jihaad Campbell. It's not even close. Like, you watch him just avoid the guards, all right, get through the soup, like get through the coffee grinds and the eggshells. He's going to find the ball carrier, no matter where he lines up, okay? Like, he's got an elite skill set. And you watch him right here. Watch the forced fumble here on the blitz. Like, this is what he can do. Like, he can fire his – like, this is LSU now on a Saturday night. Ball's out. Game-changing plays. We saw Zach Bond do that a bunch last year.
Yeah, and obviously he's going to be playing right next to Zach Bond. Baldy continued on talking about other aspects of his game.
He's so natural just to run and chase. Like, it's just easy. Oh, yeah, sideline to sideline. This is going to be fun, putting this Vic Fangio defense together. All right, now, pass coverage, all right, feet and hands. Here we go. You got the motion, short motion. Here he comes. You got to be able to cover, right? Man, you defend the goal line, 10 toes on the goal line. You don't let them score. You never let them score. All right? That's the idea. That's what defense is about. Don't let them score. Like the Chiefs didn't cross the 50-yard line the first 9 times they had the ball in the Super Bowl. Defense just got better.
Got better. And Baldy, John calling him best linebacker in the draft. I think it's fair to say Baldy's talking about not the edge guys that count as linebackers like Abdul Carter, I would certainly imagine. But that's big praise, man. And it's a different way of going about roster construction that had been the case prior to last year. And last year wasn't big resources. It was just a 3rd-round pick and a cheap player in Bond. But now they put a first-rounder and a $50 million contract inside. This is a completely different way. This is a completely different way for the Eagles to construct the defense. Pretty unbelievable. And last year, obviously, it worked. And this year, hopefully, Campbell's even better. I do feel bad for Nakobe, though. Nakobe's probably lost his starting spot, and in 11 months is probably going to be off the team. And that's a shame because I love Nakobe. But this is we're going to be moving on from Nico Dean, and that's a bummer.
Yeah, well, last year, Nakobe surprised a lot of us with just being good. I didn't expect him to be good. He was really good, and he was a leader, and the team really responded to him. But, man, devastating that he tore his patellar tendon in January.
What a big injury. All right, your reaction to Jihaad Campbell and obviously Howie's season. He did it last night. 2 more days of Howie, today and tomorrow. We'll see what he's got dialed up his sleeves. They still got 18 picks over the 2 drafts, this one and the next one. So they still got a lot to work with, including a pick late in the 2nd round tonight. We'll see if they maneuver with that one. 215-592-9494. Your chance to weigh in. That's what Bob in Pennsauken is doing. Bob, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
Great, Bob.
Well, you know what? I was a little confused at first regarding the pick. I'm thinking to myself, why would Kansas City want to switch with the Eagles if they, in fact, if the Eagles were afraid that Kansas City wanted Campbell themselves?
Well,
then the more I thought about it, the more I thought about it was Kansas City was probably entertaining offers from other teams for that, for that pick instead of the Eagles swooped in. So again, kudos to Howie on this. Fantastic.
Yeah, he got somebody he clearly wanted. I mean, he referenced, and we're going to play the full press conference from last night, Bob, coming up in about 15 minutes, but he referenced that they had Jihaad Campbell as the top 10 guy on their board.
Yeah, is that unbelievable?
Yeah.
I mean, when I saw, Malachi Starks go a little bit beforehand, I sighed a little bit. I said, oh man, that's the guy I could have wanted. But to see this happen, four picks later, great move.
Well, it's one of those things, Bob. We'll never know what they would have done. If Malachi Starks was available, we'll just never know. But unless John Howie writes the ultimate tell-all. Oh man, how juicy would that be? Can you imagine the chip years? Oh man, the Carson stuff. Yeah. But anyway, Bob, we'll probably never know. But obviously, Howie got someone he definitely won it last night.
That's
Bob,
like a 9-parter. That's like a movie series, not a mini series.
Him and Chip
That's
would be
like
the best part.
Star Wars,
Yeah.
the first 3 trilogy, and then you got another 3 trilogy,
Sure.
and then another 3 trilogy. Yeah, that's convoluted and long, and man, that would be.
All right, Bob, you
amazing,
can win
but
the
it's
Phillies.
Never going to show up.
Bob, you can win the Phils tickets. Give me an answer for what has not happened in a long time.
How about a true, undisputed, known by the entire world heavyweight boxing champion?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Ooh.
I would say the last one I guess was Lennox Lewis that people really, really knew. And then prior to that, of course, the Tyson and Evander era.
Lennox Lewis was so unintimidating.
Well, yeah, he lost points with that British accent.
Maybe that's
part of it.
Maybe that is part of it. He sounded too fancy.
Yeah, he sounded too fancy.
You can't be
What's
tough
wrong with the
sounding
British accent?
fancy.
Yes, you can.
Doesn't work in
He
boxing.
sounded like cultured.
Go write a
and-
novel.
Yeah.
What kind of British
Right.
accent was it?
Oh, hello, Devin.
I don't think that's.
I'm the world
I
champion
kind
of
of
the
like that
of
actually.
boxing.
No, not when you follow Mike Tyson and Evander Holyfield.
I'm tough. I can box and I'll jab you in the face.
That's actually pretty good.
It is really
It
good.
does
Pretty
not
good.
sound tough.
It doesn't at all. No, that hurt him, and then following Tyson and Holyfield, that hurt him.
What other accents can you do, Richie? This is a new
I
talent.
don't know.
I didn't know that you could
I
do
didn't
that.
think I could.
That was pretty good, man.
No, it was good.
All right, your
Thank you.
reaction to what happened last night, Jihaad Campbell. Also, what Howie and Nick Sirianni said about it. We'll play you that audio. Elliot Shore Parks joins us later in the 8 o'clock hour as well. Busy day from where got it. By the way, Phil's later today start a new series, Phil's and Cubs. Guys, get back on the what's it called? The horse. Get back on the horse. Just win. Just start
Get
winning.
back on track. Get
Back on track. Start winning baseball games. A lot going on here today from Borgata on 94 WIP.
The Phillies play here. Today, Phillies, Cubs. Leading off starts at 1:20. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. First pitch is at 2:20. Then stick around for the final out. Your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
To the track, at the wall, it is gone.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Includes all rebates and incentives. Offers cannot be combined. Excludes taxes and tax. Still trying to get past second base with other dealers? You don't know Jack. Choke up on the bat. Dig into the box. You're already in scoring position with Jack Dell and the team at Dell Chevrolet during Dell Chevrolet's Grand Slam Sales Event. Dell Chevrolet continues to hit it out of the park on its quest to be the Delaware Valley's #1 truck destination with over 300 trucks and SUVs in stock ready to roll. Worried about financing? Jack Dell is a time-tested expert when it comes to finding a gap and muscling one deep in the hole. Buy with no money down and 0% financing every day in Dell Chevrolet. Plus, with the Dell Vehicle Exchange Program, you can get out of your old vehicle and into a new car or truck and keep your payment the same, or maybe even make it less. Dell Chevy is located on Route 30 in Paoli. If you're worried you're going to pay too much for your next car, you don't know Jack. Online at DellChevrolet.com. Say habla español.
Jack, sell them for less. Hey, it's Ike Reese here. Now at Verizon, they're locking in low prices for 3 years, guaranteed on my plan. And you can get a single line for just $45 per month when you switch and bring in your phone. Now, that's their best price ever on unlimited welcome with auto pay plus taxes and fees, guaranteed for 3 years. Because at Verizon, they got you. Visit your local Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome and times of congestion. Unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily operating slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to the current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
When you're ready to propose, shopping for the diamond can be intimidating. Trust me, but the Benari Jewelers team puts you at ease, showing you everything you need to know for that important purchase. You'll feel like an expert browsing through the largest selection of hand-picked diamonds. At Benari, the value shines through. You'll walk away with a superior diamond that she will love. Benari Jewelers, when ordinary won't do. Everything at Benari is extraordinary. Hexton and Newtown Square, online at BenariJewelers.com.
Okay, guys, so you've got hair. Glad Hair can help you keep it. You losing it? They can help you with that, too. The team at Glad Hair has been defending hairlines for over 30-plus years and have mastered the Glad Hair technique. If you want more than just a treatment, if you want one-on-one customized care, follow-up, check-ins, and ongoing maintenance treatments for optimal results, they've got you covered. It's the reason why they're Philadelphia's leading hair restoration destination. Call them at 610-980-4000 or visit gladhairmm.com.
Hey, pretzel fans, celebrate National Pretzel Day on April 26th with a free pretzel from Philly Pretzel Factory. No purchase necessary, one per customer while supplies last. Plus, earn double rewards on any purchase. Download the app to start earning with Philly Pretzel Factory.
Hey, listeners, I'm David Harbour from Marvel Studios' Thunderbolts, in theaters Friday, May 2nd. And it's got everything: action, suspense, humor, heart, and Bob. Tickets are on sale now.
Marvel Studios' Thunderbolts will take the world by storm. On May 2nd.
Avengers, you're gone. No one's coming to save the day.
Marvel Studios' Thunderbolts. Only in theaters May 2nd. Get tickets now. Rated PG-13. Some material may be inappropriate for children under 13.
Did you hear about that free Grubhub deal from Amazon? I'm talking about no Grubhub delivery fees for Prime members on eligible orders. Plus, members can get exclusive offers and lower service fees, and they can even order Grubhub on Amazon. Visit Amazon.com/Grubhub to learn more. Terms and additional fees apply.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man. No, wait, my phone, come back. It's commit boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life, come back.
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
The Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning-fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're mashing our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound
of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year, rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? When it comes to Big Wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular to get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and now for a limited time, new customers can get their second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit a store near you, or consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Attention retirement savers. A top U.S. bank predicts a 2025 recession as tariffs rattle markets. According to reports, 2025 recession risk just increased significantly. That's why thousands of hardworking Americans are turning to award-winning precious metals company, Goldco. Goldco is offering you a free 2025 gold and silver kit. Plus, you can get an unlimited instant match and bonus silver for qualified accounts. Call 855-969-GOLD. Find out how you can help diversify your savings. Tax and penalty-free today. That's 855-969-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Despite the best efforts of the Green Bay Packers and Commissioner Roger Goodell, the tush push that enhanced quarterback sneak is still legal, at least for now. Philadelphia with Jalen Hurts and Buffalo with Josh Allen have made this play their short yardage staple. So how can you stop it? Maybe you draft Florida's Desmond Watson tonight or Saturday. He only goes 6'6" and 464 pounds. Good luck moving that load. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP Sports Update.
With the 31st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Jihaad Campbell, linebacker, Alabama.
Sponsored by Window Nation, Howie Roseman and the Eagles have done it again, trading up one spot in the first round to nab the first off-ball linebacker taken that early since 1979. Campbell led Alabama with 117 tackles, 11.5 tackles for loss, and 5 sacks in 2024. The South Jersey native fell to 31 due to a shoulder injury, but Howie Roseman says he doesn't expect long-term health issues. Phillies back in action against the Cubs. Taijuan Walker starts a 3-game series in Chicago at 2:20 this afternoon. You can hear that on 94 WIP. Buy 4 windows, get 4 free, and pay nothing until 2027 now through April 30th. Schedule your free estimate at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Weather today, cloudy with a high of 76. It's currently 54 degrees. Join us for a special one-night-only event with Eagles legend Brandon Graham. Get your tickets to BG Live on 5/5 right now on 94WIP.com.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. You are waking up with Joe DeCamara and John Ritchie. This is the WIP Morning Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
From Borgata on this Friday morning. Great to have you with us. Of course, the draft rolls on day 2 today, 3 tomorrow. Eagles still have a bunch of picks, so they're going to add a lot of dudes. We'd still expect, the positions we talked a lot about: D tackle, edge rusher, probably a corner in there somewhere, probably a tight end in there somewhere. So time will tell. I would say the Goddard thing, if it happens, likely won't be today, but more on the table tomorrow with the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th round. So keep your eye on that tomorrow. John, gut feeling, is Goddard an Eagle on Sunday morning?
I sure have no idea. I hope so. We are better if he is an Eagle, and this really is all about money.
You know what? It's not just that. I'll say this. It also has to do. But it also has to do with leverage. If the Eagles get a 2nd-round tight end, the Eagles have more leverage than Goddard. If the Eagles don't draft a tight end, at least high, Goddard's leverage goes up. Because Goddard knows they might not want to start Calcaterra.
Well,
so there is something to be said for.
I don't think Calcaterra is functional the way they need him to be.
Well, that's my point.
He's very aware. Dallas Goedert knows exactly where he stands compared to Calcaterra. He doesn't know where he stands compared to the 3 other tight ends that we brought in.
Well, what he really doesn't know is if the Eagles get a 2nd-round, 3rd-round tight end, because that could change the equation.
Sure could. I just, it's possible. Again, we talked about it being at the end of this 2nd round, though. That precludes the ability to get some of these, big name guys who could have gone in the 1st round that like Mason Taylor, who could really help this team right away. I would love to see the Eagles get aggressive right at the start of this 2nd round.
Still out there. Yeah.
Yeah. For the edge rusher, for the tight end, for any number of these big name players who they had rated as a 1st rounder. If there's any of those left, maybe Howie figures out a way to get up in the 2nd.
Last night it was Jihaad Campbell with pick 31. The Eagles gave up a 5th rounder to move up from 32 to 31 and get it done. when he got picked. He also got interviewed. Let's listen to Jihaad Campbell right after the selection with the NFL Network.
Shout out to everybody back at home, man. I'm coming back home. Philly, y'all know what's up. We got to turn up. We got to get lit. We got to win another freaking Super Bowl next year, man. It's on.
Never give up the microphone unless you're giving it to a draft pick that's going to a Super Bowl champion. What was it like to receive that phone call from a general manager that constructs a championship roster?
Man, it was a surreal feeling, just getting that call and just being here and, just having that opportunity and, maximizing my opportunities when I was younger and, just leading it to this point. So I'm just extremely grateful and I'm honored.
And you have a future in television when you're done playing. Congratulations.
You're damn right.
How about that? Jihaad Campbell last night, confident guy. Sounds like a good dude. Nick Sabin, who coached him, said he's a really good person. Let's listen to more Jihaad Campbell because that's one way to answer a question about getting the call from Howie. But he gave an even more comprehensive answer about an hour or so later when he was talking to the Philly assembled media about receiving that call from his hometown team.
The phone call, what was that like? What did they say on the phone? And you're someone who would know what a 215 number is. So that 215 number pops up.
Once I see the number, I'm like, pretty interesting. Okay. So I answered it. And it was Howie, but he was like, you know what this is? You know what this is? I'm like, nah. And then that's when he's like, it's Howie Roseman. I was about to break down, man, because it was just a surreal moment, for me and my family. Like my grandfather, I'm talking way back in Randall Cunningham days. He always watched the Eagles and he always loved the Eagles. My pops, my mom, my two brothers, my uncle, my whole family, so it was definitely a special moment, for me and my family.
And of course, I think for all of us as fans, because I think the Eagles, John, they got a really good player last night, right?
Unbelievable player, unbelievably gifted, talented, versatile, does it all, defender, just a defender who can do anything you ask him to do. And Vic Fangio is going to maximize his skill set. So it's going to be a process of trial and error. How much can Jihaad Campbell give us? How much can he actually do? How much can we do with Zach and Jihaad on the field at the same time?
Right.
Holy
right.
cow.
Yeah, you got blitzing
stemming
capabilities.
those guys up to each edge, they were in nickel. We got two inside linebackers. Holy cow. Now all of a sudden they're coming off each edge. They're rush ends. You don't know what these guys are. Part of what made the New England Patriots so difficult for any team to deal with for so long when Bill Belichick was there was the nebulous nature of the defenses that he would put out there. And back then when I was playing, and like we were talking about, all the defensive players were bigger. When the linebackers were 6'3", 6'4", 265, 270 pounds, the New England Patriots had linebackers who were 6'4", 275. They had defensive ends who were 6'4", 285. And they were all wearing 50 numbers. Their defensive ends were wearing 50s and their linebackers were wearing 90s. And you couldn't tell who was playing linebacker and who was playing defensive end. And it was all intentional.
That's
By
fascinating.
Bill Belichick and company, because it would affect our ability to know who the heck we were supposed to be blocking. Is that guy a linebacker? Is he a down lineman? Is his hand is he standing up in a 2-point stance? Is his hand down? Is his number 90? Is his number 50? All of these things, they would mess with you. They would stand up the down guy and they would put the stand-up guy with his hand in the ground, and it would mess with all of your assignments. We can start doing all that stuff now. That's so exciting. Vic Fangio with these chess pieces who are this versatile.
Yeah.
Man, the sky's the limit. He can do whatever he wants.
All right, Howie and Nick, what they said late last night, that's coming up shortly. Let's get to John right now on the draft pick. John, good morning. Johnny. John not ready to go. We go to JB. He's calling from Chestnut Hill. What's happening, JB?
Hey, good morning, guys. Great show as usual. A little bit of hoarse from screaming and yelling yesterday.
Man, you sounded like you did a lot of screaming and yelling.
Sure do.
Was that for the draft or something else?
I have draft and some other stuff, but
that's an intense draft experience.
Yeah, you're
for
still
you.
mad about the Phillies. I get it. By the way, see Garrett Stubbs last night hit a home run on Vince Velasquez.
Did he really?
In the minor leagues. Garrett Stubbs takes Vinny Velo deep in a minor league game.
That sounds about right.
All right, what do you got, JB?
That's the equivalent of a tree falling in the woods. No one's
Yeah.
So I think now is Howie season, right? Like last night was a little taste, like, oh look, Howie moved up the spot, got the linebacker they wanted, awesome. But there's still some really good first round talent, and I think Howie's going to stalk his prey early in the second round. I think Will Johnson has to come off the board early. He's not going to, which is fine. But I think if he tried, I think Howie might package those late. Which will be what,
I'll be shocked,
sixth round
JB. If
picks?
you're talking about early second round getting into the 30s, I'll be shocked. To go from, 64 up to the 30s, I mean, it's possible, but it's unlikely.
Right, but
You
I
got a
think
lot
the
of
kid from
picks.
Boston- Yeah, the kid from Boston College, as a Ruku.
Yes.
One of the only players
Ruaku. Hey, you know he's named
Does anyone
after...
actually know how to say his last name?
No.
Yes.
Not even him.
I do. I have it somewhere. But did you know that he was named after Donovan McNabb?
No.
Yeah.
The first name?
Yes. It's Ezeraku, and he was named after Donovan.
Wow. How about that?
Yep.
Great fact. All right, JB, I got to get to this Howie and Nick thing. Give me an answer for what hasn't happened in a while.
Well, I'd like to be happy that the Cowboys just went, mundane with like nonsensical interior alignment. So like the Malones and the McCaffreys of the Cowboys fans of the Philly are very upset. I think something that hasn't happened that probably won't happen again, or maybe won't. How about going to the moon?
Well, I said that one. We already referenced that we haven't gone to the. Did I say that on the air, Devin, or did I say that off the air?
Say what?
I did, Fran. I did say it. I'm being told I did say it. Got to give me a different answer, JB.
How
3,
about Triple
2.
Crown winner for the horse racing?
All right, you got it. Well, it's been about 10 years or so not that long. All right, Howie and Nick, what they said last night after the draft pick, what they said coming up in 1 minute.
You've heard me talk about my friends at PDQ POS and how their top-rated restaurant management system has helped thousands of companies in the restaurant, hospitality, bar, and casino businesses across the country. I've seen their operation, the people, the technology. It's so impressive. If you're thinking of cutting your old point of sale, it's time to go all in and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS, the game changer in the world of POS solutions. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leader for over 35 years for a reason. It's because they offer everything: mobile POS, self-service kiosks, enterprise reporting, contactless functionality, data and cybersecurity, and the best service and support in the industry. PDQ POS is the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available. Whether you have a single location restaurant or thousands of locations, they'll build a custom solution for your business. If you want the best, trust PDQ POS. Schedule your free demo and business consultation today at pdqpos.com. That's pdqpos.com.
All right, well, Howie's the best. There's no doubt about it right now in pro football. There is no doubt. Last night, Howie did 3 things. He made a trade, he made a pick, and he talked to the assembled media about that pick. Let's listen to Howie Roseman last night along with Nick Sirianni, a press conference. Take it in, then you can react.
We picked Jihaad Campbell. We made a small trade up just to ensure that we could get him. There were a lot of trades in the 20s, and so we just want to make sure that someone didn't jump ahead of us. Excited to have him. Really excited to have him. Wasn't really something we anticipated. Understand some of the other teams may have reasons for taking other players, but for us, this was a really easy pick. Really explosive player. He can play inside. He can be an edge rusher. Just really feel fortunate to bring him home back to Philly.
Howie, there were reports that you were trying to trade up a little bit earlier. Was that for Jihaad?
It was. Again, this was a top 10 player on our board. We do not have any long-term concerns with his health. We have we look at the draft as a long-term opportunity for our team. We have a lot of confidence this guy's going to be here and play at a really high level for a long time. And so when you're in a draft and you're picking at the end of the first round, you have an opportunity to get a top 10 player at your board, a guy who can affect the quarterback, a guy who can affect the passing game. For us, it was a no-brainer. Local kid, great character. So we were really excited to add him.
Nick, I heard Howie say that he has the pass rush ability as well. How do you view him and how he can be used in the defense?
Yeah, I think we think he's a versatile player who can do a lot of different things. Obviously, the main thing that you see is the energy that he plays with, the speed that he plays with, and that when you're playing and relentless effort that he plays with, and that fits on defense.
Far enough in his rehab that he could be ready, do you think, for training camp or opening day?
Yeah, we'll get all into that when we bring him in here. Obviously our guys had an opportunity to see him at the combine and the rechecks. And, we're very excited about what he's going to bring to the team. From our perspective, all that stuff will be sorted out. But again, we're looking at this wasn't a need pick. This was, for us, a player we had tremendous passion about, and somebody when we started the process and continued through the process was very high on our boards. And, we got to look at the draft that way. Obviously, there are other players we liked at the spot we were picking, but this stood out to us, and very excited to get him, and we didn't want to lose him.
How would you describe what you're like when you see a player falling and you're trying to trade for him? How would you describe your mannerisms, your mood?
I don't know.
Maybe ask you better, Nick.
Yeah, I don't know.
I want your answer.
I mean, persistent, determined. Would that be fair?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you think that he was like falling, or that this is where you thought?
I think we get enough information before the draft that we started to feel like it was a possibility in the last few days. And so we had gone through scenarios where he was going to fall. We knew that there was probably a sweet spot that we could try to get up at. And we had done a lot of planning about that. So we understood kind of some of the questions that were going on him. We spent a lot of time with our doctors and our medical staff, ensuring that we were all seeing it the same way. Again, we have a lot of confidence in our edge rushers on this team, on our inside linebackers on this team. But for us, this we thought was one of the best players in the draft.
Next question is he going to start off with Washburn or with Bobby King?
Yeah, I think we'll go through that here. But this is a guy who was recruited from IMG at Alabama as an edge rusher, hand and dirt edge rusher. They had some injuries at Alabama. They played him off the ball. You see his explosiveness and his speed, and really, it's kind of interesting, and we talked about this a lot. You see it. You see Penn State give them a lot of credit for what they've done. They've had guys off the ball move to edge rushers. Obviously, their last two guys who've been drafted really high, they started off the ball and they moved to edge rushers. Vic does a tremendous job with getting guys who have pass rush ability to be versatile players like that. And I think what's really fun is that those guys who have that versatility, who can go out on the edge and get pressure as a rusher, and he's got speed, he's got power as an edge rusher, he was trained as an edge rusher, and then he's got the versatility to play off the ball and blitz from depth and play in space, in pass coverage, as an off-ball linebacker. And so the things that you can do and keep all these players on the field. So for us, it's just, we always want to improve the front seven, and we view him as a front seven player who's got incredible versatility and a skill set to do both those things. And the appeal is that he's got this rush skill set, and he's 21 years old. He turned 21 on February 24th. So like he's got upside to grow and get bigger, and his frame is such that he can put on more weight and more strength. And so, as you can tell, excited about the player.
What were the conversations like with Vic Fangio in the pre-draft process about how he might fit in the defense and how that versatility might be able to be an asset for the defense?
Yeah, tremendous respect for Coach Fangio and the accomplishments he has and what he sees in defensive players. And so, I think for us, we're having those conversations with every member of our coaching staff and certainly our coordinators. And obviously Vic, with the success that he's had, those conversations go deep. And so, understanding that he's got a vision for the player, but we've seen what he can do with guys with this kind of skill set. And you just look around the league, the teams that we have to get through to get where we want to go, they have fast, explosive quarterbacks, players in their backfield that we got to bring down at all levels of our defense. And We need a tremendous amount of front seven players to contain those guys. And so it's always been a priority. For us, this doesn't deviate what we believe. We believe in affecting the passing game on offense and defense, and this guy can affect the passing game on defense.
I mean, there's been guys here before, local guys from this area, who've struggled with kind of being a pro near home, just the demands on them, having their friends in the same town and stuff, and ticket requests and all that. Is that something that is I don't know, do you look into that at all? Is that something you kind of consider with a local kid?
Yeah, I rely on Dom. I rely on Dom to get to know these kids, and he knows all these kids and the background that they come from. And, I think that I don't know necessarily who you're talking about. I could probably think of one that wasn't as high a pick. But I don't have any doubt about this player's character, this player's work ethic, this player's desire to win.
You mentioned Vic. How much has he expanded your view of what an off-ball linebacker could do in terms of value for a defense?
Yeah, I don't want to put this player in that box. That's what I'm saying. This guy can grow into anything you want. And what I'm saying is Vic has done a tremendous job with kind of educating me on the way that he looks at things and the way I look at things. And we have a lot of these conversations about it. And obviously, those are great conversations. For me, I'm continuing to learn every day. That's the beautiful part about the job that we have. And but at the end of the day, like, you see it and what's going on in the league. And Zach Bond's a great example. I mean, these guys, they can rush from the edge, they can play in space, they can affect the quarterback from depth, from the edge, and that's what we're looking for. We're looking for guys like that, and the league has changed. And I think the league it's a speed game, and when you have guys with those kind of explosive qualities, and you want to get as many as you can.
Does Nakobe's injury timeline affect his projection at whatever position?
No, we have a lot of confidence in Nico Dean, and this has nothing to do with Nakobe. This had to do with the fact that we had a top 10 talent on our board, who we love the player and we love the versatility. And, for us, that was it. That was really it. It wasn't about we start drafting for need or we start turning down top 10 players when we're picking in the 30s. It's not going to be good for our football team.
You mentioned how other team you thought that he may drop a little bit just based upon the injury concerns, and you trust your doctors. And what is it from your team's evaluations of him medically that you think that he's going to be?
Well, Jeff, when we do our medical meetings, we share medical grades with other teams. So obviously they all go to the combine. So I don't want it to be like we're the only team that had certain was confident with him medically. I'm not going to go into the medical stuff because I don't do that with any of our players. But I would say for us, we look at this as a long-term investment, and we think this guy's going to be playing a long time for the Philadelphia Eagles.
Press conference last week, you spoke about how player comps come up in those meetings. What player comps came up with Campbell?
Yeah, again,
They're trying to get you.
Yeah.
They're trying to get you.
Go ahead. You want to take it?
Well, no, because it's funny because we were watching like on the NFL Network, and like the first few guys are like Hall of Famer comps, and so it's like we're looking at that, we're going, whoa, those are big shoes to fill. So I think for us, like those are conversations we have with our staff, and that puts coach in a bad spot. So I'm stepping in front.
Are you sensing any reluctance from other general managers around the league to do deals with you, given your recent run of success and the draft and with trades?
I wasn't. I didn't feel that way. Again, like we're all in the business of making our teams better, and so I think that when we find opportunities to make our team better, we'll do the trade. When other teams find the opportunity to make their team better, they do the trade. I think we just traded with the team we played in the Super Bowl. We moved up one pick and gave them some value. So I think at all the conversations we're having, what happened in this draft was the trade started to pick up and the value of the trade started to pick up. So that always makes it different. Once one trade goes down, the market kind of changes. So you got to adjust with that, but feel fortunate that we got him.
Well, that's Howie Roseman last night, and of course Nick Sirianni as well with their press conference. We got a Twitter poll question of the day about what they were just talking about, meaning the move and the pick at Jihaad Campbell. Twitter poll question brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. What's the Armin difference? It's simple. It's Armin's people, well-trained, friendly, and caring. Together, let's drive. Visit ArminChevy.com. Poll question, do you like what Howie did last night? the trade and the pick from 32 to 31 to get Jihaad Campbell. A, yes, B, no. You can vote at Sports Radio WIP on Twitter. Elliott Shore Parks vote on that poll. We'll get to Elliott coming up. His reaction to all of it in 1 minute.
You're ready to propose, and yes, it can be a bit intimidating shopping for the diamond. And that's why men all around the area will tell you, no matter what, you have to visit Benari Jewelers. They have a way of transforming intimidating into informative and confusion into crystal clarity. And here's how. The Benari team starts by putting you at ease, showing you every single thing you need to know about making that important purchase, how to evaluate the cut, the color, and clarity. No hard sales, just education, putting you in the driver's seat. You'll feel like an expert browsing through the largest selection of diamonds, but not just any diamonds. These are hand-selected with only a few making the grade to become a Benari diamond. The others land at big box jewelers with high-pressure sales to move them along. With Benari diamonds, the value shines through. You'll walk away with a superior diamond that she'll love for years to come. Benari Jewelers, when ordinary won't do. Everything at Benari is extraordinary. Exton and Newtown Square, online at benarijewelers.com.
All right, great to have you with us on this Friday morning. Mike, I don't see Elliott's name on the board. We got Elliott. We got him. Let's talk to our Eagles reporter. He was there last night when Howie and Nick were addressing the assembled media, Mr. Elliott Shore-Parks. Good morning, Elliott.
What up? How you guys doing this morning?
A lot. So, Elliott,
Yes,
huge high grades for Howie from what we're saying, and I would say 100% of callers so far today. Does he deserve all the accolades he's getting? Put another way, did they get the right guy?
Yeah, I really like the pick. Whether they got the right guy, we'll find out. I mean, obviously at this point, none of us know how these guys will transition to the NFL. But for me, this is one of those picks where you first hear it, and it seems, for me at least, like a bit of a head scratcher. But then you actually look at it, and it makes complete sense. And I'm actually disappointed in myself that I didn't talk about him more leading up to the draft, because I think that we need to view this guy not as an off-ball linebacker that can play edge, but an edge that they can be versatile with and play off-ball linebacker. And that's a key distinction, because if you look at him as an edge, this is a classic Howie pick written all over it. A guy that I do believe is a top 10 talent in this draft, is one of the, honestly, maybe 5 guys in the draft that I think has special all-pro upside, legitimately.
Wow.
And I think that because of his injury, which we'll see, right? The shoulder thing is a concern. And we'll talk about maybe some of the cons in a second.
Sure.
But Howie has gotten to where he's gotten by taking big swings, right? Like Jalen Carter, I think, was a big swing. Jihaad Campbell, to me, qualifies as a big swing. So I love the athletic makeup, and I love the big swing on the pick.
Elliott, how worried are you? And I don't want to say I'm worried, because I'm not. I love the way the guy plays. But the last time it feels like something, a player fell to us to this degree. My mind goes back to Andre Dillard. Remember, we go back to Andre Dillard, where we hadn't even really done what seemed like the full workup on Andre Dillard. He was still available. He was ranked so high in the draft that year. None of us even were researching him or ready for him to be around. And it felt like the Eagles were also sort of surprised by that. Is this one of those things with Campbell that they didn't even expect he would be around? He was so good, because it feels that way.
Yeah, so I definitely think this is a bit of a situation where over the past week or so, they thought this became a real possibility. And because of that, I don't want to say they were cramming at the last minute, because, they do study these guys and they're scouting people, watch them all year. But they do value the top 30 visit. They do, right? So you can't for years say that you value it, and then when you don't do it, say it's no big deal. So I definitely think that is, you talk about some of the concerns of the pick. I don't know Jihaad Campbell yet. He seemed, good in the interview last night. You watch it, he seems like a good guy. But there's just something different between talking to a guy a few times and getting him in your building for a top 30 visit. So that is a concern for me. But the other one I would say too is I think there's a little bit of like Jordan Davis aspect to this pick in the way that Jihaad Campbell showed in college over, I think it was about 120 reps, that he has reps rushing the passer. But it is a bit of a projection, right? Like when they took Jordan Davis, they were pretty clear. For him to be worth this pick, he has to turn into a 3-down pass rusher on that 3rd down. If Jihaad Campbell is just like a chess piece they can move around, that's a good player. He can help you out. But to be worthy of like what he can be, I think he has to become almost a full-time edge rusher. So there is that projection with that.
Elliot, what about the injury reality? I mean, how extensive is it, and what is it expected to mean for his year one and theoretically beyond?
Yeah, so I obviously, they just made the pick last night at midnight. I've not gotten all the full medical report, right?
Yep.
So, but I will say that I do think, if you want to compare him to more like past draft picks, Nico Dean was a player that the league had shoulder concerns about. He ended up playing. I do think when you look at how healthy the Eagles have been, in recent years, their medical staff to a certain degree does deserve the benefit of the doubt. All that being said, if he doesn't have the shoulder injury, there's no shot they get to draft this player. So obviously teams had concerns. I believe there is some worry, at least according to some reports, that maybe this impacts his rookie year. Jihaad Campbell was, I would say, a little vague about where he's at. Just talking to people over, since last night, like I think they believe he'll probably be ready week 1, and I think for training camp. But yeah, I mean, it's the reason he fell. Like that's the reason. It's not the player, it's the injury.
Elliot, I'm sorry, John, go ahead.
So Howie says it has nothing to do with Nico Dean.
Which I agree with, by the way.
No way, Elliot. It means Nicobe's not on the team in 12 months.
Does Nico Dean think it has nothing to do with Nico?
Well, look, Nicobe might not be on the team in 12 months, but to compare Jihaad Campbell to Nico Dean, I think is misreading who Jihaad Campbell is.
Well, only if you're right that he's going outside. If that is
that is where he is going to play. That is where he's going. Now, look, he's
not going to play inside linebacker next to Zach Bond.
He'll play some of it in his rookie year, and I think that he'll take snaps there. But in my opinion, this is an edge player. That's how
he's on one edge and Nolan Smith is on the other edge.
Yes, I think that is how they view his best. I mean, just look at him. Like, does he look like Nico Dean? He looks much more like Micah Parsons. He looks much more like Abdul Carter.
I think that's the way the game's going. The game's getting bigger and
Elliot,
stronger and heavier with the run.
You could be right. You're the first person I've heard say that's where this is headed. I mean, he is listed more as an inside linebacker with versatility, but not an edge with versatility.
Yeah, but I think Howie could not have been more clear last night. He was recruited to Alabama as an edge rusher. He moved to that position because of injury. And also just, I know there's been a lot of reaction of, I can't believe the Eagles took an off-ball linebacker, first time in 50 years or whatever it is. Well, yeah, because he's not really an off-ball linebacker. Like, they view him as an edge that can do things. And I think that is a key to viewing this pick. He is an athletic edge rusher that has the ability and the athleticism to drop back, but I don't think he's someone that'll be playing the similar snaps Nicobe is.
Wow. So you think it's likely that Nico Dean will just work his way back and be playing next to Zach Bond, and our new addition, Jihaad Campbell, will be lined up opposite Nolan Smith coming up. So basically in our base 3-4, it's Nolan Smith, OLB, Jihaad Campbell, OLB, Zach Bond, ILB, Nico Dean, ILB.
Yeah, I think that's how they want it to be. Now the benefit of Campbell is he can do different things, right? So if Nicobe's not healthy, if Campbell adjusts well to the inside linebacker position at the NFL, you can play him there. But I would guess when we're at OTAs and eventually in training camp, like you will see him I think he'll be learning from from Jim Washburn, not Bobby King, put it that way. Like their edge coach, not their linebacker coach.
So Elliot, what's on tap today? I mean, obviously a late second round pick. Who should listeners be aware that could be in play for the Eagles, in the 50s if they move up, or at I guess it is 64 if they stick there? Who should people have their eye on?
So yeah, they have the 64th pick and 96th pick tonight. They traded one of those 5th round picks to move up, so a little less flexibility, but they have a ton of picks in next year's draft, so they could certainly move up if they wanted to. I would look at some of these cornerbacks. Trey Amos out of Ole Miss, someone they had come in for a visit. 6'1", has the size to play on the outside, and then tight end. And the other question tonight too is Goddard, right? Like that's the thing that kind of looms over this draft. So Mason Taylor still on the board. Elijah Arroyo out of Miami still on the board. Harold Fannin Jr. from Bowling Green, his former head coach, now on the Eagles staff.
Absolutely.
He's someone I'd look for tonight. And then there's some offensive line players still on the board as well. Wyatt Millum, the offensive tackle out of West Virginia, that people project will play guard. So still a lot of players, obviously, that the Eagles brought in for visits that are on the board.
The tight end from Wake, was he brought in for a visit, Elliot?
I'm sorry. Can you get the tight end from Wake Forest?
He loves throwing that question at you, doesn't he? He always wants you to know all 30 players off the top of your head.
Coached by
That's
Scott
about the
Leffler
4th time
that you just brought up.
No, but sorry, he's not out of Wake Forest. You're talking about Harold Fannin Jr.
Harold Fannin Jr.
You're talking about out of Bowling Green. Is that
out
what
of Bowling Green? That's what I'm. Yeah,
okay,
out of Bowling. That's what
threw me off.
So
Bowling Green.
my bad.
Yeah.
Was he brought in on a visit?
So we only know 29 of the 30 visits, so it's possible he's at 30th, but he is not. He's not the other one, but he's interesting. I mean, he had 115 catches. Like that's an absurd number for college, especially at Bowling Green. Like that is. Yeah. So
115 catches.
That's incredible.
And
you're saying in one season, right?
Yeah, in one season. I think he had over 100 the year before.
Well, they do play like 14
That's
games.
Crazy.
Now.
That's like a career. That is an amazing career for a tight end.
Yeah, that's
that's 1 year.
That's wild. That's a Zach Ertz
Holy
sort of thing.
cow.
Now,
All
in
right,
terms of the sorry, go ahead. I was gonna say, in terms of the top 30 visit, the fact that his head coach is on the staff might minimize the need to bring him in.
Sure,
yeah.
makes sense.
Point.
Hey,
Good
Elliot,
point.
I've heard a little bit of chatter. Maybe they grab a 3rd-string quarterback later in this draft. What round do you think that could start?
Well, I would guess not 64 in the 2nd round. I would think not. But I think the question here for them is which prospects do they like better than Dorian Thompson-Robinson? And that, I think that if he was in this draft, I think there's a lot of quarterbacks he is better than that we're now talking about in that 2nd tier. So
Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah, there's no shot they're going to take Shedeur Sanders.
Well, let me ask you this, Elliot. So Pittsburgh didn't take him. Maybe they get him in the 2nd round. Maybe they don't. There's not that many teams that need a starting quarterback. Pittsburgh's obviously one. If the Steelers call you up about Tanner McKay, would you be willing to move him for a 2nd round pick, 3rd round pick, 4th round pick? Where would you make the move? Where would you not make the move?
So I definitely wouldn't do it for a 3rd or a 4th.
I agree.
I mean, a 2nd round pick, that's great value. And the other thing to consider with Tanner too is I believe this is his 3rd year on the team, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct.
So
He's approaching year 3. Yep.
He would be contract eligible at the end of this offseason, or the end of this season, I should say.
Yeah.
So that's one thing to think about. Now you do control him for that 4th year as well.
The Steelers aren't looking at Tanner McKee and thinking like, "Oh man,
I don't
we
know,
gotta
John.
bring Tanner McKee."
He's a lot
in
better
here
than
to be our
that Mason
starter."
Rudolph guy.
I don't think the
so.
Eagles.
Oh,
yeah.
he's 10 times better than Mason. Tanner McKee can
They
play.
don't think so.
How do you know that?
Well, because they
You
like
talk to Tom?
Mason Rudolph.
They like Mason Rudolph.
like
Are
him.
you kidding me?
Come on, man.
Mason
Tanner-
Rudolph's mom
Joe,
doesn't like
listen to
Mason
you.
Rudolph.
You're talking about our 3rd-string quarterback.
No, I'm talking about the
he's
2nd-string
our
quarterback,
second-string quarterback
who's
now.
better
Who
than
was
Mason
our
Rudolph.
3rd-string quarterback last year? And this is insane.
John,
This
have you
is-
ever watched McKee and Rudolph play?
Yeah.
And you think
So-
Mason Rudolph is better than Tanner McKee?
The thing that I'll say in John's defense is Mason Rudolph has
Hire him
played.
Johnny Cochran. That's the only way he's going to have a defense here.
Well, I'm saying
are out
Mason,
of your
Mason-
mind, just like everyone else who thinks that a 3rd-string quarterback really has the ability to like pique the interest of Mike Tomlin. Like our 3rd-string quarterback is not piquing Mike Tomlin's interest right now.
Yeah, I mean, look, Mason
only
Rudolph
yours.
has at least
I'm
played
not
in
predicting
the
the
NFL.
trade. I'm just saying I know Tanner McKee's better than that guy. That guy stinks. Anyway,
They don't think so.
all right. Elliot, we're good. We're done.
Yeah, I think that was good. That was good.
John,
you know.
getting a little brawl off
We
the air.
got it
Okay.
all done there. Yeah.
And if we get
There
in
we
a
go.
brawl, I'll be dead by the time the next segment starts. Hey, Elliot, outstanding work, obviously, to this point. Draft rolls on. You're going to be all over the station the next couple of days, right?
Yeah, so I'm on tonight from 6 to 10 during the second round. So we'll have live reaction then, and then Go Birds Radio tomorrow. So
Good man.
all of
Elliot,
it.
nice
Yep.
work, pal. Good stuff, man.
Thanks,
talk to you guys
Elliot.
later.
All right, there he is, Elliot Shore Parks. Up ahead, more of what Jihaad Campbell said after getting picked last night. We'll get to that. Phone calls, and also he had a message to Eagles fans. Pretty cool. You'll hear that next on 94 WIP.
It's BG Live on 5-5.
This is such a fairy tale ending, man.
Join 94 WIP and Brandon Graham in a candid conversation. Some stories you know.
Brady back again. Brady fumbles the football and the Eagles have it.
Some stories you don't.
We're going to be in your dreams tonight, I promise you.
Hear it all at BG Live on 5-5 at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. Get your tickets for BG Live at 94WIP.com.
I just want to thank everybody.
Presented by Ashley Furniture. Feels good to be home. And sponsored by Auto Lenders. The smartest way to drive tariff-free.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
the Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning-fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're mashing our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound
of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report August 2024.
Hey, Jihaad Campbell here. Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, those chocolate-coated cakes with the creamy layer of peanut butter inside. There's crimpets, the light sponge cakes topped with rich icing for people who like the classics. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and you can't forget about the delicious dip and sticks flavors. There's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from, but there's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
Breaking news! Newsflash! Just announced! TurnersvilleJeep.com is celebrating massive savings all month long with their Employee Pricing for All event. Take advantage of true employee pricing this month only on a huge selection of Jeep Grand Cherokees, Jeep Wranglers, Ram 1500 trucks, Dodge Durangos, and more. Don't miss your opportunity to save thousands this month at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Just minutes from all bridges. Drive a little, save a lot at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. We're pushing the down button. Going down. We've lowered prices and give you a 5-year price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Get 1 line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy. And from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Prices are going up everywhere. Tariffs may drive up costs across the country, but not at Legacy Box.
Why? Because we're proudly 100% American made. Every tape, film reel, and photo you send stays right here in the USA. digitized by skilled technicians who know your memories are priceless.
Introducing the Legacy Box All-American Sale. Just $9 per tape. Not $15, not $12, just $9.
We're the nation's #1 digitizer, trusted by over 1 million families because we've made it simple. Just fill your Legacy Box with old tapes, film reels, and photos. We'll digitize them by hand and return everything, plus digital copies on the cloud you can relive and share forever.
With Legacy Box, your memories are safe from tariffs and safe from time. Heat, humidity, and age are already destroying your family's history, so take advantage of our limited time $9 tape sale.
Visit legacybox.com/value to lock in savings today. That's legacybox.com/value. Legacy Box, American made, trusted by families.
Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Car Czar from Colonial Hyundai. As part of our grand reopening sales event, Hyundai has shipped us a special selection of additional brand new vehicles. Right now is your opportunity to purchase any new Hyundai in stock at the lowest possible price. No games, no hassle. Just the best possible price on any new Hyundai. These vehicles with locked-in savings are available on a first-come, first-served basis. Here at Colonial, we want to prevent you from paying more than you have to. So now, through April 30th, don't miss out on the best financing in the business and drive off with 0% financing. Our brand new state-of-the-art dealership is built for savings, built for service. And every new Hyundai comes with 3-year complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Tax and tags additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires April 30th, 2025.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the GPS directions first, before driving to the mall.
Turn right at the light. In 1,000 miles, you will reach Montreal.
Not Montreal, the mall.
Recalculating. 6,000 miles to Nepal.
No, the mall.
Checking first is smart.
Recalculating.
So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hi, I'm Kelsey Grammer. Wounded Warrior Project supports injured veterans by connecting them with fellow warriors, by serving them through mental health and wellness programs, and by empowering them to live on their own terms. No one should face a battle alone. Join us at woundedwarriorproject.org.
Get one free set of brake pads when you buy 2 brake rotors. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts. Offer in-store only. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. After a week off for Easter, NASCAR's leading drivers take to the track at the famed Talladega Superspeedway. Ryan Blaney has won this race 3 times, and that's why he's the betting favorite. Brad Keselowski finished runner-up in both Cup Series Talladega races back in 2024, and William Byron has 4 straight top 10 finishes there. Always my favorite race of the year. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP Sports Update.
With the 31st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Jihaad Campbell, linebacker, Alabama.
Sponsored by Window Nation. The Eagles traded 5th-round pick with Kansas City to move up 1 spot in order to nab Alabama linebacker and South Jersey native Jihaad Campbell. Campbell led Alabama in tackles for loss, sacks, and forced fumbles, and led the SEC in pass rush productivity. The Eagles have pick 64 in the 2nd and pick 96 in the 3rd rounds coming up tonight. Phillies back in action today against the Cubs. Taijuan Walker starts a 3-game series in Chicago at 2:20 this afternoon. You can listen to that on 94 WIP. Buy 4 windows, get 4 free, and pay nothing until 2027, now through April 30th. Schedule your free estimate at 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com. Weather today, cloudy with a high of 76. It's currently 60 degrees. Join us for a special one-night-only event with Eagles legend Brandon Graham. Get your tickets to BG Live on 5/5 right now on 94WIP.com.
Sports Update on 94 WIP. 94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station.
So Jihaad Campbell to the Eagles. And I'll tell you what, they got very lucky in the manner in which they got him. Good morning to you, by the way, as we broadcast from Borgata. Very lucky. And I'll tell you why by playing some audio of Ian Rappaport. I want to play this audio of Rappaport of what Howie was trying to do about an hour and a half before he even got him. And consider how much more value he would have had to give up from draft capital standpoint if he got him earlier in the 20s. Listen to something Ian Rappaport said last night.
Rich, here is how badly Eagles general manager Howie Roseman wanted Jihaad Campbell. When the Chargers were on the clock at 22, he was working the phones trying to get a trade. They thought they had a trade, thought it was done. The Chargers ended up picking, tried to get at 23, again at 24. Now get Campbell at 31.
I mean, I got to tell you guys, if you go from 32 up to, 22 or 23, I bet you that's a third-round pick.
Yeah, probably.
Gets the same guy for a fifth-round pick.
Oh, I guess that's why he
That's
felt
amazing.
Look, initially I was a little concerned about trading up. If other people, if he had an inkling that other teams were in any way interested, and I'm sure other teams were interested, this guy could have been top 10 on their board too. That a top 10 guy sliding that far, it probably felt like a small price to pay at that point.
Yeah.
A fifth-round pick from this year when you already had 3 or 4 of them.
Especially when 2 hours earlier, you're probably willing to give up a third.
It's incredible.
Right? I mean, if you're Howie, you're like, I got my guy and gave up a lot less than I
It feels like
expected.
it's too good to be true. It does feel like, holy cow, every year do we really get the guy we wanted 10 or 15 picks later than we were supposed to go?
It is crazy.
To be fair, though, they don't all work out. So we got to see this guy play. But, because, I mean,
Yeah, they've been pretty
look
good lately.
on a heater.
Yeah.
Ever since the Rager fiasco, first round of 2020,
Yeah.
he has nailed every first and second round pick since it. So, all right, let's get a lot of calls in here this hour. No drop of the week, by the way, this week, because we do that when James is here. James is not here today. When we do drop of the week, of course, it is always brought to us by the wonderful people at Family and Company Jewelers. They are, of course, South Jersey's diamond destination. When Seltzer's back next week, he was here until midway through the show, had to go to an event. I don't even remember what it was. An event's a catch-all, right? I can use event. Like,
sure.
It could be anything. It could be a wedding, could be a funeral, could be a
No,
doctor's
that's a
appointment.
good catch-all.
Could be go to an event. I don't think he's taking a nap. But we'll have drop of the week next week. We love it. It'll be back next week. Let's go to Ken and Cinnaminson. Ken, what's going on, dude?
Good morning, friends. How are you today?
Doing well, Ken.
I checked in on YouTube for just a few minutes this morning, which I don't think I've ever done before.
Yep.
And Joe, you've got an Edward Norton vibe going on this morning. Maybe it's just
Okay.
Wait, is that a compliment or a criticism?
No, it's not a criticism.
Because in Primal Fear,
What are you talking about?
Be a criticism in Primal Fear. I'd be a murderer. But go ahead.
It's just you have your face has some Edward Norton qualities to it. I'm ready to believe that it's not sheerly pity that explains why Amy is with you.
Hollywood good looks, Ken. Boyish good charm. Stuff like that.
So
I think I don't know what you're watching. I don't understand
He's
what
a
you're
pretty
watching.
good looking guy. I'll take that as a compliment.
I mean, he's a Hollywood
like-
actor. I can't
I do have
believe
like
that this
20/80
comparison's
vision.
being made.
Yeah, well, I'll
I
take it.
do have like 20/80 vision, so you have to take that.
Maybe that's what it is then. That must be it.
So
You're just not
last
seeing
night-
accurately.
Last night was just more proof that trying to predict the first round of the NFL draft beyond like the first 2 or 3 picks is a fool's errand.
Yeah, but you know what, Ken? Kuiper and Jeremiah both nailed it with Campbell to the Eagles. They actually, the 2 main guys left, and McShay. I guess they'd be the 3 main guys. 2 of the 3 nailed it.
Well, I mean, the best tackle in the draft goes at 32. And John, if you want to have a little fun, put on the tape of the Alabama LSU game last year and watch what Jihaad Campbell did to the number 4 pick in the draft, Will Campbell. It's look, I watched this guy play a lot of football last year because he's played for Alabama and they're on TV all the time. And most Saturdays I walked away from it saying, man, I would love to see that guy be an Eagle, but there's like no chance. I agree with what Elliot's saying that this guy is an edge rusher who can play off ball. And just when you think about some of the things that you look at his measurables, like the fact that, he led the entire SEC in pass rush efficiency last year. They drafted this guy to get after the quarterback. So I do think there's questions about, what Nico Dean's role is for this team going forward because of his injury. But I'm not so sure that there's a direct correlation between this pick and what that says for Nicole.
Well, if Elliott's right, there's not. If they plan to play him outside, that's a whole. I mean, we got that information 3 hours into the show. That's a whole different thing, if true. Whole different.
But this guy's a really good football player, and you don't. Highlight tapes are called highlight packages are called highlight packages for a reason. The Bengals drafted an edge rusher at 17 who's got 4.5 sacks in his career. So I'm sure if you watch the highlight package of all 4.5 of his sacks over his entire 3-year college career, he looks like a great player. So today, I really expect Howie to be ultra aggressive today in round 2 in particular, because there's still some really good football players on the board. And I'm glad to hear you guys talking about Harold Fannin Jr. I'm glad to hear his name is starting to pick up some momentum around here, because I told you guys about him on Monday morning.
Yeah, I remember that. Absolutely. All right, Ken, we got a lot to get to. Give me an answer. What hasn't happened in a long time?
Well, the 76ers haven't won a world championship in a long time.
That has already been said. Give me a different answer.
Okay, well, then the Cleveland Browns haven't won a championship.
That is true. Cleveland Browns got to go back to 64, I believe. Cleveland Browns, long time for them. Wonder who's got the longest streak in sports right now? Angelina, that's up your alley. Angelina in for Seltzer right now. A clear upgrade. Who is it? Is it the Cleveland Indians?
Yeah, I was gonna say the Guardians. Indians, first one that came to mind. Is there a hockey one?
I mean, the Flyers are probably pretty high up there.
Yeah.
Toronto Maple Leafs are up there.
Can you actually dig back in your brain and know this definitively?
Well, no, because when it last had happened,
I think it might be.
I don't
Toronto
remember it
Maple Leafs.
happening.
Might be Toronto. Say it again, Mike.
No, I was responding to Rich. I don't remember when it happened, so I couldn't dig
I
deep.
think it might be the Maple Leafs. I don't know. Of the 4 main sports, I'm not sure.
It is amazing the way that he can
No,
sit
Mike
there
can remember
and
a lot.
replay history. He can replay days from, I don't know, like 1989.
Pretty
in
wild.
his brain.
Pretty
Cardinals have the longest championship drought
Football
in
Cardinals?
the NFL.
Yeah, they're one.
Yeah, Arizona Cardinals.
They're 1 year longer than the Guardians.
Wow. Okay.
There you go.
Well, someone look up the Maple Leafs. Hey, by the way, coming up in a minute, something that was said by the new pick, Jihaad Campbell, after getting drafted last night. We'll get to that in 1 minute. Hey, let me tell you about PI Dental Center. With their decades of experience in complex dental treatment, of which I've been a patient now for 2 decades. My mom, a patient there for 3 decades with Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, both board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and the replacement of teeth. PI Dental Center are also the originators of the Teeth in a Day. That's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a big-time dramatic transformation in a mere 1 day. If you are struggling with your teeth, major pain, maybe you don't like the way you look, and it's a self-esteem issue, know that things can be adjusted, and PI Dental Center can fix you up. Get yourself there. They're located in Fort Washington. Start with their website, pidentalcenter.com. Visit pidentalcenter.com to request your new patient evaluation. Well, after getting drafted last night, the newest Eagle, Jihaad Campbell, had a message to Eagles fans. Let's hear what he said.
What's up, Eagles Nation? I'm super excited to come back home, man. It's always been a dream of mine ever since I was little. So I got y'all, boy. I'm here. I'm ready to get freaking lit with y'all. I'm ready to win the Super Bowl. I'm ready to win games. And I'm ready to come dominate. I already know what it is.
I'll tell you something, John.
Love it.
Yeah, I do too. Right, Devin? I mean, it's great stuff.
I love seeing how excited, like, obviously, if you're being drafted into the NFL, you're going to be excited no matter where you go. But like a player who legitimately wants to be here and is from the area, I just love that.
No,
It makes
it's
me so happy.
phenomenal. What did not make me happy is how old he made me feel, John. So he's talking last night about how his grandfather was a fan of the Eagles way back when Randall Cunningham was the quarterback.
I know.
For those of us in our 40s and 50s and older, that hurts the heart. I mean, that ain't that long ago. Are we that old that Randall's quote way back? Holy mackerel.
Well, think about the
I mean,
fact
it's been a
that
while.
we might draft
To
a
be
kid
fair.
today, Ezaraku, who was a first-round potential player, who was named after Donovan McNabb. He was named after Donovan
That would be
McNabb.
really cool.
His name is Donovan Ezaraku.
You're right.
And we
The
thought
thing
we
is,
might take him in the first round.
Don't you
but
think
now
they'd have
we
to
might take
trade
him in
up to
second.
get him?
Yes.
Yes, we would.
But by
certainly
how
have to.
much?
Not sure.
Not sure. Yeah, if
Like
he's-
into the
if
20
he continues to
20s,
slide,
into
this
the
could be a
40s?
move that they choose to make.
Yeah, maybe the 40s. By the way, what happened to Shedeur Sanders, John? Like, what do you think's What happens here?
He's a guy that
He was overrated going into the draft.
I think teams don't know exactly how to weigh all of the package together. Like, that Deion's coming as part of the package.
That could be perceived as a negative.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think that is what it became. And I don't think, even though Deion, he certainly knows the game, he's been around the block a few times. I think when it's all said and done, his presence hurt his son's chances to be a first-round pick.
Wow.
In a roundabout way. Teams were unwilling to make the plunge because of the distraction that could come with it.
Probably part of it.
And part of the hang up with him was, he doesn't have the amazing Josh Allen shock you with the massive size of the arm.
But you can win anyway. I mean, Jalen doesn't have the most massive arm. You can win.
Look, Shedeur Sanders is a good quarterback, and he certainly understands the game, and he won a lot of games, and he showed a lot of toughness behind a terrible offensive line. I'm surprised that he wasn't drafted.
Yeah. Well, the positives people say toughness, accuracy, and reading defenses. They say he's great at that. But the two negatives I've heard the most, and these are pretty big negatives beyond just the Deion thing. If teams perceive that as a negative, which I'm sure some do and some don't, holds the ball with one hand, consistently.
Oh,
and so that's a strip sack.
That's something
that's a strip.
But train out of.
I know, but so I've heard that one, and the other one is takes a lot of sacks. Yes, his O-line wasn't perceived as good.
It's hard to evaluate.
Well, I'll tell you this: I heard a coach, and I forget who it was, but it was one of the renowned coaches, say in the last year. I honest to God don't remember who. I heard a coach say that his organization, I think he was a former coach, meaning a retired guy, said they believed sacks are more on the quarterback than the offensive line.
Oh.
And I think Carson in 2020 is an example of that.
Hmm.
When Jalen got in there in 2021, it wasn't like all of a sudden those sacks that were prevalent in 2020 continued. Jalen would throw the ball away.
Yeah.
Or run away.
I also think with Shedeur, he and his dad and Travis Hunter and the players that they brought in certainly have turned that program in the right direction, but it's not like he went out and won a ton of bowl games or a national championship. So I just think it's, when you're drafting a quarterback, that position is so important. I think it's too important of a spot to be able to rely on just, 2 years at Colorado.
It's a hard thing to evaluate when a guy doesn't have as much around him. I think, now we could look this up. I think Nick Foles went 3-8 in his senior year, meaning he didn't have a good team around him.
When was he drafted? What round?
2012, third round.
Okay.
So the key is you got to figure out, all right, if his receivers stink and his line stinks and the competition's hellacious and the guy goes 3-8, maybe it was Jay Cutler. Someone had a heart, it's, on the rare side, but it does happen. If you're part of a bad program.
Yeah.
But I think,
you got to evaluate, how did the guy do in the midst of chaos?
But their program was considered successful
Foles?
in the midst of, no,
Shedeur.
I'm talking about Shedeur.
Shedeur,
Shedeur was considered successful in the midst of all that chaos. Shedeur Sanders was the biggest name in college football for a stretch. Now, not this last season, but 2 seasons ago. And man, I do feel as though the impact of the NIL, seeing the way he would conduct himself, might have turned people off. Also,
it's possible. I just don't know enough about it, but I have thought about that possibility. All right, so 215-592-9494 to weigh in on everything with the draft, obviously primarily Jihaad Campbell related with the pick last night. Now, we also have a new thing we started a couple weeks ago here, where on Fridays I give John and Devin and Rhea. Rhea's off, by the way, for a couple of days, but Rhea and then Seltzer. And Seltzer's been off for a couple hours as he skipped town around 8 o'clock today. A report on a famous celeb that they have chosen. And Devin, this is you and I. This goes back like 2 years ago. How you would make fun of me for not knowing these more recent celebs.
It does, and now we're finally here. It only took you 2 years.
2 years, and we're gonna do a different one every week, and we're gonna try to get me armed for the 21st century.
Well,
so I actually
Can
know
I just
these people.
say? So you're gonna do this today?
Yeah,
right?
I'm gonna do. And
It
I
was
don't know
Zendaya,
how to.
right?
I was just gonna say I don't know how to say her name, but I think it's Zendaya.
To be fair,
Well, that
I don't.
seems
I'm not
like a
even
problem.
fully sure. She's like when it can be Zendaya.
Yeah, but you
whatever.
didn't have the assignment to research her.
Well, I didn't.
He
but
still
I.
doesn't know
I,
how
John,
to
you're the
say
one
her
that
name.
called. You
feel-
called Jihaad Campbell Jihaad Campbell, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, 3 hours ago, Jihaad Campbell.
I have
according
a
to John
feeling
Richard.
that's going to be an ongoing problem
I do.
around Philadelphia as a whole.
The man's name apparently is not Jihad.
I feel like I have a lot of pressure now,
You
though,
never
with this
say
test
anyone's
because I'm the
name
only
right.
one. I'm John. I'm assuming you don't know Zendaya, so I'm going to be the
Oh.
sole
All
fact
right.
checker
I
here.
know her a little.
All right, here's what I got. So my card is turned over.
Okay.
And just so everyone knows, this is designed not for me to like just pass the test today. It's so I can truly store it in my brain for all future years and know who these more modern day celebs are. Here's what I got on Zendaya. And by the way, I bet you most people listening don't know her. By the way,
not at all the case.
I did not.
Everyone
I
knows
did
Zendaya.
not. I'm going to give you fact number one, not about her, about me. I did not recognize her when I Googled her. Didn't know her face.
Well,
Didn't know her face.
that's unbelievable.
Didn't know her.
Joe. Like what in the world? Oh, that's right.
you've
You're
seen
watching
Dune,
the
right?
same exact
Well, I'm going to get to that.
things
You don't
every
give me the
day
facts. I give you
instead
the
of
facts.
learning new things.
All right, here are the facts. So much like last week's chosen celeb, both in the singing and acting thing, and great success. So
Yeah.
there's a Grammy in music. There's an Emmy in acting. Notable. Okay, so I did see her in Dune. Didn't know that was her, but yes, that would be the one thing I've probably encountered of her.
How do you not know that's her?
I
How do
didn't-
you watch an entire movie?
I didn't
and
know.
Not.
She was just like the gal.
How does it not compute?
Well,
though?
because when you watched
didn't look
it, you
her
probably
up.
didn't know who
What do
she
you mean
was.
you didn't look her up? I
didn't look her
I
up.
just don't understand that.
I didn't look her up. So, okay. So Dune, she's famous for that, Dune 1 and 2.
Yeah.
She's famous for an HBO show called Euphoria,
Mhm.
which she's been a big star of since 2019. I've never seen it. Maybe I should, but she's
I
well.
do not think you would like that show.
Okay. Yeah. Drug addict thing, the whole deal. All right.
Doesn't
She,
seem like
she,
your type of show.
I mean,
she
it's
came-
It's an
she-
amazing show, though.
okay. She
High
came,
school, based on the high school
All right,
experience.
let him finish the report.
she came up through the Disney, so last week was through Nickelodeon. This week it's through Disney.
Yeah.
And she was in a Marvel movie, I think the Spider-Man movie, if I have that correct. So she was some Spider-Man movie
Movies.
star.
Movies,
Okay,
yeah.
multiple movies. She's married to a guy I've heard of, but I have no clue who
They're
he
not
is.
married.
Or engaged. She's engaged to a guy named Tom Holland.
Mhm.
I've heard of him. All right, Devin, who is he?
He plays Spider-Man.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. All right. So she's engaged to that guy. She's politically active. Now, here's what I don't know, because this is the question, Devin, I'm going to ask you on a weekly basis, because this is really what I need to learn.
Yeah.
What's her reputation?
Fine. Like I think everyone
What does that mean?
Like
no more than
Charles
fine.
Barkley
Like,
is
she's
known
not a
for saying whatever he
problematic-
wants. Charles Barkley's known for saying anything he wants to say,
I
right?
think Zendaya is
What's his rep?
very
What's her rep?
fashionable.
I heard
she's-
that. I read that. Fashionable.
She's really good at red carpets. I feel like she kind of started like method dressing on the red carpet, depending on what movie she's promoting. I
I'd
think
say
she's known
incredibly
She's definitely more
stylish.
incredibly stylish.
I mean,
Definitely
like,
more known
over
for
the top.
being an actress now over a singer.
Yeah, earlier was more of the singer, now it's
Yeah,
more the actress.
She's transitioned.
Devin,
to
did I do pretty
acting.
good?
You did do pretty good.
Now,
Even though
the
you
key-
don't know who Tom Holland
No,
is.
we'll get to
it's
him.
okay.
So here's the key. Sometime next week, thereafter, you guys got to start asking me like on a Wednesday when you're in one of the
Uh-huh.
prior celebs, and I got to start nailing that so I can.
So we'll start quizzing you, making
Yes.
sure you're retaining the knowledge.
Correct.
Okay.
All right, last thing on this segment right now. Give me the celeb for next week. Is it Tom
Oh
Holland
my
or
gosh,
someone
so
else?
there's a lot of pressure. I mean, Tom Holland's good, but I feel like that's too.
I don't know that this makes any sense.
Like
You're
Tom
doing
Holland.
this.
I mean, I don't
Okay,
want
you're
to.
learning, but all the rest of us are doing is hearing
John.
about something we already
John,
know.
you think the 55-year-old guy listening to us right now, of which there are 100,000,
Maybe.
do you think they know
yeah,
who Zendaya
I actually
is?
think most
No
people
way.
know Zendaya.
Pro-
Yeah,
Twitter-
most people know
No.
Zendaya. You are
No.
the weird one.
Not WIP
Like,
listeners.
and the fact that you are explaining her like we've never heard of her
I
before.
don't know her.
But we do.
That's why we're doing the segment, so I can learn.
We don't need to learn this.
Well, it is what it is. Devin, give me a celeb.
All right. Let me think. So you know who Timothy Chalamet is?
I know enough about him. I would say I'd probably
Okay.
know him too much.
Okay. Can I brainstorm?
Yeah, next
Okay,
segment.
Give me,
Next
Give
segment.
me the commercial break. and
All
I'll
right,
check it.
215-592-9494. Time's Yours is up ahead and phone calls on everything we're discussing. By the way, let us know quickly on Time's Yours. How did I do?
You
with
know
that?
Chalamet?
Yeah, well, he was Elvis and he was Dune, right?
He wasn't Elvis.
I thought he was Elvis.
He's Bob
Okay,
Dylan.
you need to do
Oh.
Timothy Chalamet next
So he was
week. If
Dylan
you
and
thought
Dune.
he was
I
Elvis.
thought he was Elvis. Oh,
In what?
Who's that guy? In Elvis.
That's Austin Butler.
Oh, Austin Butler. All right.
It's very, very
No.
different. Very
Man,
different.
Chalamet, that might be the
I
right
thought I
one,
did
man.
pretty good.
Oh,
All right, we got a lot up ahead.
sort
By the
of.
way, if you want to react to how I did do with the celeb report, Time's Yours. Get that call in quickly. I thought I did well. Yes or no? Time's Yours, 215-238-4500. And also react on Time's Yours, of course, to the selection of Jihaad Campbell. Joe DeCamera and John Ritchie from Borgata on 94 WIP.
Go Birds Radio. Listen Saturdays 1 to 3 only on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Sponsored by BetParks online sportsbook and casino app. You love to play. You play to win. You bet. BetParks.
Hola, amigos. Brandon is here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM network. The Saints had a rough ride in 2024, dead last in the weakest division in the NFC. Now they got a first-year head coach in Kellen Moore, and Derek Carr might not be ready for the start of the season. It's not looking good in Nolans. Saints under 6.5 wins is minus 115. Hashtag Team Huevos. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small, loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
And Doug. Quickly move. We don't have much time. This Liberty ad is already almost over. We only have a few precious seconds to remind people to customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Okay. Well, I guess we had more time than I thought.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Natural Lawn of America gives your lawn the natural care it deserves. With organic fertilizers and safer, eco-friendly weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn ensures your lawn thrives year after year. Act now and get free seeding every year. Time is running out. Call 800-FREE-SEED today. Hey, pretzel fans, celebrate National Pretzel Day on April 26th with a free pretzel from Philly Pretzel Factory. No purchase necessary, one per customer while supplies last. Plus, earn double rewards on any purchase. Download the app to start earning with Philly Pretzel Factory.
Summer begins with Marvel Studios.
Thunderbolts! What? Thunderbolts. Delinquents.
Thunderbolts.
Scorpion heroes. Thunderbolts. Bad guys. How cute. You formed a team.
On May 2nd,
Let's do this.
the world will know their name.
Thunderbolts?
It's cool name. Marvel Studios Thunderbolts. Get tickets now. Rated PG-13. Some material may be inappropriate for children under 13.
Upgrade to a Carrier Infinity heat pump and enjoy reliable comfort, lower energy costs, and up to 38% reduced CO2 emissions over 15 years. Now through June 27th, save up to $2,000 in cool cash rebates and special financing on qualifying systems. Don't wait. Save energy and money today. Visit nopaycarrier.com to learn more and find a trusted contractor. Carrier. Turn to the experts.
Attention kingdom-seeking business professionals, entrepreneurs, and investors in Philadelphia. Are you ready to experience a life-changing event that will elevate your faith, finances, and future in 2025? Then you won't want to miss this. Join us for Life Search featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center for an extraordinary one-day event that will empower you to transform every area of your life through the power of faith. Be prepared to be inspired by an incredible lineup of champions, including National Football champions Saquon Barkley and Cooper DeJean, National Football champion head coach Nick Sirianni, Hall of Fame legend Brian Dawkins, best-selling author and coach John C. Maxwell, and more. These champions have experienced firsthand how faith transforms lives, and they'll join LifeSurge to share their powerful stories and insights on how to integrate faith into your business, finances, and every aspect of your journey. Seats are selling fast for this unforgettable event, so don't wait. Head to lifesurge.com now to secure your tickets before they're gone. LifeSurge, featuring champions of faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center. Don't miss out. Your transformation begins here. Visit lifesurge.com today.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out. Oh, down in the rinse change. Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
Now at Verizon, we have some big news for your peace of mind. For all our customers, existing and new, we're locking in low prices for 3 years guaranteed on My Plan and My Home. That's future you peace of mind. And everyone can save on a brand new phone on My Plan when you trade in any phone from one of our top brands. That's new phone peace of mind. Because at Verizon, whether you're already a customer or you're just joining us, we got you. Visit Verizon today. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply for all offers.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey, more like Mirajoyed. That Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at Walmart.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
The Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning-fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're mashing our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound
of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay to stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year, rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
You're ready to propose, and yes, it can be a bit intimidating shopping for the diamond, and that's why men all around the area will tell you no matter what, you have to visit Benari Jewelers. They have a way of transforming intimidating into informative and confusion into crystal clarity. Here's how. The Benari team starts by putting you at ease, showing you every single thing you need to know about making that important purchase, how to evaluate the cut, the color, and clarity. No hard sales, though, just education, putting you in the driver's seat. You'll feel like an expert browsing through the largest selection of diamonds, and not just any diamonds. These are hand-selected with only a few making the grade to become a Benari diamond. The others land at big box jewelers with high-pressure sales to move them along. With Benari diamonds, the value shines through. You'll walk away with a superior diamond that she'll love for years to come. Benari Jewelers, when ordinary won't do. Everything at Benari is extraordinary. Exton and Newtown Square, online at BenariJewelers.com.
94 WIP Sports Update.
With the 31st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Jihaad Campbell, linebacker, Alabama.
Sponsored by PDQ Signature Systems. The Eagles traded a 5th-round pick with Kansas City to move up one spot in order to nab Alabama linebacker and South Jersey native Jihaad Campbell. Campbell led Alabama in tackles for loss, sacks, and forced fumbles. The Eagles have pick 64 in the 2nd round and 96 in the 3rd round coming up tonight. Phillies back in action today against the Cubs. Taijuan Walker starts a 3-game series in Chicago at 2:20 this afternoon. If you're in the restaurant, hospitality, or casino business, you need a PDQ POS system. With PDQ POS, You'll sell more, earn more, and work less. If you want the best, trust PDQ POS. Visit pdqpos.com. Weather brought to you by Dietz & Watson. Cloudy with a high of 76. It's currently 60 degrees. Dietz & Watson meats, cheeses, condiments, and Dietz Nuts meat snacks are the perfect snack. Online at dietzandwatson.com for local retailers near you. Join us for a special one-night-only event with Eagles legend Brandon Graham. Get your tickets to BG Live on 5/5 right now on 94WIP.com.
Sports update on 94 WIP. After you crack open your eyes, crack open a seltzer. This is the morning show with Joe DeGamera and John Ritchie. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Well, Mick Jagger would probably approve, but maybe Devin's mom would approve. So
what?
Devin's doing a sports update there with the commercial read, and we got like
that wild second ad that I just had to read.
we had like 2 5-year-old kids right in front of us.
So I hadn't read that until I was reading it live, and I don't know if you heard, I kind of stumbled for a second.
Heard.
I was like, oh wow, okay.
As you probably should have.
Like a blue
That's
shoe
okay.
And me and John are waving at the young kids.
Yeah.
Trying to distract the young kids so they don't listen, actually.
It was like a 5 and a 6-year-old.
Meanwhile, I'm like, Deep's nuts.
I know. And we're playing peekaboo with the kids.
That's great. All right, Jihaad Campbell, an Eagle. Imagine that. Jihaad Campbell was 6 years old 15 years ago, and now he's going to be in the NFL. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
Is in the NFL. Congratulations to him. John, you got anybody day 2 you'd love to see the Eagles, if they can get into the 40s, someone drops and the Eagles move up. Who would be that guy?
I'm excited for another local kid, the Donovan Ezeraku.
BC.
Wouldn't that be something? We know that he's an Eagles fan. We know that his parents at least are Eagles fans.
Yep.
He's named after Donovan McNabb. I mean, it is really cool how Jihaad Campbell is doing an Eagles chant as he gets drafted.
Very cool.
He understands what it means to be an Eagles fan. And this guy is a stud. Imagine bringing yet another guy in who understands how much it means to be an Eagle. I love when we watch guys play with that added purpose.
In the video of him, he's like dancing with his agent, is Jalen Hurts' agent, Nicole Lynn. And he shouts out Zach Bond. He's like, I'm so excited to be an Eagle and play with Zach Bond, like in particular, which is really cool that Bond has become a player that, other players are excited to play with.
He's an all-pro.
He sure is. Let's get to today's Twitter poll question of the day. It's brought to us by Armin Chevrolet. Armin's got the new 2025 Chevy Trax in stock now, starting at only $21,495. Together, let's drive. See Armin's inventory at arminchevy.com. John, how do you think people voted on? Here's the question. Do you like what Howie did last night in trading a 5th rounder to move up from 32 to 31 to take Jihaad Campbell? Obviously, it's going to be a lot of yeses. How many yeses is it, John?
I'm going to say 81%.
89% approval of Howie Roseman.
What are 11% of you guys thinking? That's what I want to know.
Maybe don't give up
99%.
a 5th round pick to move up one.
No, they've
But I'll say this, Devin, it doesn't always work out. Like I thought getting Paul George was smart last year.
Okay.
Risky, but smart.
That's offensive
By the way,
to Jihaad Campbell that you would.
No, well, I'll give you another one. We were right here. We were at Borgata when the news came out that Joel Embiid got that extension. I don't remember massive outrage. You know what I'm saying? Now, look, they had access to his medical in ways we didn't, so it's their job, not ours. But my point is, sometimes we are wrong.
We are wrong.
30 teams passed on the guy last night for whatever that is worth.
Yeah. He does have an injury.
Yeah.
Or had an injury. I get it.
Just putting that out there. All right, let's get to Chuck right now in Cherry Hill. Good morning, Chuck.
Yeah, before Topper gets off really light, I want to bury him a little bit. But I had a line with John on Sanders. Let me see if I can articulate this. I just hopped off of the settlement. John is got this thing 100% with Sanders' dad and Kenny from Cinnamons. And once again, I watch Alabama too, and this kid is just electric. You know what I can't believe, Joe? How the rest of the NFL continues to allow the Eagles to get Georgia stars and Bama stars, that pedigree, that culture, and they continue to pass them down to the Eagles. Shocked. I'm absolutely shocked at that. And they got another one. It just, I would neutralize the Eagles if I had to take the kid, even if I didn't think I needed him. I wouldn't let that down go to the Eagles. But it's happened now many times, right?
Yeah, it has. It really has.
I couldn't stand it. If I was Andy Reid, I'd say, strategically, I think I'm going to see you again in next year's Super Bowl, and I don't want that Bama player beating me like all the other Bama players and your quarterback and your Georgia stars beat us this year.
Yeah.
I ain't giving you one more. I don't know. Maybe I haven't heard that from anybody, so I guess I'm lone wolf on that one today. Talking baseball a little bit. As the game contracts, so we're 4.8 runs per team, 4.6, 4.5, you know where I'm going with this, 4.2. Soon, we'll be under 4 runs per game for the first time in 100 years.
You're talking about the whole sport, not the Phillies?
Yeah, it contracts. That means that your manager now can't sit on his hands like Charlie Manuel once told me. Said, Chuck, I do that for a reason. Wait for a 3-run homer. That's a terrible imitation of Charlie. And he was, because he had 4 guys to hit the 3-run homer. Okay?
Sure.
Terrible imitation. Sorry about that. But what you have to do now, last Sunday, for instance, going back, I know that's old now. So you got an 89% base stealer in Turner, okay, an 11% catcher with the Marlins. Take third with 1 out and let Schwarber walk off a sacrifice fly. We don't do anything like that. I almost use that metaphorically for all the other examples. When you watch the game, you see all the time things he can do. Are they a little bit unconventional? Yeah, maybe they are. For instance, the other day, there's more reasons not to pitch to Alonso than pitch to him, because if you walk him, you've got a double play set up to end the game, and you walk off with a win. All right. Now, say for instance, you walk him, Joe. You need 3 singles to score him. He's face to base.
Well, you don't need 3. If you go, well, maybe.
Alonso goes to second to third, and then a single to knock him in. Because Joe, you're going to pinch your outfielders like the Mets did with Soto. Why was our guy out by so much at home plate? Did you see where he was positioned?
I thought Castellanos got a good jump. I thought he just wasn't fast enough.
I'm talking about where the right fielder was.
That's part of baseball. That's why in certain instances, managers will bring the outfilders in closer to throw a guy out.
When's the last assist we've had at home plate, Joe?
All right, let me try to get this. So have they had one this year?
We have like 3 and 4. We don't throw people out the plate.
By the way, I love how you want me to remember the last time an outfielder threw out a guy at home plate. I've been in draft mode. Maybe last week I could have gotten it. I mean, Chuck, you're asking me for an Alonso at bat.
Even gettable.
I don't remember the Alonso at bat.
It's
too many games ago. All right, Chuck, I'm joking around, buddy. Give me an answer. What hasn't happened in a while?
I just hopped on. I'm sure it's been said. Pete Rose hitting streak that ended.
Has been said.
All right, second vote for that. Have a good weekend, guys.
All right, buddy. You got it. Right. Speaking of the weekend, let's get to the Gata door and window to the weekend, because obviously there is a lot happening this weekend, and it's brought to us by Gata Door and Windows. Receive 20% off all windows and doors with no money down and up to 3 years to pay off interest-free. You can call Gata Door and Window. Call them today at 1-877-GO-GATA. Visit GoGuida.com. All right, what do we got? Well, we got all 4 sports, first off. So football, from our standpoint, maybe the biggest thing on your mind. Maybe it's baseball. You make the call on that. But a Phillies series against the Cubs, rounds 2 through 7 of the NFL draft, of which, by the way, we will have extensive coverage here on WIP, 2 through 7, plus the Phillies series. So those are the 2 big ones for us locally. And then nationally, of course, beyond just the draft, is the NBA and NHL playoffs. Devin, how wild would it be if Ben Simmons and James Harden won a championship together?
I think that would be horrible.
That would be
the cherry on top of a nightmare season for Sixers fans.
It's actually not inconceivable, because
it's not. They're playing really well right now.
They are.
I think the Thunder are going to be the team to emerge from the West, but the Clippers are looking good.
John, could you imagine, man?
Ben Simmons.
I have a positive spin on it.
Playing like 10 minutes a game.
About 10 minutes, I think.
Positive spin for Sixers fans. Maybe we can gather some hope, some semblance of hope from Kawhi Leonard and his reemergence in the postseason for Joel Embiid.
Maybe.
Because I believe they had the same knee
he was
procedure, knee issues. And Kawhi, we know, kind of like he disappeared for what feels like years, seasons.
Yeah, right.
And all of a sudden he's back to 2019 Kawhi form.
Yeah. Well,
maybe Joel Embiid can do the same.
All right, with that said, Time's Yours up ahead in 1 minute. We'll get to Time's Yours in 1 minute. Hey, Jihaad Campbell here. Let me tell you about one of the places I love. One of my favorite places, an extravaganza of jewelry, and that's Family and Company Jewelers. Oh, they're so great. I mean, the showroom's amazing. The customer service, they're wonderful. Junior, the entire squad down there. Look, they know a lot about diamonds, a lot. And they've been in business, family-owned business for 85 years. The showroom's something you got to see to believe. I mean, you got to see it in person. Now, you can do a lot online, obviously. But I really encourage you to get yourself into that showroom. You'll be blown away. They treat you like family from the moment you walk in, right there on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey. Stop on by. Tell them I sent you. They'll take phenomenal care of you. Guys, if you're thinking about getting engaged, if you've identified the gal of your dreams, we'll get her the ring of her dreams. That, of course, is a ring from Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination. Let's hit it with Time's Yours.
The time is yours. Can't wait. Unlike everyone else, we actually check our voicemail. Tell us what you want to say. The time is yours.
Time's yours. Well, first thing I want to say is that to Mike Angelina, who's producing right now instead of James. James had to leave a little bit earlier. Everything's good. It was a scheduled early leave. Mike, how many Time's Yours calls we got today?
We have 4.
4 Time's Yours calls. All right, with that, let's hit it with Time's Yours.
Well, I was thinking of tuning in the Phillies Friday afternoon, but then I saw there's a replay of Dick Weber's 1990 bowling championship run from Columbus, Ohio. So I think I'll watch that instead.
All right, so he wants to check. What, Pete Weber?
I don't know. Something about bowling.
I thought he said Dick Weber, but the famous guy's Pete
What-
Weber.
wait,
Are you good at bowling, Joe?
No, I about an 85.
You kind
to
of look like you
110.
would be good at bowling.
No, I'm horrendous.
Yeah.
I haven't
I'm
bowled.
not good either. I really
I'm
don't even know
terrible at
which hand
bowling.
I'm supposed to bowl with.
Me neither.
I can bowl either way
Me
equally
neither.
poorly.
I'm so bad. I'm a lefty, and I was
Maybe
so
that's
bad
the
I
problem.
tried bowling righty, and I
But
was actually
that's-
better.
You know what? That's the thing, Devin. As a lefty, when you go to the bowling alley as a kid for some other's kid's birthday party, you do feel pressured to bowl righty
Yeah.
when everyone else is bowling righty. I think that's part of the problem for
Poor
me.
guy. Poor guy.
I'm really bad.
Listen, I'm not good
You've
either.
seen me try to bat. I mean,
Yeah.
you know it can be horrendous.
Like, I don't have any spin on it. I just do my best to throw a straight thing.
Right.
that-
I don't spin it. There's
Yeah.
I'm just trying to make it go straight, and it never does.
No, it's rough.
Leading up to the draft, all I heard was last year was an anomaly. You don't normally draft rookies that contribute, blah, blah, blah. Well, I feel like Howie did it again. And, I know we'll have to see what happens, but they got it. They know what they're doing. And Howie, we trust.
Well, that's
yours,
what
baby.
Yeah, that's what a lot of people are feeling this morning. Obviously, overwhelming support. 89% on our poll love what Howie did last night.
Kept seeing all the Georgia guys going off the board, and I said, oh, no, Howie's pipeline is going away. But then I saw we took an Alabama player. The Philadelphia Crimson Bulldogs are here to stay.
So true.
Pretty good.
Jihaad Campbell, the Gloucester Township, New Jersey native, is coming home. Roll, Eagles, roll.
Wow, I thought he was going to say what that guy said 10 years ago on that national radio show. Roll damn tide! Remember, then there's the other guy that poisoned the tree or whatever that whole thing was. Remember that Alabama?
That was messed up.
That
Auburn.
was horrible.
That's a serious rivalry when you're killing it was like 1,000-year-old plant tree.
That was wild.
It was a living organism that they
crazy,
really
man.
wanted
All right,
to hurt.
Time's Yours brought to us by Xfinity Mobile, the sponsor of WIP's Xfinity Mobile Lounge. Xfinity Mobile customers now get exclusive access to Wi-Fi speeds up to a gig on the go. And with that, we shut it down.
The Time's Yours line. Leave Joe and John a message of your thoughts, compliments, and complaints. Call 215-238-4500.
All right, Devin and John, I need an answer from you two. What celebrity?
Oh, I got one.
Okay.
I got one.
Who am I doing next week?
I have to shout out Elliot, I think, gave me this one. I was discussing with him and James in our group chat. Blake Lively.
Okay. So
Do you know who she? Like, do you have any? Remote
not
idea?
much, but a little bit. So
Okay.
I know she's married to Sheldon. Blake Sheldon. Is that his name?
What?
Wow.
Wait a minute. That doesn't make sense. Wait,
Yeah.
Blake
See,
Sheldon.
like I want to tell you, but I don't want to take away
okay,
from
do
your
Blake
research.
Lively for sure.
Wait, who? Oh, that's Gwen Stefani, right? All right,
Yeah.
Blake Lively. Well, it's that
They're
clearly.
not even remotely.
I got
similar
is the Blake. The
celebrities.
Blake is the thing that
Sure,
threw me off.
Totally.
Blake and
yeah.
Blake.
Okay.
Blake. I'll give you one. Blake Lively is married to Ryan Reynolds.
Okay. All right. So we're getting there. We're roundabout way.
There you go.
We're getting there.
Yeah.
All right. Let's get to Neil right now in Northeast Philly. What's going on, Neil?
Yeah, I got a one for you. Humphrey Bogart.
I know Bogey. Come on. Casablanca, Lauren Bacall,
Yeah,
one of
but
the
he also
all-time
did a
greats.
baby
Died
food
young.
as a
Died
model,
young.
too.
Like
so.
to smoke. Like to smoke.
Yeah. Oh, and Angelina.
Ingrid Bergman should have been with
he
him.
has a photographic memory, and he was a producer of Bill Batty Graham's show. Oh, Devin assignment tomorrow. Devin has a show with Ruben tomorrow at 8:00. So
I
can you
do.
research the relievers in the minor league? And that's my sense. Since it's been a while since the Phillies had a legitimate closer, Brad Ling, when they won in 2008.
I will definitely cover that with Rube. The bullpen will certainly be a topic.
Neil, what she just said regarding research in the minor leagues, she will ask Ruben who the good minor league pitchers are.
Yeah.
Correct.
I mean, if Seltzer's not here, who the hell's going to know who's? But I will say, Neil, you do bring up an interesting point. They may have to consider some of those guys. I don't know them, but I mean, let's be real. They may have to bring one or two up because, I mean, they are leaking freaking oil with this bullpen right now.
Why isn't Browski, like with the Marlins and the Detroit and Boston, a Hall of Famer, but with us, he's been a dud.
Yeah. All right, Neil, we got to quickly move, man. Give me an answer. What happened a long time ago?
But like I said, still the Phillies had a legitimate closer and Brad.
I understand. Oh, legitimate closer. You're right. Been a while.
Oh, yeah. That's it.
Yeah.
Oh, good answer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not as good, though, as some of the others we've had. All right. So the long hit streak, the long 40 or more games hasn't happened since the late 70s. That was a good answer. Using a payphone. Now, again, some of these things aren't all going to be at the same era, but what they represent for us. So payphone usage, very good answer. Haley's Comet, that was last in the 80s. An undisputed champ that the public knows of in boxing. Yeah, it's been about 25 years on that one. Sixers winning a title. That's over 40 years.
I'm Lennox Lewis, and I'll knock you out.
She's British accent.
What do you guys think here?
I kind of like the payphone.
Payphone's not bad.
I don't know why I said that. In an
So, John, when did we last use a
that was
payphone?
a good accent, though, also.
Late 90s, John? Early
Accurate.
2000s payphone?
Oh, man. They were lingering for so long.
But when
You
did
could
we
find them
use
every
them?
once in a while.
I mean, use
I don't think I used
I think it was
one
before the
post-
2000s.
Oh, yeah. it was
Mark, you
90s,
have won
definitely 90s.
the Phillies tickets, my man, with the payphone answer, which is a good one. Hey, everyone, have a spectacular rest of the day. We thank Mike Angelino, all his help, Seltzer earlier, Fran here with us at Borgata, the great hospitality of everybody at Borgata. Have a great rest of the day. Enjoy the draft. Hopefully enjoy the Phillies this weekend. We'll talk about it all on Monday with you. On Hugh and Joe, they're up next on 94 WIP.
It's BG Live on 5-5.
This is such a fairy tale ending now.
Join 94 WIP and Brandon Graham in a candid conversation. Some stories you know.
Brady back again. He fumbles the football and the Eagles have it.
Some stories you don't.
We're going to be in your dreams tonight, I promise you.
Hear it all at BG Live on 5-5 at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. Get your tickets for BG Live at 94WIP.com.
I just want to thank everybody.
Presented by Ashley Furniture. It feels good to be home. And sponsored by Mid-Penn Bank. Supporting local communities since 1868.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
The Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're mashing our shows together.
It's everything you need, a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound.
Of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet Gateway required. Taxes, fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years, regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August 2024.
Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Car Czar from Colonial Hyundai. As part of our grand reopening sales event, Hyundai has shipped us a special selection of additional brand new vehicles. Right now is your opportunity to purchase any new Hyundai in stock at the lowest possible price. No games, no hassle, just the best possible price on any new Hyundai. These vehicles with locked-in savings are available on a first-come, first-served basis. Here at Colonial, we want to prevent you from paying more than you have to. So now, through April 30th, don't miss out on the best financing in the business and drive off with 0% financing. Our brand new state-of-the-art dealership is built for savings, built for service. And every new Hyundai comes with 3-year complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Tax and tags additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires April 30th, 2020.
As America's leading business lender, Bank of America is on your corner and in your corner, right here in Greater Philadelphia. With $215 billion in business loans and over 3,700 business specialists across the nation, we help businesses thrive so communities prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Copyright 2025 Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Hey, navigation? Take me to Kia of CherryHill.com.
Kia of CherryHill.com is offering super low lease payments on Telluride, Carnival, Sportage, Sorrento, and the all-new K4. Kia of CherryHill.com is home to over 300 new Kias available for immediate delivery. Kia of CherryHill.com has a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Available 24/7 at Kia of CherryHill.com.
Are you looking for a lawn care service that delivers great results and is safer for your family and pets? Choose Natural Lawn of America. At Natural Lawn, they use environmentally friendly products to grow lush green lawns naturally. Time is running out. Schedule Natural Lawn's full service program today and get free seeding every year. For a greener, healthier lawn plus free seeding, call 800-FREE-SEED. Don't delay, act now. Call 800-FREE-SEED. Choose the locally owned and family operated Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on 2 wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
What's up, baseball fans? It's time to swing big on your bets this season. Step up to the plate with an odds boost token from BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. No opt-in is required. Just log into your BetMGM account to receive your odds boost token. Then place a bet on any MLB game and activate your token. If your boosted bet hits, you'll score a bigger payout. No matter the showdown, BetMGM is your betting home for baseball. Don't miss your chance at a bigger payout on your bet. Claim your MLB odds boost token today and activate the token before placing your bet. At BetMGM, the action is always on deck. So step up to the plate and get in on the excitement all season long. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. MLB odds boost token can be used on any MLB odds of -300 or longer. See BetMGM.com for terms. Must be 21 years of age or older. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. 18-year-old Anna Lee Waters is already the GOAT of America's fastest-growing sport, pickleball. She's the world's #1 in singles, doubles, and mixed doubles. Now she's taking on a new challenge, picking 54-year-old tennis legend Andre Agassi as her partner in next week's U.S. Open Pickleball Championships. Agassi, a pickleball investor, joked that Anna Lee was very tired of winning. Nobody's ever tired of winning. I'm Boomer Esiason.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. An Odyssey Sports Station. This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
With the 31st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Jihaad Campbell, linebacker, Alabama.
So congrats to him. A long night in the green room ends with him being, in Philly green. And, I mean, the guy who's 12th on your draft board.
Jihaad Campbell and Eagle. Welcome on in. It's the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio, you guys with us. 215-592-9494. Kyle Quinn behind the glass. A lot to do today as we react to the Philadelphia Eagles selecting a linebacker in the first round of the draft for the first time since 1979. Good morning, Hugh.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Philadelphia. I got a question. Why do some folks like to go to draft parties wearing other teams' jerseys, especially other teams in your division? To me, that's just like Crips going in blood neighborhoods, flashing their colors, man. I mean, why would you do that?
Slightly less dangerous.
You're right, but still, it's like, why are you here? This is a celebration for the Eagles pick.
Yep.
And I saw somebody in the thing last night had on a Chargers jersey, and one cat had the nerve to wear a Giants jersey.
I did see that, yep.
And I'm like, dog, why are you here? Like, this is an Eagles celebration, but you got your ass out your bed, off your couch on draft night when I'm pretty sure you could have found a place to fellowship with Giants fans and watch y'all picks, but you brought your ass to the link.
Or to watch it at home.
You know what I'm saying? Stay at home. Stay your ass at home. I don't understand that. I don't understand that at all. Why do people do that? Why do you come to the game? Why do people come to the game, say during the season, wearing a jersey of neither team that is playing?
Yeah, those are weird.
What is your purpose? Somebody needs to explain. Somebody needs to explain that to me. Why not just go neutral? Like, we know
like
you're
Rob
not
Lowe when he wore the NFL hat.
You see what I'm saying? Just if you're not a fan of either team, that's fine. But why do you have to be that person and wear the jersey of nobody cares about the team that's not there?
I got you.
You see what I'm saying? One of y'all that do that, one of you people that do that, explain that to me.
Already?
No, I'm serious. It's just bothersome.
I could tell.
It's
you're fired up.
It's like you going to a Phillies game and you're going to the Phillies and the Padres playing, you got on a Marlins jersey.
First of all, why do you have a Marlins jersey?
No, I'm just saying, just or Dodgers, whatever.
Feels a little different than that.
But why are you wearing the jersey? You just want to show that you're a baseball fan?
Well, it's an NFL event, not an Eagles event.
Well, no, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. What you mean it's an NFL event? What are you talking about?
The NFL draft is an NFL
it's
event.
It's an Eagles draft party.
He was speaking about the Eagles draft
party. This is where they're located.
What are you talking about?
The person.
What are you talking about?
The Charger fan is located
Charger
in
fan,
Philadelphia.
I don't give a damn. Well, go to a Chargers bar.
Maybe this person has no friends.
Go to a Giants bar.
Have you thought of that? They have no friends.
Well, no,
They're lonely.
you want attention.
They want.
I am a full
Well,
believer.
I guess you just gave it to them.
Oh, I guess. Touche.
You did.
They win.
Touche.
Yeah.
Nobody knows their name, though.
That's okay. Nobody knows their. You know what name we know? Jihaad Campbell. We know
Jihaad
his name.
Campbell.
And how about this? If Jihaad Campbell wasn't a very good football player, which he obviously is, maybe he would have shown up last night. You know why? He's a South Jersey kid. Timber Creek High School to IMG Academy to Alabama to the first round of the NFL draft. 215-592-9494. All right, let's talk today about our reaction to this. The Eagles trade up slightly, Hugh. I mean, a very, very slight trade up from 32 to 31 to land Jihaad Campbell, the linebacker out of Alabama, a very interesting player that I think if you put him in some sort of box, we're probably not doing it fair to him and to the Eagles, right? If you just call him a linebacker, it's not telling the full story.
He's a player. He's a baller.
And if you say he will be an edge rusher, I think he can be, might be, but that at this point is a projection. Hugh, I don't know how we frame him. I don't know what we say about him, but I do know this. He was one of the best defensive players in the draft, one of the best defensive players in college football. And I got home last night. I couldn't fall asleep.
Yeah, because you're still processing what we saw. Yeah.
So I was watching a bunch of his highlights, right? And because obviously we've all watched Alabama games the last couple of years. They're always good, but I hadn't honed in on him, right? So I was honing in on him. This kid's around the football every play. He is a really, really fast athlete, strong, big. The more that I dove into him, because last night we were like, whoa, they took him. What do we think about this? I love the pick. I mean, I think he has a chance to be a special player. Hugh, your reaction now that we are, about 10, 11 hours since they made this pick. What's your feeling this morning on Jihaad Campbell?
I like it. I like it a lot. And to your point, I went home last night and I was trying to envision how they were going to use him. And, I got a shout out to Bros. He did the show after ours, and the excitement that he exuded over the airwaves, it was palpable. He's a funny guy, man. So I when he was talking about bringing all the sexiness to the pass rush and being able to do different things, I could see us running like a true 3-4. I know we line up in a 3-4 now, but I could see us being a true 3-4 team. When you talk about Nico Dean being out there, because I think Howie went out of his way to express that Nico Dean is still one of his guys. Now, you can take that with a grain of salt.
Yeah, I'm taking it with a grain of salt. Well,
you can, because there's an injury history there. But I think that there's an opportunity when I look at the depth chart for there to be four, like with Nolan Smith, Jihaad Campbell, Nico Dean, and Zach Bond out there on the field. Because right now, when you look at potentially how it's projected and what he potentially brings to the table, you have 4-5 guys on the field at any time that have pass rush ability. And I'm putting Jalen Carter in that mix too, because you're talking about Nolan Smith. We saw what he could do. Zach Bond has pass rush ability, even though he's playing off-ball linebacker.
Sure. Yep.
Bryce Huff. And
No.
Jihaad Campbell.
Don't do that.
Maybe Azeez Ojulari. But my point is this. You have guys out there that you could put on the field. You could put 4 linebackers on the field, and you still have a chance. Like, everybody's talking about with Jeremiah Trotter Jr., he might have he still might be in the play, in the mix for this. Because right now, as I look at this depth chart, right now, on paper, the strength of this team is your linebacking core. Like, those are the guys that, if you had to line up in a true traditional 3-4, that's what it kind of looks like. Now, I know we still have the draft and we're going to get some other players, but as of today, I see Jihaad Campbell on the field when he gets healthy, because, it's one thing. He's not healthy yet, but he's getting healthy. I could see us having 4 linebackers on the field.
Well, a couple of things hit me in 215-592-9494. You mentioned linebackers here, right? It's stunning, the transformation of the Eagles in the last year of how they build their team. I mean, it's stunning. I mean, this is not a pick that same player, same kid. They wouldn't have made this pick 2 or 3 years ago. They just wouldn't have. And 2 things stood out to me. One, the Fangio influence here is significant. I mean, we were doing the draft show last night. Hugh, we were watching the screen in front of us, right? NFL Network was on, so we could see when they're about to make the pick. And you see the little celebration in the draft room. And then I think the 4 of us last night realized it was defense because Fangio was there, right? Fangio was right next to Howie, and they were all smiles. This is the Fangio influence. Look what he did with Zach Bond. Zach Bond was a journeyman kind of guy, right? A 1-year deal. And he turned him into an all-pro kind of player. Now you get, to me, this is like a souped-up version of that. You get a guy that is versatile like Bond, but he's more talented. He's a first-round pick, more athletic. So I think the Fangio influence is there. I think it shows how Howie has changed over the years. I mean, the Eagles aren't beholden to this. These are the positions we pick anymore. They just pick good football players now. I think it changed with Saquon, and it went to Bond, and now it's Jihaad Campbell. And Hugh, as I watched all those highlights last night, I started to see comps and who he reminds me of.
Who does he remind you of, Joe?
I see a little Navarro Bowman in him, who Fangio had when he was with the 49ers.
He was a hell of a linebacker, man. Now you're a coach. He coached for the Chargers.
Yes. And
he's a hell of a player.
Hell of a player. And let me throw one at you that you may say, oh, wow. I know for me it was, oh, wow. Hugh, when I watched the highlights of him rushing the quarterback, right, when Alabama put him on the edge, he's got some Micah Parsons to him.
Yeah, okay.
The bend around the edge.
Well, he's bigger.
He's bigger, but
but he has that speed, that burst.
Because I remember when Micah came out, people didn't know Micah could rush the quarterback. It was like a projection. It's kind of like this, but the Cowboys obviously thought he could, and it turned into a home run for them. I wonder if that was in the back of Howie's head. Like, look, the Penn State had these guys, and Alabama has this guy, and we could turn him into this. The more I watch this and the more I see him, the more I love this pick. 215-592-9494. That is how you hop aboard. All right, let's hear that reaction last night to the draft pick of Jihaad Campbell when the Eagles made it at 31.
21 on the big board. Gritty would have been gone a lot higher had it not been for the shoulder injury. He played great all year for Alabama. 117 tackles, team high 11.5 tackles for loss. 5 of those were sacks. Think about this football team, the way Hall of Fame GM Howie Roseman has constructed it. Half the starters, half the 22 are from the SEC.
Mm-hmm.
Like those proven entities, those guys who played for the big powers in the SEC. And Jihaad Campbell did, as I said, guys, he would have gone much higher had it not been for the shoulder injury.
Yeah, no doubt. And when you think about what Philadelphia is doing, you think that they re-signed Zach Bond, but a guy who they got off the street last year, who had an all-pro season and deserved a new contract, and now you bring in Jihaad Campbell. Is an athlete, Greeny. It's another weapon they can add to their defense, which lost some guys up front. They lost Milton Williams. They lost those guys. So now you add an athlete on the back end, a guy that can roam and make plays in space. It's something to go along with Zach Bond to give them a dynamic duo on the back.
Well, they have a dynamic duo there. And I agree with what they said. If not for the shoulder injury that he had at the end of last season into surgery this offseason, he might have been a top guy. All right, Ian Rappaport says the Eagles didn't just like him. They really liked him because they tried to get up earlier in the draft to get Jihaad Campbell. Here's Ian Rappaport last night.
Sorry, this is actually Schefter.
Well, the Eagles tried trading up earlier in the draft to go get Jihaad Campbell, and the trade fell through, but they were able to persevere and trade up one spot. A lot of people might ask, why would you trade up one spot? Well, I think it's to block another team from potentially coming up, especially when it only costs you a 5th-round draft pick and you've got 20 picks in the next 2 rounds to use as ammunition. And now they get a player who, as Mel mentioned, could have gone from 12 to 15. He did have surgery on one of his shoulders. He's going to need surgery on another shoulder, potentially after the season. He's got a knee issue as well, but the talent is undeniable, Greeny.
Well, that talent is. All right, so Hugh, that's interesting because we had the report last night as we were doing the show that the Eagles were trying to move up to 23. Remember that story that came out? They were trying to get to the Packers pick at 23. Yeah. Green Bay didn't want to trade it. We were speculating on the draft show last night. What were they going up for? Who do they want? Well, Schefter says it was Campbell. So the Eagles sit there, they don't make a trade, and they make a little one, and they get up one spot. I do wonder if Howie had some intel someone was trying to jump over them to the Chiefs pick because it's kind of rare to have you just move up one spot. They just moved up one spot to get him.
Yeah, and they made that move, and you know what's funny? Because it felt like when they talked about them trying to move up with Green Bay, it felt a little haterish from on the part of Green Bay. Well, from my perspective, I felt like, with everything that's going on with the Tush Push stuff, and then, they get their owner up there, long talking about how great their organization is and all this other stuff, and talking about this the first time we took a receiver in a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody care about all that, man.
No.
So it did feel a little haterish with that going on.
Well, he also went up there and talked about all the NFL championships they won like 70 years ago. Nobody cares, Mark Murphy. All right, 215-592-9494 for your reaction to the pick. Like it, love it, or do you not like it? As the Eagles take Jihaad Campbell, a linebacker, but I think we could probably talk about him in not just that context because he's going to rush the quarterback as well. Kyle, what do you think as the Eagles take Jihaad Campbell out of Alabama?
Yeah, I like it. I mean, obviously an area of need for the Eagles. They needed a guy that could rush the passer
Mhm.
off the edge, a guy that sort of fills a similar role to, I think, what Zach Bond does. Looks like he might be the heir apparent to Nico Dean, or, even the immediate apparent to Nico Dean, depending on how severe his injury is. Interesting that he was sort of, I guess, like maybe around like 10 to 12 on a lot of people's draft boards. But, clearly he must have fell for a reason. The shoulder injury seems like it's a very real thing.
Well, and Schefter also said knee in that cut we played.
So, obviously a little bit of injury concerns, and a lot of teams did pass on him. But, I don't dislike the pick at all. It's I'm in on it, I would say.
I'm very in on it. I think he has a chance to be a special player. But Kyle brought up something that's real, right? Like, there's a reason he fell, and it's not because of talent. Because I haven't seen one person, like not one expert, that says, nah, he's not that good. Like, they all say he's really good. There's obviously something physical, and I think now the question is going to be, when is he ready to play? Not. I don't think he's hurt immediately. I don't think he's hurting this moment, but he had surgery this offseason. Is he going to be ready to play when training camp opens, or is this more of like a slow play for his rookie year?
Well, I think with the excitement surrounding him and the immediate need at that position, I think that they feel that he is going to play this year. I don't have anything to base that off of. I'm just thinking about what we lost in the offseason.
Yeah.
And the fact that we already have a linebacker that's injured, that's looks like he had a chance to talk to Ashland last night, said he's coming along fine as far as his injury is concerned.
Nico?
Yeah, Nico Dean. I said, yeah, thanks. So I'm assuming he's going to play this year. And I think everybody else is too. I think the Eagles organization is thinking that he's going to play this year.
215-592-9494. All right, today is a day to react with us as the Eagles draft a linebacker in the first round, Jihaad Campbell out of Alabama. Like it, love it, or don't like it? Where do you come down on the Eagles' first-round pick? It did catch a lot of us off guard, just because I don't think we thought of him before last night as maybe the way the Eagles view him. So I'm looking at the draft board, and we're looking at the available players, and we see linebacker. I'm like, well, they re-signed Bond. They still have Dean here. They need an edge rusher. They need a defensive tackle, a safety. But the Eagles might view this kid in a way different way than, kind of just putting him in that box. Chris in Middletown is up on WIP. Hey, Chris.
Happy Pop the Champagne Corks Day, man.
Oh, you're feeling that good. Good morning, Chris. What's up?
Back-to-back Super Bowl champions already. Call it.
Calling on April 25th. Call it.
Kyle and Joe, you owe Mr. Pop-Up Douglas an apology. All I heard yesterday was a whole lot of people, saying that he was going to fall asleep and give him a hard time. Mr. Douglas, I didn't see you fall asleep. I
did.
Saw you.
Hold on, do you know how grumpy he was to start the show today? That's a lack of sleep.
Mm-hmm.
I'm grumpy.
Well, you were mad at the people we're in charge
of
of.
popping off as soon as the show started.
Don't I pop off every day?
I know, but this moment that you had some bass in your voice today.
I had a little bass.
I
had a little bravado.
No,
I just found it irritating.
Showing them the receipts.
I was up.
Well, I know he was awake.
Maybe a little. Okay, I give you that.
There were reports from people there that he looked a little tired.
Oh, he did. Oh, yeah.
Well, I was. You know what I did though. This is what I did, Chris and everybody. I bought 4 packs of Rainbow bubble gum.
Okay.
And I was chewing the gum the whole time.
Okay. That's how you stayed awake?
That's what keeps you awake.
Well, I'm chewing. I'm oral fixated, so it was chewing. Yeah, so I was chewing. So yeah, I was good.
That's a real pop-up. All right, go ahead, Chris.
Hugh, before I want to move on here, but Hugh, I do want to give you, in all seriousness, I love the story when you talked about going at the All-Star game and they were teasing you about your bag.
Oh man, yeah.
Russian quarterback the entire day.
Yeah,
it was a great story. That
was awesome.
His garbage bag.
It was equivalent to a garbage bag. To be totally honest, it was.
And then you had the old ass Riddell, shoulder pads. But it was all good stuff, guys. Tonight, Hugh. Tonight's your night because you know who they're gonna go get. You think
they're gonna get him tonight?
He's on the board.
He's still there.
I know.
I already got my text lined up. Hey,
it's in the drafts.
Hey, big head, how you doing? See, we drafted your
Hey,
nephew.
I didn't know if you heard, but I'm an Eagles Hall of Famer. I got my name hung up there.
No, I know Joy. I know Joy.
Yeah. So,
not
guys,
like I want to, but I know
her. As for our pick in Jihaad, Joe.
She's grown, Joe. She's grown. She's grown. She's a grown woman.
I didn't say she's not.
I'm just throwing it out there because I know
man.
People talk about that South Creepy. She's a grown woman. She's grown.
She's fully grown. And
fully grown.
I got you.
I'm
Chris,
just saying.
what are you thinking?
I'm sorry. I pulled him down that rabbit
Yeah, I mean,
hole.
you did. This is totally your, Chris, it is totally your fault. All right, let's talk about Jihaad Campbell.
Jihaad. So we got our Micah Joe. This guy's exactly, you guys hit the hammer or hit the nail right on the head with the hammer. This is exactly what Vic Fangio likes. This guy is extremely versatile. You're not going to just see him lined up at linebacker. You're going to see him lined up all over the place. I look at him as like a Clay Campbell type of player, and that's what they're going to do. They're going to use his versatility. He's going to be all over the field. This guy is going to be a total stud. Guys, what you're witnessing last night was Howie drafting the NFL's Defensive Rookie of the Year. This guy is going to have a monstrous year. He's going to be an absolute stud. And Howie's season just opened up. Day one, Howie has already hit pay dirt. Kyle was going to try, but it ain't going to happen. We got our guy. We got Jihaad. Let's go.
Good stuff, Chris. Was he going to chant Jihaad?
I think he's tired.
So.
He's tired.
He's cooked.
Jihaad. There's a double A in there. Yeah, he could have pulled it off.
Yeah.
Maybe he's just tired.
He was tired. A lot of people stayed up late last night because if you noticed, there's a lot of kids in there that should have been at school today. They didn't go. And as soon as the Eagles drafted, they cleared that spot out quickly. They got out there.
I actually forgot the Chiefs picked after the Eagles. I didn't pay attention. We were
and Ike was so excited. He got mad at me because I'm trying to go. And I was like, listen, I'm going to have my moment. I didn't know they were not on the air today. So that's why he took that. He had to take that. And you know what?
And they took a linebacker. I mean, it's his moment.
And I forgot. I apologize for that because that was my man's moment. I'm kind of like a linebacker. I had a linebacker designation, even though I ain't dropping the coverage too much.
Yeah, you're not. You're a make-believe linebacker.
No, but I got an interception. Did I get an interception in his career?
I don't know.
He probably did. I'll take that back.
I would guess he did.
Yeah, he did. I was trying to.
I can't picture the way we play yours all the time.
I was trying to peacock around like I got one before him.
But he's a real linebacker. You were make-believe.
He's definitely a real linebacker.
Yeah, and there's no question. All right, 215-592-9494. All your phone calls up. Your reaction. Where do you come down on the Jihaad Campbell pick? The Eagles select him out of Alabama with the 31st pick. Like it, love it, don't like it. I love it. I think the Eagles swung big. It's a potential home run. I love his versatility, the fact that he can rush the quarterback, and that he could be there with Zach Bond in the middle and just cause havoc for opposing offenses. All right, we'll react with you here. Plus, we'll get to the other side of this, the other part of Jihaad Campbell, the reality of his injury and the timeline for when he'll heal and when he'll be on the field for the Eagles. And you'll hear what Campbell himself had to say about joining the Philadelphia Eagles. 215-592-9494. It is the Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The Phillies play here today. Phillies, Cubs. Leading off starts at 1:20. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. First pitch is at 2:20. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
To the track, at the wall, it is gone.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Here's what's happening at Borgata. Don't miss out on the action at Borgata's Poker Room, where great cards, lucky seats, and high hands bring excitement to every player. Open 7 days a week. Excitement is waiting. You're only miles away from your happy place. Experience award-winning restaurants, exciting bars and live music, big-name entertainment, and a spacious casino filled with your favorite slots and table games. The action at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa doesn't stop. Start planning your getaway today.
Visit theborgata.com for more details. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, John Ritchie here. It's time to fire up the grills and enjoy mouth-watering, juicy steaks, incredible burgers, and seasoned chicken from Wild Fork Foods. Whether you're tailgating or hosting a backyard bash, Wild Fork has you covered. Stock up on the 2-pack of ribeye steaks, only $10.98 a pound. How about some Angus beef sliders, 15 pieces, only $12. Visit their Neshaminy store or one of their other Greater Philadelphia locations or shop online for same-day delivery. Visit wildforkfoods.com today.
Experience the action of the Sport of Kings with the NyraBets horse racing app. Bet the Kentucky Derby. It's fast, easy, and secure. Get your free $25 Derby bet plus a $200 deposit match for new members at nyrabets.com/Philly25.
Spring into luxury at Elite Acura during the Spring into Performance sales event. Right now, current Acura owners can lease the 2025 Acura RDX for just $425 $529 a month. Upgrade to a new 2025 MDX for only $529 per month. My friends at Elite Acura have over 150 new and certified pre-owned Acura vehicles in stock and priced to move. Visit them in Maple Shade or online at EliteAcura.com and tell them Ike sent you. Nobody can compete with Elite.
Loyalty and conquest leases are 36 months, 10,000 miles. Not all will qualify. See dealer for full details. Offers in 4/30/25.
Natural Lawn of America gives your lawn the natural care it deserves. With organic fertilizers and safer, eco-friendly weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn ensures your lawn thrives year after year. Act now and get free seeding every year. Time is running out. Call 800-FREE-SEED today.
It's time to cut your old point of sale system and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leader for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-service kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit pdqpos.com.
Breaking news! Newsflash! Just announced! TurnersvilleJeep.com is celebrating massive savings all month long with their employee pricing for all event. Take advantage of true employee pricing this month only on a huge selection of Jeep Grand Cherokees, Jeep Wranglers, Ram 1500 trucks, Dodge Durangos, and more. Don't miss your opportunity to save thousands this month at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Just minutes from all bridges. Drive a little, save a lot at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Caesars Palace Online Casino is now live, and your palace has everything. Hundreds of your favorite slots and table games like blackjack and roulette, plus exclusive titles you'll only find here. And every play earns toward exclusive benefits you can redeem at any Caesars Rewards destination. Your palace awaits. Download and register today using promo code Radio Launch to redeem your exclusive welcome offer.
Must be 21 and physically present in New Jersey or Pennsylvania. In Pennsylvania, affiliated with Harrah's Philadelphia. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power Charge that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers, plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us, plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Hi, everybody. It's Brian Green from the Commercial Break Podcast. It's likely you've heard of the show if you're directly related to me or you follow our MySpace page. But I'm not here to talk to those 3 listeners. I'm here to appeal to people who haven't heard the show. Along with my co-host, Kristen Joy Hoadley, we're taking a deeper look at the topics that are affecting our youth today. Like, who are the people who are dating ghosts? Where did all these pickup artists come from? And why doesn't my preacher have a nicer private jet? We understand that these are the issues you really want to get to the bottom of. The Commercial Break is now available on the Odyssey app or wherever you find your podcasts.
Former Eagle Hugh Douglas, current minivan driver Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
What's up, Eagles Nation? I'm super excited to come back home, man. It's always been a dream of mine ever since I was little. So I got y'all, boy. I'm here. I'm ready to get freaking lit with y'all. I'm ready to win the Super Bowl. I'm ready to win games. And I'm ready to come dominate. I already know what it is.
Dominate. I like that. Welcome back. It's the Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Gillo, Jihaad Campbell talking after he made the Eagles made him the 31st pick. He was very excited. You saw him jumping up and down, hitting the wall in that tunnel as they walked out. You could tell I imagine he was an Eagles fan as a kid. It was kind of a dream come true for him last night.
Those ticket requests going to be off.
Sure it is. And I'm sure he'll
like he loves football. Sirianni guy.
And you know what? That fits. They need that. Guys that love football. I love the pick. And I think he's got a chance to be a great player. There's shades of Navarro Bowman, shades of Micah Parsons when I watch him, especially when he rushes the quarterback. I'm excited to watch him play. But there is, Hugh, we mentioned a little bit in the first segment. We'll get back to everyone's call in a minute here. There is another side to this pick, right? He fell down boards because of an injury, because of his recovery from an injury. So he had shoulder surgery. It was a labrum issue. Can we hear from Jihaad himself talking about the shoulder and when it'll heal and kind of his timeline to play here? Here's Jihaad Campbell on his shoulder.
I'm sorry. I don't know if you answered specifically about the shoulder. You expect to be back by when? Do you know when you'll be clear?
I mean, I'm just taking this process day by day. I ain't even really looking, like too far ahead or anything like that. I'm really just, trying to focus on like tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? I got to go up to the Eagles, but I'm going to definitely give me a nice little workout in the morning, so I can maximize my strengths and, just getting my shoulder back right. So that's what I'm most worried about.
So, all right, you can take that any way you want. Hugh, to me, he didn't answer a direct question. I mean, he was asked ready for training camp.
He's not supposed to.
I know, but if
he doesn't know.
Right, but if he was fine, you know what I mean? If he knew he was fully fine, I think he says, I'm good. I'll be there at training camp. He doesn't seem like he knows.
Well, I'm pretty sure that they probably told him, hey, don't talk about your injury because, you don't want to give anybody anything because Howie was real careful.
Yeah, so we're going to replay Howie and Nick talking about the draft in the 11 o'clock hour. But you're right, Hugh. I felt the same thing from Howie. They didn't want to give a direct answer.
No, because you don't want it to be one of those things where he comes in, something happens and he has a setback.
Right.
So you just want to make sure that everything is everything. And, I'm pretty sure they have a plan for him or they're projecting him to be out there on the field.
The other thing, and we'll play it for you, Howie did talk about they view draft picks like this and him as a long-term bet. Just listening last night, I'm not going to be surprised if he's not ready to go this summer. And look, that doesn't mean he can't have a big impact on the season. I mean, Cooper DeJean had a setback at training camp, right? A hamstring injury.
And then when he came out there, he was dope.
Right. From week 5 on, week 6 on, Cooper DeJean was one of the best rookies in the NFL. So a slow start doesn't necessarily mean he won't have a great rookie season, but it's part of it. I feel like it's being a little bit downplayed that he's coming in here not fully healthy or not fully back, but let's just hope he gets healthy quickly, and because I think he could be a tremendous football player. Ziggy in the Lehigh Valley is up. Hey, Ziggy.
That's the Cowboys fan.
Uh-oh.
He's going after Cowboys fans?
Oh, Ziggy, what you doing, man?
Ziggy?
I mean, come on.
Ziggy, are you paying attention?
Well, obviously not.
So, Hugh, I just want to answer your question. First of all, Dallas sucks.
Well, that's for sure. Yep. Agreed.
And Hugh, it's a quagmire in a person's personality where, say you're living in South Philly, 3-4 blocks from the stadium, well, you're a Cowboys fan. Even the guy 2 blocks away knows, oh, yeah, there's a guy down there as a Cowboys fan. It's a need to be recognized somehow because they're weak. So that guy, if he's listening this morning who wore the Giants jersey, he's all up in himself now, but he's a fool and a loser. Just wanted to put that out in case.
Yeah, that's weird. It's weird to me.
Yeah. Well, I think it's weird to everyone. Yeah. I like the word you use, Ziggy. It's a quagmire. I like that.
It is. It's a deficiency in a person's personality where they somehow need some kind of recognition. And even though it's an anonymous one, they still know the guy down the street's a Cowboys fan. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah, they make their presence known, unfortunately. Ziggy, what are you feeling about Jihaad Campbell?
I had no idea about this kid. So from last night, from the time they picked him until now, I was looking him up, and wow, he's a great pick. He's an edge guy. He can do a lot of different things. He may have filled 2 holes in one. I don't know, but yeah, it's a great pick, I think.
Well, yeah, he could have filled. You're right about that. It could be he has enough versatility, Ziggy, that if Nakobe's injured again or not ready, he could play in the middle. And if they don't get enough production on the edge, he might rush the quarterback a lot.
Yeah, I believe he's going to start this year, and he's going to be effective. We're looking good. Kansas City's going to kick themselves in the butt at the end of the season because he's going to be putting a sack on Mahomes in the big dance this year.
Ziggy, that's an interesting. I like that. It's an interesting perspective, right? Even though it wasn't a blockbuster trade, it was just a 5th-round pick. Kansas City did open the door for the Eagles to draft this kid. They could have taken him. They could have let someone else trade in that pick. Ziggy, it's a good call. It's interesting. I mean, look, they have to see each other in the Super Bowl for it to really play out, which they could again, obviously. But it reminds me a little bit last year. Wasn't the Bills and Chiefs made a trade, and the Bills let Worthy get to Kansas City, and then Worthy helped beat the Bills in the playoffs? It's
something like that.
I guess the Chiefs don't care. I mean, whatever. They're not. They took a 5th-round pick to move down one spot, but yeah, I mean, Hugh, his versatility and his ability to play two different things does help Fangio build a defense. Because it wouldn't surprise me if, like, say Nakobe's healthy. Well, then put Jihaad on the edge for a game or two, right? But if they're not getting good production in the middle, or Nakobe's not healthy, I'm sure he could play games fully on the inside.
He is not. He is a guy who, say, for instance, if you put him on the edge and he rushes the passer, say it's a zero blitz. And for people that know, everybody's man-to-man coverage.
Yep. And
say if the back leaks out of the backfield, he can cover him without a problem. That's not a problem for him. He's a cornucopia of linebackers for me. There's a little bit, when I see him, he reminds me a little bit with his height of Carlos Emmons and his ability to cover. It's a little bit of that. The versatility as far as being an off-ball linebacker and a guy that can rush the passer. The first name that I thought of, and I'm not saying that he's this guy, but I thought it was interesting because last night when Howie was talking about him, they said there were some all-pro comps or some Hall of Fame comps that they didn't want to put out there.
Yeah, I think they didn't want to put the pressure on the kid.
The first person I thought about when I heard that was Lawrence Taylor. From not saying that he's Lawrence Taylor, I'm being careful not saying that, but from the ability to be an off-ball linebacker and to rush the passer, because Lawrence Taylor was the one that revolutionized the game. Lawrence Taylor was the guy that in the 3-4 defense rushed the passer and put pressure and got the offensive tackle paid because he was over there killing him. So that was one of the things that I thought about when I heard that, because you're talking about a versatile player that could do both.
So just to add to you throwing that out there, Taylor was 6'3", 237. Jihaad is 6'3", 245.
No, I'm saying that's physically.
Yeah.
Like, so don't get it twisted, because y'all don't like to pay attention.
No, the podcast title is Hugh Douglas says Jihaad Campbell is better
you know what I'm
than
saying? Like
the headlines are written around.
Yeah, y'all don't like to pay attention, but you have to take what's being said and listening to what other people say and draw your own conclusions. That's kind of what I got from it.
Is this AI Hugh speaking?
See, Kyle, why are you doing that on a Friday?
Whatever works. I mean, if he's half LT, I'll take AI.
See, this is the problem. I'm trying to give you guys context. I'm trying to take you behind the curtain. And y'all want to crack funnies.
Yeah,
it ain't funny.
Yeah, we do.
Well, I mean, you're the one using AI on the show. Somebody else did that.
But like, for real though, when I was listening to it, and I was thinking like, bigger linebacker, because we haven't had, like, Trot. As good as Trot was about my height, and he had little T-Rex arms too. This dude, shout out to Trot. But this dude, man, is the prototypical throwback linebacker. Yeah. And when you look at his size, like I said, first person I thought of was Carlos Emmons, because Carlos was the bigger linebacker and he could cover out the backfield. He had some pass rush ability, but not to the level of this kid.
Right.
So, I mean, when you talk about the position and the prototypical type of guy, I mean, it's only natural to think about that person.
Well, and of course, and you have a guy in there in Vic Fangio, and if he's pushing for this guy, I think it really showed the Fangio influence. The Eagles have not taken a linebacker in the first round since 1979.
You know what I thought? You know what I think happened in these meetings? I think that they sat down and Howie there was a conversation with Vic, and Vic said, "Hey, show me why you think this kid is special." and they took the film of what he does and they married it to what he could potentially be here in this defense and the versatility that this defense could have. Because like I said, man, I mean, because when you got him, the first thing I thought about was this. Zach Bond has pass rush ability because he rushed the passer when he was in New Orleans.
Well, in the first game this year, remember in Brazil, he had, 2.5 sacks in that game? He was a big part of getting to the love.
And another thing I thought, I had a lot, y'all got to work with me because today, riding home, and this is the reason why I couldn't sleep, because I had a lot of thoughts in my head. Jordan Davis is going to be here because I think he's going to be instrumental to what this defense can do. Because I was looking at the lineup of the Eagles. Jordan Davis is the nose. I had Jalen Carter at the nose. You put him at one defensive end. You put Jalen Carter at the left end.
Jomo on the other.
Jomo on the other, Joe. You have Zach Bond. That is he's in the middle. You could put Jalen Hunt on the end, one of those ends.
Nolan.
With those guys. Those guys are going to be hard to block.
Yep.
And it might not be the production that you would get from one guy, but the committee. You see what I'm saying? Like, you have a bunch of guys on your team and Nolan Smith. I'm not forgetting about Nolan Smith because this is a fluid thing that I'm thinking about. But you have at least 4 or 5 guys who, if you're double teaming one guy, everybody else is going to have a one-on-one. And you have guys on your defense that can win their one-on-ones. And they have the speed and the ability to do that. So that's what you're doing because you know Jalen's going to take 2. Jalen's like, you're going to have to pick your poison when you talk about being in a pass rush situation with this defense, potentially.
I'm just glad we got an impact defensive player. I mean, I could sleep easier tonight. Now, like this year and moving forward, all right, Carter and Cooper and Quinion and Nolan and now Jihaad Campbell. Like there's more to this defense than just 3 or 4 guys. Now we're layering this thing for years to come. Jeff in Wilmington. What's up, Jeff?
Roll Tide.
Roll Tide. Yeah, it's about time we went back to Alabama. We've been doing the Georgia thing for a while. We got to even this thing out here.
I was actually there a couple of weeks ago, but I get a text from my daughter like right after the pick. I had to fell asleep. I couldn't stay awake, and her text was "Go Birds," RMFT, and it's Roll Tide with a couple extra words.
I can figure out those two. Yep, Roll Tide, radio appropriate. So for Jeff, obviously you're excited here for this one.
Yeah, because I don't watch a lot of college football, but obviously I watch a lot of Alabama because she's finishing her senior year this year. So definitely interested in that team. And that kid, he's like a Swiss Army knife, so to speak, of linebackers. And I think it's going to work out well. The injury thing, look, there's a lot of kids that come out that have injuries.
Yep.
His are a little bit more recent, I guess, which, maybe he's going to be ready for the beginning of the year, maybe not. But with his size and speed, the dude's around the ball a lot. You don't get 117 or 120 tackles in 1 year without not knowing where to be. So, yeah, I'm excited.
Well,
and
yeah.
I'm excited because it's a linebacker in the first.
I know. It's
awesome.
over. Jerry Robinson, it's over. We don't have to say that name every single moment of the draft anymore. And when it comes to the injury thing, I'm not long-term concerned. I do think it could be more of like maybe he's slow to start this season and the vision is more like, it's the big picture rather than this year. But that's okay. I mean, if he's as good as we think and it takes him 2 or 3 extra months this summer and the beginning of the season, we'll live with that for the next, 3, 4, 5 years.
I mean, you got so much money tied up in the offense long term. You have to build that defense. You have to keep bringing these top tier guys in because eventually you're going to lose somebody. And I just think he's doing the right thing by sticking with these top of the line interior players, going forward. And I just think it's going to be an overall better team with going with more defense. Younger right now.
I agree.
That's what it did last year.
Yep. Jeff, good phone call. I mean, was last night a hit to the defensive luxury, not a necessity?
No.
I mean, they used a first-round pick on
defense.
Because
players.
Nothing ever will be for you.
Well, no, because
defense.
Technically for the AI, for me, it's like you get younger players to compensate the fact that they're not as expensive.
But they used their biggest asset all season.
Oh no, yeah, they got them.
Player.
They got them, but still.
Yeah,
I mean, it's still holds true. You still have more money allocated to the offensive side of the ball.
Right, I know, but they're using their biggest resource this offseason to the defense.
Yeah, because that's the model. That's the business.
It's just turned into money now.
Yeah.
Well, no, I mean, but
moving the line.
That is the business model. Younger and cheaper.
The line's been moved.
We didn't want to pay CJ GJ. We moved him.
Well, that was a mistake.
Well, yeah, I mean, but we did it because you didn't want to pay him.
Yeah, I get it. I'm just
So
saying. But you know,
saying.
well, hold on, though. Even though you don't want to say anything different, if they had drafted an offensive player, you would have peacocked in here today.
I wouldn't. You guys thought I would have peacocked. I would have been like, no.
we know you would.
You would have said, I just find it interesting.
Okay, I probably would have said that. I would have probably said, I would have probably used that wording. But
course.
No, peacocking, no, not me. No, wouldn't do that.
Not today.
Not on a Friday.
Well, I mean, Friday's a good day to do it because then you're off for the weekend.
Speaking of, should we bring up the what AI had to say about Hugh yesterday from a listener?
Oh, sure. Yeah. You have it?
Yeah, the AI overview on Google.
Mm-hmm.
Hugh Douglas, a former NFL player and current radio host, famously stated that defense is a luxury, not a necessity. This statement, which has been a recurring theme in his commentary, suggests that a strong offense is more crucial for a team's success than a strong defense.
You know what my favorite part about this is? AI has erased your career. You're an Eagles Hall of Famer, 80 sacks, and you have been what comes up on Google now is he doesn't believe in defense. It's over.
Listen, you know, the only thing I heard was said
famously stated. I knew that was going to stick with you.
Hey, Kyle.
You know, you could famously
you the second that the words famously stated.
Many people have famously said ridiculous things. Yeah, it's
Kyle,
that was big.
Kyle, that's all I heard you say. You were like, "Oh wow!" Famously stated.
I could see you beaming with pride.
No, Kyle. You know what I thought? I'm not known for fighting T.O. anymore. I'm known for my takes on the radio. Baby Jesus, I have arrived.
Yeah, you've officially
I am
transitioned.
that dude. There you go. I've transitioned. That's all I ever wanted to do. I never wanted to be known as just a football player. Now I am a radio personality who is famously known for a famous take. Y'all can't. Now you talking about can't tell me nothing.
I'm proud. It's a big day. I didn't. You know what? I like the way you framed it.
I just want to say thank you to all the people that listen and all the people that disagree with me. Like I've always said,
is this your acceptance speech?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I make my haters my motivators.
You know, we have take funerals. When there's a take Hall of Fame at WIP,
yeah,
the defense is a luxury one.
It has to go in.
Yeah, no, it will.
It has to go in. I might get
famously stated and not have to go in the hall.
Take. That's all I saw.
It also shows your versatility because you have one famous thing replaced for another.
Yes.
Like for me, it's just the only thing on the internet about me is the dumb things I've said. I got nothing else. I mean,
that means you're famous. Like you're famous.
Famously
stupid
for some people.
How many times? Like this is when you know that you live rent free in people's head, Joe. And this is why I admire and commend you, because no matter what's being said, and we figured this out last week. No matter what's said and no matter who says it, if you repeat it, you started the rumor.
Oh, it's my fault. Yeah.
Yes. The simple fact that we sat here last week and me and him were in lockstep with our what was it, Joe?
We would trade AJ for Abdul Qadir.
Yes,
Joe was getting dragged.
We were in lockstep.
They don't know how you work with Joe Giglio
and
every day.
They were absolving me from you know what I mean? And they were like, well, I don't know how Hugh can work with Joe.
Big old
Joe's
Hugh
an idiot.
Shield over here.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I was like, we have arrived. We have arrived as a collective.
So Hugh's AI overview says famously stated. Joe's would say foolishly stated.
Yes. And there's nothing, and it'll just one take will replace the next take. Foolishly said this and foolishly said that.
You know what's funny? We always talk about, people that don't like you, whatever. It's either or with us. It's no in between. It's either you like us or you don't. There it is.
It tends to be like that for talk show hosts. I like Aaron, who's up next on WIP. What's up, Aaron?
Good morning, Philadelphia.
What's going on, man?
Aaron, what's up?
For all those people out there that want to talk about Howie Roseman and how lucky he is with the draft, we got to sit there and we got to realize now that Howie and the Eagles are creating their own luck.
Well, in some ways they obviously are. Yeah. Sometimes a player falls, obviously Campbell fell, because of the injury he had or whatever the reason is, and the Eagles are in position to get him. But Aaron, they do. They do create their own luck. Last year they traded up for Cooper DeJean. They had that extra pick to take Jalen Carter a few years ago. Yeah. A lot of this is them. And Aaron, sometimes I think simplicity is how you win. They didn't overthink it. Campbell is one of the best players in the draft. Just take him.
Joe, if you look at the draft now, people are following the Eagles blueprint. When you have the Browns that are trading back, and instead of taking the flashy player, they take the nose tackle that's in the trenches, and then they add picks and stuff like that. And then you got the Cowboys who are supposed to take a wide receiver, and they take just a mauler in Booker. And then the Washington commies, they instead of taking that safety from South Carolina, who's a super athlete, they take just a bookend tackle from Oregon. I mean, that's telling. And yesterday we were in the spot where there were like 3 or 4 players where if they would have drafted, we would have been happy with.
Well, I agree with that, Aaron, because when they were coming up towards the pick here, we had a bunch of names we were throwing out. Ezra Rocco, Mike Green, the safety, Eamon Worry from South Carolina, corners. We weren't honed in on one guy, and then they actually surprised us with Campbell.
Yeah, that was one guy that it was mocked in one, I think, that we did, and I think Barrett Brooks talked about him. Shout out to B that talked about him earlier in the week. But I thought it would be an edge rusher.
Yeah,
I thought it would be an edge rusher.
Maybe it was. We just didn't realize it.
Well, he's an edge rusher, but he's more like, I would say, a Swiss Army knife.
Mm-hmm.
Hugh, the other thing is great athletes think alike, and you, my friend, are spot on with Jordan Davis. I think Jordan Davis is going to be the next Brandon Graham, where he's going to be around for a long, long time because he takes up space.
Yeah, he's a space eater. He's not a pass rusher, but you put him back at his natural spot. I will say this, though. He needs to up his snap count in order for this to work because we are light at that defensive end position. We're light, I should say, at the defensive line position.
Yep.
And we have more linebackers now than we have, down linemen. So, I don't know what Vic's going to do, but right now, looking at that, he has to be a guy that he has to be more dependable if you're going to run with a true 3-4 defense.
Yeah, I agree with that. And look, we'll see. They're 6 days away, Aaron, from having to make a decision on the 5th-year option in his contract. And Aaron, good phone call. Hugh, I think it was noteworthy to me they didn't make the decision because they made the decision on Jahan Dotson, right? Because all your the 5th-year option on players that were first-round picks, the date is the same for everyone. The Eagles already decided on Dotson. They didn't need to wait another week. They didn't pick up that option, so he's got 1 year left on his deal. They haven't picked it up or declined it on Jordan Davis yet, which tells me, let's see how the rest of this draft plays out. Let's see if they get another, player like Jordan Davis. If they don't, maybe they pick it up and he's here for longer. 215-592-9490 for this hour on 94 WIP, fueled by Sunoco 94 Octane. If you demand peak performance of your vehicle, then nothing less than Sunoco 94 Octane will do. Tree Card 94 only at Sunoco. All right, we'll continue with your reaction coming up. Like the pick, love the pick. Where do you come down? And we'll hear from someone who coached Campbell at Alabama and Howie Roseman and Nick Sirianni. That presser happened at 12:15 a.m. If you missed it, we'll bring that to you so you can hear what they said about the pick. And I think Howie's answer about the medicals here is interesting when it comes to Campbell. We'll talk about that and play it for you. 215-592-9494. It's how you hot board. It's the Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here to tell you why Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey is South Jersey's diamond destination and your trusted jeweler for quality, service, and price. You can choose from the largest selection of engagement rings in the area, or you can have their master jewelers create a custom one-of-a-kind ring just for your special day. Visit their showroom or shop online at familyjewelers.com. That's familyjewelers.com. Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to truegreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
Lexus of Cherry Hill, an elite of Lexus dealer and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Why would you buy your Lexus from anyone else? The 2025 Lexus models are here and moving fast. Tony and his team at Lexus of Cherry Hill are your source for the Lexus of your dreams. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Face it, you deserve a Lexus, and you deserve award-winning customer service. Start your journey at lexusofcherryhill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
When you enter a place of business, you're owed a legal duty that the place of business is safe for you to shop in. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you suffered an injury at a place of business, our duty is to protect you after that harm. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.com.
Going up. Prices keep going up these days. It feels like being on an elevator that only goes up. Going up. But not at Metro. we're pushing the down button. Going down. We lowered prices and give you a 5-year price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Get one line of 5G data for $40. Period. That's 20% lower. Only at Metro.
5-year guarantee on eligible plans. Exclusions apply. See website for details. Not available at Metro with T-Mobile in the past 6 months. Tax applies.
The New Jersey Transit Police Department reminds you that we all need to work together to keep our transit system safe. Your attention is our most valuable asset. If you ride the train or bus, if you live or work near a station, be alert and aware of your surroundings. If something doesn't feel right, it probably isn't. Report suspicious activity to 1-888-TIPS-NJT or text your report to NJTPD. New Jersey Transit urges you to help keep our transit system safe. Report suspicious activity to 1-888-TIPS-NJT or text your report to NJTPD.
Hey, navigation? Take me to Kia of CherryHill.com.
Kia of CherryHill.com is offering super low lease payments on Telluride, Carnival, Sportage, Sorrento, and the all-new K4. Kia of CherryHill.com is home to over 300 new Kias available for immediate delivery. Kia of CherryHill.com has a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Available 24/7 at Kia of CherryHill.com.
If you're serious about what's under your hood, then you need the highest octane on the market. New 94 Octane, available exclusively at Sunoco. Nothing else will match it. Go to Sunoco.com to find a participating station near you.
At Lowe's, pros save big on the supplies you need to get the job done. With the new My Lowe's Pro Rewards program, get member-only deals every week and access to free standard shipping. Plus, members earn points toward exclusive rewards. Join for free today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Points are awarded on eligible purchases. Program subject to terms and conditions. Free standard shipping not available in Alaska and Hawaii. Exclusions and more terms apply. Details at lowes.com/terms. Subject to change.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 biggie bag with a junior bacon cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, junior hot and crispy fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California and via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
For Phi, winning the fight against vision loss means seeing new ways to push himself. The Foundation Fighting Blindness is committed to funding research to end blinding retinal diseases. The Foundation Fighting Blindness. Together, we're winning. Learn more at fightingblindness.org.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Ego, power beyond belief. Travis Hunter's gone, Shedeur Sanders is too, and now Colorado's left wondering, what about Coach Prime? Deion came to Boulder to build something, but also to coach his guys. Without his son under center, does college still call to him, or does the NFL whisper louder now? Following Shedeur to Sundays wouldn't just be a family move, it'd be prime time going pro again. I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studio. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey sports station. The Broad Street Bombers play on the home of the Phillies. Grand Slam! Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Well, Eagles got it started last night with Jihaad Campbell. Welcome back, Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio as the Eagles select Jihaad Campbell in the first round, number 31. Linebacker, edge rusher, Swiss Army knife, whatever you want to call him. He is a Philadelphia Eagle, and he looks like he could be an excellent player. We're going to hear from Howie and Nick. If you missed it last night, we'll play that for you. They spoke very late last night about the pick. I think it's important to listen to Howie, the way he talks about Campbell's process of coming back from the shoulder surgery that he had and when he'll be ready, because I thought Howie's answer was interesting there, what they said about him coming up in just a couple minutes. First, can we hear from Nick Sabin? Nick Sabin recruited Jihaad Campbell to Alabama. Obviously didn't coach him last year because he retired, but he's part of the reason why this kid is where he is right now. Let's hear Sabin on Jihaad Campbell.
There he is. The guy you brought to Tuscaloosa, now another first-round draft pick.
Yeah, well, this guy is a great person. I mean, you know, what people have to understand about Jihaad, he played with his hand in the dirt in high school, went to, IMG, came out, was an outside backer, moved to inside backer, and got better and better and better, and I thought had a fantastic year this year. He has tremendous range, speed. He can play in or out. He never played behind the line before we moved him 2 years ago because of injuries, but he's developed into a first-round inside guy. He could be an edge rusher. This guy, I just love this pick. I really do. I mean, this guy lit it up at the combine. Yeah. I know some people, the only reason they're getting him here is because people had some injury questions because of shoulder surgery, might not be ready for camp. But if you're the Philadelphia Eagles, what do you care?
Right.
You're going to pick a guy that's going to be there maybe for the next 10 years for you and be a really, really good player. And when he does get healthy, he's going to have pass rush for him.
You can tell he loves them. Yes.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing. And Elliot was adamant about this last night.
Mm-hmm.
Him so much so him and Ike were kind of going back and forth because Ike's looking at it more from the coverage standpoint, which he should, because this is, you don't know how tough it is or how easy it makes for Vic to design a defense where you don't have to pull anybody off the field.
Right.
Now, I played with one of the greatest linebackers in Eagle history, Jeremiah Trotter, but there was a lot of times that we had to adjust, and Trot came off the field in certain pass situations because, he could cover, but that wasn't really his strength.
Mm-hmm.
And so, we would have to, mix and match linebackers. Now, to have people out there, this is what makes this so intriguing to me, because now you have the personnel out there that can do whatever you need them to do in a pinch. Because a lot of times a strategy for most offenses is to catch you in a certain defense.
Right.
And to keep you in that defense so they can take advantage of the matchups.
The personnel you have
out there.
They go no huddle. They keep on the field.
Yeah, and now what you do, you have a guy that in a pinch, say if you get caught in the wrong defense, he slides to the outside backer spot because he knows it. Or he slides to inside back. Or hell, he becomes the third end or the end. He walks up on the line of scrimmage and becomes the defensive end. You can rush the passer, or you could do it like this. A lot of times teams like, to whatever the strength of the defense is, the linebackers flip-flop. You have a strong backer and a weak linebacker.
Those strong whackers.
Those, the funny is that when I catch me doing it, it's like, wow, I need to try to sprint through that. But anyway, you don't have to flip-flop your linebackers. You could just line them up and go. Like one linebacker can walk up on the line and play the run or rush the passer, and then you had the other guy dropping back in coverage. It allows you to do more without changing your personnel.
So I think what you're saying, I think of it from two ways. One, it helps Vic, right, in the game.
Yeah.
Vic Fangio do all these different things. It also helps Howie as a team builder. Like, if he has versatility, you could build the team in different ways. I mean, look, hopefully he plays here for 10 years. It wouldn't shock me if there are some years where he plays more edge and some years where he plays maybe more inside, and based on the personnel. And then look, during the season, every team has injuries, right? Let's hope the Eagles are not injured and they all stay healthy. But it wouldn't surprise me if they start him off more on the inside and then, I don't know, they get banged up on the outside and they say, you know what, we need you out here for a few weeks, and he can do it. That's how Parsons really got started as an edge rusher, because they drafted him as a linebacker. And then they were like, all right, well, we need help out there. And then he was so good at it, they were like, all right, just keep getting the quarterback.
Yeah, and I look at it like this, man. You got a guy that, like, he might. I don't know if this year he could be the green dot guy, but with N'Kobe's injuries or whatever, I mean, to have somebody out there that can do it all, man, that's phenomenal. And helps your second. He's a good player. Like, you can free up Cooper DeJean to do some different things if he can cover like that. Like, you have versatility in your defense where you won't get caught in anything that you can't handle.
Well, and he also has long arms and zones coverage. Like, the window's closed. I mean, everything about him looks like it could be an outstanding player. Now he's got to hope he stays healthy and reaches his ceiling here with Vic. Let's talk to Terrence in Springfield. Hey, Terrence.
Huge Joe Kyle, what's up, man?
Terrence, what's up, buddy? What are you feeling?
I love the pick yesterday. I feel like Howie's going younger, and I feel like that's the reason we let Sweat go, we let Milton Williams go, because he's going with these younger guys with more of a motor. We saw towards the end of the year, Noah Smith his motor came on, the Hunt motors came on, and this guy that we got, he's versatile, and I feel like he filled that void that we had on defense. He gives us more depth in our defensive players right now. And this guy, it doesn't matter if he's hurt right now. I feel like he's going to make an impact when he does get healthy. You can see when he got drafted that the kid looked like he was hungry. He was excited to be here, and that's a good sign. And I like the fact that we jumped that one spot over the team that we beat in the Super Bowl. That made it much sweeter. To me, for the Chiefs, for the reason that you guys lost in the Super Bowl and you let us get a defensive player, I know they still got the guy that they wanted. They got the offensive lineman that they wanted, that they needed. But to let us hop over one spot over you to get the player that we wanted, that we needed, to me, I don't know. Maybe it's Andy looking out for the Eagles. I don't know what that is, but to me, it doesn't make sense to me to let that happen. But Howie Roseman, I feel like he's going to make more of an impact tonight. We still got some more picks on the board, but I feel like this guy is going to make an impact.
Well, I think he can make an instant. It's all about health, right? That's what we're going to find out, how quickly he gets on the field this summer and he picks everything up. Terrence, we appreciate the phone call, but I don't see any reason why, if he's healthy, he's not going to impact the 2025 Eagles. He should. It's a matter of how quickly he gets up to speed. All right, let's listen to Howie and Nick last night. This was their post-draft press conference, post-first round press conference. The conversation is obviously about Jihaad Campbell, the pick, the player, what they envision. You could hear how excited Howie is, and also I thought his answer about the injury situation, how healthy he is, I thought he kind of dodged it. Here's Howie and Nick last night, right after the selection of Jihaad Campbell.
We picked Jihaad Campbell. We made a small trade up just to ensure that we could get him. There were a lot of trades in the 20s, and so we just want to make sure that someone didn't jump ahead of us. Excited to have him. Really excited to have him. Wasn't really something we anticipated. Understand some of the other teams may have reasons for taking other players, but for us, this was a really easy pick. Really explosive player. He can play inside. He can be an edge rusher. Just really feel fortunate to bring him home back to Philly.
Howie, there were reports that you were trying to trade up a little bit earlier. Was that for Jihaad?
It was. Again, this was a top 10 player on our board. We do not have any long-term concerns with his health. We have, we look at the draft as a long-term opportunity for our team. We have a lot of confidence this guy's going to be here and play at a really high level for a long time. And so when you're in a draft and you're picking at the end of the first round, you have an opportunity to get a top 10 player on your board, a guy who can affect the quarterback, a guy who can affect the passing game. For us, it was a no-brainer. Local kid, great character. So we were really excited to add him.
Nick, I heard Howie say that he has the pass rush ability as well. How do you view him and how he can be used in the defense?
Yeah, I think we think he's a versatile player who can do a lot of different things. Obviously, the main thing that you see is the energy that he plays with, the speed that he plays with, and that when you're playing and relentless effort that he plays with, and that fits on defense.
Far enough in his rehab that he could be ready, do you think, for training camp or opening day?
Yeah, we'll get all into that when we bring him in here. Obviously our guys had an opportunity to see him at the combine and the rechecks. And, we're very excited about what he's going to bring to the team. From our perspective, all that stuff will be sorted out. But again, we're looking at this wasn't a need pick. This was, for us, a player we had tremendous passion about, and somebody when we started the process and continued through the process was very high on our boards. And, we got to look at the draft that way. Obviously, There were other players we liked at the spot we were picking, but this stood out to us, and I'm very excited to get him, and we didn't want to lose him.
Howie, how would you describe what you're like when you see a player falling and you're trying to trade for him? How would you describe your mannerisms, your mood?
I don't know.
Maybe asking you better, Snake.
Yeah. I mean, persistent, determined. Would that be fair?
Yeah.
Did you think that he was like falling, or that this is where you thought?
I think we get enough information before the draft that we started to feel like it was a possibility in the last few days, and so we had gone through scenarios where he was going to fall. We knew that there was probably a sweet spot that we could try to get up at, and we had done a lot of planning about that. So we understood kind of some of the questions that were going on him. We spent a lot of time with our doctors and our medical staff, ensuring that we were all seeing it the same way. And again, we have a lot of confidence in our edge rushers on this team, and our inside linebackers on this team. But for us, this we thought was one of the best players in the draft.
Next question is he going to start off with Washburn or with Bobby King?
Yeah, I think we'll go through that here. But this is a guy who was recruited from IMG at Alabama as an edge rusher, hand and dirt edge rusher. They had some injuries at Alabama. They played him off the ball. You see his explosiveness and his speed, and really, it's kind of interesting. And we talked about this a lot. You see it. You see Penn State give them a lot of credit for what they've done. They've had guys off the ball move to edge rushers. Obviously, their last two guys who've been drafted really high, they started off the ball and they moved to edge rushers. Vic does a tremendous job with getting guys who have pass rush ability to be versatile players like that. And I think what's really fun is that those guys who have that versatility, who can go out on the edge and get pressure as a rusher, and he's got speed, he's got power as an edge rusher. He was trained as an edge rusher, and then he's got the versatility to play off the ball and blitz from depth and play in space, in pass coverage, as an off-ball linebacker. And so the things that you can do and keep all these players on the field. So for us, it's just, we always want to improve the front seven, and we view him as a front seven player who's got incredible versatility and a skill set to do both those things. And the appeal is that he's got this rush skill set, and he's 21 years old. He turned 21 on February 24th. So like he's got upside to grow and get bigger, and his frame is such that he can put on more weight and more strength. And so, as you can tell, excited about the player.
What were the conversations like with Vic Fangio in the pre-draft process about how he might fit in the defense and how that versatility might be able to be an asset for the defense?
Yeah, tremendous respect for Coach Fangio and the accomplishments he has and what he sees in defensive players. And so, I think for us, we're having those conversations with every member of our coaching staff and certainly our coordinators. And obviously Vic, with the success that he's had, with those conversations go deep. And so, understanding that he's got a vision for the player, but we've seen what he can do with guys with this kind of skill set. And you just look around the league, the teams that we have to get through to get where we want to go. They have fast, explosive quarterbacks, players in their backfield that we got to bring down at all levels of our defense. And we need a tremendous amount of front seven players to contain those guys. And so it's always been a priority. For us, this doesn't deviate what we believe. We believe in affecting the passing game on offense and defense, and this guy can affect the passing game on defense.
There's been guys here before, local guys from this area, who struggled with kind of being a pro near home, just the demands on them, having their friends in the same town and stuff, and take a request and all that. Is that something that is I don't know, do you look into that at all? Is that something you kind of consider with a local kid?
Yeah, I rely on Dom. To get to know these kids, and he knows all these kids and the background that they come from. And, I think that I don't know necessarily who you're talking about. I could probably think of one that wasn't as high a pick. But I don't have any doubt about this player's character, this player's work ethic, this player's desire to win.
You mentioned Vic. How much has he expanded your view of what an off-ball linebacker could do in terms of value for a defense?
Yeah, I don't want to put this player in that box. That's what I'm saying. This guy can grow into anything you want. And what I'm saying is Vic has done a tremendous job with kind of educating me on the way that he looks at things and the way I look at things. And we have a lot of these conversations about it. And obviously, you know, those are great conversations. For me, I'm continuing to learn every day. That's a beautiful part about the job that we have. And but at the end of the day, like, you see it and what's going on in the league. And Zach Bond's a great example. I mean, these guys, they can rush from the edge, they can play in space, they can affect the quarterback from depth, from the edge, and that's what we're looking for. You know, we're looking for guys like that, and the league has changed. You know, and I think the league it's a speed game, and when you have guys with those kind of explosive qualities, and you want to get as many as you can.
Does Nakobe's injury timeline affect his projection at whatever position?
No, we have a lot of confidence in Nico Dean, and this has nothing to do with Nakobe. This had to do with the fact that we had a top 10 talent on our board, who we love the player and we love the versatility. And, you know, for us, that was it. That was really it. You know, it wasn't about, we start drafting for need, or we start turning down top 10 players when we're picking in the 30s. It's not going to be good for our football team.
You mentioned how other team you thought that he may drop a little bit just based upon the injury concerns, and you trust your doctors. And what is it from your team's evaluations of him medically that you think that he's going to be?
Well, Jeff, when we do our medical meetings, we share medical grades with other teams. So, you know, obviously they all go to the combine. So I don't want it to be like we're the only team that had you know, certain was confident with him medically. I'm not going to go into the medical stuff because I don't do that with any of our players. But I would say for us, we look at this as a long-term investment, and we think this guy's going to be playing a long time for the Philadelphia Eagles.
Press conference last week, you spoke about how player comps come up in those meetings. What player comps came up with Campbell?
Yeah, you know, again, you know,
They're trying to get you.
Yeah.
They're trying to get you.
go ahead. You want to take it?
Well, no. You know, because it's funny because we were watching like on the NFL Network, and like the first few guys are like Hall of Famer comps, you know, and so it's like we're looking at that, we're going, whoa, those are big shoes to fill. So I think for us, like those are conversations we have with our staff, and that puts coach in a bad spot. So I'm stepping in front.
Are you sensing any reluctance from other general managers around the league to do deals with you, given your recent run of success and the draft and with trades?
I wasn't. I didn't feel that way. You know, again, like we're all in the business of making our teams better, and so I think that when we find opportunities to make our team better, we'll do the trade. When other teams find the opportunity to make their team better, they do the trade. You know, I think we just traded with the team we played in the Super Bowl. You know, we moved up one pick and gave them some value. So I think at you know, all the conversations we're having, what happened in this draft was the trade started to pick up and the value of the trade started to pick up. So that always makes it different. Once one trade goes down, the market kind of changes. So you got to adjust with that, but feel fortunate that we got him.
All right, there was Howie Roseman and a little bit of Nick Sirianni last night talking about the pick of Jihaad Campbell. Hugh, a couple things stood out to me. One, he did when asked and then came back to it a couple times about the injury and when will he get on the field. They said they're comfortable, but then he did mention like this is a long-term thing, right? Like
they're looking at as a player, kind of like Nick Sabin said, that's going to be in your system for a long time.
Right, which tells me they're not going to rush this. And if he's not ready in camp, you know, that's what they chose to do here. They didn't go for need. They went for the best potential player. The other thing is, you know, he volunteered something, right? He talked about his versatility, and then he mentioned Penn State has had two players that have played off the ball, but they turn into pass rushers. I mean, obviously he's referencing Micah Parsons and Abdul Carter. The more you listen to them, they obviously think he could become a premier pass rusher if they want him to be.
Yeah, that's what you're looking at him for. There's a lot that stuck out. You know, like I said, you heard the cut what he said. They compared him to some Hall of Fame players, but they said, hey, don't want to put that pressure on him.
I think Nick was about to say it, and I jumped in. And
Man,
was like,
I'm telling you,
let's just calm down here.
Because and here's because I feel like you need to add a little context to this and why I thought this way. When you look at most of the linebackers that have been drafted over the last couple of years, I was talking to Ike last night about Roquan Smith. His measurables are not the same as this guy's. Roquan's like, what, 6 foot? He's a good linebacker, serviceable linebacker, but he's more of a cover guy.
He's a run stopper off the ball linebacker.
Yes.
He doesn't go after the quarterback, right, off the edge.
You have a guy who has pass rush skills, but has the ability to play any one of those linebacker positions. And I would venture to say, if you're able to do that, you're a pretty smart player because you have to know the different coverages and all this other stuff. So that's where the comparison comes from as far as the body type and the ability. There, and that's where I think Howie was talking about how the game has changed, because the draft to me goes in kind of waves and it goes in body types. Just like, for example, there's not any fullbacks left in the NFL anymore because that body type is not in it. Like, everybody's a smaller back. They're like the smaller backs. They're not the bigger, more physical backs.
And teams like to spread it out rather than all bunch it together.
Yes. And then when you look at the defensive linemen, there was a phase that when I got drafted, they were smaller and faster. It's starting to go back to the old way that it used to be. They're starting to get longer and leaner.
Yep.
And they're getting after the quarterback. Boy, you're talking about James Pierce, Mike Green, those guys, they all have the same body type. He's a throwback to what linebackers used to be.
But with the speed to do the other.
Yes.
You know what else I thought about listening to all that? Because he talked about how it's a speed game now, right?
Yes.
They have you always mention this, you draft your team to win your division, right?
Yes.
Who do they have to deal with for the next 10 years? Jaden Daniels.
Yeah.
So if I'm going after Jaden Daniels, I want someone that could go get him as a pass rusher, but also if my linebackers need to be able to run because that guy runs.
And not only that, what team gave us fits the year that we were trying to get in the playoffs and they came to town and beat the brakes off us? The San Francisco 49ers. And I can't think of his name right now, but who's the linebacker that they have that was all over the field crushing us?
Warner.
Yes. That's
well,
what
he contained Jalen.
Yes, that's the type of guy that you want. Even the linebacker from the Commodores, the middle guy jumping over the line all the time. Luvu, he's a bigger linebacker. So you're gonna draft, guys that that have that versatility, can play in space, but also they're protected and they have the speed, the fast flow speed, so that they can get to the quarterback if the fast quarterback takes off.
Yeah. Our Twitter question sponsored by the PI Dental Center. Your smile is the first thing others see when they meet you. Learn about and schedule your evaluation, PIDentalCenter.com. What do you think of the Eagles drafting Jihaad Campbell? Like it, love it, don't like it. As you can imagine today, very few votes for don't like it. We're at 2% on that. Love it at 63. Like it at 35. 215-592-9494. We'll get back to everyone's phone calls here. A lot of people want to react, talk with us about this pick, what the Eagles did last night with Jihaad Campbell. We'll also look ahead tonight, round 2 and 3. We'll run through some of the names still available and who we could see the Eagles add tonight and who we want the Eagles to add tonight. Maybe they stay at 64. Maybe they move up like they did in the second round last year. 215-592-9494. It is the Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Let's talk about bacon, not just any bacon. Let's talk about Hatfield bacon. From classic hardwood smoke to sweet maple brown sugar, even extra thick cut bacon and applewood smoked bacon. Every slice is packed with flavor. You can put it on your burger, level up your breakfast, or you can snack straight from the pan. No judgment on my end. Treat yourself. Grab some Hatfield bacon today and taste the difference. Head to simplyhatfield.com to find a retailer near you and put some Hatfield pork on your fork.
With Caesars Palace Online Casino, Iconic Play is just the beginning. Download today and register with code RADIOLAUNCH. New users get a $10 sign-up bonus, a 100% deposit match up to $1,000, and 2,500 reward credits after wagering $25. Must be 21 and physically present in New Jersey or Pennsylvania. In Pennsylvania, affiliated with Harris Philadelphia. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Natural Lawn of America gives your lawn the natural care it deserves. With organic fertilizers and safer, eco-friendly weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn ensures your lawn thrives year after year. Act now and get free seeding every year. Time is running out. Call 800-FREE-SEED today.
When you combine highly skilled surgeons and the world's most advanced surgical robots, incredible things can happen. At Virtua Health, this technology in the most capable hands provides unmatched precision and attention to detail, leading to fewer complications and faster recovery times. Because there's nothing better than getting back to what you love. Find the most experienced surgeons in robotic-assisted surgery at Virtua Health. Learn more at virtua.org/robotic surgery.
Are you ready? Yeah. Let's go. Critics are calling The Accountant 2 undeniably awesome.
Is your brother up to speed on the case?
Braxton, thank you for coming. I'm really glad you're here. Did you say that? Yeah. Unbelievable. Ben Affleck and John Bernthal have electric chemistry.
That's my big brother up there!
It's better than the original. in every way.
Anything else?
I think we gotta go get drunk.
And it's one of the most entertaining movies of the year. I think so too. The Accountant 2, rated R, 117nm without parent, now playing only in theaters.
Hey, baseball fans, there's no better place to bet the long ball than BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball. Swing big on your home run bet with BetMGM's Home Run Boost Token. No opt-in is required. Just log into your BetMGM account to receive your Home Run Boost Token. Then activate your token when you place a bet on any player to hit a home run. If that player goes yard, you'll score a bigger payout. No matter the showdown, BetMGM is the best place to bet the long ball. Claim your MLB Home Run Boost Token today and don't miss your chance at a bigger payout on the winning home run bet. The action is on deck at BetMGM, the king of the big swing. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards vary and expire in 1 to 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I can't believe you scored tickets para Nati Natasha.
After saving so much at T-Mobile, I thought, ¿por qué no darnos un gusto?
There she is.
Nati, can we get a picture?
Claro que sí. Wow, that's a nice picture.
The S25 takes awesome selfies.
Tag me and I'll follow you. Get a new Samsung Galaxy S25 phone with Galaxy AI at T-Mobile and 4 lines for $25 a line.
With autopay discount plus taxes and fees. Minimum 4 lines on plan. Contact us if canceling lines. Plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See details at T-Mobile.com.
Have you tried hands-free Skechers slip-ins yet? Because if you haven't, you're missing out on technology that changes how you think about shoes. Let me explain what makes Skechers slip-ins so incredible. First, these are not just regular slip-on shoes. They're not just a pair of loafers without laces. Skechers slip-ins have laces, and once you tie them to fit your foot just right, you never have to tie them again. They also come in boots, dress shoes, sneakers, work shoes, sandals, and every other kind of shoe you wear every day. But what makes them different is the technology inside that lets you just step into them. There's a built-in hidden shoe horn that slides your foot in. Then a comfy heel pillow cushions your foot and keeps your shoe on securely. So they look, feel, and wear just like a pair of shoes you're used to. Except you don't have to bend down, struggle to put them on, or touch them. Just step in and go, completely hands-free. And everybody I know who tries them doesn't want to wear shoes that aren't Skechers slip-ins ever again. They're just that amazing. Try them at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Down to the low 50s overnight. Tomorrow, 81 and partly sunny.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-251-5642. 800-251-5642. You have nothing to lose, but everything to gain. 800-251-5642.
Hugh Douglas.
Shark meat is not good because they pee through their skin.
And Joe Giglio.
Well, you could have told me that before I ate the shark.
On Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back, Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio. You guys with us. 215-592-9494. That is how you hot board as we react to the Jihaad Campbell pick at number 31 last night. We'll get to tonight, day 2. And day 2 is a big one. I mean, you know, the Eagles have had great history in the second round. And look, we don't have to look any further than last year with the trade up for Cooper DeJean. So could be a big impact player tonight. Eagles slated to pick at 64 unless Howie moves up again. All right, we'll get to that, who we're looking at, and the storylines heading into round 2. Your phone call as well, 215-592-9490 for this hour on 94 WIP, fueled by Sunoco 94 Octane. If you demand peak performance of your vehicle, then nothing less than Sunoco 94 Octane will do. True Card 94 only at Sunoco. Jay in Philly is up on WIP. Hey, Jay.
Yo, what's going on, fellas? Happy
What's up,
Friday.
Jay? Happy
Hey,
Friday,
happy
man.
Friday, Jay. Jay, what do you think of the pick?
I mean, hey, man, I love his potential, man. Look, man, you a dude from Jersey that made it to IMG,
You
that
a
made it to
dude from
Alabama.
Jersey. Yeah.
You a player.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah. I used to always say I had a friend of mine, his Clay Cardell, he's from Mansfield, my hometown. Had a chance to go to LSU and play tight end. And I told him, I said, listen, LSU don't need you, bro. If they come in Ohio, you can play.
You know
what I mean? Just like if they come into Jersey, you can play.
There's not many Timber Creek kids in Alabama.
Yeah. For real.
But look, I knew about the one shoulder. We all knew about that. When they said another shoulder and a knee surgery, I'm like, hey, man, it just made me nervous. So, if he's healthy, man, he could be great. So you mentioned Lawrence Taylor. Hey, man, I take Seth Joyner best years, man, when Seth was here. If we get a linebacker playing like that, man, hey, man, we got something. So if he could give me Seth's best years, I feel like Zach Vaughn had the best linebacker year since Seth was in his prime. So if you give me two dudes that's replicating, that's giving me that production, we got something. We got something right there.
Oh, for sure. And Jay, I mean, it's fair to bring up the injury stuff. It's fair to have a little concern about it. Now, these things, it feels like it's hit or miss. Like I remember when Landon Dickerson came out and he had all those knee injuries and he just torn his ACL. I was concerned. Like, that's a 330-pounder with bad knees, but he's been great so far. And then obviously we got the other side. Sidney Jones was a disaster. So it's almost like you just got to cross your fingers and hope they can keep him healthy.
Look, I'm going to be optimistic because, hey, man, he's an Eagle, man, and the young fella's from the area. And we know, man, if E-Max is out here, oh, my goodness, man. The linebacker core will be the best linebacker core that we've had since that Eagle team with Seth and William Thomas, Byron Evans. So, hey, man, it'll work in our favor, man, if we hit. I'm happy about that. I hope now we get some secondary help in the second round. If we can get a second safety or corner, man, then I'll be extremely happy with this draft.
And I think that's what they need. They need, to me, Jay, and good phone call. They need that and another defensive
piece,
linebacker. Like when I think of, because it's thin there. Like you have Carter, you have Ojomo, you have Jordan Davis. That feels to me like they're just missing a body up front.
Yeah,
now
you can add some more pieces.
Yeah, that to me, and then the secondary spot, whether it be safety and Ike last night was on, bringing up a lot the corner situation. Do you need another corner? That feels like where they could go next. But as far as just his potential, it is pretty amazing here, Hugh, just in a year, how they've turned two positions they never seem to take seriously, running back and linebacker. And now look at all the resources they've poured in the last 2 years to those positions. They signed Saquon originally, has the great year. They give him more money. They have the big year at a bond. They pay him. And now they spent a first-round pick on a linebacker. It's like, I never thought the Eagles would do this, and now we're here.
Yeah, I mean, but I think, to your point, Joe, it's out of necessity. Because you're talking about Jaden Daniels down there with the Commodores.
Yep, who's a real problem.
And his ability to make plays outside the pocket. And just the NFL as a whole, it looks like it's starting to skew. We had two running backs going the first round yesterday. It's starting to skew towards, ball control offenses. And, trying to get that athletic quarterback. We were just talking in the break about the Jets and the players that they have and what they went and got. They got an offensive line with the first pick. Shorter guy, but he's a pretty good run blocker.
They're going to run a lot.
And they got the two running backs that they have up there.
And Fields is their quarterback.
So you're going to try to play ball control offense, and they got a good defense. So you're going to try to win that way. And a lot of teams now that are late to the party, another team, San Diego Chargers, the LA Chargers. Yep. They're going to run the football.
Wow, that's Harbaugh football.
And when you look at the teams in the division that you're going to play against, they haven't gotten the memo yet. So they're going to be behind 8 ball. So it's a good chance that the Chargers, what they did last year, the Jets might have a pretty good season with all those people that they have up there now.
Did you ever think you'd see the day, Kyle, where the Eagles put this many resources in running back and linebacker?
Things have changed.
And Howie's evolved.
Honestly, it's not that surprising. Like Jim Schwartz was a guy that was very much a trenches guy, built along the defensive line. Now you have Vic Fangio, and he puts a lot of emphasis on the linebacker, so it'd kind of be stupid for them to not.
Yeah, and I think Howie's greatest trait is to kind of be ahead of the thing instead of being behind the thing, the curve, the next trend in the NFL. So I just think as the league caught up to what they were doing, it had to be natural that he went a different way, and they won a Super Bowl doing it last year, and they should be really good doing it more moving forward. Bruce in D.C. What's up, Bruce?
All right. Good morning, General Kyle, Joe, Hugh, and the crew. How's everybody doing on this fine Friday?
I'm a little sleepy.
Yeah, a little bit. We're getting by on caffeine
Long
here and adrenaline, Bruce, because they got a linebacker that could go after the quarterback. We might have been wrong on when Hugh was going to fall asleep. Maybe not the draft show. It might have been
During
the
the show
Friday
today.
show. Yeah, we might lose him around 1 o'clock.
I lost my contact, so I can't see out of one eye. Yeah, it broke. I can't see out of one eye.
Now look, remember, look, you on YouTube, so
That's why I said it, because I know somebody probably saw me rubbing my eye trying to get the contact.
When you put your head down on the table here, they might have thought you fell asleep.
No, I was trying to see what's wrong with the contact. It's broke. I broke it, so I'm blind in one eye right now.
Oh man, that's not good.
I gotta drive when I go home. I gotta drive like this, looking like Popeye.
Oh boy, but no, but getting on to the oh my goodness, man, I just could not be so happy with how it played out, and I thought it was interesting. I don't know, I think that from some of these other GMs, it's almost that there might be some level of hate with Howie. And I hope that doesn't play out today because nobody was willing to do any deals with him to move up, which is interesting because Minnesota they need draft picks. There's a couple of other teams that need draft picks. So I think on the second round he's going to be able to find somebody he's definitely going to move up. But I mean, it was a great pickup. It was a position of need. People are fussing, and I go in some of these football groups about the injuries. And I tell people, look, calm down. We're going to be okay. He's going to be ready and ready to go. And man, I tell you, the front seven is just going to be awesome. I think, with this going on and looking forward, I think the next pick is going to probably be a DL or a safety for their first pick, depending. Because this second round and the third round is pretty stacked with some really good talent.
It is, so, yeah. And every year this happens, but I was struck this morning looking at it, Bruce, to the best available, and a lot of those guys we talked about as round one players. So we'll see if they might trade. I mean, last year they traded up pretty far to get Cooper, so it wouldn't shock me if they make a move up tonight.
Yeah, no, and that's what I'm going to look for. But if you really think about it, for this second round, he might not have to do that much, depending on who falls off on the board. In the second round. So yeah, I'm definitely excited about where we're going. I think maybe he, after DL, depending on the safety or whatever, it's going to be. I mean, my pick DL, safety, and defensive. No, I said not DL. DL, safety. And the tight end. So it's gonna be an exciting night.
Oh, it sure is. I love it. I like the old way when they did on the Saturday, but it is fun that we get like a whole new thing tonight. And the second round has been very good to the Eagles. Bruce, appreciate it. I mean, the Eagles have drafted a lot of their best players over the years in the second round. All right, Hugh, let's look at tonight. Best available players. What are you thinking tonight? So, we talked about edge rusher. They drafted a linebacker. He may have checked the box. Like they may feel like they got their edge rusher. So that means they could get another one or they could go somewhere else tonight.
You know what's funny, Joe? I was just trying to figure that out because I primarily have been looking at the edge rushers because that's what we kind of talked about for the last couple of weeks. Mike Green is still there. Donovan Ezaraku is there. Oluwafemi Oladejo is still there. That's the name that we heard. That was
UCLA.
Yes.
I think you nailed that.
Yeah, I did it last night. I guess I was a little tired. I couldn't do it last night. I butchered that thing. So there's a couple guys. Jordan Birch. These are the ones that are projected to be, the top overall prospects. But Mike Green is that guy. Don't know if they're probably going to go that route. Looking at the D tackles, Darius Alexander,
Toledo.
Yeah, he's the number one guy. You got Shamir Turner, Shamir, whatever you want to say at Texas A&M.
TJ Sand, the South Carolina kid from Sanders.
Yeah, you got one Omar Lott from Tennessee. So you still have some guys on the list that you could get. It just all depends on if they want to go edge, if they feel like they have enough at the edge, or they want to go get one of those interior guys.
All right, let me ask you this: what do you think happens tonight with Shedeur Sanders? Because that was one of the stories of the draft last night. Cameras on him the whole time. We were doing our show, so I didn't hear it, but I did see that Mel Kiper was apparently flipping out that no one was taking Shedeur Sanders. Huey, he's going to be the story again tonight. So to me, tonight the stories are going to be Sanders and Jalen Milroe. They're the highest profile. They're quarterbacks, right? Mm-hmm. And they're high-profile quarterbacks. Where do they go tonight?
That's a tough question, Joe, because we were talking about it in the break room. And to your point, if he doesn't go to Cleveland, he's not going to start. Like we were trying to figure out the percentages of him having an actual chance to start. I myself don't think it's very high. I think that there's a possibility that unfortunately for him, that if he goes as a backup, it's more of a distraction than it is an asset. I think there's a lot at play here. I mean, and it's unfortunate for him, but there's a lot at play here. And I don't know. I think he does get drafted, but I don't think he's going to be in a position to actually have an opportunity to be a starter for a football team this year.
What if you had to put a position you have your eye most on tonight? Is it edge or is it tight end with Mason Taylor? Because we know the story.
Well, I mean, listen, I've been sitting here today trying to figure out this tweet that I was going to sit with this DM.
Yeah.
I was going to slide the DM.
I might want to keep that private. Yeah.
Well, I was just trying to figure out.
Get everyone chiming in on your tweet.
Oh, wait a minute. Let me. Okay, you're right. I probably gave too much information.
Yeah.
Okay, let's keep it to football. And slather Vaseline on me. I think I'm kind of on the defensive side of things.
Wow,
I know we need
welcome
a tight end.
Back.
I know we need a tight end, but the two best tight ends
welcome back.
were taken last night. I don't know. See, this is what makes this intriguing. You got the linebacker with the first pick.
Mm-hmm. You
got a pretty significant pick. What is it, the 64th?
64th.
I mean, so you're drafting pretty early. I'm kind of torn on this. I mean, from my personal wants and what I want for my football team.
You want Mason Taylor here.
I mean, that would be nice, but I'm
very selfish.
I know.
But I'm saying I'm
Eagles
thinking
Hall of Famer thinking about himself over the Eagles.
No, listen.
Stop.
That's why I'm sitting here, and what I'm asking myself, what do I want the most? I think I want the D tackle, man.
Wow.
I think I want the D tackle. Put my personal, agenda aside. I wouldn't mind. Where the Super Bowl at again in California, even though ain't nothing to do up there.
Santa Clara, yeah.
Yeah, there you go, Kyle. I want to do that.
Now you're starting to
I want to fall asleep in California. Maybe get a cup. Maybe I don't think they got the buses. If we drive, we're gonna hit the buses.
Buckies.
The buses. They call. I've been seeing this comedian call it buses. Buses, and he says it with a list.
Gotcha.
Buses. I like that name better.
I'm looking at safety tonight. I think they could certainly use an upgrade there.
You think at the second pick though?
Yeah, why not?
I'm just wondering.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering.
I mean, look, Eamon Warry's still there, the kid out of South Carolina. There's one from Penn State they brought in for I think a top 30 visit. Kid from Notre Dame. There's some good safeties. I mean, that's one position I'm not fully comfortable with just Sidney Brown back there. So safety, and then again, Ike brought it up a lot last night during our draft show. Corner is a spot that, depending on what you think about Keeley or Dory Jackson, they still might need a guy there. So I'm still in on defense. I mean, look, I made it clear if Jalen Milroe is there, I don't think he's going to be. I would pull the trigger on that as the development quarterback, but I'm in on defense. Kyle, what do you want tonight?
Yeah, I don't think this would be a bad spot to go with the corner here. I mean, they obviously have the need with Darius Slay and Isaiah Rodgers gone. I'm not sure if I trust Keely Ringo and Adoree Jackson to step up in that role. I mean, this is the day where they can sort of get creative and I think really start plugging some of those needs. Like, I would be in on going with Mason Taylor at this point. I think that's better than taking him at 32 or, with your best asset in the draft. And I mean, there's a lot of, I think, decent corners out there. There's the Will Johnson kid.
Yep.
And then there's the safety, it's a Penn State kid, Kevin Winston.
Yes.
So, I mean, there's a lot of different ways they can go with this pick.
Well, and also tonight, I think Howie could really move around. He traded way up to get Cooper last year. And this is the part, because they have, 12 picks in next year's draft? This is where they could cash one of those in to move way up in the second round. I think a team would do that. Like, if the Eagles are willing to give one of their compensation thirds next year and they want to go from 64 to 40 something, that might work. Or, to go from 96 up to the beginning of the third round, they might be able to package something to get who they really want to get tonight. 215-592 94-94. Rob in Delco talking about the pick last night. What's up, Rob?
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Hugh. Good morning, Kyle. How you
What's
guys?
going on,
Hey,
man?
Rob. What's up, buddy?
Listen, I got a couple quick things I was a little upset with about the draft, and then I'm going to end on a high note, okay? Hugh, I said it's tongue-in-cheek, okay? Now you gave the little illustration. I know you were saying this guy had, like, traits of, like, Lawrence Taylor, but is not Lawrence Taylor. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's like with Joe. I got a perfect example for you, Joe. If it wasn't for like the sex appeal and the good looks, you remind me of Bradley Cooper, Joe. You know what I mean?
I'm just missing those two things. That's it. Almost
just
there.
Those two things.
Yeah, almost
you know what I mean? The sex appeal and the good looks, you kind of remind me of. I'm just joking here. You know what I mean, Joe?
Yeah.
You probably get that
Wow.
sometimes.
It's not the same thing. Not the same thing. But I get where you're going.
Yeah, you get. I'm just kidding. Yeah. First thing is, I was a little upset. I realized the Phillies were on today. Is that terrible, Joe? That's where I'm at with the Phillies. But I heard they were on today because I'm looking forward to the draft again.
Well,
I was like, oh man,
Rob, here's so a couple things on that. The game will be on at 2:20 today in Chicago against the Cubs. Here's the good news. Ready for I'll start with the good news. The game will be over, so you can move on to the draft tonight. Whatever happens, you can just put it aside, and we get round 2 and 3. The bad news, though, Rob, is the Cubs are leading baseball in runs scored per game, and we're throwing Taiwan out there. So might not go great.
Something's got to give, right, Joe? Something's got to give. Taiwan pitches his butt off, or he gets lit up like a Christmas tree.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Well, we will ask Hugh later on to predict Taiwan's stat line against the number one offense in baseball, because this is going to be a challenge for Mr. Walker today. Go ahead, Rob.
All right, okay. Here's my two things, Hugh, with the draft. One is, Hugh, we're around the same age. I'm about to be 52 in June. Can they do two things for me with the draft?
What's that?
One, can they start at 7 instead of 8? And can they make it 8 minutes instead of 10? Like, that would shave off just about an hour, Joe, just 2 minutes. You know what I mean? Because it's just, 32 teams? That's an hour and 4 minutes? You know what I mean? Just like trimming it from 10 to 8. And so, because I dozed off at, pick 19, Hugh, pick 20. And thank God I woke up at, pick 26, 27. Right before we picked, because if I'd have wasted that whole time and then missed our pick, I'd have been pissed. You know what I mean?
I hear you. I mean, listen, Rob, you're washed. Hugh's washed. I'm washed. It's late. I mean, I get it. That pick came in late last night. I mean,
it just drags on.
Yeah. I got you.
A little bit early, maybe a half hour, and maybe trim a minute, 2 minutes off, and it would be over 10:30 instead of 11:30, quarter to 12, whatever it was. But that was my one thing. And the other thing is, listen, Joe. Pick number 2 tonight, I want to do something unconventional. You know what I mean? We did it with picking a linebacker for the first time in the first round since they said, 79?
Mm-hmm.
So, Joe, I already got the nickname for him. Melrose Place. Jordan Melrose. You know what I mean? Like the show Melrose.
I remember the show. Melrose. Listen, if he's there, I would take him. I did the comparisons and the similarities to Jalen are too much for me to pass up. You're out on Jalen
at 64?
Yeah, 64. Second round.
No.
You're out now?
No, I mean, not at 6. I'm all hyped for the defense now. I want to see what this is going to turn into.
Who is this guy? This is who we thought we were getting on this show. You were gone for years, and now you're back.
Sleep deprivation and all that good stuff.
Now you're back to being a defensive guy.
Summer Green, Joe.
Mean and surly.
I like that Mike Green. If he, I would take either one of those guys. But hey, man, that's an important position if a guy misses 3-4 games.
Of course it is. I mean, again, that it's a huge position. Yeah, it's huge in Eagles history. There's no question about it. I would guess that Jalen Milroe is not going to be there, so the dream will die for me to get him in here as the backup quarterback.
Yeah,
if he's there,
if Jalen goes before Shedeur, that's probably telling. That's telling.
Well, the Browns control it. The Browns have 2 of the first 4 picks tonight. They could get whatever one they want, basically.
Yeah.
They have the first pick tonight, the Browns. So if they want one of those 2 quarterbacks, they're going to take him. All right, let's go to Cowboy Jim, whose team took a guard last night. What's up, Cowboy Jim?
Yeah, could I break up this love fest of a dude that no one talked about, no one heard of? Now he's the second coming of Micah Parsons. I mean, come on. What do you think Nick Saban's going to say? Yeah, I recruited him. He's okay.
No one heard of him? He was one of the best players in college football.
No one talked about him for 2 months.
He was in every first-round mock draft for 2 months.
Oh, come on.
He
come
was.
on. If he was such this Micah Parsons, you'd be like, I'll take him over Milrose. Come on.
Well, Milroe is a second-round pick, so yeah, I would take him.
2 months of not even close speculation.
Your team took a guard at 12.
You have got to be smoking something. Thank goodness. You all think it's a wide receiver. That's a Lululemon pick. Okay, that's what that is. That's just like all shiny and bright. Okay, that's fine. We'll find another wide receiver. We need a guard. Look at our front 5. We're great now. Let me tell you
Or a
something.
smart team would have
Great. We're a great team.
would have traded it down and taken the guard at 20. I mean, they took a guard at 12.
I'm fine with this guard right now. Alabama, I'm
Kind of like a Robert Gallery pick. Remember that when the Raiders took him?
Yeah, he was not good. He was not good.
It was a common sense pick. So let's just
Oh yeah,
leave it
the
there.
Cowboys and common sense typically go together.
Sense,
yeah.
Well, we lost 2 Hall of Fame linemen last year. We have
Boo-hoo.
it's a common sense. We need that. What do you think?
It's fine. I mean, he'll probably be pretty good, but it's a guard at 12. I mean, who cares? Honestly.
And as for the Phillies, this power ranking of number 8, listen, they have no power.
Who said that? Who said number 8?
What are you talking about?
What power ranking?
ESPN has them at power ranking at number 8.
Obviously,
Don't you guys
whoever wrote that list
look at
hasn't
any
watched them
sports?
play in 3 weeks. I mean, because they're not the
Look,
8th best team.
There's 2 things for seeding in this world: Kyle's hair and the Phillies. So I'll talk to you later.
Wait a
Luke.
minute.
It's enough, Jim.
Wait a minute, Kyle. No, I didn't mean to laugh. I just thought it was funny. Kyle gave me a dirty look.
That wasn't one of his worst ones.
No, I'm just saying.
yeah.
I just thought it was funny.
Kind of got me.
Yeah, that's all right. I mean, Jim's team took a guard at 12 last night.
Yeah,
Cowboys.
it's not receding, by the way. It's receded. I mean,
Your
been that
hairline
way for a
receding,
long time.
dog?
Well, I mean, always had a big forehead.
Oh yeah, but as long as it's growing at the top. Like, look, you
No,
just
yeah,
don't want
it's
the
growing.
cul-de-sac. You don't want this back here.
Yeah.
As long as you ain't got this back here, you could probably work
Once
with
that
the
starts
receding.
coming,
Yeah,
I'm coming on home.
Yeah, I mean, comparatively, you have clearly the best head of hair on this
That's
show.
very
so-
true, but that's a very low bar.
Well, but all you have to do is clear whatever bar you create each day. You create your own bars around here. All right, Mark in Delaware. What's up, Mark?
Yo, guys.
Hey, Mark. What's up?
Let me take you off speaker.
Mhm.
Sorry. I'm getting ready to cook bacon, so.
Oh.
I feel attacked.
Like someone I know.
No, it's all good. So, Joe, I
But you can hear
think
that?
I just think I heard Hughes say like something good on defense.
I know. Could you believe it? I mean, he really is
Listen,
sleep
man.
deprived.
Listen, I am not sleep deprived.
You are.
I'm practical. Y'all just not
Since
practical.
when?
See, no, y'all dug into your
talking
takes.
about?
I am very practical. And I'm a forward thinker. I mean, I would like to get more defensive player. Because this is the thing y'all don't understand. Since y'all want to paint me into this corner
We do.
that I'm not a
Absolutely.
defensive guy.
You're not.
It still plays into my narrative. Cheaper, younger.
Mhm.
So yes,
But
I
wait a
want to
second,
get
but
I want to get that.
You've set it up that no matter what, your narrative works. 'Cause
Yes,
the line has
that's the way-
moved
if they
so
take offense,
ridiculously
you see,
far.
I told you
It's
so. If they
unbelievable.
take defense,
I mean,
they're
I'm
cheap.
just saying it's
ridiculous.
The narrative is, in order to have a successful team, you pay most of your offensive players, and you go cheaper on the defensive side of the ball, which the Eagles have done. Because this is what y'all fail to realize: they let guys go so that they can get cheaper on the defensive side of the ball. So yeah, it's still my narrative is still sound.
I mean, they did use their best asset this offseason
Yeah.
on a defensive player.
And he's going to be cheaper for at least 4 years. At least 4.
Yeah, but eventually they're gonna have to make a decision on all these young defensive stars.
It's all cyclical. It's gonna come back
See,
around.
that day's gonna change.
Yeah, but not right now.
Okay.
Not while I'm riding this wave that I'm on, baby. Not while I'm riding
You're
this
just gonna
wave.
keep riding the wave. Mark, we appreciate the phone call. I don't even know if we got Mark's take.
Did
Mark,
we get his take?
I know. I appreciate. I apologize.
He was cooking bacon.
I know.
And we just
Mark, that's on me. It's on Hugh. He went off on a tangent. All right, 215-592-9494. Don't forget, we're going to honor Brandon Graham's legendary career all day on air, and the celebration continues that night with BG Live at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. Special live event features Brandon on stage with Joe DeCamera as BG shares unforgettable stories and the never-before-heard behind-the-scenes stuff that made his incredible career. Tickets available now, 94WIP.com. That's coming up on May 5th, which some of us on this show know as Cinco de Mayo. All right.
Two of us on the show.
Yeah,
know
two
this.
of us, 2 of the 3. Some people think it's the day after Cinco de Mayo, but it's okay. It's just a
okay.
day.
It's Friday.
It's no big deal. No, I don't think that was a Friday when we did that, but that doesn't matter. 215-592-9494.
No days.
No, that doesn't make any difference. Okay, your phone call's coming up. We do have a prize to give away in the 12 o'clock hour. We'll tell you about that. We're going to have Scott Fransky hop on live from Chicago as they get ready for the game out at Wrigley today. Maybe Scott can make us feel better about the Phillies because we've been down in the dumps about that team after the sweep.
Tall order.
Yeah, it is. We'll see if Scott is up for it, talking some Phillies. And right back to your phone calls. Your take on the Jihaad Campbell pick. Like it, love it, or do you not like it? Where do you come down? 215-592-9494 for Midday Show. Sports Radio 94 WIP. FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make a heads-up play with player performance trends. That means whether you want to bet on a player to score 30 points or put up a triple-double, you can check out the latest stats and see who's hot without leaving the app. Plus, after the game tips off, You can even combine live prop bets in with same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, playoff time is the perfect time to join. You'll get started with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Visit FanDuel.com/GIGLIO to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's BG Live on 5-5.
This is such a fairy tale ending now.
Join 94 WIP and Brandon Graham in a candid conversation. Some stories you know.
Brady back again. Brady fumbles the football and the Eagles have it.
Some stories you don't.
We're going to be in your dreams tonight, I promise you.
Hear it all at BG Live on 5-5 at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. Get your tickets for BG Live at 94WIP.com.
I just want to thank everybody.
Presented by Ashley Furniture. Feels good to be home. And sponsored by Auto Lenders. The smartest way to drive tariff-free.
Are you tired of the same old lunch? Same old commute? Same old? Treat yourself to something new at Wawa. Like something zesty with the roasted chicken burrito bowl. Or something savory with the buffalo chicken club. Either way, Wawa has bold flavors for days and days and days, and well, you get the idea. Try something new today at Wawa, where cravings are made easy. Gotta have a Wawa.
Hey, it's Mike Quick. It's time to cut your old point-of-sale systems and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leaders for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-serve kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit PDQPOS.com.
At Citizens, we know when you're into something, you seek out advice. We all do. When you're into fitness, you got a trainer.
Another 12 reps. Let's go.
Wellness, a meditation expert.
And breathe.
And a stylist when you realized fuchsia wasn't your color.
That's so you.
So, what about advice for your money? From making a plan to reaching your goals, Citizens has the guidance you've been looking for all along. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at your local branch or online at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Hey, navigation? Take me to Kia of CherryHill.com.
Kia of CherryHill.com is offering super low lease payments on Telluride, Carnival, Sportage, Sorrento, and the all-new K4. Kia of CherryHill.com is home to over 300 new Kias available for immediate delivery. Kia of CherryHill.com has a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Available 24/7 at Kia of CherryHill.com.
Wawa's new $2 for $6 menu is here. Craft the order you want and save big while you're at it with your favorite options now priced at $2, $4, and $6. Grab a $4 smoothie and $6 classic turkey hoagie, or a $2 iced coffee and $4 roasted chicken sandwich. From built-to-order hoagies to snacks, drinks, and more, pick one deal or try them all. Wawa's $2 for $6 menu. Available now for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Let the dogs out! Spruce!
It's Spruce, the new hardworking, worry-free weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Weeds die by the next day. Find Spruce wherever weed killers are sold.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Drafting the perfect roster means getting the right balance of power and performance. Season after season, Ego Outdoor Power Equipment has drafted a truly innovative lineup of cordless tools that has the power of gas without the noise, fuss, or fumes. Plus, the same battery powers all Ego essentials, from mowers and blowers to chainsaws and trimmers. It's all power, zero compromise. Check out the Ego lineup of spring must-have tools at egopowerplus.com.
Get 5 quarts of O'Reilly Full Synthetic Motor Oil and a MicroGuard oil filter for $29.99. In-store only. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Cleveland Browns had Travis Hunter in their hands, a two-way star, the rarest kind of talent, and they let him go. Traded out of the second pick. Why? Because in this league, quarterback is king. The Browns didn't pass on Hunter out of doubt. They did it to stack draft capital, to make a play for their next franchise quarterback. It's a gamble, but it's also a statement. Even a once-in-a-generation talent takes a backseat to finding the guy under center. I'm Maggie Gray.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia. Live from the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station. Every Friday.
It is Bedlam at the bank!
It's Fransky Friday.
Simply amazing! Yes, it is a Fransky Friday. We're going to check in with Scott in just a few minutes after he gets done chatting with Rob Thompson out at Wrigley Field as the Phils and the Cubs play today at 2:20. Phillies walking into a potential buzzsaw. The Cubs have been red hot. We'll get to a leading off in about an hour, and of course, Scott will join us in a few minutes. 215-592-9494 is how you join the show. Like it, love it. Where do you come down on Jihaad Campbell as the Eagles' first-round pick? Hugh, it's funny how the more you think about something, your perspective could shift a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And my first thought last night was, I'm surprised that it's an off-ball linebacker, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the more I really got into looking at what he can do, hearing Howie, I went from, I liked the pick last night. I think we all liked it. He seemed like a really versatile, intelligent, good player.
Mm-hmm.
But the more I watched him when I got home, I moved to loving it. Like, he looks like he could be a star player if Vic can help him reach his ceiling and he stays healthy.
Yeah, and I think that part of the reason why they're not concerned about his overall health is because of what I talked about weeks ago, Joe, when we talked about how they're ahead of the curve as far as nutrition and taking care of their players and things like the small things, the simple things. And they pride themselves on that, because when you heard Howie speak about this player, he said he's not worried about his injury, his history, because we are gonna, we've talked to our doctors, and they feel real strong about his career being a long career. So you look at that, and you look at the way that they train and all the stuff that they do, the analytics that they pour into training. They feel real confident that they're going to get the most out of this young guy.
And the other thing with that is this is an advantage of having stability. It's an advantage of being a good team, of having Howie. Hugh, if Howie was on thin ice, right? Let's play a scenario out. If the Eagles are one of those teams that were teetering and Howie was on thin ice, I don't know if they'd make the pick, right? Like, if I'm a GM and I have to win this year, if I make a bad pick, or the guy gets hurt, I might lose my job. Like, there's something about, they could take a risk on this. They could take a player that maybe he's not ready in training camp. I mean, maybe he doesn't make an impact this season until October, and it's okay because they have a tremendous roster anyway. Like, it's an advantage that they don't have to worry about September. They're thinking long-term, not just short-term. We watch these teams. I mean, some teams think about, like, if I don't win in September, I'm going to lose my job.
Yeah. And that's the thing that when we talk about all these other teams, like we were talking about the Giants and the fact that they got Jackson Dart last night, not worried about that. Because it's a good chance that whatever the Giants do, that brain trust is not going to be there at the end of the year if
Right.
they don't perform and produce. So it's something to be said about being in a position where you don't draft for need, you draft the best player available, like Howie said, and you integrate him into your team, kind of like what they did to Cooper DeJean last year.
Mm-hmm.
And you saw what that was like when you got him out there on the field and how this defense took off. So when you talk about having somebody that has the ability to play off the ball and the ability to rush the passer, to me, it's kind of the same thing as what Cooper DeJean brought to the table when he was out there on the defense.
Well, and having multiple really versatile players, like Vic Fangio must just be like, this is the best. Like I can create something every week that's just a disaster for opponents because I got these two guys here. Ken and Cinnaminson is up on WIP. Hey, Ken. Ken go once. Ken going twice. Cannot. He is sold to just back on the board here. Fabian is up on WIP. Hey, Fabian.
Hey there, before I get into my point, Hugh, have you watched Ashton Gillott, the defensive end, yet?
I have not, but I could check him out now. I got the little got the things pulled up. I'll check him out. Ashton Gillott.
Let me tell you, you need to because he's giving me some serious Brandon Graham vibes. I think he's a top 5 defensive end in this draft, and he's probably going to be available at 64. But to go into my main point, Jihaad Campbell.
Mm-hmm.
Why I love it, why I'm concerned, where I'm going to fall in the middle.
Okay.
I love it because last year I spent countless hours watching linebacker prospects because I was obviously worried about the Eagles' linebacker room before I knew what we had in Zach Vaughn. And none of these guys hold a candle to Jihaad Campbell. In fact, I would say Jihaad Campbell would be the best linebacker prospect in most NFL drafts. I also love it because it shows a growth mindset with Howie. It's not just defensive end obsession. Obviously, part of his calculation for taking this guy is he can help with the pass rush and pass coverage in multiple ways. But I don't think this is a pick Howie would have made before Vic Fangio's arrival. So I like the growth from Howie. The back seven was a bit of a weakness with him in general over his tenure, and he's showing growth.
Well, Fabian, I agree with that. There is you could clearly tell he's evolved. I mean, 2 years ago, the idea of them paying a running back twice, paying a linebacker, drafting one in the first round would have been laughable, and that's
absolutely.
Now we're here. Yep.
I forgot Jihaad Campbell was even on the board at our pick. I'm like it was out of my mind that number one that he would fall that far, and number two that Howie would take him. But it's wonderful. Now, here's the drawback. There is zero chance, that this is just a labrum because a prospect like this does not fall to the end of the first round, even if he's a linebacker. If it's just a labrum, there must be more going on.
I think you're right. I mean, we played a clip earlier, and Fabian, good phone call. We appreciate you. Adam Schefter also threw in the knee, which that one, it's one thing we know he had shoulder surgery, but the knee, that's separate. So we'll see. I mean, I think he's right, and I think if there was no injury concern, he's probably a top 15 pick. But he fell to 31, and the Eagles grabbed him. All right, before we go any further with our conversation about the Eagles' first-round pick, what they do tonight, here we got a baseball team we need to talk about. And joining us right now, as he does every Friday, is Scott Fransky, brought to you by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Big task for Scott today. He's going to have to make us feel better about the Phillies. What's up, Scott?
Yeah. Do I have a chance?
Maybe.
Yeah, we do. Well, Scott, you always got a chance with me. I don't know about Kyle because Kyle's,
Kyle's tough to sway. Huh?
Yeah. But speaking of that, and I know it's early, and I try to tell Kyle that every day, but I'm checking your temperature. How long do we have to deal with this little bit of valley that we're in before we get out of this, in your opinion?
I don't know. I mean, I'd like to think it'll start turning around now. I mean, I saw a team that, looked like they're lacking confidence head-to-head against the Mets right now. And Mets were playing with a lot of confidence right now. And, it just felt like every deficit felt like a pretty big hill to climb. Maybe that's partly the fan in me, right?
Yeah.
Maybe the guys aren't feeling that really at all. I mean, I think if you talk to them, to a man, they say everything publicly that you would want to hear. That is, they understand the peaks and valleys and what a long season it is, and they saw it in the other direction last year, of course, right? Things are going great. was all wine and roses there till about mid-June, and then you start to find your struggles. So I do think I would expect them to play a little bit better. Now, this pitching staff is nowhere near as talented as the Mets pitching staff.
Mm-hmm.
So you would kind of expect a little more action offensively. Although it's cold and the wind's blowing in today, so today might not be the day for it.
All right, Scott, let's talk about the offense, because I think it depends on how you want to look at it, how you perceive moving forward, how they're going to do. Because if you just look at their on-base percentage, their walks, times on base, they've improved, right? They're chasing less, all those things we asked for. But they're also slugging less, and they're not hitting with runners in scoring position. So although they've done some things like the process has been good, they're not scoring enough runs. Scott, how do you view the offense? Do you think, hey, they got the right process, the runs will come, or it doesn't look right and they need to slug more to keep up here with these other teams?
Well, I do think the slug could come and go a little bit, and there's no question they would slug. There's no question in my mind that they will slug more as you get deeper into the summer. I mean, this is a team with a lot of pop and guys who can do that. But they haven't yet. And there's a variety of reasons why. Obviously, every player is individual. I do think that if they, again, we all feel like reaching base on a regular basis more and more often is a good thing. And that's what they're doing. Like you said, we asked them to change their approach a little bit, chase less, and that's a good thing. I think over the long haul that will play out to their benefit. It will lead to runs being scored, and the slug will come. But I do think that controlling the strike zone, fewer strikeouts, more walks is always a good thing, for your offense.
Scott Fransky with us here as the Phillies get ready for a series in Chicago against the Cubs here. All right, Scott, let's talk about the bullpen, which has been an issue for the entire season. Now, they've gotten the two lefties have been good. I mean, Alvarado's been really good. Strahm has delivered for them. It's the right-handed guys that have struggled here, and it feels like Topper's trying to mix them and put them in different spots, but nothing has stunk. I mean, I guess we could talk about Romano specifically, because the last couple of times he's pitched, he has spoken afterwards about feeling better about his stuff.
Felt good about his stuff. It's just people were hitting.
Yeah, it's getting hit around. That's my issue with it. What do you think about what you're seeing there?
Well, keep in mind, I mean, go back like, Pete Alonso the other day. That's a bad pitch. His good stuff got him in a position where he was up in the count 0-2 on Alonso. He just made a bad pitch. Now, what again is that? Because is that a repeatability, consistency, ability sort of thing, or is that he's going to get better with that as the season goes on? He's been out. He was out for almost a year. I mean, he basically didn't pitch last year. So I think we could expect that there would be some growing pains, and I think he's already dealt with a few different issues, right? Little mechanical tweak, that the velocity is there now, and it's a consistent velocity. That's important for him. And I think, working on a few other things, whether he might have been tipping pitches last weekend and, against Miami, I think that's a definite possibility. I think we'd know better if they see the Marlins again. You know what I mean? But it felt like they had something on him. The same thing with Kerkering. I think, the night before against Terens, the catcher, it was just a bad 0-2 pitch. It's poor execution in that spot. And, I think the stuff is there, but they're going to have to prove that they can throw it better consistently. And they can't make those pitches 0-2. It's just that those are just crushers, right? You get a guy down in the count like that, you can't lose that battle. I know you lose every now and then, but it's happening way too often. And there's no question, if they don't figure it out, it's going to be tough on that bullpen. It will be tough if they can't get those two right-handers who they expect to be 7th, 8th, 9th inning type guys. those two you mentioned specifically, Kirkering and Romano, they have to figure that out.
Yeah, they do. And right now there's not, much help on the way. It's still only April for the trade market, or even if they wanted to bring someone up. So those guys got to produce. All right, Scott, let's end with the series that starts this afternoon out at Wrigley Field. And that Cubs team, I thought they were intriguing before the season. I wasn't sure how good they'd be. They might have been better than I thought. They're 16-10. They've been red hot, and they're scoring like 6 runs a game. What do you think about this Cubs team in this series this weekend?
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna need to do what you can. Yeah, pitching wise, I mean, their bullpen has problems. There's no doubt about it. They have not been a very good bullpen. They're right there with basically with the Phillies in terms of some of those numbers. They're kind of piecing the starters together right now a little bit, but they can hit, and they're hot right now. So we'll see. Taiwan will be on the mound today. There's obviously a little bit of concern there with what happened to him his last time out, getting tight. I can't say Christopher Sanchez. They said this morning he felt normal. He was going to throw. In fact, that might be starting here in about 15 minutes. He was just going to play catch and see how it goes. But they're hopeful that maybe they dodged a bullet there. But, yeah, you're going to have to pitch well, slow these guys down offensively, and you're going to need to score some runs. So we'll see if they can do that.
We shall. Good. That's good news on Sanchez. Hopefully he comes out of that and throwing and feeling well. Scott, we appreciate it. Enjoy Chicago and Wrigley, and we'll be listening this afternoon.
Get you some deep dish pizza, man. Get you some deep dish pizza.
Deep dish right across from the hotel. We'll be there.
All right, there it is.
I'll meet you there.
I wish. I'm on a diet. It's shredding season, Scott. I can't,
you got to make an exception for deep dish.
I can't. I'm too.
All right, I'll meet you there, Scott. It sounds great. Thank you, Scott. Good. We'll talk to you next week. There you go. Scott Fransky out in Chicago with the Phillies. Yeah, that's this series starts today at 2:20. We'll have leading off for you in about an hour, but Cubs team scored about 6 runs a game, so I need a Taiwan prediction for you in about an hour.
I don't feel like I can't do it. Because it's not. You know what I mean?
What do you mean?
We need this. We dropped 4 straight.
I'm aware.
Just a prediction.
Yeah, it's on.
I don't like it when you say it like that, Kyle, because it's almost like a setup.
We just want to know what you think. I mean, you've nailed these. You don't be nervous. I know why you're nervous, because you're about to say something bad.
I don't. If you ask me to answer right now, I'm telling you, would not.
Okay. Well, you have an hour to think about it. All right. We'll ask you at some point soon here. 215-592-9494. You're going to ruin that guy's ERA today. I could tell. You're going to ruin his season today.
Don't feel good, Joe.
No. All right. Well, you know what feels good?
Not on a Friday.
It feels good that the Eagles got a good player in the first round. Ken and Cinnamon talking about Jihaad Campbell. Hey, Ken.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Can you hear me now?
Got you. Yes, Ken. We got you.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. It was great to see you guys last night. You loved the shirt. So,
that shirt got a lot of play last night.
Look, Cowboy Jim, as if it's not already self-evident that you know nothing about football when you're a Cowboys fan, further proves he knows literally nothing about football when he says nobody knew who Jihaad Campbell was.
Right.
Well, nobody in Cowboy Jim's house knew who Jihaad Campbell was, but everybody else who actually watches football knows who Jihaad Campbell was. They got the best defensive player in the draft last night, and I couldn't believe their good fortune that happened, and that includes Abdul Carter. Jihaad Campbell, it was the best defensive player in the draft. You watch that guy play football, he was the best player on the field every Saturday, and that's in the SEC. So, and look, he's not going to play linebacker the way we think of linebacker. So I like to use comp of Lawrence Taylor. My initial comp, just maybe it was because of the Alabama Crimson, but I thought Derek Thomas when I watched him play.
That's a good one too.
Physically similar, really fast. And, this guy changes the complexion of your defense when he steps on the field. And I don't really think it is connected at all to Nicobe Dean. Nicobe Dean and this guy are 2 different breeds of cat, and they do two different things on the field, 2 different sets of skills. So I loved I couldn't have been happier when they picked him. And I expect that Howie's going to be aggressive today in the second round, just like he was last year in the second round, because there's some really good football players left there on the second round. If Shedeur Sanders doesn't get picked at least by the 40th pick, and if he's still there at 40 and the Saints don't pick him, he's going to be there for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to be there for a long
Ken,
time.
before you called in, I saw something. I think it was NFL Network. I saw Tom Pelissero say that if it's kind of like what you're saying. If he's not picked in the early part of this round, the Saints, the team Browns, like the teams that need a quarterback, the Steelers could get him in the third round. He could fall all the way to the end of the third round.
Yeah, he's and I just think that the reasons are obvious, and it's not just the package on the field. It's the package that goes with it. So, I think if Emin Wari's still there around 40, I would expect to see Howie try and move up to get him. Otherwise, I do think that you could get Xavier Watson 64. And I am on Harold Fannin Jr. watch today, gentlemen.
Mm-hmm.
I am waiting for it. I am looking for it. I want it to happen so bad. This guy would be an immediate fan favorite he puts on Midnight Green.
And the connection's there with his coach. The Bowling Green coach is here. Ken, we appreciate the phone call. 215-592-9494. What Ken said, I did see you on NFL Network, that if Shedeur is not picked early in this second round, because this is where the teams still need a quarterback. The Saints didn't get one, right? Browns didn't get one.
Yeah.
That tumble might go into the third round.
Yeah, because we're talking about, that's what we were basically chopping up this morning. We weren't talking about the second round. I was more focused on the opportunity to be a starter this year. Now, this is where it gets a little, dicey for him with his bravado and his demeanor, which I personally don't have a problem with. How is a team going to look at that with him potentially being a backup quarterback on the squad?
Well, because generally backup quarterbacks have to have, they can't be an alpha, right? Like
he's there you go. That's a good way of saying he's an alpha.
Yeah, and
he's an alpha.
Now, sometimes backup will take someone's job. Like Jalen was kind of an alpha. Now he didn't. I thought he just was better than Carson, but like you could tell he was coming for the job. Right, he was a second round pick.
Yeah,
I don't know. I mean, I think if Shedeur moves into the third round, it goes beyond just his film, and it goes to, do people want the headache with a okay player?
Yeah, and it's unfortunate that's the way it's going to be described, because it's not a headache. It's just that he has.
Well, they perceive it as a headache.
Well,
yeah,
because he has a larger than life personality.
Well, and then do you have to deal with dad?
Yeah,
like is he trying to get himself involved in stuff?
Yeah, and like say if he goes to Cleveland. Like, let's be honest. Shedeur is the hottest thing in Cleveland outside of Miles on that side of the ball.
Of course.
And he's going to be the talk of the town. He's going to get more burn than the starter or whoever the starter. Like,
Kenny
Kenny Two Glove.
Yeah.
He's going to get more burn than that.
Fans are going to want him to play all that stuff.
Yeah. So it's one of those things where teams probably looking at that. And if they're not going to put him in a situation where he can legit have an opportunity to start, that might be a problem.
All right, I'm going to ask you a hypothetical. Just hypothetical.
I know what you're about to do.
Well, at some point, every player has value. Hold on, I'm just asking hypothetical.
Okay, I'm listening.
At some point, every player has value, right? Like if there's a player you don't love, but he's a first rounder, quote unquote, and then he falls to the seventh round, that player has value. Is there a point, if you're Howie Roseman, where you would take Shedeur Sanders? I'll start. I would not take him in the second round. Like I would take Milroe.
Okay, third pick.
I don't think that much of Shedeur. But if we get to the last pick in the third round, would you take him? I mean, he was obviously a good college quarterback.
Okay, what pick are we talking about?
The last pick of the third round, 96. 96.
You were on the radio.
96.
Wow. Because he's asking me a question. See, we didn't talk about this in the meeting. We didn't talk about this.
96.
Would I take Shedeur?
Last pick tonight, third round.
There's a lot that goes with that, Joe.
It's a yes or a no.
Yeah. I'll take him. I'm trying to think. Because here's the thing, and this is where, I have a take. I gave you my take.
I know.
But now I have to defend what I'm saying. Is what that comes with. Even here, even though we know what we know, there's still going to be some people that are going to, hey, well, put him out there and see what's going on. I feel like Jalen's cool. Jalen, like, I'm not worried about Jalen. It's just that everybody else, you people, it's going to be the you people. It's going to be some people out there that might want him to get a shot to play.
Kyle, last pick of the third round.
No.
I don't think I could draft him.
I'm not touching him with a 10-foot ball.
I just don't think I could draft him at all.
See, because you are thinking about what I'm thinking about, but
yeah, as annoying as dad.
But it's the same.
And I don't think he's that good.
Right.
It's the same to me as taking a Jalen Milroe in a sense.
Oh, I totally disagree.
But at least Milroe has like a special trait.
See, that's what I'm saying.
Like
like
his speed.
He has. I think Shedeur can be groomed to be a good quarterback, but all the other stuff that potentially comes along with it. See, this is the problem. If he goes in the second round, there's a chance, like we talked about this morning, that he'll get a chance to play.
Sure, that's still a relatively high pick.
If he's a third pick, if he goes in the third round, I should say, the fact that he's not going to play might be a problem because of his bravado or how he feels, because he's even said that this should have never happened.
Yeah, well, it happened. I mean,
yeah.
I think it's a lot different than the Milroe thing. I mean, there will be the baggage no matter what of taking a quarterback, and you know how this town is and these fans are, but like you can multiply that by 10 times when clown Deion Sanders is here and he's talking about my son's better than Jalen Hurts.
And I don't think there's much upside to Shedeur.
Right.
At least Milroe has.
I think is good.
Yeah,
right.
And Milroe and Jalen Hurts have a relationship.
See, I don't think,
there's something there.
I don't think Deion would do that. You know what? Because last night, I think listen, because this is where you have to read.
The same guy?
Yes. Because you have to read the body language, man. And there was a cut. I was watching some of the clips, and Deion, there was a cut where Shedeur sat up there and he talked about how this was a travesty and all this other stuff. But he gave grace to God and all this other stuff. And he said, tomorrow we're going to be happy regardless. And Deion had I saw a video where he had his hand over his mouth, because I think he understands what this means. And if he doesn't go to the Cleveland Browns with that second pick, there's a good chance, man, that he's probably gonna sit for a while.
I think if there's one thing that the Sanders will never eat is humble pie.
That's not them.
But I think that in this situation you're probably gonna have to. So now I know that they probably think that there's a lot at play in this.
Sure.
But you might have to knock yourself down a few pegs and build yourself back up.
They might, and we'll see. We'll see tonight. 215-592-9494. We'll get more of what the Eagles' rivals did last night coming up. Plus, we are giving away. We got a gift card for you here, a Sunoco gift card. You know what? Let's give this away right now. $100 gift card to Sunoco. How about we give it to caller number 4, 215-988-1258. Caller number 4, 215-988-1258. You win a $100 gift card to Sunoco right now. Your phone calls on the other side on the Eagles, the draft pick last night of Jihaad Campbell, and, of course, looking forward to tonight and what the rivals did in the first round on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
The Phillies play here. Today, Phillies, Cubs. Leading off starts at 1:20. Sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. First pitch is at 2:20. Then stick around for the final out on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball.
To the track, at the wall, it is gone.
Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Do not miss your chance to bet on all the clutch shots and legendary performances with FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel is the best place to find all your favorite player props, and now you can make a heads-up play with player performance trends. That means whether you want to bet on a player to score 30 points or put up a triple-double, you can check out the latest stats and see who's hot without leaving the app. Plus, after the game tips off, you can even combine the bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win really big. So get started with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins at FanDuel.com/hammer. Make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel, the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business, powering possibilities.
Now through May 4th, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment in paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change.
Hey Pretzel fans! National Pretzel Day is coming up on April 26th, and Philly Pretzel Factory is giving away one free pretzel per customer. No purchase necessary while supplies last. That's not all. Make any purchase and earn double rewards for even more pretzel perks. It's the perfect time to treat yourself. Download the Philly Pretzel Factory app today to start earning rewards and join the celebration. Come celebrate National Pretzel Day with Philly Pretzel Factory.
Are you ready? Yeah. Let's go.
Critics are calling The Accountant 2 undeniably awesome.
Is your brother up to speed on the case?
Braxton, thank you for coming. I'm really glad you're here. Did they say that?
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Ben Affleck and John Bernthal have electric chemistry.
That's my big brother up there.
It's better than the original in every way.
Anything else?
I think we gotta go get drunk.
And it's one of the most entertaining movies of the year.
I think so too.
The Accountant 2, rated R, under 17 without parent. Now playing only in theaters.
When it comes to surgery, the tiniest details make the biggest impact. At Virtua Health, our highly skilled surgeons operate the world's most advanced surgical robots. With incredible precision and accuracy, we're able to make smaller incisions that lead to less pain, fewer complications, and faster recoveries, so you can get back to the moments that matter. Find the most experienced surgeons in robotic-assisted surgery at Virtua Health. Learn more at virtua.org/robotic surgery.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, and it's no surprise. Same game parlay from Bet365 just keeps getting better.
Well, it's even easier to make a bet. Choose from the most popular markets like hits, run line, totals, and home runs. So many to choose from.
Download the app, start building your bet, and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a Junior Bacon Cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, Junior Hot and Crispy Fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price of participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
This is Hugh Douglas and Joe Giglio on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Welcome back. Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Giglio. You guys with us. 215-592-9494 as we react to the pick of Jihaad Campbell in the first round for the Eagles. I love it. The more that I thought about it as the last night ended, this morning started, and thinking about how the Eagles could use this player, I love the pick of Jihaad Campbell out of Alabama. It's one of those picks I think we were a little bit surprised last night because we saw a linebacker next to his name. But then as you listen to how they're going to use him, what he did in college, how he started off, they got a player here that is versatile And I wouldn't be surprised as the years go on that they get a lot out of him in the pass rush.
Yeah,
He could do it.
I think so. I would not be surprised if he comes out there and he's one of the key pieces to their pass rush when he is healthy. I think that you have a bunch of guys out here that you're going to have a pass rush by committee, and it worked well for him last year. It really, really did, because you didn't know where the pass rush was coming from. Saw Jalen Hunt have a big game in the Super Bowl, Nolan Smith. So I don't have a problem with it just not being one guy, but a bunch of guys.
So I think if the Eagles had made this same pick 5 years ago, I don't think I would have liked it as much, because I wouldn't have been sure they would have known how to get the most out of this kind of player. The Vic Fangio factor does make me feel confident. Kyle, back in the day when they had Jim Schwartz, or just before Fangio, it was even Gannon. I think my take would have been, all right, he could maybe do both, but will they get the most out of him? I feel like Fangio can do it.
Yeah, I mean, this is his specialty. His linebackers sort of like the back seven, as opposed to like the front seven, the front four.
So we got Coach Hurt up there.
Coach Nonek.
Yeah. Coach Nonek.
Leaving it to Coach Nonek. But like Fangio's known for, I think, getting the most out of linebackers and secondary players. And I mean, we saw that last season. The defensive line was not the strongest unit on the defense, like by any stretch. They were aided tremendously by the fact that the secondary was so good and that they were able to cover or stay in coverage for so long. That helped guys get home and eventually led to a lot of sacks.
Well, think about their top picks since Fangio got here: Quinion, Cooper, and now a versatile linebacker, right? They've gone away from their old ways, which is just the down lineman in the trenches, and they're getting players that could affect the game in different ways. And I trust Fangio to get a lot out of this player. 215-592-9494. Let's go back to the phone lines, and then we'll react to what happened within the division last night, which included a guard to the Cowboys, the Giants getting 2 players, including a quarterback, and an interesting pick for the Commanders last night, right in front of the Eagles. Andy in Westchester. Hey, Andy.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon, Andy. What's up?
Nothing. I love the pick. Love it, love it, love it. It was, I think it was Fabian earlier said, I almost forgot he was there when they got to him. And then they traded up, which was weird to me at first, that they traded only one pick, and then heard Howie explain it that, they're just trying to block anyone else from getting there. But my buddy and I were texting back and forth about it. Actually, you're a terrible influence. We were
what'd you do now? What I do?
$2 bets on who was going to pick whom.
Oh, the $2 bets, just parlay.
Yeah. There was $2 Venmos flying back and forth all night.
That is a way to make the draft more interesting. $2 on the next name that goes.
I mean, and then you keep the cost low.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like you're using a whole bunch of money.
But you get on a run, you might end up with a $10 bill, Andy.
Yeah, you might be.
Well, 8-leg Hugh has become one of my favorites for next year. Spider Douglas, I call him.
Spider Douglas.
But anyway, yeah, I think I'd forgotten about didn't even know about the knee injury either, but he's young and surgeries are so good now that I'm not worried at all about him recovering. I think he's got such good upside, and yes, I knew who he was before the draft as well. I don't know what Cowboy Jim.
I know he's crazy. So every mock draft, I think one of our mock drafts for the Daily Mock, he slipped to the Eagles and we talked about it. But most of them, Andy, that we found, he was gone. Like he was somewhere in the teens, right? So he was in every one of these mock drafts. Just most of them, he didn't fall down to the Eagles.
Yeah, and on top of that, it was just made it even better because you can count on the Cowboys to do Cowboy things and drafting a guard. I don't know. It just seems like they're fun to watch at this point.
Well, they are, yeah. And even if they make a good pick, the value might not be there. Andy, we appreciate the phone call. So Andy brought up the knee issue. Can we hear from Adam Schefter again? Because while I like the pick a lot, I love the pick. I think he'd be a great player. I think we have to pay attention to this injury stuff. There's a reason he fell. And I thought both Jihaad last night and Howie were very vague about when is he going to get on the field. No one said he'll be ready in 6 weeks. No one said training camp. There's well, taking it day by day. Listen to Adam Schefter last night because it seems like there's multiple things here. He had shoulder surgery. He ran at the combine, but I don't think he did anything besides that because he couldn't,
lift anything.
Right, but if that was it, I think that'd be one thing. It seems like there's more medical stuff with him. Let's hear Schefter last night when the pick was made.
Well, the Eagles tried trading up earlier in the draft to go get Jihaad Campbell, and the trade fell through, but they were able to persevere and trade up one spot. A lot of people might ask, Why would you trade up one spot? Well, I think it's to block another team from potentially coming up, especially when it only costs you a 5th-round draft pick and you've got 20 picks in the next 2 rounds to use as ammunition. And now they get a player who, as Mel mentioned, could have gone from 12 to 15. He did have surgery on one of his shoulders. He's going to need surgery on another shoulder, potentially after the season. He's got a knee issue as well, but the talent is undeniable, Greeny.
All right, so that he threw that knee thing in there and at the end, and I don't think anyone knew about. So he has a knee issue. He may need surgery on his other shoulder, and he had surgery on one.
Yeah. But if they feel confident in the fact that he can give them something, you know what? That kind of changes for me. If you're going into a season knowing that you're going to need a surgery after the season, it's kind of interesting.
What do you think that means? Like,
I don't know. And when he said it, I just thought about it. I'm like, okay. How do you be a productive player in this season if you're not prepared for this season? I don't know. Maybe I doubt that this happens, but just to throw it out there, I don't think you're going to get a player to give him another surgery to get him ready to play next year. I don't think that's going to be the case.
Do you think it's something where, like, they obviously they do X-rays, right? They do medicals. They
say that at some point you're going to need surgery.
There's like a small labrum tear, but it's fine now. But eventually we're going to have to repair that thing. I'm just trying to guess.
I don't know. It's just, I think that's a weird thing to say.
It is.
It's a weird thing to say.
He's gonna. They haven't played a game yet. He will need surgery after the season.
Yeah, it's a weird thing to say. I don't know. I don't know, because I can't fathom the Eagles drafting a player that you're going to play in 2026?
Well, so I would be surprised if he doesn't play at all
with
next
the
year.
first pick?
Well, when you saw that pick last night, did you think that was a pick specifically for next year, or was it long term? I think it's more of a long term.
Well,
bet.
I think that when you talk about it, and we're playing semantics, but now that I'm thinking about the conversation, you do have a valid point. I was thinking immediate impact. Because I envision him being, and I'm pretty sure everybody else did, I envision him playing this year at some point. Maybe not at the beginning of the year, because the talk was he's not going to be ready for training camp. Okay, that's cool, but will he be ready? I'm thinking he'll be ready for maybe the 3rd game or the 2nd game or something like that.
Let's use the Cooper DeJean example.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking.
Cooper missed a lot of camp, and then by the 5th game, he was back in.
Yeah, so I was thinking something more along those lines, but I thought that there was going to be a chance that we could see him. When Adam said, here's the thing. Like, a lot of times people say stuff because they like to talk and give you insight.
Mm-hmm.
I can't see the Eagles drafting somebody with the first pick that's not gonna pay them immediate dividends. And what I mean by that, we're talking about he might not be at training camp, but I don't think he's gonna sit a whole season.
Well, and look, their doctors may view him differently than other doctors. I mean, there may have been some teams that said, "Oh, this kid's he's got issues here. He's going to need surgeries. He's not going to last." Maybe the Eagles doctors say, "No, I think it's okay." Right? What he's hearing from one team might not be what the Eagles think. I mean, they're the ones that traded up to get him.
Yeah.
But it is notable. I just feel like it was left out of the conversation a lot last night. That hey, where is he physically? Neither Howie nor the kid himself really wanted to talk about when he's going to play. We'll find out. I mean, Kyle, the Eagles have had hits and misses with this. I mean, the Landon Dickerson thing, I remember I sat here that night and was like, man, he's a big man with knee issues, and he's been very durable.
And then there was the Sidney Jones,
which is the opposite.
Yeah. I mean, also kind of Nico Dean.
Yes.
Right.
But so that's interesting because he has been banged up a lot, but he's also been good when he plays. You could look at it both ways.
But and that's why it's kind of interesting that he's coming in sort of in that role, Nakobe Dean's role. Like, he's going to eventually, I think at least, this signifies the beginning of the end of Nakobe Dean as an Eagle. But it's interesting that clearly they don't have the same reservations that we do or that a lot of other people did, because look, not only did they take him in the first round, but they moved up a spot to get him. So,
and reportedly tried to go up even further to get him.
Right. So I guess they're not really as worried about it as some of us. It's just interesting, though, that he, with those issues, is going to be the guy to eventually, I think, replace Nakobe Dean.
I know. It's like they're doing it again, just with a higher upside player. I would like to hear at some point soon someone with them or him say when he'll be cleared, right? And then I could just go off of that, right? If they tell me he'll be cleared in August or in the middle of August, a timeline would make me feel.
Yeah, you want some, especially when you have so many vague reports out there. I mean, let's just be real. That report from Adam Schefter is not something that Eagles fans want to hear today.
Well, because everyone's excited for the player.
Yeah,
and
they're excited to see him this year.
Right.
And see him in this defense this year, especially coming off of a Super Bowl.
Let me ask you this about him becoming a pass rusher. How long do you think it takes to learn the nuance of doing that? Like, he's got physical tools. He could run passer through, like the nuance of pass rushing. Is that something he can learn over a training camp, or is that it's going to build over years?
I think that initially, with his ability to play off the ball, he could probably rush from a 2-point. He can rush from a 3-point. I think his speed is going to be the thing that's going to make it easier for him to pass rush, because I would think as a lineman that your biggest thing is when you see a guy with that kind of speed, and I see this with Nolan, is that you got to make sure you have a good get off.
Yeah.
And you have to try to beat him to the point. So with his power and his size, there'll be times where the easiest thing to do would turn that from a speed to power rush. And what I mean by that is start up the field, run, like take that hard first step up the field. And when you see that tackle kicking, there's a good chance you catch him off balance and just run him over.
Like Nolan does.
Yeah. So there's that, because you got some guys that come off the corner, they get off the ball. And he looks like one of those guys. So that's not going to be that hard. You're talking about most guys that when they get caught in that hand wrestling, where you have to keep the hands off of you and get to an edge or do a push and pull move and do things like that. I don't think he's going to have to do that, because I think initially his burst is going to cause tackles to have fits.
Let's talk to Spike in Bristol, and then we'll talk about what happened in the NFC East along with the Eagles last night. Spike, how you doing? Spike? Okay, put her back on hold. Let's grab Tom in Middletown.
Hey, guys, how are you?
Hey, Tom.
Hey, listen, I was so excited about calling in today because I'm happy with the pick and, like, happy that you stayed awake. And
we all are. Yeah, we're all happy.
But listen, Kyle, I don't know for what reason he hit me below the belt on the pre-call. And
what did he say? What did he do to you?
I am upset. Listen, let me frame this for you. I told him I'm calling in to give Hugh props that he stayed awake because I tapped out early. I'm watching the draft upstairs in bed with my wife, and she wakes me up to tell me that the Eagles drafted an injured linebacker. Now, she knows enough football to, like, keep around, like she's good enough to, like, watch football with and all that, but she doesn't know everything.
Say to keep around.
Keep around, yeah.
So you know.
Wonderful way to talk about a spouse. Keep them around. Go ahead, Tom.
But I'm saying, you know what was said to me?
What?
From what I know of you, she probably knows more than you do about football.
Wow, dude.
That's Kyle said that to you?
Kyle said that.
Oh my goodness.
Dude, is that a shot?
You'll live.
That was it was a shot. Yeah, it was a total shot.
That's a shot below the belt. And here I am. I'm going to issue a challenge right now. All right, because I know more football than what Kyle thinks I know.
I'll cook you. Whatever this is.
I will pay the fee for any fantasy league that you want to go in. I will pay the fee. And it's me against you. Whoever has the highest points at the end of the year. If you win, I'll pay you. If I win, then you give a public apology for me for saying that.
Points for what? Why does everyone want public apologies for me?
Because that carries weight around these points.
There's not much we could do for people. We talk.
They're
right?
all so hollow for me.
Yeah, he doesn't mean it.
He don't mean them because he said, what'd you say to Ken?
You don't want that. They're very sarcastic.
Yeah.
We
have a show here where one person refuses to apologize. One person gives you fake apologies. I'm the only one that apologizes for real.
How did I get drawn into
this? Because we know you refuse to apologize.
I apologize when I'm wrong. I'm very seldom wrong, though.
Many would dispute that. Many.
Dude, I mean, that was just wrong. That just ruined my whole call when the pre-call. Like,
you'll be fine.
You'll be okay.
I mean,
your feelings are hurt. You'll be okay.
All right, Tom. We know you know ball. What do you think of this?
Some dirt on it.
What do you think of the pick?
Listen, I love the pick, and I didn't understand it until I started watching tapes of this guy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh, he was under my radar. I'm sorry, I'm maybe I don't know enough about football. Okay, but yeah, he was under my radar, but he wasn't on your radar either. So
So he wasn't on our radar compared to other guys. You're right, Tom. I mean, two reasons. One,
we were stuck on edge rusher or D tackle.
Yeah, I don't think we were looking at him the right way. Also, I didn't think he was going to be there because almost every mock I saw, he was top 20. So I kind of assumed he'd be gone, and they probably wouldn't draft him anyway, and both were wrong.
Well, this guy's got the talent from the films that I'm watching. Yeah. He could do a lot of things, a plethora of things. I mean, like, we could use him everywhere if he's healthy and just let him get a chance to heal a little bit. He's fine. He's a young kid. They'll be fine.
And they don't have to rush it. I mean, they're a good team. I mean, this is one of the things about Howie and what he did in the offseason. And Tom, we preached the phone call. Hugh, they don't have to feel like they have to rush him at all. Like if he's not ready until September, October, they can get by. I mean, maybe they won't be as good as they'll be, like the Cooper DeJean situation last year, but they can get by. They've got bodies. They got Ojulari. They got Uche. They got obviously, they brought in J.L.X. Hunt last year in the draft, Nolan Smith. They have some edge rushers here if that's where they were going to use him more. And they also have Jeremiah Trotter Jr. to play some linebacker if N'Kobe's not ready. It's not like it's not super pressing, but it's just how quickly can he get on the field?
Yeah, but I will say this. I will be kind of bummed if I don't get to see him at the beginning of the season or like if we talking about late September or something like that, I'm going to be a little bummed out.
Pup list if he's on the pup?
Yeah, I'm going to be a little bummed out. Because I am excited to see how he fits in this defense, and to have to wait a half a season to see that. I'm going to be excited when he gets out there. I'm going to be a little bummed.
Well, then you wonder about how much they put on his plate if he's behind, right? Like how much Vic asked him to do. Is he just do one thing? Is they do multiple things to start off? That's going to be the story of him in training camp here. But I like the pick. And tonight, I think defensive tackle, tight end, safety. I would take Jalen Milroe if he's there at 64. I've made that clear for days. If he's there, I would take him to put behind Jalen Hurts. I'm surprised today that Hugh has said multiple times he would take a defensive player tonight.
Well,
I'm shocked.
I have to put my personal feelings aside,
What
man.
personal feelings?
Well, you know how I feel about the tight end. I think he's the best tight end on the board.
Yeah.
Mason
Do
Taylor.
you really?
Yeah, I think he's the best tight end on the board. That's it. Nothing to do with anything.
Nothing more.
Why do you lie to everyone?
I'm not lying. I'm not lying. And I'm like, I need my defense. I'm trying to go to Cali for the Super Bowl.
So now you're a defensive guy.
No,
After
I'm just saying,
all these years.
I need to both, especially Joe, especially if we're talking about, we might have a guy that we might not see at the beginning of the season.
Mm-hmm.
And we need some more bodies.
Defensive bodies.
We need some defensive bodies.
How about this? Hugh Douglas going back to being a defensive guy for one day only.
I'm just saying. I got listen.
What do you think the spin is, Kyle, on Monday if they draft only defensive players all weekend?
I don't even want to know.
No, but I'm just saying, as much as the potential of drafting Mason Taylor would be beneficial. I mean, man, listen, we got bigger fish to fry. We're trying to go, like Ike said last night, we're trying to go back to back.
That got you just, here he goes again.
You couldn't even say that with a straight face.
No, Kyle.
How old are you?
It's the way he said it, though.
He said back to back.
He said we trying to go back to back.
He's right. We are trying to go back to back.
What?
It's just the way he kept saying it.
Everyone can handle that phrase except you. Everyone.
He said
We've lost him. We've lost him.
We try to go back to back.
He's right.
What is I'm not following that one, to be honest with you.
I'll tell you the break.
This guy's too
guilty.
Much. All right, 215-592-9494. We'll get to as many of your phone calls as we can on the other side. The Jihaad Campbell pick. Like it, love it. Where'd you come down? What do you want tonight? And I did put Hugh on the spot. He's going to have to give us Taiwan Walker's final line in the Phillies game today when we get to leading off, which we'll do in the 1 o'clock hour. 215-592-9494. It is the Midday Show on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
It's BG Live on 5-5.
This is such a fairy tale ending now.
Join 94 WIP and Brandon Graham in a candid conversation. Some stories you know.
Brady back again. Brady fumbles the football and the Eagles have it.
Some stories you don't.
We're going to be in your dreams tonight, I promise you.
Hear it all at BG Live on 5-5 at the Colonial Theater in Phoenixville. Get your tickets for BG Live at 94WIP.com.
I just want to thank everybody.
Presented by Ashley Furniture. Feels good to be home. And sponsored by Mid-Penn Bank. Supporting local communities since 1868. Hey, Pennsylvania, it's time to step up to the plate for another thrilling season with the Fightin' Phils. And now, every time the Phillies strike out 10 or more batters in a home game, you score. That's right. When they whiff double-digit batters at the bank, you'll get a $5 casino bonus to play Philadelphia Phillies Slingo. Exclusively on BetMGM. The best part, you can claim this bonus once per week, every Monday through Sunday throughout the baseball season. So keep watching the Phils, cheer on those strikeouts, and get ready to take your thrills to the next level. BetMGM is a proud partner of the Philadelphia Phillies and an official gambling partner of Major League Baseball. BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus to wager. PA only. All promotions are subject to qualification and eligibility requirements. Rewards issued as now withdrawable site credit. Bonus bets unless otherwise provided in the applicable terms. Rewards subject to expiry. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
John Ritchie here. Are you looking for a lawn care service that delivers great results and is safer for your family and pets? That's why I choose Natural Lawn of America. That's my lawn care company. Their custom approach uses organic fertilizers and safer weed and insect controls, ensuring a healthier lawn season after season. Right now, take advantage of their limited time offer. Free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED today. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
If you're serious about what's under your hood, then you need the highest octane on the market. New 94 Octane, available exclusively at Sunoco. Nothing else will match it. Go to Sunoco.com to find a participating station near you.
Craving authentic Italian flavors? Sapore, the new Italian kitchen at Rivers Casino, is now open. Whether you're looking for a casual dinner or a special night out, we have you covered. Our menu showcases a perfect balance of classic comfort and modern twists, featuring hearty dishes like lasagna and rigatoni bolognese, to something unique like our chicken parm pizza. Visit riverscasino.com for our full menu and stop in to discover a taste of Italy in every bite.
Swing for the fences with the Fence Authority, with 4 stores throughout the region and one of the largest inventories of wood, vinyl, and aluminum fencing with the best workmanship warranties in the country. Your new fence is waiting at fenceauthority.com.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs.
Picking up! Oscar! Have you tried hands-free Skechers slip-ins yet? Because if you haven't, you're missing out on technology that changes how you think about shoes. First, these are not just regular slip-on shoes. They're not just a pair of loafers without laces. But what makes them different is the technology inside that lets you just step into them. There's a built-in hidden shoehorn that slides your foot in, so they look, feel, and wear just like a pair of shoes you're used to. Except you don't have to bend down, struggle to put them on, or touch them. Try them at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Lowe's knows that your business is built on speed and trust. That's why the Lowe's Pro Desk is here to get you what you need the moment you need it. We'll help you plan your project, calculate your materials, and pivot when your job takes an unexpected turn. And with our pro-only checkout and dedicated pro parking, you have what you need to tackle your job and be back on the job in no time. Just visit us at the Pro Desk. Lowe's knows pros. We help. You save.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 biggie bag with a junior bacon cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, junior hot and crispy fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
Empower. Nick bought a new guitar, a 62 American Classic Electric. Does he know how to play? No. But Nick's Empower investment account has performed well. He got good at money, so he can be a little bad. Empower. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
Past performance is not indicative of future returns. Investing involves risk. You may lose money. Advisory services are provided for a fee by Empower Advisory Group, LLC, EAG, a registered investment advisor with the Securities and Exchange Commission. This is a really, really, really good guitar solo.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. If you don't have a quarterback, you don't have anything in the NFL. That's why it made sense for the Giants to trade back in the first round to take Ole Miss quarterback Jackson Dart. This wasn't a great QB draft, but New York's credit, it didn't give up much to move up. Smart teams take lots of shots at this position. Yes, the Giants have Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston, but they deserve credit for being aggressive at the one position that makes all the difference in the NFL. I'm Andrew Perloff.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, powered by the Tasty Cake Studios. Sports Radio 94 WIP. An Odyssey Sports Station.
Welcome back, Midday Show. Hugh Douglas, Joe Gill, you guys with us. 215-592-9494. Jihaad Campbell, a Philadelphia Eagle with the 31st pick. Tonight, they pick at 64 and 96, unless Howie moves around, which he's very, very likely to do. Speaking of that, they tried to move up last night. That report came out. They wanted to get up as high as 23. Now they're saying it was for Jihaad Campbell, which they might have been. Maybe it was a different player. We'll never know. But they got Jihaad Campbell, the pass rusher, the linebacker out of Alabama. 215-592-9494. I'll take a phone call, and then we have for you the phone call. It's been released. The phone call that Howie and Jeff made to Jihaad Campbell last night when they selected him. Orlando is in Philly, up on WIP. Hey, Orlando.
How you doing, Joe?
Good, Orlando. What's up?
I was calling because I heard you touch on. I heard you play the Adam Schefter injury report thing that he did on Jihaad, and I wanted to speak on, like, if anyone had any negative thoughts about it.
Yeah, I'm here.
It was understandable based on what we just saw from Nico Dean, where he said, he was supposed to be a first-round pick, but he ended up falling to the third. So it was like, but I also wanted to speak on, like, it's worth the risk. I feel like, because even though we just saw what happened with also Landon Dickerson as well.
Yep.
Where even though he's a guard, he's not a linebacker. It's two different positions, but he's one of the, what is he, like a top 3 left guard in the league? So
I would say, well, he was paid the most money of any left guard ever. Yeah, he's.
Yeah, so it's like, it just shows, like, some of the risks that Howie does take, they can pan out to be, you won't really know. You got to wait and see. So I wouldn't be too, worried about the injury. And he's like, what, 21? He just turned 21?
He's 21. Yeah, I'm not concerned about Orlando. I'm curious what it really is. Like, is he ready for camp, or is this we're going to see him in October? I have no idea. I think he's eventually going to be a really good player, and it's going to be worth it. It's just they were vague last night. Both Campbell and Howie were vague. Like, what is this?
Yeah. I also heard Hugh say something about he'll go all defense. You disagree with that? I think I'm with Hugh on that.
Oh, I'm with him. I'm just shocked. I'm shocked because this guy he forgot what defense even looks like. He forgot about it. And I'm shocked he's back.
No, I just put my personal feelings aside and my personal wants.
No, you did not.
My personal wants and needs. I put them aside. I'm trying to go.
Yeah, I don't believe this guy for a second, Orlando. I don't believe it for a second. Orlando, good phone call.
Orlando had beef with you. That's why he was just like, he went straight to Joe.
I mean, Orlando and I got along great. I like Orlando.
He just wanted to make sure you got what you were talking about right.
In case anyone is, I think we should keep reminding everyone why we play that music. It's not about Mason Taylor specifically. I think it's important to know that.
You never know.
It's important. It's important to know
this
that.
day and age. I mean, hey.
But it's
I
about.
I would have rode him until he told me
See,
no.
now
You ain't have to do that. No, I mean,
Hugh wants the Eagles to draft Mason Taylor because Mason Taylor's aunt or auntie, as he calls her, is Joy Taylor.
His grown age appropriate auntie, I might add. I just wanted to put that. because let's be real, because I touched on this yesterday. We are in a time right now where there's a lot going on in the media that we choose not to talk about certain things, but
you will anyway.
She's of age. Well, I talk about them in the break. I don't talk about them on the air because I don't think people are ready for that conversation.
Yeah,
I don't think they're ready. That's a YouTube conversation, but we're not on this. You know what I mean?
Oh, YouTube only.
Yeah, YouTube only.
By the way, the afternoon show, we'll be doing a YouTube only show today. Now, I'm not sure they're going to talk about any scandals, but I think they're going to talk about the Eagles draft pick and what they're going to do tonight.
I wonder, are they going to curse? They can curse.
We'll find out.
Let's see if they're going to push the envelope a little bit.
Tune in. Who will curse first on the YouTube show? So the Phillies obviously are coming up on WIP 220. We'll have leading off for you coming up in a few minutes here. But the afternoon show could not have a show today, right? They got to react to the draft. So they're going to have their show live on YouTube. So Phillies on WIP.
I think they should push the envelope, though, just a little bit. Because
how far?
Oh, go all in.
Well,
use some colorful language.
But people can clip the colorful language and then.
But it's not on. It's not on the airwaves.
I know
though.
FCC violations, but there's also like your personal. Do you want that out there? It depends.
Why not? We grown.
No, it's not. I don't mean.
Are
we grown?
No, we're not.
Well, we actually.
I last night just tried to say the Eagles trying to go back to back. You've been giggling. Giggling.
It was the way he said it though, but he said it with so much voice inflection. He said they try to go back to back.
They are. Of course they are.
It is hard. Yep.
Hey, especially at that age, you just go to back to back.
And this is how we know we've lost them. It's over.
You should say, wait a minute. Are you kidding me? Back to back.
You at the end of a show on a Friday reminds me of like of a kid who just like gets the giggles and you can't.
No, I just had one of them taste cakes. I got that surge of sugar. Back to back. We going back to back.
Maybe the Phillies will go back to back today. A couple home runs. Who knows?
Back to back home runs. Because it's like we try to go back to back.
We've lost them. It's over. All right.
I mean, because it applies to so much.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I think he was trying to apply it to the Super Bowl, but it can apply to lots of things. And at certain ages, it's harder. I mean, it's the reality of it.
Soft.
He's gone. We've lost it. All right. I may regret doing this, but let's talk about the NFC East too. What the other teams did last night. Look, Cowboys, Tyler Booker, a guard at 12.
They got a guard.
Now, he might be a good player, but that's just bad value for a guard. Trade down.
They was like, the Cowboys took a guard figures. That's what they was like. Out of all the things you need, you felt the need to be like, hey, this guy right here, he moves the meter.
At 12? Just trade down if you want to go.
So he moves the meter, though. Hey, they're getting excited. They're probably going to have press conferences talking about how much he's going to impact Dak's play. Yeah.
So the Cowboys
I think they wanted Ashton Genty, though, to be honest. But he was gone earlier. He was gone a lot earlier.
Well, he went 6 overall to the Raiders last night.
But I don't know what the Cowboys are thinking, but it's good for us because that means they're going to be inept. We got one team in this division that we have to actually continue.
Well, yeah, we'll get to them. All right, so the Cowboys get a guard. All right, the Giants get multiple players last night, right? Because they took Abdul Carter at 3.
Yeah.
I think everyone seemed
consensus.
He's
it kind of felt like that was going to be the case.
Yep. Yeah. But then they trade back in the first round to get Jackson Dart, the quarterback out of Ole Miss. Hugh, your thoughts on the Giants who have been so down for so long that we almost don't even like when I think about the division and the conference, I haven't thought about them seriously in a decade.
Down bad, like the kids say.
Yep.
They're still down bad, in my opinion, because you have a brain trust there that has shown that they're inept. And they did go get a quarterback. Yes, there's a tremendous upside to Jackson Dart. Saw a video with him working with John Gruden and talking about some of his cadences and everything. But the bottom line is this. They have and the Giants have a really good young defense.
And the pass rush,
they have a really good young defense, but they don't have any offensive linemen to protect whatever quarterback they roll out there. So I think that although they got some really good players, they're gonna, like your grandmother said, they're gonna runt them. They're gonna be runt in a year. They're not gonna be any good.
Well, and the coach and GM,
they're not anyway. Like they said. My grandma used to say they're gonna be no count. They ain't gonna be no count. So that's going to happen because you didn't put enough around them. And I don't think it's going to be one of those things where it's going to be fixable in one season. And I don't think that they're in position. Dable and what's the GM's name?
Shane.
I don't think they're in position to be there long enough for that thing to turn around. I think it's going to change.
I agree.
I really do. I really think it's going to change. So I'm not too much worried about them.
All right. So I am not worried about them overall. They're still going to be a bad team. That defensive line is going to be a challenge, though.
Yeah, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, I mean, they've got like 5 of them. Yeah. All right. How about the Commanders? They picked right before the Eagles, obviously. They were in the late 20s. And they land Josh Connerly, the offensive tackle from Oregon. Hugh, it's clear what they try to do this offseason because a lot of us thought they'd go defense, right?
Yeah, because they needed some pass rush.
But they decided
to protect the quarterback.
They got Tunsil in the big trade, and then they get Connerly. They basically added 2 bookend tackles to protect Jaden Daniels.
And that's what we were talking about last night when we say, well, why would they do that? And they needed more defense because you're protecting your assets. And when you look at the division that we're in, what is the biggest asset is to protect your quarterback because he has the ability to extend plays. They went out and got Deebo Samuel. I don't think that is a big of a get as a lot of other people do.
Yeah,
in my personal
he's not
opinion.
the Deebo he was 3 years ago.
I don't think so. But they went out and they got him a big time receiver in some people's eyes, and that allows him to when he's running around creating space to make plays that the receiver can make plays.
Yep.
And they bought 2 tackles to buy in that kind of time because you saw when they played us. We got after him pretty good, but he had the ability, the escapability to extend the play and make plays. But now that you have those 2 big tackles, those 2 bookend tackles, it's one of those things where, you look at it and think that you have the chance to really make some hay.
Well, I'll have my eyes tonight and my mind this weekend on the Commanders. I'm watching to see what they do. I mean, they're obviously good. They took a huge leap last year. They got to the title game against the Eagles, and I think that they've improved this offseason. So I'm watching them closely. I want to see what they do in the rest of this draft, how many other good players they get, defensive players. Because you kind of look at the threats to the Eagles in the NFC. I would list the Commanders. I would list Detroit. We talked through Chicago last night. Are they going to make a leap here as they get a tight end? Like you start looking around, like who are the teams that are going to try to challenge the Eagles? And right now I'm looking at Detroit. I'm looking at Washington. That's who I'm watching this weekend. Like, what are they getting?
Yeah, because Detroit who did they get? They got Graham, right? They got the D tackle Graham.
They got a big they're not Graham.
No, that was it. It was a D tackle, right? It was Graham.
I think Williams from Ohio State. Graham went to Cleveland.
Okay, that's what it was. He went to Mason.
Yeah,
they got it. Yeah, but they got somebody to help along that defense. Yeah, the Detroit Lions are going to be a problem, but they lost their coordinator, lost the offensive coordinator.
Both.
Yeah, they lost both. Well, yeah, AG's in New York. So yeah, but they'll still be a formidable opponent. But losing those coordinators might hurt them a little bit.
Well, obviously, especially Ben Johnson. He was a big part of what they did on offense. Our last check-in on our Twitter poll, and we'll get you set up with the Phillies with leading off coming up in just a few minutes here. What do you think of the Eagles drafting Jihaad Campbell? Like it, love it, don't like it? What's your guess, you on how many people don't like the pick?
Not that many.
Not that many.
I think you want me to guess how many people don't like it?
Yeah,
20%.
3%.
Oh wow. Okay.
So that puts us at 97%, Kyle, like it or love it. Now, is this fair based on the player, or is this a little Super Bowl syndrome creeping back in?
I don't know if a lot of people, and I don't mean to call out a lot of the fans.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I do, actually.
Mm-hmm.
People don't know who the hell these people are.
I mean, Jihaad before last night?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I also, the only reason to dislike it or to have some concern is the injury stuff. And I don't think a lot of people last night took into account how real that is. Now, it doesn't mean he can't play. Doesn't mean he can't be really good. Doesn't mean he can't play early this year. I'm just saying if I have any pause, it's not about his ability to transition. It's not about his ability to play linebacker or pass rusher. It's when is he going to get on the field and how serious are these injuries? I mean, the Schefter thing, I know people say maybe he doesn't have I don't know if he has an injury or not. Adam Schefter said he does. He's fell in the draft for whatever reason, shoulders, knees, whatever. Let's just hope he gets on the field quickly here because you watch this kid for 5 minutes, you're like, whoa, he can play.
Yeah, and you want to see that in this defense.
Yep.
With this defensive coordinator. You want to see what that looks like. And I'm excited because when we drafted him, I knew that there was a shoulder injury. But now, with the vagueness, it's one of those things where you might want to temper your optimism just a little bit because we don't know when we're going to see him.
Well, and then that makes you wonder how that impacts tonight's picks and the rest of this offseason, right? Are they counting on him or is he more like a wild card and they're going to go – because, when they made the pick last night, I thought, okay, maybe no more edge rusher. Well, if he's a wild card health-wise, maybe they do take another edge rusher.
Yeah,
They could.
or D tackle.
Yep.
Like to build some depth at that position. So we'll see. We'll see. What time is draft today? 6?
7.
7 o'clock.
7 o'clock. This is the night last year. This is usually a pretty fireworks-filled night for the Eagles. You know, it was Cooper DeJean last year.
There's a lot of movement.
5 years ago was Jalen Hurts. The Eagles, they're not a quiet second-round team. They make noise in the second round.
Howie's over there getting ready to cook.
Cook with Jalen Milroe to pick number 64?
I don't think so. I think it's going to be defense. I mean, I hear what you're saying. I don't think so.
So I don't think so either, because I don't think he's going to be there. But if he's there, boy, that would be a tempting pick for me.
Here's the question, though, Joe. Does Milroe go before Shador?
He might. He might. I mean, who would you rather have? I'd rather have Milroe.
Who would I rather have? Now, that's a good question.
I mean, they're totally different kinds of players.
Well, and Milroe's a physical specimen, and that comparison to Lamar Jackson is very intriguing.
Yeah, but to me, he has a higher ceiling. Like if he reaches it.
I mean, I've had a chance to talk to some friends of mine that know way more football than me and have been in position to know football. The thing that's coming out about Shador, there's a lot. Part of it is, you know, he's probably being penalized for his father and, you know, his bravado.
Yep.
But there's a lot of feeling that his football IQ is not where a lot of teams want it to be. And that's somebody that I trust, and I know he's just not saying stuff just to be saying it.
And at that position, you
have to have that. So there's a lot at play here, but between the two, I would probably go with Milroe if I had to choose one.
We shall see tonight. Eagles on the board at number 64. All right, let's get to leading into the Phillies and the Cubs.
94 WIP HD1 Philadelphia, live from the Tasty Cake Studios. This is Leading Off, sponsored by Nissan. Nissan makes cars that thrill. Shop NissanUSA.com. Sports Radio 94 WIP, an Odyssey sports station.
It's the Thuggish Ruggers Ball.
All right, welcome on in. It is Leading Off. Get you set up for the Phillies and the Cubs at Wrigley Field, a 2:20 first pitch. As we all get a day off to decompress from the Phillies, who got swept up in New York by the Mets and now go to Chicago. And here the tough opponents don't stop here. The Chicago Cubs are off to a 16-10 start. They are 14-6 in their last 20 games. They've been red hot. They have one of the best offenses in baseball. And today, the Phillies will throw Taijuan Walker against Colin Ray. Ray off to a good start with a 1.32 ERA. Taijuan 2.29. But boy, Hugh, before we get to the individual matchups and all this with this game, the Phillies just need some positive momentum and energy. I mean, they need a win today. I mean, the Phillies, if they lose today, will fall to 500 on the season, considering they started off 7-2. That's a pretty fast fall here. They need to win. They just need something positive to go their way. There's been so much like they've gotten guys on, they can't get them in. Hugh, they need a victory. I mean, I don't know what else to say. There's no must wins in April in baseball, but they desperately need a win.
Yeah, we had a chance to talk to Scott Fransky earlier, and he said something that I thought was kind of interesting. Is that when they played the Mets, the series that they just came off of, they looked a little lifeless.
Yeah,
and I think what was the word he used? He said, I don't want to be wrong, but intimidated, or he looked like they weren't confident. They weren't as confident.
Yeah, the Mets are way more confident than them.
That's not good. That's not a good place to be, especially when we have World Series aspirations and you're a little bit timid or afraid of the team that knocked you out of the playoffs. So that's not a great place to be, because I'm thinking if in a situation like that, Joe, you want to get some get back, especially when you came into this season. It wasn't a lot of talk about the World Series, but let's be honest. We all feel that this is a World Series team, and I think that they feel that way too. So to be a little bit intimidated is a little concerning.
I'm putting this weekend on the bats. Hugh, the Phillies pitchers this weekend will be Taijuan today, Luzardo tomorrow, and Nola on Sunday. So that you're not throwing your best, right? Luzardo is obviously one of your best, but the other two have been your number 4 and 5 starters based on performance this year, Taijuan and Nola. The bullpen we know is a disaster. The Cubs are leading baseball in runs scored. The Phillies offense has to hit this weekend. There's no excuse. The Cubs pitching staff is not overwhelmingly good. Their bullpen, as Scott mentioned to us, is not very good at all down there at the bottom with the Phillies. Hugh, I'm putting the series this weekend on the bats. I'm not expecting, and we will get from you an official prediction on Taijuan, but I'm not expecting Taijuan to go out there and shut down the number 1 offense in baseball. So hit. I need Bryce Harper to hit. How about this? I'm going to give the player to count on today. Sponsored by Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury, New Jersey. Honest pricing, dedicated service every day. You know who I need to heat back up?
What's that?
I need Kyle Schwarber to heat up.
Schwarber, we need something.
He's an ex-Cub. He's hit 1 million home runs in that stadium. Hit a home run out of Wrigley
Yeah,
Field.
you should be kind of familiar with it. And I think tonight, since, I'm going to give you a preview, I think we're going to need some timely hitting. We're going to need –
what does that mean?
We can't have – what do you think it means,
It doesn't bode well for the time.
Well, I'm just saying, it's just we need – I think we're going to need some timely hitting because it might be a little bit of a struggle bus.
How much of a struggle bus?
Joe, I mean – I'm feeling. You know what? I think your worst nightmare comes to fruition tonight.
No,
that bullpen gonna have to go back to back.
Oh, not back to back. All right, what?
They gonna have to go back.
So, what are you thinking for Taiwan? He's up against the best offense in baseball so far. Averaging over 6 runs a game, 30-18 home runs. How many runs is Taiwan allowing?
Hey, man, okay, this is just to give you an idea of how these work for me. When you ask me the question, I go with my gut and what my gut is telling me.
And it's been right a lot on Taiwan. You've really nailed the Taiwan Walker season.
And I
so
hate
far.
to do this to y'all on a Friday, a beautiful Friday. Man, I'm seeing 3 innings.
And how many runs? That's what I need to know.
Do you really want to know?
Yes, we want to know. We want to know how many runs. People are going to bet on this immediately.
You know what? I'm looking at Kyle and it's he's clear. 6?
Oh no!
I mean, when you ask me, because that's the first thing that comes to mind. It's like, okay, how many innings do you see from Taiwan tonight? And I was like, okay, 3. Okay, so what? Now it comes down to, math, which we're not great at.
No, we're not. Not in this.
But it's like, okay, what gets you out? In 3 innings. 6 runs.
Well, if you're right
about
on this,
10 hits.
10 hits. Oh my gosh!
I like Taiwan, man, but you asked me how I feel. I hope I'm wrong.
Well, so we all do.
I hope that I'm wrong. I hope that I get the mean and hurtful text talking about you're an idiot.
Oh, well, you will.
And you were wrong.
I can do that for you regardless.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Keeps me grounded. It really does. But that's what I'm kind of feeling right now.
3 innings, 10
Man,
hits.
it doesn't. You're talking about
that's an HR violation. 10 hits.
We just came off a team that gave up the least amount of runs in baseball thus far this season.
Yeah.
And now we're going
back on us.
They went back to back to back. That's a young man's game right there. And now we're going again.
Yeah, the Phillies are just too old of a team to become.
They are. They're over the hump.
I just y'all see that when he said the way he was saying back to back was just so funny.
Well, the day later, you're still giggling about it.
Back to back. We're going back to back.
You know what? When was the last time the Phillies went back to back?
Oh, it's been. Let me look at the schedule. It's been a minute.
No, Rangers Warriors going back soon.
Yeah, well, if you're right about Taiwan, Hugh, I'm afraid
since the Marlins season. Yeah. Since the Marlins series, I said they went back to back to back because they beat the Giants. Yeah. Then they beat the Marlins, so they went back to back to back.
If Taiwan does what you said he's going to do, I'm afraid this is his final start because Rangers about to be healthy.
But I will say this: that's not saying that they lose, because if they hit,
hold on,
I'm just saying.
We give up 6 runs in the first 3 innings. We're winning the game.
Well, yeah,
with this offense,
being realistic, I guess if I'm being realistic, yeah, that's kind of rough.
Yeah, that is really rough. All right, Hugh's prediction for Taiwan Walker: 3 innings, 6 runs, 10 hits. 1215-592-9049. We'll give you the Phillies lineup. Who does top or have leading off? Who's at the bottom? And what are they rolling out there today? And what to watch for next. This is Leading Off on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data-managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business, powering possibilities.
Now through May 4th, New customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires enrollment and paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra and subject to change.
The world is your jackpot at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa during the $1 million Worldly Winnings drawing. Play and earn entries now through April for your chance at over $1 million in prizes, including 10 $25,000 dream vacation packages. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings March 29th and April 26th. The world is your jackpot at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa. $1 million Worldly Winnings only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Quickly move. We don't have much time. This Liberty ad is already almost over. We only have a few precious seconds to remind people to customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Okay. Well, I guess we had more time than I thought.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
This is Leading Off, sponsored by Nissan, on your exclusive home for Phillies baseball. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
You know how
you trying to change the vibes here, Kyle? Like the old vibes?
I had a senior moment.
Did you? Yeah.
Well, because we're comparing notes.
Yeah.
About some stuff, with the Eagles, and it was just like, I forgot.
You're comparing draft notes?
Well, we were talking about certain things that we talked about earlier, and I was like, damn, we're doing leading off right
now. He was so calmly sitting out there like
and Kyle walked out and
like he was done for the day.
It wouldn't have been shocking if he just sat out there the whole segment if you didn't get him.
This is y'all fault.
No, it's not.
It's not. No, it's
this
not.
Is me.
We're
this
doing
is me passing the buck.
That's unbelievable.
Because y'all had me out past my bedtime last night.
I didn't do anything. This is the Eagles' fault. Blame Lakin.
Eagles did move up a pick for
you. Had me out past my bedtime.
You should have seen how excited he was when they were about to trade 23. Like, we're out of here in a few minutes. It didn't happen.
Green Bay Packers. They did what they always do. They hating on us.
They are hating. All right, let's get back to the Phillies here. We got a game this afternoon, 2:20, first pitch out at Wrigley Field. What to watch for? Brought to you by Xfinity Mobile, the sponsor of WIP's Xfinity Mobile Lounge. Xfinity Mobile customers now get exclusive access to Wi-Fi speeds up to a gig on the go. All right, you know what I'm watching for, Hugh? I'm watching to see if the Phillies slug comes back. Where did all the home runs go? So, we talked about it a little bit with Scott. They have been better at walking. They're getting on base more. They're chasing less, but they're missing the power. It's like they exchanged the power for being a little more selective at the plate. And I get that. I know what they're trying to do, but you can't just get singles. I mean, they had 3 total extra base hits the entire Mets series. If they're going to beat the Cubs this weekend, they need some doubles and home runs.
Yeah, and I think it's time because, to your point, Joe, the thing that has been lacking is the timely hitting.
Yep.
You talk about the power, but you have to know the scenario that you're in and try to move people when they're pass the baton. That was the saying. Pass the baton and just be smart about your at-bats. And I think that's why when you ask me the question about Taiwan, I think it's going to be important, especially for this game, because this might be some crooked number game. This might be a crooked number game, where some crooked numbers are going to go up, and you have to make sure that if you want to get off of that little slump that you're in, that you have to be able to score some runs.
Just to give you perspective on how many home runs the Cubs are hitting compared to the Phillies. So in the lineup today, we'll go through the lineups in a couple minutes here, but in the lineup today, the Cubs have 6 guys with 4 or more home runs already, right? So it's still early in the season, but that means they're on pace for a pretty good power year. You know how many the Phillies have? Guys in the lineup today that have 4 or more home runs on the season. 2. It's just Harper with 5 and Schwarber with 7. The Cubs have 6.
Because didn't Trey just hit? He only got 1, right?
1 for Trey, 2 for Stott. Castellanos has 3. Kepler 1. Realmuto 1. Bohm 0. Rojas 0. The bottom 4 in the lineup today for the Phillies, 1-1-0-0 in terms of home runs.
Yeah, and that's why it's going to be important, man. You're going to have to try to move runners when they're in scoring position. You can't strand the runners on base today. It's going to be tough. It's going to be a tough one today.
Yeah, they're going to have to hit. I mean, the Cubs don't have great pitching. They're winning on their offense right now. Let's get to the starting lineups brought to you by the Fence Authority. Make your new fence as easy as 1, 2, 3 at fenceauthority.com. Or I mentioned what those home run totals are. Here's the names attached to them. Bryson Stott back in the leadoff spot against a righty. I think Stott's playing well this year. I liked his at-bats at the home run against Diaz a couple nights ago. Stott leading off at second base. Batting second, Trey Turner at shortstop. Batting third, Bryce Harper at first base. Batting fourth, the DH, Kyle Schwarber. Batting fifth, the right fielder, Nick Castellanos. Batting sixth, left fielder, Max Kepler. Seventh, catcher, JT Realmuto. Batting eighth, the third baseman, Alec Bohm. And batting ninth, the center fielder, Johan Rojas. So did see that Marsh started a rehab assignment at AAA with the Iron Pigs. Here, I got to tell you, though, I know Marsh, they said he's going to be back next week. It's not a serious injury. Right now, I think Rojas is taking the chance to maybe keep this job. Like,
yeah.
I look, I don't love Rojas much, but he's playing better than Marsh did. Like, if Marsh comes back on Tuesday and Rojas has a good weekend, I'm not just taking Rojas out.
I mean, you shouldn't, because we're in a position right now where we're not panicking, but we need to get so. Well, I'm not. I should say I'm not panicking, but you need to get some results. You need to get some movement in the bottom of that order. And if he's doing it for you right now, then you can't change. You can't change the way it is.
Yeah. Another thing to watch for today, the right fielder for the Cubs, Kyle Tucker. He's a guy that's a free agent after the season with Vladimir Guerrero Jr. re-signing already. He's probably going to be the biggest name out there, Kyle Tucker. He's off to an incredible start in his first year with the Cubs. But there's been, there was the stuff out there last offseason that the Phillies were not spending money this past offseason to kind of save up for next offseason. And Kyle Tucker's a name to keep an eye on. So that we saw him in the World Series a couple years ago with the Astros. He's a tremendous player, and he's off to a great start with the Cubs. He's going to be difficult to get out this weekend, but he could be someone that down the line is connected to the Phillies in free agency if they decide to spend again down the line when they get some of these contracts off the books. But the lineup again, Stott, Turner, Harper, Schwarber, Castellanos, Kepler, Realmuto, Bohm, and Rojas. Taijuan Walker on the mound, and Hughes already told us 3 innings, 6 runs, 10 hits.
And you know what?
Proud
Shout
of
out.
yourself?
I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not, because I give you, I'm honest about what I'm saying, but I've already gotten text messages, people saying, well, you have it wrong. It's 6 innings, 3 runs. So that's what I hope I'm wrong.
Yeah. Well, the people are upset because you control this,
I don't control anything.
You do. Well, if you
I'm
say
a radio host.
If you say he pitches well,
who
he
has
does.
a famous take.
Says AI. Says artificial intelligence. We've created a monster here. That what to watch for, including the lineup and Kyle Tucker on the other side, is brought to you by Xfinity Mobile, the sponsor of WIP's Xfinity Mobile Lounge. Xfinity Mobile customers now get exclusive access to Wi-Fi speeds up to 1 gig on the go. You're very proud of the AI thing, aren't you?
Yes, I am. My man, I'm not going to lie.
You guys smiling ear to ear. Between this,
should have never read that to him.
The Taylor pick tonight, and
they like parlay.
Yeah,
this dude is on
the back-to-back
fire.
stuff. I mean, it's just he's having a day.
She got a podcast now.
That would be Joy Taylor.
Yes.
Is this the first Joy Taylor mention on leading off ever?
Well, I'm just saying she had a candid conversation.
The last.
I'm sorry.
What's the latest episode about? You know what? Don't answer that question. Don't do it. Just let it be. 215-592-9494. All right, on the other side, injury report. We actually have good news on the injury report. And today's weather, not such good news there. That's next on Leading Off on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
When your AC loses its cool or your water heater loses its heat, it throws your whole day off. You can't think straight. You're like, what grade are my kids in? I'm not left-handed. There's only one cure. Hutchinson Air Conditioning, Plumbing, and Heating.
will show up same day and get your AC or hot water back in shape with 100% satisfaction and no emergency service fees ever. Hutchinson will get you thinking straight until you forget your internet password again. Schedule now at hutchcomfort.com.
As America's leading business lender, Bank of America is on your corner and in your corner, right here in Greater Philadelphia. With $215 billion in business loans and over 3,700 business specialists across the nation, we help businesses thrive so communities prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Copyright 2025 Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Are you ready? Yeah. Let's go. Critics are calling The Accountant 2 undeniably awesome.
Is your brother up to speed on the case?
Braxton, thank you for coming. I'm really glad you're here. Today you say that? Yeah. Unbelievable. Ben Affleck and John Bernthal have electric chemistry.
That's my big brother up there.
It's better than the original in every way. Anything else?
I think we gotta go get drunk.
And it's one of the most entertaining movies of the year. I think so too. The Accountant 2, rated R, under 17 without parent. Now playing only in theaters.
Don't miss your chance to bet on all the clutch shots and legendary performances with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel is the best place to find all your favorite player props. And now you can make a heads-up play with player performance trends. Now that means whether you want to bet on a player to score 30 points or put up a triple-double, you can check out the latest stats and see who's hot without leaving the app. Plus, after the game tips off, you can even combine live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win big. If you don't already have FanDuel, playoff time is the perfect time to join. You'll get started with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So visit FanDuel.com/Ike to join today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 94 WIP.
21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Experience the difference an exceptionally priced Acura can make at Elite Acura on Route 73 North in Maple Shade or online at EliteAcura.com. Remember, nobody beats Elite.
Good morning, Doctor.
Doctor?
Hi, Doctor. Doctor?
Dr. Jackson's practice is growing.
What do you mean we're still short-staffed?
He needs a good patient doctor.
How do we not have enough doctors to doctor all these patients?
And he doesn't have the patience to sift through hundreds of resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
This is Leading Off, sponsored by Nissan. Sports Radio 94 WIP.
This Taiwan song today when he takes the mound?
Born to be wild? Yeah. I hope he listened to what I said and proves me wrong. I really do. But that's what I was feeling.
I know. The audience is not happy. We're sure of that. Welcome back. It is Leading Off, getting set for the Phillies and the Cubs, the first of three out at Wrigley Field. Look, to me, today's a win-win. If they play well and they win, you're happy and you feel good heading into the draft tonight where the Eagles could get some more good players. And if tonight goes the way the last 4 games have gone, shake it off and move on to the draft tonight. We do have some good news here. I got good news, bad news. What do you want first? What do you like?
Bad news.
Bad news first? All right. The bad news would be the weather report, brought to you by Pella Windows and Doors of Philadelphia. For windows and doors that go beyond, visit the pros at PellaPhilly.com. Now, Kyle, you were telling me there's some storms in the Chicago area?
Yeah, rain. It's probably raining now, but the tarp is coming out in Wrigley. I think from what I heard, it might last about an hour, but after that, the game should go on.
All right.
Yeah.
Just a little delay.
Just a little bit of a delay.
All right. So that's just annoying news, not so much bad news.
Yeah, especially for our guy Murph.
Well, he's ready. I mean, Murph's always ready to roll.
But,
he's a professional.
Yeah, he is a pro. Well, he had that long rain delay in Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
So
a lot of calls.
When I used to do Final Out at night and there was rain delay, it was a double whammy. I felt for Murph because he had to do a long talk show, and I felt for myself because that meant I had to be here even later.
Yeah.
But when a couple weeks ago when they had that long, ridiculous rain delay in Atlanta, I was home and I was like, "Wow, Murph's on the air the whole time."
If he needs help with long talking,
I got him.
We got to
better catch me early though, because it's Friday.
O.T. Douglas over here.
You know it is. It's Friday.
You're not working back to back.
I ain't going back to back. Not on a Friday.
Maybe on a Tuesday. Don't you dare ask on a Friday. All right. Back to back. Hopefully the Phillies hit a couple back to back home runs. I have Some good news for you, though, Hugh.
What you got?
The Injury Report, sponsored by Martin Law, the law firm for injured workers for over 40 years. Contact them at paworkinjury.com. All right, so we all held our breath a couple days ago when Christopher Sanchez was removed from the game after 2 innings with what they called forearm tightness, which is usually or often
precursor
to something bad, right? Yeah, the UCL and the elbow and Tommy John, all that kind of stuff. When you hear forearm, that's sometimes connected very closely to that. But the Phillies did not send him for an MRI. They said it calmed down the next day. I heard Dombrowski say he was sore everywhere, so maybe he just was achy that day.
Went back to back.
He went back to back.
I walked right into it. For whatever reason, Christopher Sanchez was achy.
He's young, though. He can go back to back.
Yeah, he was achy everywhere for whatever reason. And maybe it wasn't just the forearm. Maybe he just was sore that day. Anyway, according to Corey Seidman, and we also heard from Scott when he was on with us, Sanchez is going to play catch this afternoon at Wrigley Field. He continues to feel normal. And Rob Thompson said, quote, hopefully we dodged a bullet here. So, Hugh, I have to feel good that they didn't even think they had to send him for an MRI and they're allowing him to play catch today. That's good news.
Well, you know, the way that I look at it is if it's a precursor, I like to, you know me, I like to err on the side of caution just a little bit. I probably would have gotten an MRI because that is weird to go out there and have that specific feeling and then it just quiet down all of a sudden.
So I would guess today will be if there's no symptoms tomorrow, everyone moves on. If
everything's cool.
If it feels tight when he throws today, I'm sure they're going to send him.
That's kind of weird. That's kind of weird because everybody that I talked to, Kyle, said that is the precursor to Tommy John.
I'm everyone.
Well, you know, it sounds better when you say,
buddy.
you know what I'm saying? It sounds better when you say everyone. And then, you know, it's just like one person.
You walking down the street, random people. What do you think about forearm stiffness?
Yeah. Doesn't sound good.
Now, to your point on not the MRI, you know, when Bryce Harper hurt his elbow, what was that, 3 years ago now? They didn't send him for an MRI for like a week. And they were like, yeah, it calmed down. It flared up. It took them like a week before they got the MRI. And then they were like, oh.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
that makes no sense because normally when you have like muscle fatigue or something like that, there's something going on.
Are MRIs a big deal? Like you don't want to do them? Or is it just like, like an x-ray?
It's the time because it's one of those things where I'm assuming they have the open MRIs now, but anytime anything to deal with muscles or anything like that, tendons, you have to get the MRI because it shows you like it's like it's like layered. That's why you're in there so long, and it shows you detail of the muscle, and it might be that's where you see the slight tears.
I wonder if they're because he's not going to.
It's not like they're being cheap if you're being.
I'm just trying to. I wonder if they're waiting until they get home because he's not supposed to pitch again until they get home. So like it's not like he's going to pitch a game this weekend. I do wonder if that. All right, that will do it for leading off. You guys have a great weekend. Phil's next. We'll talk to you on Monday on Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Attention kingdom-seeking business professionals, entrepreneurs, and investors in Philadelphia. Are you ready to experience a life-changing event that will elevate your faith, finances, and future in 2025? Then you won't want to miss this. Join us for Life Search featuring Champions of Faith, Saturday, May 31st at the Wells Fargo Center for an extraordinary one-day event that will empower you to transform every area of your life through the power of faith. Be prepared to be inspired by an incredible lineup of champions, including National Football champions Saquon Barkley and Cooper DeJean, National Football champion head coach Nick Sirianni, Hall of Fame legend Brian Dawkins, best-selling author and coach John C. Maxwell, and more. These champions have experienced firsthand how faith transforms lives, and they'll join Life Search.
The knees together over here.
Okay, here we go. Are we on? And why does it say we'll be right back? We're actually on?
Well, I think it's delayed.
Oh, is it? Oh, there we are. I know, I was right. You were wrong. You were wrong.
I think it's delayed. I think it was delayed.
You think it was delayed? Here we are. Here we are, day after the draft. We're not on the radio.
It's not your usual.
We're just on YouTube.
It's not your usual intro.
Nah, because we're on the internet. We're not just on the radio. What, you have to go, it's the WIP afternoon show.
Yeah,
nah.
come on, man.
How you feeling over there, Reese?
I'm pretty good, brother.
Yeah?
Pretty good.
Yep.
Listen, I'm just waiting for you to throw it up to the rim.
Oh, okay.
I'll go dunk it. Yeah, let's
Okay, all right.
Yep.
All right. It's the WIP afternoon show with Ike, Spike, and Fritz. Ike was up late last night. Wants to get out of here.
Cranky pants.
Yeah, how
over
you
here, yeah.
feeling, cranky pants?
No, I'm feeling pretty good, man, in all honesty. It's a big surprise last night. Eagles selecting Jihaad Campbell from Alabama, linebacker / rusher, whatever you want to declare him as. I just view him as a football weapon. Now, you get a player of this caliber that falls all the way to the end of the draft, you know there has to be some sort of red flags there. Thankfully, there's nothing there from a character standpoint. There's nothing there from an off-the-field standpoint.
Injury stuff.
Yes, this is injury stuff. This is pretty much medical red flags there. So this is the Eagles saying that they feel comfortable where he's at from a health standpoint and where he's progressing to moving forward. And they're also saying the talent is worth the risk. So they're saying the potential and the talent there is worth the risk of a first-round selection.
Yeah, it's funny when you, depending on who you listen to, the injury is that now Howie said that he wasn't worried long-term about the injury, but then if nobody's worried long-term about the injury, how, like, why is everybody else worried about it, right? But I think Mayock said that yesterday, is like everybody gets the same medicals and your own doctors look at it and decide whether it's a big enough risk for you to take or not.
Yeah.
So when we were talking before, when the draft was here, that was the Sidney Jones draft. That ended up not working out. Landon Dickerson had medical stuff, ended up working out.
Yeah.
So what is going on with him is he has a torn labrum in his shoulder, which he had surgery on. You can play with a torn labrum. Like you can
Yes.
Yeah, you can. Well, because sometimes they happen in hips a lot, and they happen in shoulders, they happen in joints, like where you're moving a lot, and you can delay the surgery. Sometimes they don't do surgery at all; they just give it rest and let it heal up.
The Sixers really did scar you, huh?
No, I had labral tear surgery in my hip.
I didn't know there was a labor in your hip.
There's a labrum in every joint.
Wow.
There's labrum in every joint. Yeah, and it can fray just with, like, soccer players get labral tears in their hips a lot because of the pivoting and stuff like that. Yeah. So he had that, and in 23 he had a scope on his knee. Now apparently that was not a major thing. It was like to clean stuff up or whatever. But it was enough to have him. I think Daniel Jeremiah had him as his 12th best player in the draft. It was enough to have him. But it was enough to have him drop to 31.
Yeah.
So, do you think he has to make an impact this year for this to be a good pick?
I don't. They just won the Super Bowl. I start everything with that. Preface that first. They just won the Super Bowl. So therefore, this desperational feel that comes with not winning the Super Bowl isn't there. It doesn't mean you're not trying to win. It means you don't have to do things. You have the luxury of taking a little bit more of a cautionary sort of approach as opposed to an overly aggressive approach. So with this young man who just turned 21, by the way, man, these kids are young. Just turned 21 in February.
Yeah.
Just turned 21. He has a lot of football ahead of him. What you don't want to do is to put him out there before he's at 200% health. That thing is completely healed. Strength is completely regained. You have a role for him that you don't overload him. If you want to bring him in certain packages where you can utilize his athleticism, give him a little bit, put a little on his plate. Yeah, I got no problem with that. The Eagles are in a position that they have guys right now that they don't have to rush him on the field. At least right now, they don't have to rush him on the field.
Well, and it was a surprise to everybody. I mean, when we talked about it on the show originally, because it was Mel Kiper that had a mock there, and I think Daniel Jeremiah eventually had a mock there.
DJ finally gets his linebacker to the Eagles.
Yeah.
He's been on that for like 5 years.
Well, we sort of all laughed it off because of the idea of them taking a linebacker. So then the real question here is, and this is part of the spin part of it, or realistically, who knows, is that he played some edge and was a linebacker too. Now, when you look at his size, there are edges that are his size now because that position has gotten so much smaller. I don't know how you can't look at this as at least like if you're Nico Dean. Now, they don't know when Nico Dean's coming back too, but I mean, like, he'll probably play both, right? I mean, I don't like they could use him in both spots, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you're talking about Jihaad, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's going to be used where it's needed most. For example, let's say they aren't getting anything from Uche and Ojulari and these guys. Well, he's probably going to rush the passer a little bit more because you probably need him there.
Right.
If let's say, for example, Jeremiah is doing a nice job playing next to Zach Bond, you can use him in that area. But let's say he's not playing well next to Zach Bond. This kid isn't a fish out of water when he's in space. All you got to do is go look at him play. If you go look at him play, he is a off-the-ball linebacker that has the ability to rush the passer at times. He's not a pass rusher. So there's a difference. So here's what I mean by that. Pass rushers actually train to be pass rushers. They try to perfect the technique of playing a pass rusher. You can be an off-the-ball linebacker with the ability to just rush the passer because you're a natural athlete.
By the way, Bond did that sometimes last year too. They would put Bond on the line of scrimmage as the fifth guy, and he would rush the passer because even when they signed him, I thought that was going to be more of what his role was than what it actually, because he hadn't played,
off the ball.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, anyway, continue. I'm sorry.
So I just say that to say, I view it as you took a guy who's not a specialist where he can only do this. He can actually be used as one of your two linebackers that is when he's eventually healthy, he's probably going to be out there as a stack linebacker. Here's what I would envision. This is what I would ideally envision. He is my wild card. I envision a natural end that plays there, whether it's Nolan Smith, whether it's Jalix Hunt, whomever.
Ojulari,
whoever it is. Eventually, well, I don't even expect Ojulari to be here after this year. So I'm just saying in the future, I envision them having a real end that you put up there. And then this kid is a guy who can be a stack backer. And then when you get into obvious passing situations, you can find different ways to use him as a fifth rusher when you want to. See, the beauty of him is he's a disguised piece. You don't know if he's in coverage or if he's rushing. That's much more valuable than just lining him up as an outside rusher where everybody knows what he's about to do.
Which early in the season, the Eagles weren't getting a lot of pressure from their front four. And that's what they would do. They would put Bond on the line of scrimmage and you wouldn't know if he was going to be there, which as you're saying, it makes him more effective if they don't know that he's lining up there every time. So then
because he's not his size doesn't overwhelm you.
Yeah, so that's
physically.
So that's the question I had. So when you look at his size, right? Because just talking about the difference between him being an edge or a linebacker. I know you're saying both.
Yeah.
But it must be more than size that makes him that because he is the same size really as Nolan Smith. Basically the same size as Nolan Smith. So you're saying skill set wise, that's where you see more linebacker that can rush the passer as opposed to edge that can play linebacker. It's a skill set thing, not a size thing.
Yes, that's what I believe it is. I think he has good size.
Right.
He has
long
good
arms.
size. Yeah. He has good size. I don't know if he has big enough size that you can line him up at defensive end and let him play against the run. See, here's the beauty. Third down, he gets to rush the passer. First and second down, what happens? You have to play the run.
Right.
So when you're that size on the edge, you're going up against a 320-pound offensive lineman that you have to be strong and stout enough against in the running game. He's going to be more effective off the ball because he can use his quickness and his athleticism. His weakness, I would say, is trying to overpower linemen. Like that's not something that he is more of a get your hands off me, use my quickness to go. It's like Micah Parsons. I prime example. When we play the Cowboys, what do we say? How do you negate Micah Parsons?
Run right at him.
Run right at him.
Really?
Yes, because he's not interested in taking on linemen. And he wants to just use his athleticism to chase you down, to make offensive linemen uncomfortable.
Which is, by the way, why I thought that guy. Where did Michael Williams go? He went top 10, right? Or he went to
Yeah.
11 to the Niners.
He went to the Niners.
Just because he is interesting. The Alabama guys are interesting because they play like Michael Williams doesn't do that, right? He's big and he sets the edge and he waits there.
6'5", yeah.
And it's why I thought he was so different when I was watching YouTube or whatever, because so many of the edge guys are just fast now and go after the quarterback rather than doing what he did.
Did you do a YouTube on Jihaad
I
Campbell?
did. Well, afterwards. So I didn't do it beforehand because he wasn't listed
linebacker.
as because he
And
wasn't.
we don't
listed
draft those.
No, right.
Do you
We
think
did-
Jerry Robinson felt like?
He's probably like, damn.
Is he still alive?
He had a good
That was
run though. I think so.
1979.
He's the last one they drafted in the first round.
Well, and by the way, when we have Elliot on, Elliot will just try to convince all of us that he's not a linebacker, right?
Yeah, he's a
Yeah.
hand in the dirt man.
Right.
No, I had to tell him last night. I said, dude, just
Oh, because you were on with him. What
Yes,
happened?
yes.
Right.
I'm like, dude, just for the sake of us being able to move on from Jerry Robinson.
Yep.
This is a linebacker.
Linebacker.
Yeah.
Well, and Elliot was ready to fight that until 1 a.m. You guys would have still been going.
We could bring him on now and ask him to do it until midnight, and he would do it until midnight. So when there was a rumor they tried to trade up to the Chargers to 22?
Yeah.
Is that do we think they said they were going after him?
Right.
We don't really think it was him, do we?
I don't know.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, one would think they were trying to get one of those teams took an old lineman. So I remember us discussing it last night. We thought that's what the Eagles were trying to do, jump up there to get an old lineman.
Yeah, I'm looking at, so there was the Steelers took Derek Harmon, then the Chargers took Hampton, the running back, and then the Vikings took Donovan Jackson, the offensive lineman.
That's who it was right there.
Right,
Yeah.
a guard.
Yeah,
Oh my
yeah.
God, you would have melted down.
Yeah, I know. We talked about it all last night. Like, dude, you don't take guards in the first round.
Well, I actually thought about you
Well, the
last
Cowboys
night.
did.
Yeah,
I
the
saw
Cowboys
several of them took
I think
guards last night.
4 or
Yes.
5 guards went in the first round. I was thinking, I was channeling Ike.
I'm
I
like,
was
you don't
texting with
take
my
guards in
friends.
the
I was
first
like, you don't
round.
take a guard in the first round.
Not grown organizations. By the way, Jerry Robinson's still with us. So
Okay, good.
hopefully
Shout out Jerry Robinson. We should get him on.
Yeah, hopefully last night it's like the Dolphins, right? Every single year they pop the top.
And I met Jerry Robinson.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he was an alumni. Yes, years ago.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, maybe 2010.
Yeah. I mean, what a
29.
trivia answer, though. It's
Yeah,
done,
Jerry
though.
Robinson,
It's done. It's like when David Bell hit for the cycle.
But is he? Is it done?
Well, because he could be an edge rusher.
Well, his list is linebacker.
Well, so I guess
yeah.
until the first depth chart in training camp comes
Right,
out,
we do have to see the depth chart.
Jerry Robinson still is the last linebacker they took in the first round.
No way. This guy's a linebacker.
Yeah?
He's listed as a linebacker. I say he's a linebacker. As you made 6'3", 245, first team all SEC. They take another, by the way.
Jersey kid, by the way.
Jersey kid.
How about
Camden.
that? Yeah.
So,
South Jersey, that's what we do.
yes, absolutely.
Now he ditched South Jersey for IMG.
Well, listen.
Well, come on.
Yeah,
Isn't that
you
the school
gotta
that
do
Trey was coaching at when they beat the crap out of the fake team?
Yeah. Yep.
I wonder,
Oh, I remember the fake
It
team.
is IMG, yeah.
I wonder if he was on that
That's
team.
them.
No. So, two great quotes afterwards from him. First of all, the richer get rich. He flips it around.
Yep.
It's the rich get richer, but not according to Jihaad. The
Oh.
richer get rich.
Yep.
And his Eagles chant.
Pretty good.
He didn't end it the right way though.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, he did do the EAGLES, but then he went go Eagles.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh.
Well,
It was close.
You would think
He
for a
spelled
local
it
kid.
right.
Well, I gotta dig in and see if he was rooting for the Cowboys growing up.
Oh, you think there's a you think that's possible?
That's always a possibility.
Yeah.
Listen,
That's
Around here?
Corey Clement.
Yep.
Oh, yep.
Yeah, that's always a possibility. That's all I can say.
Yeah.
It's a possibility.
215.
I don't know for sure, but yeah, it's always a possibility.
So you must have been so I'm trying to because I was we'll get into it later. I watched the ESPN broadcast last night. The ESPN was the
Was it bad?
the most outrageous broadcast I've ever seen in my entire life.
Was it?
It was the weirdest thing. It was like the Shador Sanders stuff.
Oh,
was
yeah.
so weird. And
Yeah.
I can't even express how weird it was to you if you didn't watch it.
Right.
But there were people watching NFL Network saying the guy was never being brought up.
Yeah, we had it on the NFL Network.
Dude,
Even though we couldn't hear it, it was still the NFL Network.
so I was thinking when Starks go at 27 and then your Kentucky guy went what
Yeah,
at 29 or
Buffalo, 30.
yeah 30. I was thinking I felt for you. Were you thinking we're trading out of the first round? Like when those guys went.
know what?
What was going through your mind? So Nolan's gone middle of the first round.
Yeah, you know what? I didn't think about trading out because I kept saying to myself, Shador is a second-round quarterback. Like who wants him? Like Cleveland can sit there and wait if they want him. They got.
They know we're not going to take him.
Yeah, they know the Eagles aren't going to take him. I didn't know if any
Chiefs
other
aren't gonna
team
take him. Yeah.
wanted him. So I'm sitting there like, my concern was the Eagles were going to take like the 10th or 12th best end versus who was really the best player on the board.
Right.
They didn't take Mike Green. It would have been
They
between
didn't take Mike Green. We
Campbell
thought
or Mike Green.
Yeah, we thought they were going to take Mike Green.
Well, I was thinking about that last night, and pardon me. First of all, speaking of YouTube, his YouTube is awesome, Mike Green. But I didn't feel like having the Mike Green conversation because of the whole Howie thing, and he had But
maybe they didn't either.
But it's possible.
Yeah.
I mean, it had to go. I'm not saying it's the reason they didn't pick him, but it had to be part of the calculation.
Oh, it's the reason everybody didn't pick him. I mean, why wouldn't it be?
Right. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like nobody picked him in the first round.
Which Jeremiah did have.
He said, he did say nobody would take him.
Yeah. Oh, really? He said nobody would take him? Yeah. Did you? So he wasn't one of their. Another interesting thing. He wasn't one of their 30 interviews.
Really?
He was not. And
because I know right after the pick happened, both Rapshi and Schefter said he was the guy they wanted the whole time.
Well, so
hold on, who wasn't one of their 30?
Campbell.
Campbell? Oh, okay.
So Campbell wasn't one of their 30. He said he only talked to them once.
Interesting.
In the interview afterwards.
Yeah.
And he said he didn't talk to Coach Sirianni. He talked to who's their defensive line coach? Maybe they talked.
Oh, Hunt?
I forget who.
I mean, Hurt.
Maybe it was Hurt. I forget who he said he talked to, but it wasn't Howie and it wasn't Sirianni.
Yeah.
So that's a little weird.
Well,
right?
To me, it doesn't surprise me. Listen, the Eagles are going to present him as that was their first option.
Oh, sure.
So as long as we all understand that first and foremost.
Yeah, of course. I just think it's interesting they didn't take so we know what did Elliott say.
The last time that happened was Dillard. I mean, Dillard they didn't know. No, I think they probably did homework on this kid, but Dillard was falling and they went and got him without really talking to him.
Right, and that didn't.
I think he wound up being the highest guy on their board, probably.
Yeah.
The only flags were obviously medical issues, and I don't believe that's who they were trying to go up to get.
You don't think it was him?
No,
right.
I don't believe that.
Yeah.
So, but I also understand why they would present it that way because that's what you're supposed to.
Well, that's what everybody does.
Yeah, that's
when
what you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if he's not a guy that you brought in and he wasn't one of your
even talk to him.
Yeah.
What's that smart?
No, I was looking at Elliott.
And the majority.
Oh, Elliott's here.
And the majority of your recent picks in the first round have been 30 visits.
Yes.
Right.
Guys you brought in.
Right. Hey, Elliott, you with us?
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Oh, you sound great, buddy.
Yeah. It doesn't sound like
you can actually hear me?
Can I be honest with you?
I can't tell if you're messing around.
No, we can hear you, but it doesn't sound like your mic is actually what we're hearing. It sounds like we're hearing you through your computer or something.
The MacBook.
Yeah. Make sure the right mic is selected. Is it? Tap the mic. Tap it with your hand. Nope. Yeah, I'm right. Nope. We're not hearing you through the mic.
Well, bad news. I don't know how to switch to the mic in this app that they have me using.
Oh, all right.
Not the end of the world.
Well, it's not the end of the world. Yeah.
Should I pretend to hold it anyway?
Well, you should pretend to hold it anyway. That's a great look.
Well,
okay.
The dynamite look.
It feels better.
What's interesting about Elliott to you, if you're watching on YouTube, Elliott is how old are you? 37? But
40?
But in computer years, it's like dealing with an 80-year-old.
Well, this reminds me of one of the most traumatic experiences of my career is when I came on the Red Ricky Sanchez, didn't have headphones on, and there was like 40 seconds where you were furious and I could tell the pod was in danger, and I got it to work in like a miracle, and it still haunts me to this day.
Dude, so Elliott, 2 weeks ago, I was on the Ricky, and I had changed my car in at the shop because I had a loaner.
Yep.
And I left my mic in the car.
Oh, I'm not okay with that.
So in the last second, I drove back to the dealership to get my mic because it wasn't worth it.
I'm very big. Headphones and a mic. Do it like a professional. Guy. Yeah. Yep. So Elliott, you had to be shocked. Oh, now we can't hear Elliott say anything.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Now we can hear you.
All right. I'm hearing you out of my headphones, but whatever.
Well, that's
Keep
good.
going.
That's good. So Elliott, you had to be shocked last night. So we were saying we're saying Mel Kiper had Campbell as one of the mock guys, had him in one of his mocks. Jeremiah had it, but nobody locally brought up Jihaad Campbell. Now, understandably, because of linebacker, but you had to be shocked. That had to be, you didn't get any inkling of this, right?
No, so I know you guys are big on accountability. I don't know if that transfers over to YouTube, but yeah, I mean, for me, I'm shocked that more people weren't in on this, and I think it really has to do with how you view him as a player. We only got a chance to talk to him a little bit, or talked about him a little bit on the draft show last night. But when they initially took him, my reaction was, "Wow, they're taking a linebacker. It's been 50 years. It's a culture change. Now they're paying running backs and linebackers." That's not how I view it anymore. I view this as them taking a defensive weapon that they took because of his upside as an edge. I do think he will play inside linebacker next year. He will get snaps there, like for sure. But I think they envision 2026 and 2027 and on, they view him as being an edge rusher. So that's why I think they took it. I don't think this is some type of organizational shift to linebackers, but when you look at it that way,
I mean, whether it's this or the $40 million they paid Zach Bond, whether you want to classify it as an organizational shift to linebackers or not, the philosophy and the idea of the importance of the position has shifted. And this is coming from a former linebacker of the organization. Mm-hmm. Yes, it has shifted.
Yeah, so for sure by paying Zach Bond, it has. I agree. I view this kid. Right, but I view him as an edge, and I think that's how they view him. I think when, in the building, they don't compare him to linebackers. I think they view him as a Micah Parsons, similar to an Abdul Carter. That's how he referenced when he talked about him yesterday. And I think that's how they're going to use him. So he has a body type to do it. I heard a little bit of you guys talking prior to me coming on. I do agree he has to put on weight. If you look at the other edge rushers that have similar body types, he's about 10 pounds lighter than those guys. Howie referenced, probably not by accident, in the presser yesterday, that he has the body to put on more weight. So I think they're hoping he will do that. But if they didn't think he had upside as an edge rusher, I don't think this would have been the pick.
Yeah, I mean, that's smart. Yeah, you don't take a off the ball linebacker in the first round without the ability to rush the passer. I talked about this last night. That's just not the way today's NFL goes. I would caution those who think that just because ideally they would hope he reaches a ceiling of being a premier pass rusher in this league, that isn't necessarily likely. That isn't necessarily likely. Watch his plays in college. Let me
I'm sorry.
go.
Yeah.
I thought that was Elliott.
No.
You watch him play in college, and a lot of his rushes are delayed rushes, 5-man pressure rushes. There are a few 4-man pressure rushes that he has where he's strictly a speed guy on the outside. He's not a natural pass rusher. He's a very good athlete with the ability to get after the quarterback. His natural instincts of being an off-ball linebacker makes him a very good guy to get pressure from off the ball. Like he has a natural ability to shift through traffic going up through the A gap or the B gap as an off-ball linebacker where you may not know that he's coming on the rush. His strength right now is the element of surprise versus I know you're coming, you know I'm coming, I'm going to beat you anyway. That's not his strength as a pass rusher. He's just a very good athlete right now. That if they can get him to be an effective pass rusher, that would be great. But the good thing for them is he's going to be able to help you in those other areas, which in this defense, as Vic Fangio has told us, playing inside linebacker is important. And in this defense, you get a lot of responsibility. So Zach Bond is 27. This kid is 21. He is going to eventually move into the Zach Bond role once Zach Bond moves on at some point. That's why I believe this kid is eventually going to move into, because you can move him around.
Would you compare it all to Kayvon Thibodeau? Sort of like that.
Okay,
like he's not.
You watched him more than
I think it's actually why a lot of people at least in New York, are disappointed in Thibodeau because I don't know if they're expecting. I think they're expecting him to be hitting the quarterback all the time,
like a Von Miller,
right? And
Yeah.
his responsibility is not quite that. Now I can't tell whether that's because he's not good enough at rushing the passer and he's good at both, but he is more of a sometimes he's on the line of scrimmage, sometimes he's there as a linebacker, and that's when I watched this guy's tape, I thought more about Kayvon Thibodeau than I thought about like Micah Parsons or any of the defensive linemen.
Just real quick, I want to react to something Ike said, because I agree with you that right now, so there's two ways to view him, right? If you view him as an edge rushing prospect, then he's definitely not a player that comes to the NFL with a plan on how to attack tackles, right? Like there were like Donovan Ezeraku has a better pass rushing plan based off his college tape, at least, right? On how to beat a tackle. And I think what you said right there, like, he's not ready right now to go up against, obviously, like Lane Johnson, but let's just say like a very good tackle. And if he goes 30 pass rushes against him, he might get him once or twice because he's athletic, but he doesn't have the ability to do that yet. I think like in the tape I watched, or the YouTube, I guess we call it here, but like
we call
this morning, right?
We're grinding tape.
Yeah, we call it tape. That's exactly right. But I agree with what I said too. Like the plays where he got to the quarterback, you could see when he's going up the middle, just like little things, like he would dip his shoulder and get behind, like get through somebody. He's good at like wiggling through space. So I think he'll be very effective as a blitzer right away. And I also think that it's very clear watching the defense last year, they think Zach Bond is important. And they don't have another body type. They don't have another body type on the roster where if Zach Bond were to go down, like who's filling into his role there? Like Nakobe can't do it. Trotter doesn't have, I don't think the physical tools to do it. So he does become a high leverage backup as well right now, where if Bond were, knock on wood, hopefully it doesn't happen. If he were to get hurt, like that he could go in and do that. But I do think too, and I saw like 10 snaps this morning of him going up against Will Campbell, I think he went 4th overall to the Patriots, the tackle out of LSU. Yeah. And there were definitely some snaps where you watched it and it was like, this guy is not ready to rush the passer, right? Like he was on his back on one of the snaps because Will Campbell just handled him. But there's other ones where you see, and this is why I think the Eagles picked him, is the potential is there, where he is, bending to get around him and getting to the quarterback. So I think, and, I think it's very telling that the only coach he talked to prior to getting drafted was Jim Washburn, who is their defensive line / edge coach, right? He didn't talk to the linebacker coach, Bobby King. So I think they are going to have him in that positional room to start, just to like get him into the NFL. And I think that's where they want to see him at. And then they'll put more on his plate. Right. But it would surprise me if at least initially they're teaching him the Zach Bond role. I think he could eventually be the backup there, maybe at the end of training camp or whatever, when he's had a lot of reps there. But he was also recruited to Alabama as an edge. He was an edge for the first, I think, maybe 1 year there. And then he switched over to inside linebacker because of injury. So he's kind of raw at both positions. Like it's not like he's trained at one his entire life. And I think that's what makes him intriguing, but also risky. Like, let's not overlook the risk part here. They didn't have him in for a top 30 visit, which I have some thoughts on, but like they didn't have him in for a top 30 visit, and he does have injury concern. So they're, I like the pick, and now that I've had time to think about it, I like it more, but there are risks involved with this.
Well, can I ask about, like, what do you know? So the injury is he had a torn labrum in his shoulder. He had surgery on it. So if it's the weird thing to me is, and he had a knee thing in 23, but it looks like it was just a scope. The weird thing to me is if all it's doing is maybe delaying his start with a team, how does that drop a guy from being a potential top 10 pick to, if the Eagles don't trade up, maybe even out of the first round? So what is, I guess I just would like to know more about A, where the shoulder is, and B, when they actually expect him to be able to play. And do you think that this is a guy that during training camp is there playing and ready to compete for a role, or is this something where we don't see him till like week 4 or week 6 of the season?
So there's two answers to that. One is I do expect him to be taking part in training camp. That's the sense I got talking to people last night after the pick. I didn't get a timeline, but in the conversations I had, there was no like real worry or serious discussion about the injury. It was mostly like, yes, this is something he's dealing with, but like he's working out this morning before he's flying to Philadelphia. So like he's on his way back to being healthy now. But the other part of this, and Cooper DeJean saw it last year, is Vic Fangio does really, really like count on those training camp reps. Like Cooper DeJean missed most of training camp, and then he sat for like 2 weeks in the season because he needed reps. So I think he'll be taking part in training camp. But just the question will be, how many reps can he do? Is he full go? And if that delays his ability to get out on the field because of Vic Fangio.
So then what's so why, I guess none of us will have this answer, but I don't know why was everyone so worried about it? Because it doesn't seem like an injury to me. These injuries happen a lot, right? This is not
You're saying this shouldn't have been enough to have him drop as far
if it's
as
just a torn labrum and a surgery on a torn labrum, it doesn't feel like it's something that is, and you're saying he's going to be participating in training camp. I could see why somebody's not taking him at 4 or 3 because they're a bad team that wants somebody to be able to contribute right away. But for him to drop to 31, I don't know, it feels a little weird. I do think sometimes with injury stuff, it's a little like when a guy starts falling, the other teams get nervous about taking a guy with injury stuff. But it just seems weird to me that he would fall that far for this particular injury.
Well, so I read an article this morning that said some people think he might need another surgery on his shoulder after the season. So, I think, and you said this, but like Mike Mayock put it perfectly, each team is going to read this differently. Like each team's going to have the same information to an extent, and they're going to interpret it differently. Now, obviously the Eagles feel comfortable with it. They took him. But I think the other part of this too is like other GMs don't really have the leeway Howie does. So Howie can take big swings because he has a ton of job security. Like there's a shot this guy doesn't pan out. They didn't bring him in for a top 30 visit. They probably have less information on him than most of the other first round picks that they've made in the past few years, just in terms of time spent with him, right? And there is the medical risk. Like if you're a GM picking in the top 16 and we can, pick a random team, I don't know if you have the job security to say, I like these 2 prospects. This one has a shoulder injury. Like what if he's not playing until week 6 or whatever? So I think that's part of too why he fell is GMs don't always feel like they can take the risks that Howie's afforded because of the job security he has.
All right. So the more we talk about this, right?
Yeah.
The more questions start to pop in your head as to, all right, let's look at this thing from different angles.
Right.
The excitement starts to dwindle down a little bit. And the idea of him falling to the Eagles, and the Eagles never have brought him in, didn't bring him in the top 30 visit. How much could they really have loved him as a player?
So can I hop in on that?
Yeah. I want you to. Yeah.
So look, and I know you guys will do the worm voice, but this is not a worm thing.
Oh, here we go.
Good
preface. Yep, good preface. Here we go.
Okay, I'm just letting you guys know.
Oh, here we go. Now he's all offended. Here we go.
No, it's fine. Go ahead. Yeah, even though your mic works.
We're allowed to curse.
What do you want me to say? I don't have my drop board.
We're allowed to curse. Rod said we can
exactly.
curse. Yeah.
My guy's just waiting for the first pitch in 3 minutes.
They're in a rain delay. They're in a rain delay. I got nothing to do.
Are they?
Yeah.
They are. Yeah.
That impacts.
It does impact your
me
6
being
o'clock
on from
show.
6 to 10. It does. Yeah, that's right. Okay, so anyway, here's what I was going to say. I truly believe that they did not think he would make it into a range where they thought they could get him. And if that's the case, that's why I think that's why they didn't use a top 30 visit on him.
No, hold on, E. The medical flags were there. They were always there. So if you're doing your due diligence and you really love a player, you're going to just in case bring a guy in, especially when you don't really have first-round grades on 30 guys, right? Remember that? They said that, right? So, and if this is a guy that was a top 10, top 15, my only thing is you want it to be a player that they did the homework on, that they love, that they truly love. Now, I know they said they were trying to get up for an hour to get him. But
which I think is noteworthy.
But when I hear that he wasn't in as one of their bids, and when you think about their last few first-round picks that they've gotten right for the most part, they've had those guys in.
Right. Jalen Carter.
Yeah.
Now maybe this guy from a character standpoint, like there's nothing. There's I don't see any.
But the medical flag.
Right.
I would still want him in from that standpoint.
Well, yeah, but they're not allowed to look at him.
They get to look at him.
Yeah.
Well, they look at him at the combine. They have a recheck. Like that. That's not so much a top 30 thing. The top 30 thing, from what I know, Ike, you would probably know more about this than me as a former player. But like, I believe that's more like sitting down with the coaches, getting to know a person, like interacting with them. Yeah. The medical thing, I don't think is part of a top 30 visit. But here's the other reason.
If it's a top 10, hold on. If it's a top 10 player that could drop to you because of medical issues, why wouldn't you bring him in?
So, because I think they believed they weren't going to be able to get him. And the reason that I also believe that is because they tried. Like, okay, so last year when Quinyon was falling, right? Mm-hmm. We were all at the draft party. Like, why aren't they trading up? Like, go up and get the person you like. And Howie sat there because he was sure that guy was going to fall to him. Last night, Howie tried hard to trade up, like with the Chargers, the Packers. Like he was making it clear he wants to go up to get Jihaad Campbell, right? Yeah. And so the fact he's doing that tells me
he was making it clear he wanted to go up and get somebody. We later found out it was Jihaad Campbell.
Right, but at the time when he was going up, whatever.
Yeah, but like, where it doesn't pass the smell test though is that leading into the draft, Jihaad Campbell was falling. Like the mocks at the end where he's there at 32. It's not Laramie Tunsil, where Laramie Tunsil's gonna be a top 3 pick and all of a sudden was there at 18. There was that's where the top. You can bring a top 30 guy in last week if you wanted to.
Yep.
But I'm saying, just think about this, like the smell test, right? If the Eagles thought they had a shot at him and they liked him, why wouldn't they bring him in for a top 30 visit?
Well, that's the question.
So I'm saying because they believe they didn't have a shot at him. That's why they didn't waste the top 30. That's what I believe. And I also think we very rarely see Howie, like, I think at least, like, desperately try to move up the board. Like Howie's talked about as aggressive, but really it's like 1 or 2 spots. He moved up hard for Carson, but outside of that, I mean, he tried to jump 10 spots to get him. And the reason that's uncharacteristic to me is A, he doesn't normally do it, but B, the guy fell to him. Right, so Howie was wrong in trying to move up. Howie almost paid a premium.
Hold on, yeah, so he didn't fall to him until afterwards. He's trying to move up 10 spots to get an injured player.
Yeah, that's what I believe. If the Chargers or Packers would have accepted his trade request, he would have moved up for Jihaad Campbell. That's my belief. Now we know that would have been an overpay because they got him at 31. So that's so uncharacteristic for Howie. So. Like that's what backs up my belief that they truly viewed this guy as a top 10 talent because they did not think he would get it. And then when he started to fall, they did uncharacteristic things. They tried to move up 10 spots. They offered big packages to get up. And then they were wrong about that. Like they were acting out of, I don't want to say desperation, but they were like, we need to get this guy because we've seen them just sit before when we're all freaking out. Like, go get him, go get him, go get him. And the guy falls. So Howie last night, I believe, acted out of character by trying desperately to go get a guy. And that's what reinforces my belief that from when Jihaad Campbell made it past like 19, 20, that they decided this is the person we need to go get because we did not think he would be there.
Can I offer a different theory? Is there what are the odds this is a Fangio pick? Like what are the odds that maybe Howie and maybe like scout wise, they didn't have him high. Maybe Fangio loved him. Maybe he started falling, and maybe Fangio gets in their ear. And obviously, Fangio tends to value linebackers more than the Eagles as an organization do. And maybe Fangio gets in their ear and says, "I'm telling you, I can use this guy." Like maybe they weren't trying to get him at 20. Like I don't agree. I don't believe or not believe that they were trying to get him at 22. I have no idea. Right. But I do. It is strange.
I'll tell you, I don't. It doesn't really matter.
Right. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't really matter. Yeah.
I wonder if I just wonder if it is a Fangio pick. And I wonder if maybe they decided to go get him here. Maybe they didn't think he would be there, but maybe Fangio really liked him. And maybe the decision when he dropped as far as he did, and they knew they only had to move 1 pick to get him, so nobody else would trade with Kansas City. Maybe I don't know. Is it possible that Fangio has enough pull given the year he had last year, the fact that the defense essentially carried them to a Super Bowl win? Does Fangio have enough pull within the organization now? And the other thing I would say is is we saw what happened last year when they put players on that roster that Fangio had no interest in. Fangio obviously had no interest in Bryce Huff. Fangio obviously had no interest in Devin White, and those guys never even touched the field. And like maybe they learned their lesson from last year, and Fangio has the pull to get this guy.
I think it's as simple as their guys were gone.
Right.
I mean, that's why I don't have a problem with it. It's because this is a red flag pick from the standpoint it's not a clean pick.
Right.
So why would that be in your top handful of players you want to get? So what makes more sense to me is I got 5 to 6 players that I want, that I would prefer to have. Clean, no injuries, no off the field issues, fits a position of need. I believe whomever those players were gone. Now we know this is a break glass in case of emergency player. We know the potential is there if he's healthy. So, and if he's going to continue to fall, this guy, if healthy, fits a need that we want, and his ceiling is so much higher. I'd rather have this guy than the other guys. And if it turns out right, I got no problem with it. I got no problem with it. But if we're going to sit and continue to dissect the pick and think about past sort of risky moves, didn't they move up to get Andre Dillard?
Yes,
they did.
Without top 30 visits.
Yeah.
Without a top 30 visit.
Yeah, see,
Yep.
my theory is I think they're trying to trade up and go get Starks. And I think they got wind that the Ravens were going to take him, and that's why they're trying to get ahead of the Ravens. Because like Starks,
where'd Starks go? 27?
27.
27.
So maybe that's why. And then once he was gone, they were like, well, we might as well get someone we like a lot.
To your point, at 26, I think the Rams wanted Jackson Dart. Giants jumped in front of them at 25. So if you're saying, okay, they got a feeling that the Ravens are going to go out and get Malachi Starks if he's there, you're probably going to have to jump up with a team that's willing to trade. In other words, at that point, the Rams weren't willing to trade out at 26 yet.
Right.
Because Jackson Dart hadn't been taken yet. So, I mean, Fritz could be right about that. Then maybe Malachi Starks was the guy they ultimately wanted.
It's possible. I mean, it's a guy that we heard about.
And he was a visit.
Yeah.
Wasn't he? Yeah, he was a visit.
He was
right?
a visit. Yeah.
I agree that this is not a clean process to end up with Jihaad Campbell. It's very different than how the Eagles normally get a player. Like normally it feels like after a draft, we're talking about they had him targeted, they had him in for a top 30, they did a ton of homework on him, they knew he would be there, and they got him, right? Like that's generally how we talk about them drafting a player. With him, it does feel more rushed, right? It feels more like they reacted over the last week to the idea they could get him, and then it's rushed, right? Now, there's 2 ways to look at that. One, the scouts have watched him. So, like, the scouts would know what they feel about him as a player. Fangio would. The question is more like they just don't know him as well as they know most players they bring into that building. Now, what Spike said, right, like, there seems to be no character concerns with him. Like, so maybe it's not going to be an issue. But I don't think anyone should look over the fact that the last time they ended up with a player that fell to them, that was viewed as too talented to pass up, that they didn't bring in for a top 30 visit, was Andre Dillard. And the other player I would actually compare him to, in a way, very different players, but in terms of what they need from him, like Jordan Davis, when they drafted Jordan Davis, they essentially said he has to become a pass rusher on third down to be worth it. I think that Campbell is already a better player than Jordan Davis and can be more impactful. But I also think they believe in the building that for this to be the pick they want it to be, he has to develop into a really good edge rusher.
Makes him a special player. It makes him a special player.
That's what makes him, I think, like the top 10 guy on their board. I don't think he's a top 10 guy on their board because of how good he is at inside linebacker. Right. I think he's a top guy because they believe he can both do linebacker stuff, but also has edge rushing potential. And so, yes, it's not great that the 2 picks this reminds me most of are Jordan Davis and Andre Dillard, which are arguably the 2 worst first-round picks they've made outside of like Jalen Reagor in the past, whatever many years.
Yeah.
But I think just athletically, and you look at everything he can do, like at 31 or even past number 20, I think it's a big risk to take, but I think it's a smart risk to take.
Yeah, and it's only the risk is the health. That's nothing. That's not a small thing. But I'd rather have a player that I think is more that is closer to being who he is, versus trying to overcome medical conditions. Because sometimes those don't ever go away, and you're never able to reach your full potential. So I think Jihaad being healthy, you're going to get a top 15 player. Now, how you use him, which is what Elliott is talking about as far as rushing the passer, will determine how special of a player he is the more that he can do. You're right. Just being an off-ball linebacker isn't enough, right? That's not what makes Zach Bond special. He's not just an off-ball linebacker. They can do other things with him.
So I remember when I used to, way back in the day, like I was an intern with G Cobb, Gary Cobb, gcobb.com. And like he told me to be a great NFL player, you have to be great.
Were you an intern for the political career or for the website?
No, he hasn't hired me as a political intern yet.
Okay,
Not
all
yet.
right,
No.
all right.
But
Would love your political thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we are on YouTube, so we could just let them
Yeah,
fly.
Rod
But
said we can curse.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
No.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
I kept asking him and making him nervous. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I won't even say the A word because I think it's a curse. You guys feel comfortable.
Well, you think the S word?
Ass.
You think the S word is not a curse word, though?
I think that's not a curse word.
Right.
Correct.
Okay.
But all right. Anyway, so I remember him telling this to me, and it's always stuck with me. Like, I think to be a great NFL player, you have to be great at least one thing, whether that's like run blocking, whether it's special. No, well, hold on. Can I finish? Like,
I
don't know. Yeah, like my concern with Campbell would be like, what is he great at now? Right? Like, he's kind of a tweener. Like, he's pretty good at inside linebacker, but he's only played it for a year. He's okay as an edge rusher, but he has to develop. Like, he's a great athlete, but I don't know what his great skill is right now besides blitzing. And I just don't know if blitzing is a great first round skill. Like, there's a lot of fast players that can blitz if you scheme it up correctly. So that would be a concern of mine is he a tweener that is exciting potential wise, but like Malachi Starks, I think is already great at playing safety. Like, he's done it for a lot of years at Georgia. He's like high football IQ. That would be a concern with Campbell of mine is what's like the skill he can lean on right away. And I don't know if athleticism is like a skill to lean on for a first round pick.
Do you think this precludes them from taking an edge in the second round?
Yes, because I think they view him as a bit like I wouldn't say precludes. Like if Donovan Ezraku's sitting there at 64, like you take a guy, but I think they view this as an edge player. So I think they would be in my opinion, less likely.
What do you think, Mike?
No.
You don't think they would take an edge?
No, I think they would.
Oh, if he was there, if a good one was there.
Yeah,
okay.
if a good one is there. And I would if I were them. Only because you don't want to put yourself in a position where you're putting all your eggs in one basket. So if you can still get especially that 64th pick, you're getting a top 40, top 45 player on the edge that can get after the quarterback and has the ability to play against the run. Why not? I mean, can you ever have too many good defensive players? Like, I mean,
they've had a rotation of them last year.
Yeah. So I mean, I wouldn't let it stop me from taking one.
Is there any like Cooper DeJean in this draft that falls and they have to go up and get? I mean, could it be Mike Green? Could it be
I feel like if they were going to take Mike Green, they would have taken Mike Green right there, right? Or
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
There's something there scares them about Mike Green.
Oh, it scared a lot of teams. I mean,
that's what I'm saying. Like, but in the Eagles, with their homework that they do, if they still didn't take him at 31.
Yep.
Right. What do you think, Elliot?
Well, I think the guy that is most interesting that dropped is the safety out of South Carolina, Nick Emenworry. He is an elite athlete. He's already good in man coverage. He obviously fell out of the first round for a reason. Like, he's still raw, I think, in a lot of ways. As like, I don't know if you want him as the last line of defense on your defense right now. Now, they didn't have him in for a top 30 visit.
Oh, that's all we do now.
No, not another one.
Yeah. Linebackers in the first round and no top 30 visit. Good. Yeah.
Maybe they just don't care about that anymore. But that would be the only thing with him. But I think he's the trade up guy if they trade up.
Okay.
You want to talk about what the other teams in the division did? Real quick. You got
anybody you like anything?
Sure.
Yeah, you're part of the show
yeah,
today.
Come on, Elliot.
Well, I like what Washington did.
Well, let Giants first because it was the biggest. I mean, first of all, it was reported they tried to trade up to get Cam Ward. they offered their first round pick, I think, next year as well, and they got so they get what's his name,
Abdul Carter,
and
then they trade back into the first round and get Jackson Dart. Now, it was funny. Our friend Sean Morash from the Fan Afternoon Show hates Jackson Dart. Was begging them not to take Jackson Dart. Jackson Dart's got
How's
good.
he feel now?
Well, not good. Not good.
yeah.
Jackson Dart, good YouTube. What do you guys think of? Abdul Carter is obviously a good pick. What do you think about the trading back in to get Jackson Dart?
I like Jackson Dart. I thought he was the second best quarterback in the draft. That's not saying much for this draft, but yeah, I thought he was behind Cam Ward. It'll be interesting to see what they do with him. Does he get to play this year? You got two veterans up there in Russ and Jameis. You probably got to be pretty bad in order for Jackson Dart to go out there and play.
Yeah, I mean, Dable said yesterday Russell Wilson is starting.
It's probably exactly as a starter. So, you give him a year to develop and get better. Listen, not a good year for quarterbacks. It's not a good year to need a quarterback in the draft.
Oh, unless you really like one of them and you don't have to spend a top 5 pick.
Yeah.
Like maybe what did you think of Dart when you watched him, Elliot?
So I did not watch a ton of Dart, to be honest, just because I didn't think there's any shot the Eagles were going to take him. My opinion of this would be like process related, where if I'm a Giants fan, I would not feel good about how they ended up with him. Like they tried to trade up for Cam Ward. So clearly Dart wasn't number 1 on their board, right? And they obviously felt strongly about Cam Ward. They signed Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston. So this guy, in theory, is going to be a healthy scratch his rookie year. To me, that feels like a complete waste of time. Like, I'm not saying throw him out there before he's ready, but if you're taking a quarterback in the first round, like you would hope he'd be pretty ready, especially when your head coach is a quarterback guy that's an offensive coordinator. I guess I like that they went back in to get him just because it does show some conviction, but the process to land on their franchise quarterback doesn't feel like one where it was, back in watching him in October, they were like, this is our guy. Like Jackson, like this is a guy that we have to go get. It feels more like we should probably take one. And this is who they ended up with.
It feels just like Eli was obviously a better prospect. It's funny. They're both Ole Miss guys. So him and Eli, then
good point.
But then they had Kurt Warner there. And now they have Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston.
His skill set is, you can understand why Dable likes him because I'm not saying he's Josh Allen, but there are Josh Allen similarities, right? He's got a strong arm. He's mobile, those sorts of things. So, yeah.
Like I said, I thought he was the second best quarterback in the draft. Now you got to put talent around him, right? You got to coach him up. Dayball gets to get his guy in there. You don't have to rush him on the field. Probably says that they're safe this year as long as the team doesn't crater and everybody in the locker room doesn't form a mutiny against Brian Daboll. I mean, you don't allow this regime to do this unless they're going to get a chance to actually coach this kid, right? I mean, you should have fired him already.
Yeah, I think those guys like Daboll.
That's what I'm saying. Like you're going to let him. Like he's going to survive this year.
Look, I'm not scared of the Giants or anything. Their defensive line is pretty awesome.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they have Burns now. Yeah. They have Burns. They have Dexter Lawrence. They
Thibodeau.
have Abdul Carter. They have Thibodeau. Like that's a pretty formidable, talent-wise on their defensive line. I mean,
and if they get good quarterback play, they have Malik Neighbors too. So
they could be 500 next year. I don't see any reason if Russell Wilson plays normal Russell Wilson football. I don't see any reason why they can't be 500 team next year. Honestly, the Giants.
I agree.
Yeah.
So he's going to have to play more than Russell Wilson football. He's going to play old Russell Wilson football.
Well, I mean, the Steelers were 500 this year. Steelers were above 500 this year, and he was
team.
Justin Fields had what, 3 of those wins?
Yeah, talent wise, I don't know.
Then the Giants?
I
mean, the Giants just added
Giants now. Yeah. Cowboys take a guard, Tyler Booker.
There you go.
Yeah.
I love
living
that.
in the trenches. The trenches.
Well, it's fun. I actually had a star next to his name with my draft emoji thing I do. So I did like him,
nice.
but I wouldn't have taken him there. I mean, I guess I like rebuilding the line, but yeah, it's not an inspiring pick. I don't think it makes you worried about the Cowboys more.
And the Commanders take some tackle out of Oregon. Didn't they just trade for a tackle? Isn't he play the same position?
Trade for Tunsil.
Yeah, Larry Tunsil, right? No?
Well, he may be the right tackle.
I mean,
okay.
I would assume not,
Okay.
but I like that pick. I do like that pick for them. Their offensive line was not very good, and they could win this year. So I mean, we just talked about the edges and pass rushers. Like, it is going to be tougher to get to Jane Daniels than it was last year.
Elliot, what did you think about your boy then in Jacksonville going up and getting Travis Hunter?
Well, I mean,
it's just funny.
What they traded was insane. Like, it was an insane amount to jump 3 spots.
Think so?
Oh yeah. I mean,
they would swap.
No, they traded. They added a number 1 for next year, and a 2, and a 4.
Well, they got a 4 back too. They got a 4.
Okay.
And
I mean, trading.
They got 2 back.
Trading another first.
You had to
move up 3 spots. I mean,
get the best player in the draft.
To get a gadget player, it's crazy. To get Taysom Hill, it's wild.
Can I? What was interesting? So I watched Elliot. I was saying I watched the ESPN broadcast last night, and
on your night off.
What's that?
On your night off.
I said
my
night
night off.
Yeah.
I'm sitting watching freaking ESPN for 5 hours, taking notes. I thought it was interesting based on, because I had asked Ike. I had said, okay, you bring him in, he's two-way guy or whatever, but what is he primarily? And you had said primarily cornerback.
I would play primary corner.
So I thought it was weird on ESPN, because they were saying, especially with an offensive coach in Jacksonville, because their new head coach is offensive.
Yeah.
They were like, we think he's primarily a wide receiver, and then you throw him in there sometimes as cornerback. And I thought to myself, how valuable is a guy that sometimes plays cornerback? That doesn't seem very valuable to me. It seems more valuable to have a guy playing cornerback all the time that you can use on offensive plays, rather than a guy that's playing offense all the time that you throw in there on defensive plays. Like, what is that value?
Well, I'll tell you, it all depends. It all depends on how you plan on using him in the offense. In other words, he goes to Jacksonville, right? Brian Thomas, rookie wide receiver last year from LSU, outstanding. And those damn LSU teams, they produce wide receivers like Ohio State. He's a damn good wide receiver. If they are viewing this as, remember, they just lost, didn't they lose? They lost Calvin Ridley a couple years ago. He went to Tennessee.
He went to the Titans, yeah.
Yeah, they may be viewing Travis Hunter as that other wide receiver they need. So he may be a bigger part of their offense.
Right. They lost Christian Kirk.
What do you think he's better at?
I think so. I think he left.
Do you think he's a better cornerback than a wide receiver?
I do.
Okay.
I do. When I watch him play wide receiver, I just see a guy who's just more athletic than the guys he played against in the Big 12. Like, I wish he played the competition Ohio State plays. I wish he played the competition LSU plays or Alabama plays, because those guys are going up against the best guys every week. He's out there in that Big 12 where they don't really play defense. Nobody's challenging him at the line of scrimmage. He's not beating bump and run coverage. His routes look like they aren't crisp. They're more just, he's just open. He gets a lot of swing passes. Like, he just seemed like he was just a better athlete than the other Big 12 defenders versus what I see when I watch LSU wide receivers or I watch Ohio State wide receivers play. Like, those dudes look like professional wide receivers, whereas this kid seems like he's just so much more or so much better of an athlete than other guys.
Like Deion, when Deion did it.
Right, that you almost like, and that's a great example. You wouldn't teach corners to play the way Deion played, because Deion had athletic ability that he didn't have to be fundamentally sound.
Right.
He didn't have to be a tactician at the position. He could get away with playing a certain way because he was so gifted, so fast. That's kind of how Travis Hunter is. Not as fast as Deion, but he's been so much of a better athlete than what he played at Jackson State and what he played at Colorado. It's hard to tell whether or not he can do that in the NFL.
He also seems skinny to me. Like, I know Devontae was skinny, but Devontae, to your point, Ike, was like a professional wide receiver in the SEC
great
at
route
Alabama.
runner too. Yeah, great route runner.
Right. Travis Hunter, to me, both seem small, and every highlight I see of him as a receiver, isn't he skinny, or am I wrong about that? I mean, like, isn't he undersized? No? Okay.
No.
He looks undersized to me, but I guess I'm just wrong about that.
Be
But
close to 200 pounds. Maybe 190. That's close.
Okay. Wow. He wears it well. He looks skinny. But I mean, every every highlight of him, it does seem like he's catching a jump ball over somebody. Like it doesn't feel like it's creating separation. But.
6 feet 188.
It's pretty big.
And what did Devontae weigh in at?
Oh, dude, you remember Devontae weighed like 140. I don't know what he weighed. Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
I was nervous.
You were not high on Devontae.
Yes, when they drafted Devontae. Well, I wanted Michael Parsons.
Oh, he's so skinny.
Okay, so Devontae's 170. Devontae's 170. So
170 now.
Heavier.
Yeah.
Well, I just Googled it really quickly. It says 170.
No, I'm just saying.
No, he's saying that's what he is now.
I'm saying 170 after 3 years in the NFL. He really may have been 160 when he got drafted. 160.
That would be crazy.
That's crazy.
I mean, it's like
you're 160.
Less than I weigh.
Well, I'm 150, but like
I remember his rookie. You were out there. The first time I saw Devontae in practice,
his legs are crazy.
Like, holy cow!
I know. I thought he was Donnell Pumphrey.
Dude, his legs are still like, it's crazy how good he is for how skinny. He has like no thighs. It's wild.
So your boy Shedeur Sanders doesn't get picked all last night. I'll say this again. I said it earlier, Elliot. I know you didn't get to watch ESPN. ESPN's treatment of Shedeur Sanders last night was the craziest thing I've ever seen in a sports broadcast. By the middle of the first round, Mel Kiper was basically having like a temper tantrum meltdown that he was just naming he was naming Tom Brady, Russell Wilson, like guys that didn't get picked in the first round and that everybody
because they wanted Shedeur to go last.
Because it was crazy. The other who's the other guy that was on?
Lou Riddick.
Riddick was crazy too.
Riddick compared Ashton Gentry to Emmitt Smith.
Yeah, he said he's a faster Emmitt Smith. He said he's a faster Emmitt Smith. So that
everybody's got to take.
And the amazing thing about the Shedeur thing is it would come to every pick a team that clearly would have no interest in a quarterback, and they would bring it up every time. And then you would flip over to the NFL Network. They wouldn't even mention Shedeur Sanders. Right. Now, obviously, ESPN they'll lean into the famous person. Everybody knows who Shedeur Sanders is. But it made me wonder two things. The first thing it made me wonder is these guys are getting pressed by somebody to talk about Shedeur Sanders that way. I mean, it was psychotic. I've never seen anything like.
Well, the Jackson Dart thing. So they take Jackson Dart, the whole highlight tape, whole highlight package. Mel Kiper's
just talking about Shedeur Sanders.
It's like,
really?
What are we doing?
That's more because guys had projections and predictions prior to.
Yeah.
Now you're trying to justify that you should have taken him here. He should have been going here. Like sometimes I think these guys get caught up in it being personal. You know, some of the former players. Listen, we all love Deion. Prime is a favorite of your favorite player. You know what I mean? Like that's Deion Sanders. Everybody loves Deion, and so they don't want to be sitting on that network knowing Deion's watching it and not having Deion's sons back, right? So I think they go a little over the top with defending Shedeur and making it more than what it is. Like if teams don't want to draft Shedeur Sanders, they don't want to draft Shedeur Sanders. Like I don't know what to tell you.
Well, the other crazy thing was everybody, aside from Mel Kiper and Louis Riddick, knew he was dropping.
Right.
Like there were talks about him getting into the second round.
Yep.
We're not talking about a guy. It was 4 months ago when people were talking about Shedeur Sanders going number 2.
Yes.
But it's been very clear to everybody. So it wasn't like a big story in the NFL. I think people were interested, but it wasn't like, oh my God, like I can't believe this guy dropped this far. It was weird. And then the other thing is I wonder how much. One thing we know about the NFL is they don't want hassle. I mean, I think not that Tim Tebow is Shedeur Sanders, but Tim Tebow could have been a backup quarterback somewhere.
Oh yeah.
But NFL teams are like not worth the hassle.
Distraction.
Distraction. They don't want distraction. And I wonder how many teams would have taken a chance on Shedeur Sanders and say, yeah, you know what, he's not a perfect prospect, but he threw for a ton of yards. He was a good college player, and I wonder how many of those teams looked at it and said, you know what, I don't want this circus. I don't want Deion talking about our football team, you know?
So I do think the NFL is different than the NBA. Like he's going to be the franchise quarterback. So no question, this would be a massive distraction. But I was thinking this morning a little bit how, like, during the whole LeVar Ball thing, everybody was like, how could you draft Lonzo or like LaMelo? Like, LeVar is going to be a huge distraction. And they both ended up being like unbelievable players. I know obviously one has the knee injury now, and they were both like they both got max contracts, didn't they?
No, Lonzo never got a max contract. But no, he didn't. He got a good contract. He didn't get a max. But now Lonzo's a good player.
Deal, didn't he?
Well, the rookie contract is slotted. Yeah. So
I thought he got a rookie max deal.
I don't. He was a good player. He was definitely a good player. Right.
They both ended up being very good players. So while I do think Dion is a different level of distraction than LeVar because Dion is who he is and it's a quarterback, I still think Shedeur Sanders is going to be pretty good. Like, his completion percentage and his accuracy numbers are very good, and that does translate from college to the NFL. So we'll see. And I do think the distraction ended up being something for him. But the Eagles should be happy, in my opinion, that the Giants drafted Jackson Dart and not Shedeur Sanders.
If Shedor's there at 64, what do you think? Come on.
I would not take him. No, I would not take him. The distraction would be crazy.
I'm just kidding. Now, the problem for Shedeur, though, he can't go back to school because his numbers are tired.
Right. So he has to wear a different number. He has to wear a different number.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I mean, Cleveland, right? Cleveland.
Well, they haven't taken a quarterback. They need a quarterback.
They got 2 picks. They got the 33rd pick and the 36th pick.
That's exactly the team I would think would say to themselves, we don't need this hassle. Like, we have a hassle of quarterback already.
If Kenny
they want it.
Yeah.
Well,
or they want the attention.
I don't think Deshaun Watson is putting that Cleveland uniform on.
No, I'm just saying they just went through. It just seems like that is an organization that needs to settle down and play football. And this is like the exact opposite of that. Yeah. And the biggest difference, Elliot, and I know you said this, but there's an enormous difference between the culture of the NFL as opposed to the culture in the NBA. The NBA, one player makes everything. The NFL, there isn't one player that makes everything, right? I mean, they think about things the complete opposite way. So I think that's why an NBA team will take a risk on a hassle, whereas the NFL will not.
What about Dallas?
Yeah.
For sure.
They should.
I mean, he could be a developmental guy. Pittsburgh, I think, is probably out on him at this point, right? Like, if they wanted him, don't you think they would have just taken him?
Yeah.
Well,
unless they're reading the board correctly. Yeah, there's that. But
Rap Sheet said there's a split in the building. I think Tomlin wants him. So maybe he falls, they go up and try to get him. But who knows?
Maybe.
Yeah.
A split in the building certainly doesn't lead to success, if I had to guess.
Oh,
man. Your quarterback.
Well, yeah. And the other thing.
You like that? Thank you.
The other thing a team is going to have to think about is how much involvement does Dion have with this? And, you wonder, Shedeur goes to a team and say he's not the starter, and the other guy in front of him isn't playing well. Or is Dion tweeting about it, or
talking in a press conference,
or in the middle of one of his Colorado press conferences, he brings up Shedeur, and Cleveland don't know what they're doing, or Team X doesn't know what they're doing with his son, and that sort of thing. And then now there's this helicopter parent thing going on, where the next rumor is when that coach gets fired, Dion comes in as the head coach.
Raiders.
So I don't know, man.
Well, I mean, Brady liked Shedeur, right?
Brady helped coach him.
Yeah.
They had Pete Carroll's 90s, so Dion could come in and coach.
This is one of those things where I think, even though Dion's heart is in the right place, this is not.
Yeah, he's not doing his son a service.
I think it's hurting him.
Yeah.
I think it's hurting him. I think the idea that you can exude confidence and be braggadocious and somehow a team is supposed to fall in love with that. Well, that may be working against you right now from Shedeur's standpoint, because all he keeps saying is, well, you'll be making a mistake by not drafting me.
Right. Like if Dion wanted to do the most for Shedeur, what he would do is publicly say, I'm not getting involved. And he would call each team who was interested.
Whoever wants to talk to me about, yes, I'll talk to him.
I will talk to you, but I want you to know that you're not going to have to worry about me.
He's going through the process. He's a grown man. Let him go through the process.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I'll be dad over here.
That's what I'm going to do with Walk and Sut one day.
Well, you're not Dion.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well,
no, you can't be Dion.
Of Bloomsburg.
Dion, everyone's calling him the Dion of Bloomsburg.
I'm like, believe me, there are plenty of dads out there. Remember Robert RG3's dad?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so dads can get on your nerves, but when it's Dion, a damn Hall of Famer, like,
a little different.
Yeah, it's a little different when he's getting on your nerves
Because
he has a platform.
Yes.
Trying to think if there's any other interesting first round thing. So the Patriots take Will Campbell.
Did not trade that pick for AJ Brown.
No, short arms. But Abdul Carter was already gone.
I know.
And that was the rumor.
Abdul Carter to the Giants. There you go.
Abdul Carter.
pick.
Yeah, good pick. Abdul Carter, the Giants, good pick.
He gets my vote as the top dresser. Oh, I don't know. E, what
he
you
looked
think?
good.
The
Who's
kid?
the guy in Kelly Green that wore the green
Oh, yeah.
suit?
Who was that? That's
Shamar Stewart.
Yeah, Shamar Stewart.
He looked awesome.
But then the
That
kid,
thing was like silk.
Yeah.
Right.
what about the
Wasn't
kid?
that? Yeah, it was like.
The receiver from Texas went to Green Bay.
Oh, I mean, that was the best outfit. Yeah, that
You
was.
think that was the best?
outfit. I mean,
I like Abdul Carter.
I'm a big fan of the
like,
sunglasses.
I don't
too.
mind flashy. I don't listen. You've seen some of the things I wear. I don't mind a little flash, but they're all black. The all black Abdul Carter had on last night with the
He looked good
with the chain with the diamond.
Yeah,
I
looked
tell you,
good.
them NIL deals hitting hard.
I know.
Man.
Back
My
in the day,
goodness.
guys had the big suits, pre-NILs, you know?
Well, the
Well, I
Let me tell you what
like
my draft day suit was. Some shorts and a t-shirt.
I was thinking about Donovan, honestly. But Donovan had the big suit, right?
well, yeah, all those guys.
Oh
had
yeah,
the big suits
big
at
box,
that
the
time.
box cuts.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, everybody was everything
I
was
love
big.
the black suit. with
Oversized,
the-
yeah.
I love the black suit, all black with the chain, though. Like
Yeah, it
that.
looked
That's
great.
my favorite look.
I
Yeah,
th- I-
exactly. It's a statement piece.
I thought the Packers taking the Packers taking wide receivers like us taking a linebacker has been since 2002. That was a cool moment.
Yeah.
The way the crowd reacted to that pick in Green Bay, I thought that was a neat
I
moment.
mean, Mark Murphy was up there a little too long, but
Oh,
Yes,
It was so Sherelle Parker. My first thought was there's Sherelle Parker moment. She's still talking.
yeah, damn politician up there, man.
The
13 championships.
Yeah.
What?
Tone it down.
the
Tone it down.
the wide receiver that the Panthers took, the guy from Arizona, is too slow.
I flipped out on him last
McMillan.
night.
Oh, really?
Yeah, for no reason.
Why?
What's because he's 6'4" and he ran a 4.5 something.
He's too slow.
Yes.
You can. By the way, you don't even need to see the. Just watch the tape. He's just bigger than
He went
everybody.
to Arizona, bro.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
He's too slow. There's no way. What about Loveland going before Tyler Warren?
Chicago doing Chicago things.
Yeah, is that a
How
definitely
do you
a
not
mistake?
take Tyler Warren?
Yeah,
Well, Loveland, I think, is a better receiving tight end, but Warren is a better complete
make
tight
him a
end.
wide receiver.
That's what they have. Maybe that's what they'll do, honestly. But no, I would have taken Tyler Warren over him. But
Yeah,
the interesting thing to me with that is the Goddard thing, because the Colts end up with Tyler Warren, and that was like a
They can still trade for Goddard.
destination for Goddard. With Warren, you think they would pay
Yeah.
Goddard?
Well, I didn't say pay him. I said trade for him.
Well, yeah, I think the hope is whoever trades for Goddard is going to pay him. But you're right. I mean, maybe they wouldn't have to.
I really think Goddard ends up on the Eagles with a lower contract. I really do. I
really don't think
Yeah,
so.
how low does that have to go for him to stay?
Well, if they just cut him, that doesn't help them from a cap perspective, does it?
It helps them from a cash perspective,
But not a cap perspective, right? I don't know.
No, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know. You know, Rube made the point yesterday. It's not like there's a lot of teams with available cap money right now. Dallas Goedert's hurt all the time. What's more likely that he gets $8 million to stay here, and they figure out a way to extend it. As opposed to him finding money. He's not going to find the money anywhere else. There's no money anywhere else. So
I just wonder, when you set up in the offseason with the plan of moving on from Goddard, like you signed free agents thinking Goddard's not going to be on the roster. We'll see what happens over the next few days with the draft. But let's say there's a tight end they really like Harold Fannin Jr. out of Bowling Green. His head coach is now on the Eagles coaching staff. So maybe they thought, okay, well, we'll draft him. Like, I get your point, all you guys, but like, at what point is it you've made your blueprint for the offseason and the price just doesn't matter anymore? Like the roster spot, how you want to use guys, what you've told people. So I do think the price for Goddard is definitely way cheaper than it was, at the beginning of all this. But I just wonder if they've decided to move on.
Well, your Eagles Insider of the Year, rankings on this is definitely affected by the Goddard thing. If he's back, it's a big blow.
Yeah, I would say so.
It's a big blow.
by the way,
Well, I can't control what happens, but yes.
So, and then the last trade was the Falcons traded to when they took James Pierce Jr. The Falcons traded 46, 242, and a first-round pick next year for the Rams pick at 26 and 101. So James Pierce Jr. is pretty good, but seems like a.
Is that who the Falcons took?
Yeah, seems like a lot to spend
on
that pick. Yeah.
Yeah, but he
I
he
do
may
like
have been
having
the
the
best.
conviction,
Listen, he may have been the best pass rusher though.
He was good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, aside from my guy,
no,
from
besides
LSU.
from Abdul
Oh, where'd he
Carter.
go? Yeah. Where'd Braden Simpson go?
I didn't.
Whatever his name was.
Swinson, and I didn't think he was going to go in the first round. You guys just my other two.
Mayock wanted to laugh. That's my theory.
What's that?
I think Mayock wanted to laugh yesterday.
No,
and
he
he
didn't.
spared you.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. That guy hasn't laughed in 15 years. You kidding me? He's not a laugher. Love Mayock, but he's not a laugher. Talik Williams went. So did Mikael Williams.
Williams.
Yeah.
I was gonna say the fact that Jack watches like 18th rounders for the Iron Pigs, and you're getting on Spike for watching someone that's gonna go in like the third. You think you would appreciate?
It's
this.
a good point. Mr. Arm Slot over here is
54th round reliever or whatever. Yeah.
Hold on. We all have our things of expertise.
Yeah.
It is what it is.
Exactly.
I don't know what
well, the thing
we
is,
all have our sicknesses.
Well, the thing is that nobody else knows Jack's thing, so he could be making
Right,
up
he could
all
make
of
up
it.
all of it. Yeah.
Yeah. Welcome. I mean, you found it. You figured it out.
Last thing on the first round, I felt bad that the Bills took your guy at 30, Maxwell Hairston. That was your guy. I just felt bad for you.
Yeah.
I wanted him to be an Eagle because that was a huge Eagles Insider of the Year moment for you if you had gotten that.
Yeah.
So what do we think? What do we think Eagles do in second round? Any ideas here? Any guys you're looking for? Elliott,
I mean, listen, they still got Trey Amos out there because they're so far back. I mean, they really are stuck there waiting to see what's left over at the 64th pick. It's kind of what they were last night. You know, we heard they tried to move up several spots. They couldn't find a trading partner.
I think teams are shutting out Howie last night too.
Oh, you think that?
I think so. I think they're sick of it.
Yeah, they don't want to look stupid that Howie trades.
Chiefs are like, whatever.
Yeah. Well, I guess I have to imagine Chiefs are getting offers from other teams.
At least that's what they told us.
Right. Well, they didn't think that
couldn't have been big offers. They
I was
traded
gonna
the
say,
164th pick. Yeah.
Well, clearly the Chiefs weren't going to take the guy, or the
Sure.
Chiefs would have just taken the guy.
I agree.
Right. So yeah,
I think they swindled us out of a pick.
out of a fifth round pick.
Yes.
Yes. They're like, take that.
Yeah, damn
We
Andy.
got you.
Yeah, 40-22,
yeah.
but we got your fifth.
Stop sending us texts that the score is
Listen,
40-6.
I'm looking. I'm like, who the hell wanted to move up to the 31st pick to get
Jihaad
Campbell?
Yeah.
I couldn't see anybody.
Maybe Howie just wanted to say we really like the guy, and this is their way to say that we were so passionate about going and getting him.
Oh, by trading up. So
Yeah.
they wasted a
It's a good
fifth round
point.
pick
It's a
for the
good point.
PR.
Listen,
I like that.
we're playing
like that
chess, not
theory.
checkers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Elliot, we appreciate you joining us. That you haven't done anything to remove the worm accusations, though. This has been a very wormy response to this.
I think you made a lot
I'm
of
just
sense
trying
today.
to tell you guys what's happening. I'm just
Inside
trying
the
to tell you-
building?
I actually have two very quick things. One, I have
Yeah.
an Insider of the Year thing.
Okay.
A player I would watch tonight for the Eagles, Tyron Ingram Dawkins, the defensive tackle out of Georgia.
Dawkins?
They
We're
really
taking
like
another
him.
Dawkins, yeah.
Dawkins. Yeah, there you go. And it's a hyphen, so you got to love that. But I
Okay.
would look at him for the third round pick. And then I actually have a really funny Howie Roseman Brody story for you that I feel like is better for YouTube than the radio if you want to
Hunter
hear
Brody?
Hunter Brody, Broads.
Hunter Brody and Howie Roseman.
What?
Wow.
What?
Okay. All right. What's
Okay.
this scoop?
Okay, so remember he did that show where it was like Howie is the next Kobe, and
Yeah.
you
Oh,
guys
yeah.
like brought him on and ripped him for it, and it
Yeah.
like went viral and all that.
Yeah.
So Howie's been the GM my entire time I've covered the Eagles, and I've never seen him in anything but Jordans. He's wearing Kobe's. And I wonder if he saw the clip. No, Howie
Yes.
has on Kobe's.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. If he saw the Broads thing and he's like, oh,
I
he's
wonder
right.
if he saw
I'm
the
Kobe.
clip. Someone sent it to him, something, but I saw him in Kobe's.
That's so good.
It's a strange development here.
Yeah.
Yep.
Bro's the influencer.
I mean, it's
Oh,
not
Howie
crazy.
may have
It's
just
not
gone
crazy,
up another
right?
notch in my book.
there
right.
we go.
Yeah.
And he deserves to be a
Mike
Kobe
loves the
guy.
pick now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no,
Yeah.
no, don't get me wrong. I like the pick. I really do. I have no problem
No, I know.
with the Campbell pick. I'm excited to see what they do with it. I really am.
I promise I like it.
No, for me, I think it's all about how you use him.
Right.
I agree. I agree.
That's how you use him.
He does
I think he's the best dual threat player in the draft.
Of course you do.
Yeah.
Dual threat.
It's amazing. Best dual threat player in the draft. Didn't mention him once.
Yeah, I know. That is bad for me.
No, it is. Yeah,
I didn't have him in my top 10. Yeah, it's bad. I don't know what to say.
Well,
It's
yeah,
bad.
and
it's not good.
Would
Good.
have been such an amazing moment for all of the Eagles beat writers yesterday if they had gotten Walter Nolan. But oh boy,
No,
it turns
dude.
out, yeah.
What I needed to happen yesterday for my personal disdain of the Eagles beat writers is the Walter Nolan's on the board and they passed on him. That's
would've
that's
been
all
huge.
I wanted to see yesterday.
That would have been bad.
Well, you know the greatest thing about you all, Elliot, is I put you in there with the rest of the beat writers.
Thank you.
You know, no one's willing to just say today that I didn't have him in my draft scenario because I don't believe the Eagles would take an off-ball linebacker in the draft.
Right. Just
that's
say it.
really what the answer is.
That's
really what the answer is.
Right.
Because if he was viewed as just a pass rusher,
it would have been on everybody's board.
It would have been on everybody's board.
We talked about every pass rusher that went in the first round.
I agree.
Everyone.
It's clearly because he's an off-ball linebacker, which, by the way, could be why he's dropped. In other words, even with his ability to get after the passer that he's shown, maybe some teams are looking at him like he's not a natural pass rusher.
Right. Right. Yes, or he would have been considered.
They would have viewed him that way.
Yeah, I mean, I think too, you were talking like why'd he drop? Maybe it's the injury. As we talk through it, like maybe it's because he's a tweener and he doesn't have a natural position.
But now at the same time, they took Cooper last year. And Cooper was
in the second round.
Right, but this is basically the second round.
Well, and Cooper everyone knew could play the slot. He had a defined position.
All right.
And to Jack's point, why do you think Cooper went in the second round?
Because he's a tweener.
He's a tweener.
Yes.
Yeah. Elliot, we're getting a lot of questions on YouTube about your whether that's a fake tree or not, and why it is
plastic.
Is somebody blocking you from leaving?
Yeah, this thing is mad fake. Yeah,
it's not even close.
No, that's actually.
Why is it even in a pot?
Yeah, why is it by the door? Are you not allowed out?
Well,
are you?
That's definitely a pantry door. That's not like the door out of the basement.
No, that's the. Here, I'll show you guys. This is the. No, it's whatever the thing that makes the power in the house that has the.
You don't know what that's called?
Switch box or whatever.
Okay, the switch
box. I don't touch it. I don't
Panel.
touch it. Yeah.
Panel. Yep.
That's all Kristen. Yeah, but that's what's in there. Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Send the wife in there to fix stuff.
Yeah. She's turning the
I don't want to blow
circuit
the house
breaker
up.
on and off.
Serious?
You can't blow the house up. It just turns everything on and off.
You act like you know what a circuit breaker does.
I do. Go, open it up. I want you to see what it is. Just so I can.
All right, first of all, I'm not touching a circuit breaker. She's on a work call right now.
It's just switches. It just turns off the power to different things in your house.
Can we cut this video for social?
Yeah. The thing on the right, Elliot, if you open it up, it's just a bunch of switches, and you can turn the power off to certain things in your home.
I got another issue.
I know what's in them. I just don't touch them.
I got another
feel like
issue.
I'll break something.
I just noticed this.
Yeah.
Is that a Union logo?
Yeah.
Listen, bro.
Of course. Come on.
Listen. We're doing Eagle stuff right now.
Oh, but he's a Union
Save your
guy.
soccer nonsense. When you're on your soccer pod.
Here's why I wore it.
You used to.
Maybe one day. But no, I mean, I wore it because I was outside tanning on the roof and I feel like I look tan and this makes the white makes me look even more tan.
You were outside tanning on the roof?
You are disgusting.
Yes. Can I have an hour of relaxation during the day? Is that
You don't say you're tanning. You don't say you're tanning. You're a football reporter. You're a football reporter. You're supposed to be eating nails for breakfast.
Yeah.
And I get you on.
How about this? How about grinding some tape?
I didn't grinded all the tape. I got it wrong.
You didn't grind any tape. You didn't talk about Jihaad Campbell at all. And then drafted him in the first
I know. It was a bad miss. I was all I could
not
think
your
about
fault,
on the
E.
drive home
Listen,
last night.
we all missed it, E. We all missed it.
Yeah.
Well, no, that's not
a good
true. That's not true. Mel Kiper and Daniel Jeremiah both had him at 31.
No, I mean us locally.
Well, then you guys should have paid attention. That's on everyone.
Well, thank God Tim McManus didn't get it. That's all. Yeah,
You should have just given him the award
over for me.
right there. I would have taken your 25 award from you. I would have taken that one from you and given it to me.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Look, I got that one right here. See?
There it is. There it is. All right. Well, thank you, Elliot. I think we're
good. Yeah,
we're done. Right?
100%.
Yeah. Oh, they did announce when
done. We're done.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what the hell else are we gonna talk about?
Man, I don't know.
They did announce that the schedule release is going to be May 14th, so we can plan the May 15th show.
Yeah, Elliot was pushing Chicago last night.
I think Chicago week 1. Not insider stuff. I just think it could be. Yeah, that
it's
was
Lions week 1. It's Lions.
Going Lions?
Yeah.
I think Lions.
Yeah, I think Lions.
Lions could be good,
Lions?
but
Yeah.
Chicago.
Not the Rams?
Ike wants the Panthers week
Well,
1.
if it's the Rams, it's a loss. I just want to. Oh, by the way, thanks to everyone who watched on.
Game now.
I know.
It could be the Rams.
Could be the Rams.
Nah,
That's a loss.
It's Lions.
That's a loss. That's their Super Bowl.
Yeah.
You play the Rams. Thanks to everyone who watched on YouTube. We had a ton of people watching on YouTube.
Yeah.
We did?
Yeah. We have like
a lot of comments about wondering what I was doing.
Yes.
Yeah. That's fair.
They're like, Fritz is watching the
I'm
Phils.
happy
The Phils are on delay.
happy I
the
opened
game
up my
started
closet.
Yeah, dude. It's about time.
Yeah. Thank you, Elliot.
Yeah.
Elliot, you're on the air
Thank
tonight
you.
for rounds 2 and 3.
Yeah, I mean, assuming the Phillies play. But
345. 345.
345. There we go.
We got
Or is that the start?
Yeah,
time?
so I'll be on with Tom Kelly reacting. Yeah.
All right.
Do you want to do final out or do you want me to do final out?
Talking to me, I want you to do it. Were you kidding me? Yeah.
I know. For the audience, I feel like I should probably do it.
Yeah, but you do it from home
I did
anyway,
do it.
right?
Yeah.
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 Well,
What do you mean for the audience? I did leading off.
Start
Yeah.
my Friday night.
I'm gonna go look at my new TV that's hung up on the wall. I'm gonna add an extra. I'm not even gonna drive home. I'm driving to my new house so I can see the TV. Elliot, do you know how big a
Another
TV I
night
got?
off for Spike.
Yeah,
No, I didn't.
83-inch TV, buddy. 83 inches. Ah! Everybody's
Are you
coming
kidding?
over to watch
You
it.
actually got an 83-inch TV?
Yeah, I've never had a giant TV
Wow.
before. Yeah, and we have this.
Some say you're compensating.
Yeah, well, I am. From yeah, I sent a picture to my wife of it on the wall. The only response is Jesus Christ. She begged me.
I want to see this picture. Yeah.
Oh, dude, it's a big TV.
It's
Yeah.
a movie screen.
Oh, it's big. They told me they had just put in a 98-inch TV the day before somewhere.
Hold on, but did you get the right equipment with it? Meaning sound system?
Oh yeah, I got the Sonos sound bar underneath
yeah.
it. Oh yeah, bro. Come on.
Well, yeah. Once you commit, you may as well go all the way.
Got to go all the way.
Yeah.
Yep. They
You
were
got, like, reclining chairs and stuff.
No, look, not yet. But they actually said, I thought of Fritz. They were like, hey, thinking of some other stuff we could do here. We could do a deck TV for you here.
Right.
I was like, a real deck TV? They're
Not
like,
just one that you bring out.
No.
When you rolled out on a cart.
No, weatherproof deck TV.
I'm not in your guys' tax bracket.
Well, and I wasn't in
Yeah,
when I was
and guess
30
what?
either.
Listen, I'm not in anybody's tax bracket.
But guess what? I'm going to be out $375 a month. So
Not on. We're live.
Wow.
We're still on YouTube.
Yeah, seriously. Maybe point out how you got away with it for 6 months.
2 years.
2 years.
Then you're saying this on YouTube. There's gonna be so many people at WIP mad at you.
Good. They all need to pay now.
All right. Well, thank you for watching.
You may have been part of the last group that hasn't.
Yep.
I'm just saying, it feels like I was attacked personally.
You're attacked. You're
Yeah.
like the last one.
Yep. Rod sought me
You
out.
ought to be thankful me and Spike didn't rat you out.
Yeah.
No.
I could have. I thought
We
about
could
it.
have.
I thought about ratting
Well,
you
because
out.
you guys are foxhole guys.
Yeah.
Turns out not everyone here is.
Yeah. Elliot, you're a foxhole guy. We appreciate you. Thanks for coming on.
Absolutely. Fun times.
Give us an Eagles chant on the way out.
Yeah, come on, Elliot.
Nah, I got a press conference tonight.
Oh.
I got the big J card on. Yeah. Although they are serving pizza tonight, so that'll be fun.
Oh, the beat writers are all excited now. Free
Exactly
pizza.
right.
Are the chicken tendies going to be there too?
We can only hope.
Crab
you know.
fries? Crab
There is
fries?
work to be done, though. There is
Oh, the
work to be
crab
done.
fry
though,
report.
so.
Yeah, bring back the old Howard Eskin
Yeah.
crab fry report. Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Elliot.
All right, brother.
Bye.
Well, I
See ya.
guess
right,
this
see
is
ya.
it for us until Monday, right?
Yep.
Yep.
Oh, man,
Talk
what a
about the
great
draft.
3 days. This is how we should always work. Half days.
Half day on YouTube, dicking around.
Whoa.
There we go.
I'm telling you, it's not a curse word, Lakin. Not a curse word. It's not a curse word.
I didn't
Not
know
in
it.
that context.
I didn't know we were cursing.
We're not cursing. Who wants to say a curse word before we get down?
No.
No curse words. All right. Thank you, Justin.
Justin.
Justin's producing for us over there.
Elliot's still waiting on us to leave.
Yeah, we'll be back on. We'll be
think he's
back on
frozen.
Monday.
He's
Yeah,
frozen?
He's frozen.
Oh.
Yeah. Elliot, by the way,
he looks stupid for some reason.
By the way, the last time we had him on this and I heard it, I was like, he's not using that mic. We got to teach him how to
By the
get
way,
that
it's
mic.
not that hard. It's
you go to the input
settings,
thing and
yeah.
you pick mic. It's
Yeah.
not the end of the world.
I know.
All right. We'll talk to you on Monday. Have a good weekend. Go Birds.